Yep. Absolutely incredible. Once you pop, you don't stop. That's so interesting that they would have you say it like that. It sort of sounds like once you pop, you don't stop. That is incredible. Did they tell you to do it like that? Yeah, it was really weird. The guy got
just living my life.
into his office.
Yeah, I didn't want to talk with you anyway. Everybody knows that.
I was like, are you sure I'm not black? Like, this seems weird. It's a Pringles commercial and fucking the Super Bowl. And he just kept on insisting. And yeah, so once you fall, you don't stop. Wow. That is incredible. But seriously, once you pop one fucking Pringles. D-Madness says that they don't talk like that. You are in big trouble. What, blind people? No. What the fuck are you talking about? I was on a fucking Pringles commercial, piece of shit. Nobody fucking help him get off the stage tonight. Oh my God. Good luck finding the stairs. I was on a fucking Super Bowl commercial. D-Madness says he never saw your. Yeah, no shit. God, where the fuck am I right now? God. Am I in the fucking Twilight Zone? Literally, it was the biggest opportunity of my life. Oh, shit. Thank you, and I was kidding. I've been kidding. We're both kidding. Okay. Good. I'll sit back down. Okay. William Montgomery. You've seen this before. You kind of pick fights with D-Madness a lot. It's very interesting. No one is safe from William's massive. I don't know what has been going on. It's been like, what, a year and a half of working together, and it's been the past 2 months or something. There's been an issue. We have seen the reports in the Kiltony HR office that William and D-Madness have not been getting along. This is word. Yeah, I'll be honest, Tony. I didn't even want to leave my apartment today. What? Hold on, excuse me, what? Oh, D-Madness says... Very interesting story you just told us now. I have to speak my mind. Oh, shit. Once you fall, you don't fall. I don't know why they kept on telling me to say it like that. I was like, I don't... Wild. Thank you, Screwball. What does that fucking mean, Redman? Are you insinuating he's fucking drinking tonight? You know he doesn't fucking drink, you dumbass. Why would you even... Seriously, what did that mean? My mistake. I love it. William, what else is going on in your world? Claw machines. Oh, this is a new thing. Claw machines. Incredible. Yeah. I've been putting in so much money in these claw machines, but I'm getting a bunch of stuff. I have a bunch of Bugs Bunny stuff. I have a bunch of, after I got my Taz tattoo, I started collecting a bunch of Taz stuff. I have a bunch of Taz's. I have some Pete's Dragon stuff. I found this really cool Pete's Dragon. You don't even see that around a lot. So yeah, I found some. You've been doing a lot of claw machines. Do you have a method that you use to get the things out of the machine? Is there a certain type of, like, is it timing? I stand there for probably 4 to 5 hours just watching people, just see how the machine kind of works. They all kind of have a mind of their own. But so you're watching people at an arcade play a claw machine, and then you go in and clean up. Yeah, it's at the Cracker Barrel. It's not at the. Yeah, I cannot stop eating there. I've started eating at the Cracker Barrel. What are your favorite things about the Cracker Barrel? Gosh, just it's always filled with fucking old people, and those are the only kind of types of people I don't fantasize about killing. I swear to God, I've gotten much better at it. But yeah, when I see a bunch of old people at the fucking Cracker Barrel, I can just really kind of enjoy what I'm eating. I can enjoy the ambiance. What else do you love about it? Tell us more about what you love about Cracker Barrel. Is there a certain type of people other than old that resides there? Yeah, well, weirdly enough, there's a bunch of fucking blind people that show up at the Cracker Barrel. wait a second. I'm not buying this for a second. Are you sure they're blind?
No, I'm just enraged right now.
Oh.
I cannot believe. I'm just trying to keep my composure right now. I swear to God, I was scared to even come here tonight, Tony. I didn't even want to leave my fucking place because I knew I would end up interacting with D-Manis. D-Manis, I thought we were friends. What even happened tonight?
Oh my goodness. You really know how to pick your battles, will you?
Once you pop, you don't stop.
Oh my goodness.
But seriously, I couldn't believe that nobody was talking about it this morning, and it just made me feel real salty. So I went to the Cracker Barrel. I got a couple of Bugs Bunnies.
What do you order when you go to Cracker Barrel?
Grandma's pancake breakfast, Tony. Yeah, I mean you're working with some sausage. You're working with some fucking eggs. You can make the sausage egg biscuits, and then you get blueberry fucking pancakes, Tony.
Unbelievable.
Holy shit, man! I love the blueberry pancakes. I can't even stop eating the blueberry pancakes.
Brian Moses.
Who is this guy? I started listening to a bunch of Ja Rule. Honestly, I've been listening to a bunch of Ja Rule. Hello. I started doing that at the Pierre Kringle set, and he was like, "Stop doing that." I'm like, "What are you?" Yeah, I do. Ja Rule, incredible. I met him at the airport 2 weeks ago, the Nashville airport.
Yeah.
I was starstruck. Yeah.
What did you say to him? What did he say to you?
I said, Ja, you are a giant inspiration for me. I'm actually in the middle of filming a Super Bowl commercial. He's like, oh, that's cool. He's like, what are you doing? I'm saying, once you pop, you don't stop. And they took me to talking about black person voice. I was like, I've been listening to a bunch of your mixtapes and stuff. You're my inspiration. And I gotta say it like that, but then he's like, okay, get the fuck away from me. What I gotta say, I didn't get a picture.
But when he said it, what did it sound like when Ja Rule said that to you?
Man, you're gonna have to stop! Man, you gotta stop!
That was very DMX-y, no doubt about it. I'm pretty sure you're getting your black rappers confused.
It could have been
Did he have to bark like a dog at some point in this episode?
Yeah.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, DMX is dead, so that's weird.
Oh, right.
All right, William. Well, you're an absolute icon.
Nice to see you.
We love you. No one closes the show like you. Get him on Cameo while you still can. William Lights Out Montgomery. The drawing for Brian J. Ebelt is in. Brian Moses and Ty Rivera, ladies and gentlemen. And it is fucking unbelievable. Look at that right up there. Ryan J. Ebelt out in Los Angeles draws every episode as it happens. That is tonight. How about one more time for my guest, roast battle creator, Brian Moses. Ty Rivera has a very, very, very fun YouTube. See him live. See Moses live. Go to the website. Support these fucking guys. I've been working with them forever. They put on unbelievable shows. The new Roast Battle League is happening. Follow at Roast Battle, all one word, on social media. How about one more time for the best damn band rolling in the Super Bowl Peanut Butter Whiskey Band? Motherfucking James Atkins, John Dees, and Matt Mueling are all in a band together called Sketch. Follow, is it at Sketch Band? Sketch.band on Instagram. Sketch.band. I swear to God, these guys are coming to the fucking throne. I go out and see them every chance I get. They're fucking unfucking believable. Follow them everywhere. Great music all the time. The best in the world. How about one more time for the great D Madness here on the bass guitar? One more time for Paul Deemer on the horns. Thank you, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Deep Eddie Vodka, Gel Blaster, Austin Security Guard Service, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. Thank you, Austin, Texas. We love you guys. Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, give it up for Tony! Let's clap! Are you ready for the best goddamn motherfucking night of your lives, huh? Woo! Make some noise for Red Band, everybody. Hey, everybody! We started podcasts. Here at Kill Tony, the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Deep Eddy Vodka, Austin Security Guard Service, Gel Blaster, and Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. How about a hand for the band, everybody? Are we doing this shit tonight or what? That's James Atkins on the drums, John News on the keys, Matt Muelling on the electric guitar, Paul Deemer on the horns, and that's motherfucking D-Madness on the bass guitar right there, live in the flesh. This shit is going down. Before we start tonight's show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode available for you here right now.
Hey y'all, special announcement, and we wanted you guys to hear it first so that you have a chance to buy tickets. But tickets for the next 6 months of Kill Tony shows go on sale this Tuesday at noon at ComedyMothership.com. So Tuesday, noon Central Standard Time, you actually have a chance to get your shot at tickets. They are going to go extremely fast, but we wanted to give you guys a chance, so get on. Tuesday, noon, 6 months of Kill Tony at the Comedy Mothership. Good luck. Hey y'all, out here in Austin, Texas, business is booming, and all around the country, several industries are heading for a hiring boom this spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and surprisingly, hospitality. It's one of the areas with the most growth. Not only does this industry need to hire for service positions, but also managerial positions and back office operations positions. If you need to hire qualified candidates as soon as possible for any of these industries or any other industry, you need ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Right now, ZipRecruiter uses its powerful matching technology to find the qualified candidates for a wide range of roles. See a candidate who would be perfect for your job? ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send them a personal invite so they're more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels that speak to job flexibility, like urgent, training provided, remote, and more. No doubt about it. Let ZipRecruiter keep your team growing strong, no matter what the industry. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to this exclusive web address to try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by sheathunderwear.com, and I love this sponsor. Look, let me be honest here. We say that about all the ads that we read. We say that we love it. We say this and that. These things, these sheets have literally been connected to my butt, Red Band's butt, our genitals, everybody who we work with closely's genitals and butts. Every single episode that you've ever listened to, once Sheath Underwear came into our lives, we literally threw away all our fancy brands and all these popular things and this and that, because there is no doubt they are literally the most comfortable materials you could possibly have next to your precious, precious, precious genitalia. Red Band? Yeah, they're high quality. They can be worn as boxers or briefs. They have that moisture wicking, for my big thighs, and it keeps everything cool and separated. Fly a lot, hate nuts stuck to your legs? I do. Or they're great for working out also. And it's
comfortable. So for 2023, step up your underwear game. Graduate from holes, loose fabrics, cheap cotton, or overpriced designer brands, and buy the greatest underwear that's ever graced the halls of men. Sheath underwear, the underwear of legends.
That is correct. Sheath can be worn as regular boxer briefs, or you can use the incredibly high-tech sheath pouch to keep everything separated. I believe it was Offspring in the 1990s that said, you gotta keep them separated. Personally, I don't keep them separated. There's just an extra pouch in front of my Italian stallion that just acts as an extra guard, an extra layer of comfort. I swear to you, you have not seen me or heard me not wear these underwear for years. I wear them every day, and I swear to you, they are the most comfortable pair of briefs I've ever worn. So go to sheathunderwear.com and use the promo code Tony. You're going to get 20% off your next order. Once more, sheathunderwear.com, promo code Tony for 20% off. Let me be next to your stuff. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, some weeks are just straight up fucking better than others, everybody. This show is magical. It started at the Comedy Store almost 10 years ago. We were doing this, but when nobody knew what a fucking podcast was, when no one was doing anything in front of an audience, and we made it about comedy. Comedians watching comedians do comedy, which makes tonight that much more exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you as our guest tonight, one of the greatest comedians of all time, Texas' own Roseanne Ball. Oh my God! Yes. 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 Woo! We did it! The Queen! Oh my God! Ladies and gentlemen, this shit is about to fucking go down. Roseanne, Red Band, and us. She's got cigarettes, ladies and gentlemen. We're having fun here tonight. We are going to watch fucking comedy. Roseanne, I've wanted you on this show for almost 10 years. How you doing? Good to be here.
Oh, it's so fun. I can't believe how fun it is. Really. I swear, it's so fun. Everyone is, like, we were up in the green room, and, like, everyone, out of breath. 6 steps. It's hard for an old woman. But, well, everyone who came through that door, well, they were weirder looking than the one before them. And I was just so happy to see weird looking folk, because like when you live in California, you see a lot of Stepford-like people everywhere, you never see any real people. You know what I mean?
Bunch of fakes and phonies out there in LA. Here in Texas,
you see a lot of people
real.
that they can't make any emotion on their face because of the Botox and whatnot, that kind of thing. But it's so great to see people with lines on their face. I am so happy to see it. Thank you.
Hell yes. Roseanne, luckily I have a bucket filled with fucking weird looking people with lines on their faces. We're going to create more lines on their faces here tonight. You guys know how it works. If I pull a name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which is very loud and it scares them and it stops them from talking, Roseanne. It is unbelievable. And then after that, I interview them. We find out more about them. They get fucking feedback from the great Roseanne.
Oh, boy. Well, I just have to say this like I told you. I know like I'm, I don't punch down. That's one thing I think comedy that punch down sucks ass. So, and I am not going to do it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay, so, and I'm really famous and rich and talented and gorgeous. So I am not going to go criticize somebody who's just starting out. So I think the better thing for me is to be the motherly voice of encouragement and honesty, like, like a mom. to the person. You see what I'm saying?
What?
So that's how I chose it. Because you know why, people? I swear to God, I think there is a war between good and evil. I do. Does anyone agree with me? So I try to stay on the good side.
I love it. I love it. We'll play a little good cop, bad cop here.
Okay.
Let's get this show started with one of our regulars. Instead of going to this bucket and meeting somebody, let's watch a new minute from a guy whose life we changed almost 2 years ago. You watch this guy go from living in his van, being broke as hell. Now he's selling out all of.
On their face. I am so happy to see it. Thank you.
Hell yes. Roseanne, luckily I have a bucket filled with fucking weird looking people
Boy.
with lines on their faces. We're going to create more lines on their faces here tonight. You guys know how it works. If I pull a name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up and hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which is very loud, and it scares them, and it stops them from talking, Roseanne. It is unbelievable. And then after that, I interview them. We find out more about them. They get fucking feedback from the great Roseanne.
Oh, boy. Well, you know, I just have to say this like I told you. You know, I know, like I'm, you know, I don't punch down. That's one thing I think comedy that punch down sucks ass. So, and I am not going to do it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay, so, and I'm really famous and rich and talented and gorgeous. So I am not going to go criticize somebody who's just starting out. So I think the better thing for me is to be the motherly voice of encouragement and honesty, like, you know, like a mom to the person, you know, see what I'm saying? So that's how I chose it. Because you know why, people? I swear to God, I think there is a war between good and evil. I do. Does anyone agree with me? So I try to stay on the good side.
I love it. I love it. We'll play a little good cop, bad cop here
Okay.
tonight. Let's get this show started with one of our regulars. Instead of going to this bucket and meeting somebody, let's watch a new minute from a guy whose life we changed almost 2 years ago. You watch this guy go from living in his van, being broke as hell. Now he's selling out all around the fucking world, doing arenas, wearing Rolexes, new outfits from Amazon every week. Ladies and gentlemen, sing along if you know it. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Kim. This is Hans Hey. What's up? It's good to be here in Texas with all the survivors of the winter storm. A lot of weak limbs fell off this winter. Moved back to California. You gotta be tough to survive in Texas. The ice doesn't get you ice cream. I don't need electricity. All I need is my freedom to bear arms. When I get cold, I'll just shoot my 9mm 5 times in the air, roll myself around the barrel. But yeah, doing good. I recently saw a group of blind people walking around, and I was like, what's the point of that? One electric bus and your whole community is gone. Thank you. Hell yeah. Hans Kim. I loved it. I loved the first 50 seconds of that. What was that at the end there? You saw a group of black people? What did you say? Yeah. I was looking back at D, John, and fucking James Atkins, and we all had the same look of confusion on our face. Can you help us to understand what that last joke was?
I said a group of blind people.
Oh, blind people. How many of you, by round of applause, heard blind people? Okay. How many of you, by round of applause, heard black people? Yeah, it's like a weird sound thing in the I'm sorry. The black people thought you said black people, by the way, which counts for 8 off. That's all that really matters. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck? D-Madness got double roasted on that somehow. It's like a motherfucking twice baked potato back here. No matter which way you heard it. Hans is like all these black blind people with dreadlocks and bass guitars walking around. It's like, wait, what? I love it. So welcome back, Hans. That's another good minute from you. Rock solid. How's life going?
It's amazing, Tony. Thank you again. I have been doing great. Been headlining in Philadelphia, Buffalo. Been having sex.
Whoa. Let's talk about the shows. We talk about the sex enough. Explain to people what it's like going from literally trying to do the open mic at these clubs around the country to absolutely having your own night and filling it up.
It's like, before I was like, come on, everyone listen to me. And now everyone's listening to me. I'm like, oh shit. Black people are walking around.
Yeah, blind people are wild. I love it. Anything crazy happen in Philly or Boston or anything?
Well, you know, I was on stage and a 52-year-old nurse decided to jump on stage and kiss me.
Whoa.
Wow. So that's a thing that happens. But yeah, other than that, it went pretty good. Got a couple clips, put it on my TikTok.
Okay. Roseanne Barr, this is your first time seeing Hans Kim, I do believe. What are your thoughts?
Is it the first time I've seen you?
No, it's
No,
not.
it isn't.
Oh, that's right. You brought her up here.
Yeah, I was the one that introduced Roseanne. It was an honor. It was an amazing feeling to introduce someone and get applause for saying their name. Yeah, it's good to see you, Roseanne.
So good to see you. You're so funny.
Thank you.
You're so funny. Your stuff is so well written too. God, it's so great to see a good, a comic who writes good material. Congratulations.
Thank you, Roseanne.
Keep going.
What a way to get the show started. Another new minute by Hans Kim. Let's keep it moving. There goes Hans Kim, everybody. We're in it. Quick little interview for Hans. We see him every week. It's time to go to this bucket and get some fresh blood out of here. This is where shit gets wild. We had a puppet on 2 weeks ago. I mean, you can't even make this shit up. It's crazy. Anything can happen. Your first comedian out of the bucket tonight goes by the name of Rama. Rama, everybody. Make some noise for Rama. This is Rama. This is Rama. This is Rama. This is Rama. Here we go, the Neil Tony debut of Rama, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Good night, everybody. All right, just got here to Austin. These dating apps out here are pretty crazy. Funny enough, they have a lot in common with my new diet. Basically, I'm just trying to avoid trans fats. All right. So because you guys asked, let me tell you about myself. Everything I own is black. My room is painted all black. All my clothes are black. I got 2 black cats. And, sometimes it makes things difficult. You know, you try to wipe the cum off. You pick up a shirt or a towel, and then you're just like... And then you hear... I thought it was closer to a minute. They're going to have the sound effect. I was trying to do a meta joke right there.
Oh, Rama, everybody.
Thank you.
I love it. What an interesting name, Rama. Am I saying that correctly?
Rama, yeah.
Rama, what is that?
I guess it's from the Old Testament. It means Word of God.
Oh, wow.
Pretty serious.
You would think the Word of God would have more punchlines than a
You would think so.
60-second set.
You would think so.
I guess God isn't quite as funny as we all hoped for. Rama.
He's trying his best.
How long you been doing stand-up?
I started kind of during COVID.
Okay.
Yeah, things got
I
weird.
can tell by your timing you're used to empty rooms of sick people, so it's very good. I can tell the COVID starters when they get in here.
Definitely.
I love it. So Rama, let's talk about it. Where'd you start stand-up comedy at?
I started in Denver. I was there for a little bit. Did it a lot in Ohio, Dayton, that kind of area, but everybody's kind of weird around there, so.
Roseanne also started stand-up comedy in Denver. The only difference is she has talent. Anyway. So
What
Rama, let's talk
indoors?
about
Am I right, Roseanne?
Very
What
good. Shut the
indoors?
fuck up. What do you do for a living, Rama?
I am a DJ.
Ooh,
Is it producer?
wow. Oh my goodness. Right when you couldn't be any more unlikable, there we find out you're a DJ. What's your wacky DJ name? Because I don't think Rama's going to cut it.
That's what I'm doing.
You go by Rama? Okay, not DJ Rama?
No, that's kind of whack.
Just Rama.
Yeah.
I'm guessing all bar mitzvahs or Rama? Who hires a Rama for their...
Not many people, honestly.
Okay.
Kind of weird.
How do you make a living doing it if not a lot of people do that?
I also sue a lot of people. So
Okie dokie. We have to, and we'll be right back after these messages. What do you sue people for?
I can't disclose that.
Okay.
I would have I signed an agreement with all that stuff.
Okay. You sue a lot of different people for different things?
Just the airline.
Oh, okay. All right. But you can't talk about it.
Can't talk about it.
It's still, the case is still pending.
Oh, it's closed.
Oh, shit. It's a closed case. But you had signed an NDA, you can't talk about it.
Correct, yeah.
They settled for $700,000.
About 694,000 less than that.
Yeah, it's a gift. It's a fucking gift. We don't play Price is Right room theater. I was off by $6,000 fucking dollars. I love it. So what happened? What they do? Come on, you can talk. It's just the whole internet. Talk about it.
Basic. Oh man,
You're okay.
Well,
just don't fucking sue us afterwards.
They broke my DJ gear, right? And they lost it and then broke it, and then I was like, no airlines cover anything with their policies, right? Basically, like fuck you, unless you're disabled. So I wore an eye patch.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a horrible idea for you to talk about this right now. Thank you, Rabbi.
I did it for the laughs. Okay.
D-Madness is fucking pissed right now, all right? You got a fake eye patch on, this fucking guy.
Sorry. I had a contact too that made it all blurry and stuff like that. Just underneath in case Roseanne left. That's fine.
Roseanne's finally
It's
laughing.
so freaking hilarious. I love it.
Thank you.
This friend of mine sued, she made a living suing, corporations too, because you really can do it. Everyone should look into it. And she was a trans, and so, well, they said they didn't sue the masseuse also, but except for she had a penis and all. So they'd asked if they had a penis and stuff. So then she sued.
Hey, what the fuck is going on, dude? It's a fucking live podcast going on. Look, God, who the fuck has to pee 8 minutes into the show, by the way?
So,
What the fuck? I didn't know that was a side effect of blindness.
so
What
then
is
she
going on?
sued because they said they didn't want a woman with a penis to do the massage. So that's discrimination, right?
Yeah.
So she sued and she won the six upward of, big time 6 figures. So I think it's great when people sue big corporations for whatever they can get. Then they're choking us fucking dry and they're trying to kill us with their fucking shots and whatever else they're trying to cram down. Sue those fuckers! Sue them fuckers out there, bro!
goodness.
Tony, can I say something?
Now,
Okay.
what do you want to say?
Funny enough, I found out about the show about a week ago, honestly.
Okay.
I probably watched maybe
This is great. I'm glad I gave you the chance to say something. That's
probably
great.
watched, hold on.
I found out about you 3.5 minutes ago. Who gives a fuck? What are we talking about, Ramos?
I've watched maybe 40 episodes or so since then.
Okay.
I think it's the best thing that's ever
Thank you
happened
so
to
much, Ramos. Thank you. Thank you. Here's a little joke book. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Rose.
I'm saying you are real funny. You just have shit material. Go back to the drawing board.
Boom. And like that, the show continues with the great Roseanne Barr, motherfuckers. Your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Caitlin Kosis. Caitlin Kosis. Hey. Who's having fun tonight, huh? Here she is, everybody. Caitlin Kosis.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm trying to get off of Instagram right now. That's my goal for 2023. It's an app that gives me really low self-esteem because I compare myself to Instagram models, and I'm just like, oh, I don't have what men want. I'm not small and cute and underage. Like, I'm never going to be good enough for Chris D'Elia. You know what I mean? It's not in the cards. I feel like guys who do try and pick up women on Instagram are the kind of guys that would just agree with everything they post. Like one time I posted a story of me watching America's Next Top Model, and this guy replied and he was like, I love that show. And I was like, really? You love America's Next Top Model? Name 3 eating disorders. Let's hear it. All right, cool.
There you go, Caitlin Kosis. This is your first time on this show, correct?
Yes.
How's it going? How long you been doing stand-up?
I started about 1.5 years ago.
Where at?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Do you live here now?
No, I'm visiting right now for the week. I have a friend who lives in Austin,
Okay.
but I might come back for the summer.
Right.
I mean, this performance.
Have you enjoyed Austin since being here?
Today's my first day.
Ooh, wow, what a start.
Yeah, it's been good. I got in at like 11 this morning. My flight was at 5 a.m. Haven't slept. I'm doing good.
Perfect. Thank you. Sponsored by Adderall, everybody.
Yeah.
Here we are. Caitlin, what do you do for a living?
Right now, I have 2 part-time jobs. I work at a daycare, and I also work at a wedding studio, and I do like administrative office stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you love about New Jersey?
What do I love about New Jersey? I mean, it's a great commuter state. New Jersey's a great state to go to other states from. You can leave real easy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the beach and the mountains. I don't know.
Are you sure you live in New Jersey? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you love? I love stepping on syringes in my bare feet. Nothing better than the old Jersey beach. Freezing cold, everything, algae.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much.
Right.
There's not much to love.
I love it. Okay. So what else about you? What do you do for fun? What's something exciting about the life of Caitlin Kosis?
I do comedy, clearly. I like to hang out with my friends. I like to play piano.
How long have you been playing piano for?
On and off since I was like 12.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Roseanne, grab your microphone.
Well, I want to ask her something. What do you like about comedy?
Oh, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out. I mean, I like writing and I like being on stage and performing. And it's really good for me, too, to face I had some stage fright when I first started, and it's really helped with that, too. Just putting yourself out there.
How would the stage fright affect you exactly?
I would just get really nervous before shows. I would get really jittery and I would like stumble on my words. And,
I did that too. Yeah. How do you fight against that? How do you?
The more you do it, the easier it gets, and remembering that it's just part of the process. You know, you can't get better if you don't try.
I wish that you would tell us more about you.
Okay.
You know, that's what I felt, that you are funny and you have a lot to say, but I think an important thing about comedy is we want to know who we're hearing it from. You know what I mean? And I want to hear that from you, and I think it will help you to go on there and then, you know, drop a little here, a little bit more personal, and then drop another bombshell here, because I know you have some bombshells you want to drop, and you're capable of writing. You hear it. You're a great writer.
Do you have? Let me ask this.
I just want to say some more of us getting to know who you are. That will help us to get it.
Totally.
No doubt, 100%. That's great advice. Let me ask you this: you're a year and a half in. Do you have a joke that is more about you that you just didn't do in this exact minute during your set here tonight? Well, there you go. It appears as though Roseanne is correct. The pharmacist has prescribed something that you need.
Like, what about your parents? I bet they were weird.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I could tell you had weird parents.
Yeah, there's a lot I could say about that. I mean, that's something that I'm still working on exposing and like writing about. Is more
Going to therapy a lot for it, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
The funnier you can make it, the faster you'll heal from it, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
I can see you got a lot of that shit in there, girl. Let it out.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Look at that. Literally the greatest female stand-up comedian of all time giving advice to a year and a half in. Female stand-up comedian. How fucking cool.
Do you have an innie or an outie by your band?
Red Band, you cannot ask girls pulled out of a bucket a question like that.
Actually, how long of a stand-up have you done? Like a set?
Oh my goodness gracious. Red Band, you're not fucking booking her on Thursday's show, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
The longest I've done is 20 minutes, though. Just put that out
There
there.
you go. What are you gonna do?
That's good.
How'd it go?
It went good.
Unbelievable. You are a disgusting pig. Do you know that? Red Band books the show every
That's one of the things you got to deal with, though, you know. So you just got to. That's one of the fucking things you got to deal with, and it never ends. It never fucking ends.
Roseanne, what are you doing Thursday?
He asked what you're doing Thursday if you want to do a spot on the show. That's so funny.
You know, the only thing that's been on me, I found to my dismay when I went to the doctor, is my vaginal walls.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm out of the game, you know? I'm out of the game.
What did they mean? What did they say? What's wrong with
Well, they want me to go on the hormones like all the other old bags of my age that are on the hormones so they can, you know, have sex with a guy they've been with for 40 fucking years and can't stand anyway. To plump up the fucking vaginal walls there for that disappointment. You know, and then grow a fucking beard and all the other shit, you know, pubes down to your fucking knees. No thanks. No thanks. I'll just stick to my ID channel murder shows.
Goddamn right.
You see what I'm saying?
Goddamn right. I watch those all the time, and my vaginal walls are strong as hell right now.
Well, I've had 5 children, 5 ungrateful little fucking bastards come through there and say, you see that takes the toll.
Damn right. Roseanne, you are amazing. Caitlin Kosas, thank you for signing up for the show. Fresh off your flight. Here's a little joke book. Caitlin, here's a joke book. People from Jersey.
Hey, can I get a cocktail up in this motherfucker?
You wanna... Hell yeah. We got someone working on that. We got our red wine, right? Cabernet on the way. Let's do a little special treat right now, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have a lot of regulars. We have a lot of special guests. Tonight is a big one for that. I want to see another minute from this guy. He came on the scene. He's only been doing stand-up for 6 months, but he's a fucking little sensation. He's absolutely hysterical. This is Austin's own Uncle Laser, everybody! Oh, shit. Here he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the real deal.
Uncle Laser.
Listen here. I'm all about everybody being confident in themselves, but you need to be fucking honest with yourself too. I've been hooking up with some plus size women as of late, and I keep hearing this goddamn term slim fit. Rihanna at the Super Bowl was slim fit. No, she was fucking pregnant. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I hooked up with this girl the other night. She was out of breath after we were taking a shower together. She kept saying she was slim thick. I said, darling, you need to slim fast. You're built like a hefty trash bag. What some would call an ice cream truck. All right, listen here. I get it. Round is a shape. Okay? But you won't be around much longer in that fucking shape, darling. But I do like those big girls because they got them tight pussies. I keep a little flower in my back pocket to find a wet spot every now and again.
Oh my goodness. Nothing but swagger, ladies and gentlemen, at 1,000 miles an hour. Oh my goodness, look at that. That is, you just got to watch COVID get transmitted to the great Roseanne Barr.
Or chlamydia if you're not careful.
Oh my goodness. Uncle Laser is wild. He will put your vaginal walls to the test, Roseanne, I promise. My goodness gracious. The kid is the real deal. Right. What, 6, 7 months in the fucking game?
I'm just going to keep saying 4. No, it's been like since July, whatever. I don't do math.
Okay.
I do math.
Did you go to school? Did you go to normal school? We know you're from the middle of Texas, the fields, the oil fields.
No, I was homeschooled growing up.
Oh my goodness!
And I got expelled from having sex with my teacher. I love you, Mom. No, relax.
You are
relax.
You are out of control.
Relax.
You are out.
I did call my mom earlier. And I was like, "Yo, I'm sitting in the green room with Roseanne," and she goes, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah, and that is what Uncle Laser's mom sounds like, by the way. That is an actual impression of Mama Laser. She was at the stand-up show that we did on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, and you picked her out of the crowd.
Picked her right out of the crowd. I didn't realize Uncle Laser's mom was going to be in the audience. I'm just doing random-ass crowd flying through the crowd, and it was your mom, and I had no idea. It didn't look like what you would think. It literally looks like him. The apple does not fall far from that fucking cherry tree. You know what I'm saying? Look at this star power. I mean, the belt buckle is on it.
I put that on for her tonight. I don't do this often now.
Right.
This is a relic, some would say.
Explain the meaning or whatever it is. I can't even fathom.
Well, I just got it at a flea market, but it's special to my heart. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. That's all it takes.
Hey, can I tell you a story though, Miss Roseanne?
Yep.
So growing up, my parents got in domestic disputes quite often. That's pretty obvious. You know what I'm saying? And when I was a boy, I used to just watch your television show while they were beating the fuck out of each other. You know what I'm saying? To help me go to sleep. But as I got older, you went from prime time. They used to do your reruns on Nick at Night, right? And I'm like 13 or 14 or something. And I'm like jerking off to Taxi Cab Confessions on the HBO. Real Sex HBO. And I'd have to put that previous channel button on in case anybody got up and walked in. You don't know how many times I've ejaculated that goddamn harmonica thing on the intro to that fucking song. Especially. Every single time.
You actually play? You have a harmonica?
It's in the truck.
Okay.
That lick is actually really hard to play. I didn't want to come over here and embarrass myself on some. That's a hard lick.
That would have been funny though.
It'd have been funny. But
Hold on. Some of the women from your joke are trying to go to the restroom right now. Uncle Laser, making a lot of fucking noise. Jesus Christ. Oh, don't make a big deal about it. Go take the hot dump you're about to take and fucking hustle back. Jesus Christ. Way to not make a big deal about it. My goodness gracious, these fucking people. They all like pissing shit all the fucking time.
yeah, make sure to flush and spray.
All right, Uncle Laser. So we're finding out you were really homeschooled.
No, motherfucker. Homeschooled? No. I went to school. My graduating high school class was 43 people.
Wow.
So homeschool. Yeah. Yeah.
How many?
43. I was valedictorian. I got a perfect score on my SATs at the photographic memory.
Special needs? Or
Gifted and talented is what they're saying. Gifted and talented, red man.
Incredible, Uncle Laser. What else is another fun fact we'd be surprised to know about you? Something we haven't talked about yet on the show.
You want to hear my weirdest sexual encounter?
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. Roseanne's calling it off. You don't want to hear it?
All right.
So when I was 23, I was working in Ohio, that West Virginia area, right? Yeah. Ohio, you're from Ohio, right?
Yeah, but not that part.
Okay, yeah.
Not the West Virginia part of Ohio. Gross. Jesus fucking Christ, Laser. You really know how to pick them.
Wheeling, West Virginia. What a fucking
It's a
place.
slim, thick part of Ohio.
Oh, my God. But I met this 40-year-old woman at the bar. She wanted to take me home, and I'm like, yeah, no big deal, whatever. And she goes, hey, but I'm married, but my husband is, like, quadriplegic. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. And I was like, okay, well, this ain't a joke. This is real life. This is no joke about it.
So the guy's quadriplegic.
He's in a wheelchair, right? But she's like, we stay together for the kid or whatever. So, like, he lets me fuck other people. I'm like, is he going to watch? Like, because I'll roll his ass into the closet. I'm not no cuck. I ain't never been a cuck in my whole life.
Right.
When we get to her house, and he's at the kitchen table, and he's like, make sure to take your shoes off at the door. I said, all right. And so it started getting weird, and she tells me, she's like, hey, I need you to go in the refrigerator. I need you to get this big carrot out of the bottom of the refrigerator.
Oh, my
This
goodness.
big carrot, not no baby carrot you buy in a bag. I'm talking, they got the green part on it, you know what I'm saying, like the hedge.
Yeah.
And I walk out there, and I'm like, oh, it's just going to get weird. I probably should go get a condom. So I put my boots on. I walked out to my truck. I got a condom. I came back in. I did not take them off at the front door. This will come in here in a little bit. I went back in the room, and I took that carrot. And she's like, I want you to put that carrot up my asshole. I said, deal. Now, Tony, when I say I watered this fucking carrot out, it was a smooth carrot when I was done with it. I mean, all the way to the green hedges were in there. You know what I'm saying? And I just flung it on the ground. Okay. We went to sleep about 7:30 in the morning. The fucking sun's peeking through the blinds. I can see a silhouette at the foot of the bed. And I hear a crunching sound.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And then I hear, you didn't take your shoes off at the front door. And I sit up, and the little kid, her 5-year-old son, is eating that carrot on that old man's lap.
My God.
I climbed out of the window and left my boots, and I haven't been back since. That's why I left Ohio.
Wow.
Buckeyes were like carrot in your asshole, and your son's gonna eat it, eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. All right. Roseanne, what do you think about that story?
I think you're fighting a war inside.
Listen, Miss Roseanne, I'm
I
fighting
think
a war
the
every
devil
time I
has a
pee.
hold of you. I think the devil's got a hold of you, boy. And you better get loose.
Yeah.
You better get loose of that goddamn demon devil because that ain't you. That ain't the real you because I see the real you. Now I'm going to tell you true. I see an innocent. I see an innocent come up here with a lot of swagger. You are a comedy innocent. You can make anything funny. I want you to make shit funny that's good and lifts people and don't drag their face through a lot of shit.
Wow.
Because you can do it, and I want you to make that choice. You can do it, and you're going to go a lot farther if you do, because people are sick of that nasty boy poop tick shit. I personally am sick of all that boy bullshit. I want to hear some shit that makes me want to overthrow this motherfucking government and do right.
Holy shit.
And save the good people of this world and this country and everything else and make me do right and save the kids and all that shit. I don't want to hear about your fucking dick in anybody's asshole.
Oh my God, the queen has arrived.
To be fair, it was a carrot
But
that
God
was in her
bless you,
asshole.
and
It was a carrot in
I
her
just
asshole,
pray
not my
that God
wiener.
will come into your heart and show you that what I say is true, and you'll make a
Yes,
turn
ma'am.
around, and you will be really, really fucking excruciatingly funny.
Yes,
You'll
ma'am.
tear the walls down. You'll talk about you and your inner fight, and it'll be hilarious.
Appreciate that. Yes, ma'am.
I cannot believe it. Perhaps, I mean, the wisest, sagest advice that one could give to a guy that's already doing good. She's trying to figure out how to challenge you and expand you because you can handle that challenge and you can push yourself to new levels. And I fucking agree with Roseanne. I think you're both fucking right. It's fun to be funny, but she's challenging you to fucking try to push it to another level.
You're about the material you're doing. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what this show is all about.
Well, can I ask you one thing?
Oh,
You're in Texas, right? And you're saying that you ain't got no wedding ring on your finger.
No, I'm not from Texas. I'm from Utah.
I love Mormons too, but can I take you dancing?
No,
Can we
I'm a
just
Jew. I'm a Jew from Utah. It was a hard place to be a Jew. My family, we stuck out like a sore thumb over there in Mormon, Utah, because we only had the one mother, and it was very difficult. I'm telling you, it was very difficult for our family at that time.
I just want to take you dancing later. I just want to spin you around and
You are a doll, but I have 2 bad knees that I've got to get replaced, which is why I'm back on the road to raise the funds for. You're sweet, though.
thank you, darling. Thank you.
have you been eating your carrots? Ladies and gentlemen, make some goddamn noise for Uncle Wayne. The real deal. That's who he really is. He just got a cool homework assignment from one of the all-time greats.
That was amazing. You watched it live.
I love it. Let's get back to this fucking, huh? You guys having fun out there? Let's meet a new innocent soul. Give someone a chance of their life. Your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the
I'm
name.
so drunk. You have to forgive me, I'm drunk.
You're good. We're all a little bit drunk tonight. Make some noise for your next comedian, Louis Manra. Or Manra. Louis Manra. Or Manra? Woo! Here he comes, everybody. Make some noise for Luis, everyone.
How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Thank you. I'm new to Texas, so I've been avoiding ATB because in my mind it stands for hurting every beaner. And I don't want to walk in there and accidentally walk out with a job just based on appearance. So I've been working at this new little spot called Uptown Cheapskate. Y'all heard of it? Uptown Cheapskate? Yeah, we buy and sell used clothes. It's pretty cool, but it gets boring sometimes, so my intrusive thoughts start to kick in, so I'm going to read out some of my little thoughts. 1 second. Damn, why women really do expire faster. What's my coworker smell like that? These bras smell good, though. Why am I getting hard? No, that was definitely a dude. Yeah, man, my girlfriend has a big ass head. I don't like that shit. All women have big ass heads, man. Trust me. Y'all need to accept that women have big ass heads, man. It's funny to me though. I saw her get kicked in the face one time. It was me, but I told her don't move, man. Women don't listen. But yeah, man. Pretty sure I'm anti-Semitic. And as soon as I figure out what that means, I'll let you guys know. So, yeah, thank you guys. Have a good one.
All right, Louis Manra, welcome. Is it Louis? Luis. Welcome. Yes, no, I know you're Mexican, Luis. There's no doubt about that. No reason to do a blood test or anything. We got you pegged as Mexican. So, Luis, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I'm just started in around October.
Okay. There you go. October. How's it going? How does it make you feel?
Pretty good, honestly. I got chills from what you were saying earlier. I swear I got chills. Like, that was beautiful. So just that, what you did was like,
Yeah, okay. Luis, this is a new part of the show. Let's keep it moving here. We know that was great. We're trying to keep it great. More stuff's about to happen. Let's find out more about you. So you started in October. What made you start then?
Well, I technically started a little bit sooner, but it was just like,
What made you start then?
I came back from Thailand, and it was just like, this is what I want to do. I left school.
So what happened in Thailand that made you have this clear vision? So you have a lady boy's feet over her head, right?
Exactly. Everyone said the exact same thing.
Yeah, I know, because that's what you went there for.
I wish. It was just a lot of writing, and it was like during school. Oh, I was in school at the time, and then I was just like, I don't want to do school anymore. So I was just writing every night. And to this day, I try writing every night, and yeah, now I'm here.
Okay, I like that. What do you do for a living?
Like I said, well, I used to go to, I'm from California originally. I used to go to UC Davis. I don't know if you're familiar with it. And yeah, now I work at Uptown Cheesecake.
Oh, you really do?
Yeah,
Work at Uptown
everything I
Cheesecake.
talked about is
What do you do at Uptown Cheesecake? What?
Cheapskate.
Cheesesteak?
Okay.
Cheapskate?
Yeah,
Okay. Jesus fucking Christ. We have to fix these monitors in
Oh,
this
my bad.
room.
I get a little slur when I'm under this too.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it just
What's that, a thrift store?
yeah, it's like we buy and sell used clothes.
Okay. And what do? You do that? You just buy and sell used clothes?
No, I just work on retail, helping customers, dressing room, things like that.
Okay.
Crazy stuff.
All right. In the dressing room. Sounds creepy. What do you do for fun, Luis?
For fun, I like going for runs. I'm new to Texas, like I said, so I'm like going into Texas State because I'm living in San Marcos. And, all right.
Oh, shit.
It was like
suburbanite.
that's funny, man. I got lost in there actually because I was on my run. My phone died. The rain came down on me. But yeah, it's fun little things like that. Going on a run, reading.
You were on a run and your phone died?
Yeah, I went on a run inside Texas State and I got lost on campus.
Okay. All right. What else, Luis? I feel like there's more about you. You come from a big Mexican family?
Yeah, definitely.
How big?
Just a lot of cousins that I don't know about. I'm an only child technically, so that's something.
Wow, how did that happen? How are you a Mexican only child? That's like a unicorn or something like that.
My mom technically couldn't have kids, but something about her uterus, I don't know. I'm not too sure. I don't know.
You're right. I think you're right. I think you're onto something. The uterus is the thing, Luis.
On the line, right? Yeah, she knows about that. Roseanne knows. Oh, my dad.
Roseanne is asking about the father.
What about your dad?
My dad is an alcoholic, but it's cool. I didn't grow up with him, so it's cool. Like, I kind of got to witness him from, like, a different perspective.
Can I just butt in and tell you something? You know that I'm loving you. I'm loving you and telling you something. I'm old, you know. It's probably my fault, not you. But I'm 70, you know. But I know you feel, I know you probably have like 10,000 thoughts a second in your head, and you're really smart, and your writing is terrific. So I can see how you're like spinning in your mind, you know. And I did that when I was young. How old are you?
21.
Oh, I know where you're at there. Well, because I'm old, maybe, or what have you. Well, I need you to slow down just a little.
I've heard that a lot.
Because I can't, it's hard for me to understand what you're saying because you're so fast. I can't really understand what you're saying. I don't, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So I wish you would just be take a little bit longer in your talking. Maybe if you took a deep few breaths before you come on stage and just like know that you're funny and be real centered. You won't go so fast because we miss so much.
Yeah.
You know, but that's what's also funny about you is that we miss so much. So when you put out your album, we're going to have to play it over and over and over to get what we missed. See, I want, you know, so I'm saying, you know, I'm loving you and I'm seeing your art, but could you just slow it down for the old folk?
Yeah.
Well, definitely.
And for the almost old folk like me, I didn't understand cheesecake, or cheapskate. So, you know, she's spot on. And a huge thing is if they don't understand you, they're not going to laugh. So, you know, enunciation is absolutely key. I know it's not something that a lot of 21-year-old Mexicans are interested in doing, but, you know, if you're going to be performing in front of
Yeah, but you'll get that as you go, as you're in front of audience, you'll get it, and that you'll learn it, you know. But yeah, just slow down and enunciate better. That'll kick you up about 70%.
Boom. There you go. Luis Monroe, congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket. Here's a little joke book from the great Bonsai. There he goes, Luis, everybody. He's getting a gel blaster. Just giving out gel blasters to some of the people out of the bucket tonight. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Roseanne's having fun. We're doing it. How you doing out there, audience? We good? Your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Kent Hunter, everyone. Kent Hunter is next on Kill Tony. This looks like another new name. Always fun to meet new people here. How many of you like it when comedians do good on the show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on the show? Bunch of evil fucks here tonight.
I swear to God, I gotta get an old lady condo down here in Austin and be able to come and hang out.
Yeah.
I'm loving the comedy going on here. It's revolutionary shit. It's very next level comedy. It's very cool.
Fucking love to hear it. How about one more time for Kent Hunter, everybody?
So I used to date this girl with a loose labia. For those of you who don't know what that means, whenever she would walk around, her pussy lips would clap like a Newton's cradle. I mean, I'm telling you, she got really excited. They started spinning like the fingers at Walmart. To make her feel better, I started tying them up like little balloon animals. She was insecure. I think the transgender people have an unfair advantage in life. And when I say that, I don't mean like women swimming or anything. I mean sexually. I don't think it's fair that they can walk in the building, they can customize their penis like a lightsaber at Disney World. I feel like we can make this more fair by having to draw it out of a hat. Oh, like, oh, you're upset you got the 12-inch Punisher and you got the 4-incher with a weird tip. That's just life. Learn how to use your tongue like the rest of us. I don't like getting blackout drunk because it reminds me about having surgery. I mean, you wake up in a bed that's not yours, you're in pain, and there's usually some fat chick with her hands all over you.
Kent Hunter making his Kill Tony debut. Welcome, Kent. Hell yeah. Aren't you adorable? Look at you. Where are you from? South Carolina. Hell yeah. I was going to guess underneath Uncle Laser's bed is where you're from. This is incredible. You seem like a little ghost of hillbilly's past or something like that. South Carolina. Very interesting. What brings you to Austin?
I wanted to come out here and chase my dream through comedy.
I love it. That's incredible. Make sure you talk right into the tip of that microphone. So you're chasing your dream. You're doing stand-up. When did you get to Austin?
About a month ago.
About a month ago. And now you live here.
Yes.
So you've been going up. You've been signing up for this show. You've been doing open mics. How's it going?
Pretty good. I mean, I found some mics I like.
How old are you?
19.
19 years old. Moving here. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck you, University of South Carolina. We got it. Hell yeah. Out here chasing your dreams. You have siblings?
Yes.
And would they all have normal, like, 9-to-5 jobs?
Yeah.
What do your parents say about you moving to Austin to chase one of the hardest dreams humanly possible?
I mean, I think they were ready to kick me out of the house because they were very supportive.
I love it. Hell yeah. You seem like the kind of guy that comes from a family that's very supportive. You know what I mean? From behind. Yeah. There you go. Thank you for the tags. You got the shitting lady excited. Good job, Red Band. So let's talk about it. How do you survive? How do you make money?
Well, right now I'm unemployed, so I'm trying to find a job.
Okay. What do you want to do? What could you be good
Have
at?
you ever had a job?
Yes, I have.
What was it?
I worked in a machine shop in South Carolina.
Yep.
Doing what?
We would take metal and turn it into parts for other companies.
Mm-hmm.
How'd you do that? Just go, hey, abracadabra or what?
I mean, all I did was press a button. We had a whole lot smarter people for that.
Just press a button and the machine did it?
Yes, ma'am.
I love it. So how are you going to survive here? How much money do you have saved up?
I had about $8,000 when I moved out here.
Okay.
And I'm still doing pretty good with that.
Now you have a cocaine habit. You're down to $200 in Whataburger dollars.
How old were you when you first thought you were when you knew you were funny?
When I knew I was funny, I'm still waiting for that.
Oh, look at you. A little humility. Oh my goodness, a little humble warrior we have here tonight. Absolutely incredible. Interesting. What do you like to do for fun? You're 19 years old. Tell us, what are 19-year-olds up to nowadays?
I like to steal traffic cones.
Really?
I stole one last week.
Wow. What do you do with them after you steal them?
Well, I've stolen one out of every state I lived in.
Uh-huh.
And, I mean, the one I have now from here is just sitting in my room.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Where are the other ones?
In my grandparents' garage in South Carolina.
Do you like holding them up and talking through them like I am Darth Vader or anything fun like that? Or why do you like traffic cones?
Great question.
I don't know.
Unbelievably great question. Wow. I mean, geez Louise, I didn't realize I had a brilliant genius as a co-host until the street cone question came out. Where it is a hat and you could have. I love it. So tell us more about you. What do you like to do for fun? Like when you're not stealing street cones, like it doesn't seem like that would take a lot of the time of your day.
I mainly, since I moved here, it's just mics.
Just mics. Yep. Have you made friends?
A few, yeah.
Is it going better or worse than you thought it would? Like explain to the many people listening, wondering if maybe they want to move to Austin and try stand-up comedy. There might be an 18-year-old out there listening, and you could be their hero right now. Explain what it was like moving here.
I mean, it's good. I mean, I was worried about a bunch of the mics not being 21, but I mean, there's been so many places and so many supportive people who just helped me get on stage and just try.
I love it. I love it. But wait, you're 19 and you're talking about blacking out drinking. So does that happen? Do you drink?
Yes.
How do you drink? How do you do
Fake IDs
that?
are a crazy thing, man.
What?
Fake IDs are a crazy thing.
Oh, hell yeah. This guy just walking around with fake IDs and street cones. This guy doesn't give a fuck. Holy shit. I love it. What's your living situation like? You by yourself?
No, I rent a house with some roommates.
How many roommates?
3.
3 roommates. So 4 people total. How many bathrooms?
3.
Ooh, that's pretty good. That's fancy living. How far is the drive?
It took me about 15 minutes to get here tonight.
Not that bad. That's closer than Red Band. That's true. Red Band settled for Pflugerville, so you're doing better than him. He settled. He's like, wow, I could buy a mansion for $100,000. I'll take it. It's worth $2 million now. Oh my goodness. What's your love life like, Kent? What's your
Since I moved here, non-existent.
non-existent at all?
I mean, I'm on the apps. Just nothing happening so far since I moved here.
Nothing at all? Have you kissed a girl since moving here?
Not since moving.
Have you ever kissed a Texas girl?
Texas girl, no.
Really?
Did
Is
you
there a girl that
ever?
wants to come up here and give Ken his first Texas kiss? Is there a hero out there you want to? Will you do that? We have the best fans in the world here on Phil Tony. I like to make magical moments. Getting his first ever Texas kiss. Ken Hunter. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Absolutely unbelievable. And she's shaped like a street cone, so this must be a love at first sight. And take her home or put her in your grandparents' garage or something like that. Kent, I like your style. You came out with really, really good jokes. 19 years old. You have the world by the balls. Roseanne, any last words for Kent?
Yes, I think you're funny and you're cute and you're very young. And so, you're likable. People like you. And so just keep doing it. And good luck here in wherever Austin.
Fuck yeah. And Hunter, you're getting a big trail blaster. Look at that. His net worth just went up another $100 with that giant gel blaster. Let's do it. We have another regular, another extremely special treat for all of you. How many of you have been fans of the show for a long time? Well, then, you probably know what's about to happen. One of the great writers, one of the great comedians, one of the great roasters on all of planet Earth. This is Kill Tony's own David Lucas, everybody. Oh, my God. One of the greats, legend of the show, does it every week. Another new minute. David Lucas, everybody, come on.
Yeah. Money changes you a lot. I just recently moved to an all-white neighborhood. And my neighbor called the cops on me for walking my dog. The police were like, we are so sorry. I was like, no, that bitch did a good job. Continue to call the cops on niggas that look like me. What is we gotta keep this neighborhood safe, bitch. What is good? I'm a horrible neighbor if you're black, man. I am, bro. Like, don't invite me to no loud ass barbecue, nigga. What the fuck wrong with you, man? I'll come eat up all your food and call the cops on your bitch ass. Like, I'm like a Karen. You know what I'm saying? I'm like a Karen, but I'm black, so I guess I'm a Darren. You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking about.
Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about. These fucking guys. I mean, that is just an incredible minute of brand new material. The fact that you do this every single week is completely insane. Always getting a little bit better, more confident, talking about shit that only truly you can talk about. That's been a theme coming from Roseanne, who made an entire fucking career out of truly talking about what she knows, truly being original. And here you are taking that perspective of being a black guy in a white neighborhood, calling the police, doing the right thing, making your situation absolutely hysterical.
Well, man, you look good in that leather, girl. I heard you try to get that condo in Austin. Let me know if you want to dig in the extra bedroom.
Oh, shit.
I'm 70 fucking years old, honey.
We ain't got to do shit. We ain't got to do nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Leave it to my diabetic friend to try to find a new sugar mama here tonight.
Tony, you dressed up like you about to fuck Hunter Biden, nigga.
Oh, come on.
Get your motherfucking non-binary prom king looking ass up there.
Oh, my God. I might be the prom king, but you're the Burger King. Shut the fuck up.
I know you saw Sam Smith do that interview talking about a fisherman, nigga. You a fisher day. Yeah, I'm a fisherman. So, why you so red, nigga? You gotta tell us if your boyfriend beating on you. What the fuck
Oh,
going
my
on?
God. Is that what happened?
Or do your ass got a spicy tampon in, nigga? What the fuck going on?
I would love to see what color your skin tone would be if you were white. You'd be fucking gray like Red Man over here.
Your ass dressed for the PGA, Peter's Golf Association, whatever.
You're dressed for the KFC, you son of a bitch. There's
Oh no! Oh no, it's terrible. Now,
What's up, boy?
I like how you do.
Thank you, baby.
Because here's what you do.
You got them big hoops. You remind me of my first baby mama.
Jesus.
What did he say? I couldn't hear
You got them big hoop earrings. You remind me of my first baby mama.
David, let her get her thing out.
Yes,
Jesus
sir.
Christ, you're like yourself in a movie theater right now. Let
How
me
many
fucking
children do
talk.
you
Go ahead,
have?
baby. What you got?
How many children do you got?
We can get
How
it.
many baby mamas? I got 5 children by 3 baby daddies.
Just as black as me.
Yeah.
You are just as black as me. I fuck with it. I knew I loved you for a reason, girl. Hell yeah. All that different sperm and shit.
I know, yeah, right.
I love, that's why the vaginal walls ain't shit right now.
Oh, you're fierce. You're fierce. Oh, I just love you.
Thank you, bro.
And you know what I love? Your girlfriend, who I also.
Come on, you fucking up my pimping. What you doing? What is you doing right now? What are you doing? By what?
No, I'm saying. Listen,
what is you doing? By what?
No,
What's wrong with you? You want me to call NBC on your ass again? What is you doing? What are you doing?
Listen.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
I am an old Jewish woman. I stick my nose in everybody's business, whether they fucking like it or not. Yeah. And I stick my nose in all the comic girlfriends' business because I'm a woman. I'm always looking out for the women, right? So I know how comics are. They'll fuck anything if you hold its head. The man comes. Okay, so I asked your girlfriend, who I had the privilege to meet, because she's a beautiful woman, and I asked her, I said, is he nice to you? Is he a good man? And he's nice to you. That's what I want to know about a comedian, right? She said, oh, he is a lovely man, and he is so good to me. So that's why I love you.
Wow, look at that.
I knew you were Jewish because you got that shirt out of the board.
See, what did I tell you? You cannot hurt if you say a little bit.
Don't worry about it. I'm glad you came here. You ain't getting that shit. There you go.
Tell me, you don't want me
American Southwest sending you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are. All the time zones around the world covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Martin Bell. And so there are only 2 rules for this radio program. No bad language, no needed, and only 1 call per show. So there's not no rules.
Yes.
I would like to officially welcome Kay
No, not racist.
Radio
Don't give me that bullshit.
in Las
Don't
Vegas
you dare give me
at
that
104.3. Now 100 kilowatts on a 9,000 foot
Listen,
mountain, let me tell you.
no. Don't be bringing that shit. Don't be bringing any of that shit.
States. And also
Because we
KPET,
can't
their
be,
sister,
we gotta all get
7:90
together
a.m. in Las
and
Vegas.
fight the people that's trying to kill all
Now,
of
let me
us.
tell you
Come on
the
now.
story. All right?
I love this.
You gotta
It's
stop
a
following
story
some
of
YouTube
internet
videos.
and a guy who worries way too much. Now,
Aliens are in the ocean.
last night, beginning at 8:36 p.m. Now, at 8:36 p.m., I am typically, I come over about 8 o'clock.
Podcast in your team's future
And
right here.
it's here in my
Call
guest
it
house.
fucking
That's where I've got
chocolate bar or something like that.
And
If you
as I
always
start
call it
getting ready
Buddy
to program,
Oh, you
go
son of
around
a
with what's
bitch. You
new, what's
son
going
of a
on.
bitch. Get him out of
And
here.
it was at
Gentlemen, one of the
8:36
greats.
p.m. The
Ed
internet
Sponsor,
died.
David Lucas.
Yeah. Hey,
Now,
Plug it.
I'm
make
not
sure
going
you
to go into
catch me
details
March 3rd and
because I don't want to encourage any trouble, but
Las Vegas, Nevada. Early March.
the internet
Get
company at
tickets
about 5 o'clock this
Wise
afternoon.
guys, I
And
do believe. Wise guys, right?
of course, there was no internet in here. Also, they went out to a box that is
Wow,
located
what a force. How about one more time for
outside
David
somewhere.
Lucas?
And they found a wire ripped off.
We are doing this shit
And
tonight,
shorted
everybody.
to
We're
another
going back to the bucket.
Now, I'm not saying somebody yanked
Your
on it,
next comedian goes by the name
but
of
it's
Jet
entirely
G.
possible.
Jet G. Very
And so
simple
they put
name.
it back, but there's something else going on. So if I begin to sound clippy or unusual to you, that will mean that it's not completely fixed. So yeah, I mean, so it could be yanked on it for, I suppose, it's only a few months old, I suppose, the morning sun.
Here he is, everybody. Jet G. Make some noise for him, everyone. These guys wait all night for
So
this.
at 8:36, I realized, guess what? I don't have any internet. Well, I use
So I
internet
grew
for
up
my
a
phone.
pastor's kid, and I felt this
To
pressure
get
to
the
get
signal
married.
from here to there,
This woman
and
came
then
up to
you.
me at church,
I
and
mean,
she
it's
goes,
not all internet, right?
God,
And then, of course,
or
the
what?
computers,
why haven't they
Skype,
brought you
whatever,
around?
it's all
I'm
internet.
so
Every
Jesus.
last little bit of
Because
it,
my
we
God
are
loved me.
in that
That's why.
age, the internet age.
I'm
So
sure
last night
God did
was,
bring your other wife as
you
punishment.
know, I want to say beyond
I've lost more friends to marriage than
imagine.
police violence.
My daughter,
I think marriage is the
has
road to
had
kill it here.
virus. It's going,
I
it's
grew
like
up
an
so
outbreak
Christian,
in
I
the
wasn't
school.
allowed to watch Batman. I had
And
to watch
the two
Aquaman.
little girls next door also are
Because
down with
Willie
it, and
Hands
it
and Purple
is
Sand Cake was
sort
traumatic
of
for
bold
everybody involved.
for a child,
I
and
grew
I
up
guess
a
really
little bit of a
horrible
bad,
for an adult, so I'm trying really hard not to
got in trouble for a lot of
get about
premarital
it.
hand-holding.
Last night was
It was
just
bad.
bad,
It was terrible.
because here I was
But I
off
just
the air,
realized, you know, I'm not my
which I
dad.
don't like
You know,
being, I
when
want
my
to be
dad
here, of
was
course.
my age,
And so I was miserable about being off the air and wondering what the heck
I
happened.
drive a scooter and I have hollow nose.
And then on top of that, poor Asia's down, I'm feeling really poorly about her. My wife is the main caregiver for Asia right now, that I don't
I
get
can't
this.
see the time. That's what's freaking me out here.
Where
It means you're in a minute, so you have a few seconds to wrap it up. Let's just
So,
put a ribbon on it. You have
no
anything else
kisses
you wanted
and
to say?
hugs in the house.
Okay. We are going
Let's
to
see,
close the
off the
great
air,
set.
wire
Jet G,
yanked. No
I
kisses,
love it.
no hugs.
you can hold on to that
But I'm up
microphone,
anyway
Jet G.
because my body clock says, Art,
This is
you
your
will
first
be
time on the
on
show.
the air.
Yes, sir. How long have you been doing
And
stand
you
up?
will do the program between 9 and
3
midnight,
years.
and then you will
4
probably
years.
not
Where
go to
at?
sleep for 3 or 4
I
hours
just moved here from
after
LA about a year ago.
that.
Okay. So
So
how long were you
it
in
was
LA
a
for?
miserable
2
night
years.
last night, and
Where were
I
you
hope
before
it
that?
sticks. But you know, with the internet.
Detroit. So you made the move from Detroit to LA, and then
Now
the
the good news
pandemic
is,
started,
and
or
I
did you move
was
during
going
the
to come on
pandemic?
last night, and I was going to joke. I was going to joke with you, and I was going to say, sadly, this may be my last program.
Come on.
Because here in
What
this
do you
time
mean,
zone,
come on?
we still have 2 hours to be hit by the
Detroit's your
asteroid.
survival skill, right? You can survive Detroit, you can survive anywhere.
I agree. Great place to
And
be
guess what?
from.
I have heard that since we did not get wiped out last
What are
night,
you talking? You want to go back there?
he got on the internet
All right.
and
Oh
found
my
and
God.
moved
We have a
the
special
date
treat
to
for
the
you.
20th.
That's
So
a
Bert
one-way
is not
ticket
going
to
to
fucking
be now
Detroit. You're
smashed
gonna love
until
it.
the
You're
28th.
so proud of your roots. Now, I'm from Youngstown.
They have to keep setting new
Oh, that's where
dates.
this is coming from.
Exactly. Yeah, we're
Okay,
from the
so
same hot desk.
what else is new? The Pope
You a Buckeye?
plunged
What?
into the middle of New
Yeah,
York.
yeah.
Boy, that is a
Oh,
melting
wow.
pot in New York,
Okay.
isn't it?
Well,
And
in
I
that
was
case, it was
every
nice
second.
meeting you.
I don't know about
Jack,
you, but
let's
the
talk
Pope
about it. So what was
in
LA
New York,
like for the 2 years
Pope
during the
even in
pandemic?
Washington, in New York,
I was a
among
private
those
school teacher for a while,
crowd,
so that
it's
was
just scary, and I worry for him every
I
moment.
was the youngest black dude in an old
I
white
got
school.
boat tour vehicle and a treasure bus carrying
What else
foreign
about Los
students to a
Angeles?
college orientation event collided on a busy
How long have
Seattle
you been here?
bridge on
I
Thursday.
moved here
4 people
last
dead,
February.
So what are the
dozens went
differences
to the
that you
hospital.
notice right off the bat?
Bad.
There's a
And
lot of
the
like
president
man
of
camps in
Mexico
Austin.
told
There's a
families
lot of Weird Al Yankovic looking dudes getting a lot of shit.
disappeared.
I don't know how you're
That's
doing
right.
it.
Right.
You
In
were not
southern
surviving.
Mexico during a meeting on Thursday
Right.
that he would create a special new prosecutor and
You know,
try to find out what has happened to all of these
Let's
children.
talk about it. What do you do for work?
I just
And now
quit teaching,
this-
so give me a round of applause for that.
Okay.
I have found something
So
on
I'm
Mars.
just doing this full time. I
Before
bartend
Richard.
sometimes. That's what I'm up to.
What do you do
Could
for
that possibly be true?
You're
Well, already.
bartending sometimes.
Yeah.
Probably
Okay,
not.
so you're making
Probably
money
he
bartending
knows.
around here.
And I'm just on the air for his day. If not, then I want you to know, I want you to go to artful.com because on Mars right now, somebody actually has
I
found
used to do martial arts, but
what looks like Stonehenge.
You're not doing.
oh,
Stonehenge on Mars.
bug around on the east side.
I wouldn't kid you, and I wouldn't put it up if it didn't look spectacular.
Okay.
And
Have you ever been married?
uh,
No. Why was
I
it
should
down
use
on
words like
marriage?
torsion field.
You know, I think marriage is.
And there is a
I
kind of
think people
physics
get married
to
to get married to
the
escape a lot
concern.
of the time.
Look at each rock.
I
This
see a lot of
is
people trapped in
virtually
the
Stonehenge on Mars.
Have you been?
So if you want to see it for yourself,
I mean,
it's at markbell.com. I'm sure Richard will be all over this when he gets here
Yeah,
tonight.
I know you got that.
Which
info.
is
I want to hear about
absolutely
its portrait,
awesome,
right?
and I don't
I'd
really
love to hear you talk about it.
see how it could be.
And then, because I
Hey,
could,
you take a
because
look
those
at the
jokes about marriage are so
photograph
funny.
and you let me know what you
They're
do.
just classic funny.
All right, so
And I
coming
love
up
how you bring
next
the church
is
into
one
it
of
too.
my
That's
favorite
very
people
new
in all
and
world.
Thank you.
He is Dr.
You know, I
Jacobs,
just say,
Dr.
well, God will
David
bring you. Oh,
Jacobs,
it's so
professor,
good.
actually.
But I like to hear
And
about
the
how
reason that
you
I find
personally
him so
suffered to get
fascinating
to that point.
is that
Because I know
unlike
you
everybody
did.
else nearly in
Let's
the
hear
world
first,
that I would
Dr.
interview,
Let's hear it. Here's your
You
first.
want to hear about Brittany?
the
I wanna
professor
hear
does
about
not
Brittany, yeah.
necessarily feel
How old were you?
that the
So I was
aliens that
13,
most of
she was
us think
16.
are visiting us
Straight A's.
are good
Had
guys.
possession on her record.
when they react.
It was a very
Now,
interesting
Dr. Michael
experience. But I was
Jacobs
kind
is
of
a
like geek because
retired
I was a
professor of
pastor's kid,
history
so
at Temple
I was trying
University
to
in
like
Philadelphia.
transition from like where's
He
my
also
glasses
has
to
been
where's
a
my hood.
UFO researcher
She
since
helped me pull that off. You know?
1966.
I remember we had, you know what church
In
lockdown is?
73, he
We
completed
had
his
church
doctoral
lockdown.
dissertation
Like a sleepover
in
night
the
where
intellectual
everybody.
history of
It's
the
this idea
University
of
of
you locking a bunch
Wisconsin-Madison
of
on
horny
the controversy
teenagers
over
in a chill building and expecting
unidentified
nothing
flying
to go
objects
wrong.
in America. This was
So,
only the
story
second
short, she
PhD
comes in and
degree
it's like
granted
all
with a dissertation
majority
involving
black
a
church. She's a white girl.
UFO-related.
She rolls up in like booty
So it's
shorts
very
and a
rare.
crop top.
He has
She's
written
like
and
breaking
delivered
everybody.
many
She's got a
articles, papers,
trans
and addresses on the
it
subject
was
of
wild.
UFOs
It was a
and
wild time, but
abductions.
long story
He's
short,
been a
like my friends
consultant
were
to
man,
the
some
major
really like
UFO
you, and Brittany
organizations.
did like
In
it
1977
made
to
pushing me a
2011,
little hard.
he taught the country's
And
only
you have sex
regular
with her?
curriculum university course on UFOs and abductions.
Listen, please.
UFOs in
You know,
American
so that's a lot. Yes. So let's
UFOs and American
The West Side Gangs?
Since the early 1980s,
Brittany,
he has specialized in UFO abduction
It set
phenomena.
me on a path of
He's
dating a lot of
investigated,
white
in
girls
fact,
with
over
tattoos, which I know.
1,150 abductions with
I was into that for a
150
long time,
different
but I value my life.
individuals. So coming up in a moment, Dr. David Jacobs.
It's interesting. So what are you
And we're going to
into now?
hope the
White girls with
ones and
tattoos.
zeros stay in place tonight. I'm Mark Bell.
I'm still trying to figure it out. Okay. Spoken like a true pastor's son.
This song is dedicated to Pete.
My mom found me in the sleeping bag with women and hanging down. What is this? It was pretty sad. Let me ask you this before I let you go. You're the son of a pastor, so you had to behave yourself. So what was something rebellious that you did when you were a little kid? Was there something that you were afraid to rebel? We used to chain. We were allowed to listen to rap music, so we were monitoring rap songs to the internet, and it may or may not be okay.
So, having said that, I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Jacobs, Professor Jacobs, welcome to the program, Professor. Thank you, Art. I appreciate it. Thank you. And the reason I have always said, how long has it been since we talked? Oh, hours and hours ago.
It's getting older
Yeah, more like a
here.
decade
So
or
take
something.
on all your
Something like
clothes.
that, yeah.
It is getting so
Oh,
old. I
and
could have
the
put my
reason that
clothes
I have
on.
always enjoyed you so much is because I have always said
That's getting us the gist.
things, these creatures, these entities, whatever they are, coming to Earth are, in my opinion, not at all necessarily our friend. And I know that you have in fact written a book on that subject, and that you probably agree with that. And you're about the only one, frankly. Everybody else thinks it's kumbaya time, and they come down to advise us every now and then on our poor ecological maintenance of the planet.
Yeah, to me, it's just, well, it's unfortunate. I just never get that. I never have gotten it. And even Ben Hopkins didn't get that. He might have gotten it a couple of times, but the majority of the time, he never got that. And it's all a matter of the agenda that one has going into the session. It's all a matter of the questions that are asked and the ability for the person who's doing the questioning to analyze what those questions mean as opposed to just accepting them at face value. And it's a struggle for me because I come across this all the time.
And
So,
I just know it
I love
doesn't
what you
make
did.
any
I love
logical
everything
sense
you did. It's
whatsoever.
it's
It makes
flashy, it's
no
different.
sense
But I love
in
what you
terms
did
of what people tell
off
me.
your jokes. We were
Well,
just talking there about,
you know, I don't know how many
kids getting
like,
bullied.
real
All that
legitimate
stuff
cases
is really,
of
really
abduction
good. And it's
and
just you.
messaging.
It's
Do
very
you think there
personal.
have been?
And we really
I interviewed
like it.
Travis Walton not long ago.
So
That's a
it's a
very
really
well
good
witnessed case.
100%. Here's
So
a
yeah,
good
it's a
joke book by the great
good
Bonesai.
case, but he doesn't
Thanks so much for
remember
chat,
much.
G,
They didn't have
everyone.
much of a message for him. You know, the problem is, yeah, he only remembered about 20
You
minutes
guys
of
want
a
one more
5-day
special
event, and
treat,
he tried to
huh?
undergo hypnosis to find out really what happened. So, how
And
many
it's about to get a little bit
have you
crazier,
studied
okay? I
out
told you
there
about
in
this guy
which, you
earlier.
know,
We
there's
met
been a
this young
substantial
man 3
message
weeks ago
given
for the
to him,
first
and
time
you feel
ever.
the case is
6
pretty good?
months into his
John,
comedy career. And he's
there's
been
no
on the
such
show
thing as a
3
message,
times
in
since
my
then. I'm
opinion.
giving him another
And
spot
people
right
don't
here,
come from
right now.
a trillion
He's
zillion miles away to
mute as cerebral palsy,
give
and we
somebody a
absolutely
message.
love him. This is,
They will
again, the
immediately
third
forget
set
because that's what
ever
the abduction
from
phenomenon
new
is all about.
Sony legend
Logically,
Aaron Malayo,
the
everybody.
message concept came from the
A
contactees
fucking
of the
sensation.
1960s who basically were charlatans. The major ones, George Adamski and Truman Devereaux, and people who the audience probably never heard of.
A
But
goddamn
they were all the rage in the
sensation. I was
1950s,
drinking
and
with this
they
man
got
for
up flying
fucking
saucers.
5
They
hours
took
last
trips to
night.
the various
Having
planets.
somehow the best
One guy,
conversations
Howard
I've ever
Decker,
had with
took a trip
anyone.
to the moon. He got out on the moon's surface.
And
The air
one
was
more
just
time,
like here,
ladies
you
and
and I breathe.
gentlemen,
He
this
had dinner with the king of the moon, you know.
is
And I let's go to Venus,
this is
and
the
it's wonderful,
Canada.
it's
This is
great,
the great
and
Aaron
some paradise on Venus. So sort of forgetting to talk about the fact that it's 800
The most
degrees
interesting
on
thing
Venus.
about having cerebral palsy is that it makes other people fucking stupid.
And they were always left with a message. And the message was, you know,
People
we
come
come
up to
in
me and
peace,
start
and great,
gesturing
we
at
all
me,
have to
yelling
get
real
together
slow like,
and stop atomic bombs and kill communists.
Now,
And that might be one area where you're making
and I'm
a
like,
point
oh
that
my,
needs to
are
be
you
tested.
okay?
We did have UFOs over
Are you having a
missile
fucking stroke?
silos, and they actually turned off the ability to launch.
Someone come help. Someone
Yeah,
911.
that's
I can't do it.
pretty good evidence of that. And then the Russians had a very similar incident. And other than that, you're right, buddy. Those two are standouts. Yeah, well,
I guess I could.
aren't
I sounded
necessarily
like someone
messages,
who's
so
having a
we don't know
stroke.
what happened there. It could be that the very presence in some way screwed up the electronics, like car stoppages, which
But I still
UFO
sound like an idiot when you
sighters,
do.
you know, there's thousands of those. That people see their car will slow
Another
down and
minute
stop,
from
and
Aaron.
when they
So
see one
it's
of UFOs in
wild
proximity.
because last
But
night
they
I'm
weren't
out
hovering
here
over
in Easton enjoying a beautiful Sunday evening, having some drinks, watching my friends Nether Hour play super fucking sold out, super fire capacity.
We
People
can
standing on
extrapolate that as
picnic
a
tables and
message
fucking
because
rooftops to see them.
but
And the
there's
place
still
is
so
so
many of the
packed.
things that
And out of
could
nowhere, I
be
see Aaron leaning up in a fucking corner with his cane and everything. Just stop. He can't move.
for the
Fucking
messages of
nothing. He
today,
doesn't have a
generally
drink before
speaking,
time.
or the
So
messages
he,
that people
a bit of a drink,
I've read
long
about,
story short,
that they're personal
we drink
messages to
for
the person
hours last night.
that
And I
deals with the
literally
problems of the earth,
absolutely saw a
ecology,
woman
you
come
have
up to him and
climate,
literally
and
do
things like
what
that.
he just said
All
they
sort of
do in
current
his
stuff.
joke. Literally, oh my goodness,
It's not a
hello.
concept in the
I
UFO
saw your
abduction
little
phenomena.
pizza
It's
on your
it's
pony.
nonsensical.
You're so great.
You have to understand that the abduction
Is there
phenomenon
anything I
begins
can
in
do? Is there anything
infancy
you
and goes to
want? Is there anything you
great
need?
frequency
I'll talk about
all
this
the way
when I
to
go.
old age.
You
It
should
stops
have a
somewhere in
fucking
old
joke
age. We're
about
not
it
sure
because I
when.
already do have a
But,
joke about that.
you know, people have hundreds and hundreds, and I know that sounds crazy, hundreds of abduction
I love
events.
it, Aaron. You're absolutely
Almost
killing
all
it. Tell us
abductees
more. What's
have
going on in
that
this
number
crazy
of
world?
abduction
You're here
events.
with the great
And
Roseanne
the
motherfucking
concept of
Barr.
the message
Just been
is
warned
not
about you.
there. The setup is not for
So
a
over the
message.
weekend, I rented an
People
apartment
are not
and paid for
special to be
PayPal.
able to
And I
carry
was
forth a
processing time.
message.
So the lady starts
Now,
texting
you
and
do
telling
get
me to get
people
out
who
or
say
she's
they
going to
have
call the
messages.
cops. And I'm like, all right, go ahead.
Uh,
The boss shows
A
up
lot of
knocking
these
and sees
people,
me.
I'm not going to name
Oh,
any
shit.
names, but let's just say I'm extremely dubious of their account.
He's like,
Okay,
I'm
I'm back up with it and actually ask you, I think,
and I get like 15 apology texts a week,
that
and they
these
give me
people
half my
who
money
claim
back.
they were abducted, in at least some cases, actually were. Oh, people think they were abducted
This isn't a
actually were?
game.
Yes, yes.
It's a magic fucking
Yeah, you have to remember that the people I see fill out a questionnaire with me, talk to me for a
It's
couple of
hilarious.
hours,
I'm behind a phone. I'm just another asshole. But as soon as I
have
see
all
you, it's
sorts of
like,
other
oh god,
contacting
get
and messaging,
canceled.
so to
I'm
speak,
making this
with me
performance.
before I let them into my office. So I know by the time they walk
So I
into
call
my
a little
office,
bit to get
I
an extra
know
25%
for
back.
the most part, there's a couple of exceptions in my life, but for the most part, I know that these people are serious people who might be psychiatrists, psychologists, university professors, PhDs, MDs, LLDs, or people who dropped out of school and then dropped back to school.
Texas is
And
fucking
everybody in between.
Last time I was here, I had a bartender
They
room
all
in
say
a
the same
cattle,
thing.
and I
They all
asked
have
for
the
meat
same
nachos.
experiences. It's all
Tonight
they're
I was
not all
eating
their
down the
life,
street,
and
and that bartender
generally
almost
speaking,
fucking
their
died.
mother or their father was an abductee beforehand, and their grandmother or grandfather on one side or the other was an abductee. And so this is a phenomenon that goes back probably to the latter part of the 19th century. You can date it back with a certain amount of degree of certainty, 1917, and a lot of certainty to the 1920s.
I saw this on a YouTube video.
When you have a person who's abducted 400 times, which sounds insane, but it's actually not unusual at all, they're not going to give this person a message. They have other things that this person has been doing for them all their lives. All right, let's stop there. So you do believe certainly in the abduction. No question about that. I wanted to establish that. In almost every case, when there is a message given, as I pointed out, it's the you're ruining Earth.
Oh my God, that shit you're exposing to us about ourselves is too fucking much, man. You're the next fucking level of
it's almost always that, isn't it? That's old Quran. That's new stuff. They didn't say that in the 40s and 50s. Well, we didn't think about things like that in the 40s. No, it's not about nuclear war. That's right. Most of the messages that astrology people were nuclear something, and all communism and all that sort of stuff. It's culture dependent.
hilarious. I mean, if you always knew you were funny.
When a person is first abducted, like the same or maybe even an infancy, they're abducted not once. They're abducted,
What did you do? What did you do before you had all these devices, though? I mean, was there a time in your life where you didn't have
was only abducted 5 times a year? That is a fantasy. But let's just say that 5 times a year. Rather than thinking that they're right on for 5 times a year only. Now they're 40 years old.
I'm serious, though.
That's 200 abductions.
Was there a time in your life when you didn't have access to
10 times a year,
communication
which is
devices?
ridiculously small number of abductions.
And don't be a silly
It
ass.
goes on over and over and over again. That's 400.
Now, seriously,
Trying to make fun of me right
I
now.
want my answer. I don't want you to be, listen, I don't want you to be a silly fucking asshole when you answer me either. I want a fucking serious answer from you.
We talked about 100 different events that had happened to her, but she would get abducted a couple of times a week.
Fun of me, goddammit.
And
Break your left
all
You
leg.
had
these
great
people wanted
little
to stop.
bastard.
All these
I
people
break it
don't
back.
like
I
it.
break the
They want to get rid of it.
No, but I just want to know. I just want to know.
I'm not a lifetime. In a lifetime,
I started with
I'm not
until I
sure I
graduated
could
to this
pick
big
my
10-pound
sanity.
speech box. Then a cell
What
phone.
probably is a doubt when you claim abduction anyway.
Shit.
I'm actually not
Huge and heavy. And you had to carry it? Did you just keep it on your left forearm or whatever? Like, how did you do that? Do you have to
don't
hold my
remember
straw to
any
make
of
it
them.
pop?
And the ones that I see or other serious
and I know
researchers
what
see
you do.
are the people who
I know
have
what you do,
short
and I
memories and
love
remember some
you.
events happening to them and
You're
don't know
just
what those
great.
events were. And they want to find out.
It is
They've been thinking about it for years. They just need to find out what happened that time when
on the
when they were
fucking
driving
scene.
along
We're trying to make
the
it an American
highway,
citizen.
and
He's from
they were
Canada.
one spotted them
Couldn't
too, and
tell
so
that's
they
what's
were.
wrong with
It
him.
was 2 hours later, and they were in the same spot. And they think about that.
I
They
say
think
it.
about
I
that.
say
They
it
want to
every
do.
time
They want to
too.
clear it up. They want to find out.
Jesus Christ.
Generally speaking, the questionnaire I have on
I
my
love you
website.
too.
They
But
even
not you.
got a whole lot of other things that they don't
I'm
attach
literally like the
to
nicest guy to
abduction.
this fucking guy. I swear to God.
After these kinds
You
of
being mean
questions,
to me is the karma
percentages
they
of
gave me, whatever
non-abductees
you
usually
I'm
just say
telling
no.
you right now.
And
It's reverse.
so
It's reverse.
it's a
This is
clandestine phenomenon. And the first, and when you're seeking justice,
Seriously,
the
your
first
level
thing
of
that you have
self-awareness
to
is
do
just
to maintain
incredible.
secrecy is
I mean,
prevent the person that's being
it's just
abducted from
incredible to see
remembering.
because that's like
That's why it's
the
so
number
difficult
one
to do,
thing
and why you have to have
is a level of
hypnosis,
self-awareness.
and why more people aren't coming forward, although there's thousands and thousands who are already come forward.
Anything else there? You're the nicest
So
person.
getting a message
Look at that.
and remembering the
It's
message,
just because I'm
like I said, it makes no sense. All right,
I would love to have you on
Family
episode
a person under
sometime.
hypnosis, and that's the
You're
only
here
way
on
they remember what
Thursday.
happened,
You're
right?
in it. Aaron Belial's in the mix.
Sometimes
This
people
fucking
remember
guy's a
what happened
goddamn
in a single
sensation.
event.
Anything else you want to say?
They don't remember
Fucking
other events, but they remember
whatever
one
you call
thing,
that you do.
and they consciously remember
Anything
what
else you
happened to
want to
them.
type?
Now, here's
You really
another
type in our
problem.
ears.
It's hard. My
Like
next book is how to do hypnosis and abductees,
like
because it's a
976,333
tangled mystery.
times. I didn't
When they
answer.
consciously
Mind if I answer
remember
that now?
the events
Oh, well,
that took place
now
during
it's
their
all on the
abduction,
table,
which
but,
might have been 5 years ago, might have been last night, whatever it is,
Big
they're
picture. I want to
notoriously
I
inaccurate.
want to make a living doing things I enjoy.
Most people think, well, if a person
Sharing my
remembers it just
story.
straight out, it's got to be real, it's got to be accurate, it's
I
got to
think the
know
best
and
thing
all
to
that.
ask from
And
this
the
one
answer
is
is
a golden
no,
ticket.
that is not what experience tells us. It's
That's a
notoriously
lie. Nobody's ever asked for it. It's only been given out once in our entire 2.5 years in Austin, Texas. Only 8 or 9 people around the world have a golden ticket. Roseanne's asking me, which I'll tell you, that is something that means that they can perform on any show, anytime, any show. They can do it in interviews, any show, wherever it is in the world. If they're there, they get to be on the show. And goddamn it, you know what? I'll call your fucking bluff. You're a new golden ticket winner. Aaron,
questioning that I use anyway is just
there you go.
chronological and logical. Alright, but it's become so chronological that as you go through the series of
There you go.
hypnotic sessions
Roseanne
with them,
motherfucking Barr.
they build on their own
going to
story.
offer some on top of
No,
that
we
when
do
you
a
go
different
to
session,
ticket.
a different event each
I'm gonna
session.
help you with your material. I'm gonna
Unless
help you
we
edit
lived off in the middle of one for some reason, I don't know what we're getting around with that one until we had. But I try to do a different event each time.
Holy shit.
The one that they consciously
One of the
remember
greatest comedians of all time, offering to mentor Aaron Belial. My goodness gracious, it just doesn't get much fucking cooler than that. Ladies and gentlemen, the 9% ever golden ticket winner in the history of the show.
Being relaxed and focused.
Aaron Belial.
And I do that.
Hell yeah.
All right.
We're making motherfucking dreams come true here.
Next level. He's next level. So deep next level.
You guys feel like you're part of something special here tonight? Should we go to this bucket one more time? This is where we found Aaron Belial. This bucket is where we found Michael Lang, David Lucas, William Montgomery, Hans Kim, and right now, I present to you, make some noise for Arthur Martirosian. Arthur Martirosian, your final fucking pull of the night. We got movement? Arthur Martirosian? No, nothing.
He's the only one I know that kind of influenced me, but these are not necessarily good guys. For a moment there, I thought that you were about to tell me that abductions don't actually happen. But that's not the case at all. In fact, he very much confirms the fact that they happen again and again and again to certain individuals. So we're going to discuss the nature of them a little bit.
I've been in a relationship for 5 years,
So Dr.
not with the
when
same
you
guy,
get
and
these
just
people under
passing the
hypnosis,
baton until
what typically
someone
if
gets
there
it
is a
right.
typical, what
I
typically
do this
you
really
find
fun
out?
thing where I like to ignore red flags.
Well,
It builds character, so it's for my
basically, I'll say
therapist.
the same thing in terms of procedures
But
that
I
are done
remember
to them.
one guy I dated, we were driving around, and he's like, we're about to pass my child
Table
at home.
procedures.
It's like, dude, we're in
They're
the
put
middle
on
of
a
the
table.
woods.
They
What do you mean
under
we grew
control.
up here?
They can't run. They
It's not a
can't
big
scream. They
exciting.
can't
I also
swing.
dated
They
a
can't
guy
kick.
where very early on into
They
the
just
relationship,
decide to figure
I
out all their lives,
recognized
and
the
they
red
know the
flags.
routine.
He was playing video games and drinking White Claws.
An anti-roman is a large
And it's
UFO,
not
or
the
just
red
give
flag
us a
here.
small UFO just in the one room that they have.
I noticed like a bunch of the cans were full.
It's on a
I
table,
was like,
and
alright,
the
dude, grab a
sperm is
bunch of
taken
crap,
from men,
that's
and
respect,
it's taken
whatever.
from women.
And I didn't feel like drinking that night.
There
It's
is
a good thing. I found out the next morning those cans were filled with piss.
some sort of an examination of the
I
person's
found out because he dumped them in the
body,
kitchen
but
sink.
the
I went on to
examination,
date
in my
him for a
opinion,
year.
is a neurological examination. So
There
you
you
do the
go.
sympathetic,
So,
parasympathetic,
story.
nerve endings and all that.
There you
And
go.
this is the
Samantha,
neurological
you just
system
had the
there.
show in last week.
There are
Last week.
neural
Okay,
systems.
here you are, 2 weeks in a row. You have a lot of luck.
Yeah.
Does that happen a lot in your life?
But I've just heard hundreds and hundreds of these things, and I always wondered what they were doing, and that's my best guess.
It
usually involves sperm
What's
and
going on in life?
eggs.
Let's talk about
They,
it.
they,
We
yeah,
that
we
last
know
week. Is there
this
anything after last week's
is the
episode where
very,
you're like, I
very
wish it would have said
beginning of our
that?
knowledge of
Oh,
abduction.
everything.
In the Antonio
So when I
Pierce
moved here, I had like an
in
idea
Brazil
of what
of
my life would look like, and I'm currently
the
living
guy
in
who was
Judah with a
abducted
60-year-old
said
man
that he was
that
forced to
does
have
porn
sexual intercourse
photography.
with a human-looking female. And
So, not
he
what I
couldn't control himself. He
expected.
just had to do that.
No, so
So how do you
And then
end up with a
she
60-year-old man?
allegedly, I'm not sure of
Sounds
this,
like
but she
crazy
allegedly
shit.
pointed to her body
What
and
is
then
your
pointed
rent
up.
in Alton Buda with a
And he said
60-year-old
that
man?
he felt like he was using the
Is that
stallion
true?
to approve their stock.
Is that true?
And the odd thing about that since
Okay.
1957 was
$400 a month.
there's a certain price to it. It does figure into the reproductive program that they have.
Right? So 30-minute drive.
Then in the next one that we heard about, which was in 1961, the Barney and Video
yeah,
case,
I think
they
slightly
took
more in
sperm
Buffalo, but I had two
from
roommates, but
Barney,
everything was 5 seconds
who found
away.
it to be such an
We've
embarrassing
20
event
minutes in the little job.
that when John Fuller wrote the book, His Erotic Journey, about their experiences, he had Fuller
I really
take
don't
it
want
out,
to work with you
that part
anymore.
out of the book, which was actually
Anybody
humanity.
knows how to work a
Because nobody could
soundboard
then
and hiring
claim they had other guys that said they were taking a sperm from me. Well, they just picked it
What
up
would
from
you
Barney
do for
Video story.
what would you do? I'm just curious at this
if you
point.
look, for example, Whitley's paper, something very embarrassing happens there as well. And Whitley's
So
such an
tell us something
honest,
else that we don't know about you.
straightforward guy that
My
he
dad
talks
was a
about it,
juggalo.
and it's not easy for him, Dr. Jacobs. Not easy at all. He's very emotional, very about it, very upset
And
about it,
insane
but
compoxy
he tells the truth, and he takes a lot out.
And he's still pretty sober, so he's doing it on purpose.
But for Barney Hill, the Barney Hill stories, Debbie Barney made it into a movie in 1975, a TV movie, and a best-selling, of course, Williams book.
What about your mom?
Too. That's right.
She's great.
But
You know,
before,
love that lady. She's
Whitley,
normal.
nobody could blame it on Barney in terms
How come you have
of
such low
their memories were
self-esteem when you work on
confused
this
because they
film?
saw the TV movie or whatever it was, or it just wasn't there. And with Betty
I mean,
Hill,
I should- I'm just an actress
they
because
took a
I
deal at her
got a
Nemo, and she said that they told her that it was a breaking test.
You're talking about a lady that doesn't have
That was
that.
calculated, and they probably did not say that because it still remains the sentence
No, wait a
they
minute.
had.
She said
That
crazy
no other
dick is
SFD
good.
has never said.
That is the
However, the
fucking
procedure
first that any
of
woman has
taking a
ever
needle
said
and
in
a woman's
Say
navel
fucking
is
right.
extremely common.
Crazy dick is
And
good.
my best guess is, but Hawkins' best guess was also at the time, that they're angling the needle towards the ovary and just pulling out follicles from the ovary that way. But it has this reproductive aspect very, very early on, and it still has it even now, even as we speak. They're just not letting up on that, and that's important.
I
think
it's potentially very important because, of course, we're looking toward motive on their part.
I dated a guy who used to put the entire foot in his mouth. I think that was fun.
Refresh their own genetic pool that might be getting somehow stale, if genetics get stale, or they might be trying to reproduce some sort of hybrid or something, or they might be checking on us because they originally designed us.
Somebody, I'm like a
Well, I want to
big
go
fucking
for
hog.
number 2.
Yeah, I get it.
That's my answer.
You like the esoteric, putting your foot in the mouth.
Maybe
Well, I want to
penises
hear
are
about
then
that.
after a while are inserted into
That's
women's
new,
uteruses
right?
and other
That's
parts
new
of
shit.
their body.
Comedian before you put his foot in his mouth.
And then they're removed after about 9-11 weeks when the woman begins some sort of show, or even earlier if they're put in a slightly different foot position. And then after they see babies floating or fetuses floating in nutrient tanks, then eventually they see them as babies, and they have to hold the babies,
Life is
and
boring, so
they see them as toddlers, they have to play with the toddlers and deal with the toddlers, they see them as young children, the same thing applies there, playing with them. They see them as older children, they see them as adults, as adolescents, they see them as young adults, they see them as adults, and they don't see them as older adults.
Because you're fucked up. You're the fucked up
So
person.
they have to be older adults by that time themselves, obviously, but
You're the fucked up
they
person.
don't describe them as like the 70-year-old hybrid. Then there's the hybrid, and all these babies look like crosses
You got to turn
between
the mirror on yourself.
humans and
You see what I'm
aliens,
saying?
but there is
That's
a
why I love
gradation.
therapy.
Some look quite alien, some look quite human.
We want to hear. We
Well,
want to
that's
see
the way it
some
works out.
ugly
If you
shit.
mix a Chinese
You can
a
do
woman
it
and
too.
an American male, sometimes you get very
Roseanne is
Chinese-looking
correct.
children.
Roseanne
That's
is
wrong.
right.
Not frankly, they have
Am
very
I
strong
right?
teeth.
Yeah.
And
Women,
then sometimes
women,
more
I like
American.
that
So
she's saying this because
that's
that's
kind
what
of
I'm
normal,
starting to
right?
write about. How
Well,
women
you
don't do
would
anything
think,
for dick. That's what nobody
however,
wants to
in
hear.
recent years,
They're dick
what we
toes.
have seen is, in my
Women are
book on the
dick
subject
toes.
called
They
The
do
Sphere, which
anything
came
for
out in
fucking dick.
1998, I
A
talked
lot of
about
women, you know?
I call it digmatized.
hybrids
I
quite a
like
bit.
dickmatized. They are.
And
It's like I'll do anything for dick.
what
You
the
know, I want to meet
aliens
my
would
kids
say
or what
from time
have
to
you.
time is that
Fucking
soon
whatever.
there was
I'm
going
gonna
to be a
get to dick.
change. Soon everyone was going to be
Fucking
happy.
stupid
Soon
bitches.
everybody would know his place.
That's what's
And
wrong with the world
it
is
was
these
going to be wonderful.
fucking
It was going to be
women.
great. The
I
change was
used to
coming
think it
soon.
was all men's
And
fault.
I
Now
knew
they're in
that
70
facility in
and
some
men
way
are possible
as
to imagine the
introduction
world. I
into the
realize
society
it's
by
all the
human-looking
women's fault.
hybrids.
Goddammit, that's what I
I
say.
tried to get the advocates in Hollywood to show them, did it mean a
From a
million years? Did
modern
it mean
day
5 million
sage,
years? Did it mean
Roseanne.
tomorrow?
That's Samantha Minnie, everybody. There she goes. You already have one of these, right? You have a little joke book? There you go. Get yourself a gel blaster on the way out.
Correct.
You guys start to put a ribbon on this fucking thing or what? There's only one way to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is again. We've done more new minutes on this show than anyone ever has. They call him the Vanilla Gorilla. And then the Strangler. The Big Red Machine. This is William.
Chemical
What's
analysis, chemical analysis of some bizarre something or other, or physical, or astronomical necessity. This is just soon we're all going to be together, and a lot of advocates have reported this, but it can't really be taken as a message. It's just something that is said.
For President's Day this year, I'm going as Grover Cleveland.
In the book that I just published a couple of weeks ago, Walking Among Us,
In the golf tournament this weekend, Tiger Woods hit his drive farther than the guy he was playing with, so Tiger gave the guy a tampon. Everybody got upset with Tiger, but people need to realize it's 2023. Men have periods now. I literally
never heard before.
have blood dripping down my fucking inner thigh right now. It is so uncomfortable.
Different incidents with people, right?
Crazy first weekend in the XFL.
Pretty much the same. In fact,
We had the Seattle Sea Dragon
day couch
laid a
in
smackdown on the
my
Baltimore
office here,
Beastmen.
in my home office, and I will ask these questions, and well, what's happening next, and what do they do next, and they're talking to me and talking to me and talking to me.
Tournament this
And
weekend,
I'm
Tiger
listening,
Woods
and I'm
hit his
listening
drive
really,
farther than
really
the guy
hard,
he
and
was
I'm
playing
really
with,
hard.
so Tiger gave the guy a
I'm really
tampon.
listening
Everybody
hard,
got
and
upset with
I
Tiger, but
realize
people
I'm
need to
listening
realize it's
so hard,
2023. Men
I'm
have periods
dreaming.
now. I literally
I have fallen
have
asleep.
blood dripping down my
I've
fucking
heard
inner
these
thigh
stories
right now. It is so
hundreds of times.
uncomfortable.
It's soporific. And
Crazy
people
first
ask me,
weekend
are
in
you
the
asleep?
XFL.
Oh, no, not me. Oh, not me. No,
We
no.
had the
What happened
Seattle
next?
Sea
You know,
Dragons
God.
lay the smackdown on the Baltimore Beastmen.
That these hybrids now walk.
The Houston Roughnecks went down to the wire and made it to the Grand Rapids Grizzlies in prime time.
Of the accounts is extremely
And
important.
in prime time, the St. Louis
Everybody,
Battlehawks
no
turned
matter
into
who
real
they
East
are.
Palestine headaches.
I heard you're getting a phone call, right? I don't know, unknown name and an unknown number.
But seriously, why are we talking so much about this train crash in fucking Palestine? The Arabs and the Jews have been fighting for thousands of years. Why are we so worked up about this fucking train crash in Palestine right
You
now?
have to have that.
Where the fuck am I right now?
Constant
Serious.
sense of people having the same experiences over and over and over again. No matter
Okay.
who they are, that's very
Wow.
important because it validates everybody. In 2006, here's something I never heard before. That's unusual.
30
And
seconds.
what it was a guy who I had
Every single one of those
talked with. I
things
had
that
four
you
sessions
started,
with my
every
nephew was.
joke I
His
thought
name
I
was
knew
Bernard.
where you were going, I was completely
And he
wrong.
told me that
Nothing
he
but fun
just
twists. And
never
I've
did he
watched
have
few
a friend.
photographs anyone's ever watched
And
anybody.
this was
So
a
it's
really
incredible
good
to see
friend
that
of
every
his
it's
named
one of
Eric.
yeah, try to
And
exit
Eric was
masters
a great friend
those
of his.
bad
He was his
guys
best
into
friend.
the XFL team.
And he just never remembered him
But
before.
Tony, I've
But
had
yeah,
the
Eric,
worst
yeah, and he
head fog. I
didn't
feel
know
like
what
I've
Eric's
gotten
last
off my
name was,
sin.
and he didn't know where
Nicotine pouches.
where
I
Eric
was
was
doing
from, or
12
whether he was
milligrams of
married,
my nap.
or he worked,
all
or anything
day
like that.
for
But
the
he knows
Welcome.
my
Eric
now
was
started
really a
bleeding.
good.
Why is that? Yeah. Oh, you're most certainly welcome. What did you use it on? Sure. Oh, it's perfect. Amazing, man. Well, I'm glad I could help. Excellent. Please do, man. And if you see Caspian Sea, tell him I said hello. Peace, man. Have a wonderful day. Take care, buddy. Well, how do you like that?
Of course, makes no
That was really nice of that person.
sense whatsoever. It's senseless. You can't have your best friend and not know his last name. Right. So we did a session on that, and we did various sessions. He got on fishing trips with this guy. They've been to restaurants. They've been visiting here and there. They've been in other countries together. This is not evidence. All these accounts from Bernard are not evidence unless somebody else begins to say the same thing without knowing about what Bernard was saying. And then somebody else did fairly quickly. Really? Then another person did, then another person, then another person, then another person, then another person, then another person. Wow. And I realized two of the people, one person I worked with since 1993, I'd worked with for 10 years. One person I worked with since 1987. And they began to tell me these stories about going places with hybrids and teaching them how to dress and this and that. And I knew this was the change. It was on us now. This is
all the
it.
time. So I think I was literally trying to start losing some of my teeth, so I've had this horrible head fog, and I've been chewing so much.
That's really nice of that person.
So you're just chewing normal, not nicotine gum now.
They will be viewed in a beautiful light from now until the end of time, hopefully.
That's all he posts about. With his sunglasses on, trying to go fucking good. It's not good up there. They're pulling your fucking teeth out.
They certainly look more human
Piece
than
of
they do
shit.
anything
It's
else.
not gonna matter. You were in the Wayfarers
I
and
call
the things.
hybrids. They
Holy
are bred
shit!
to
They're tearing your teeth
human,
out of
and
your
not
skull.
just human, but average human.
It's like that's all I ever see when I get on your fucking head. It's so strange the things that Red Man chooses to post about. It is very bizarre. For some reason, he thinks being an dentist is like awesome or something like that. That's so stupid. Why? He posted today, literally back at the dentist again. Yep. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you find that to be a thing where I've been there like 7 times in the last 2 weeks? Yeah. So why do you keep posting about it? That's something most people would keep a deep, dark secret. Because it fucking sucks, and a lot of people know how being at the dentist sucks. So you're there 7 times. Hey, you know, when you turn almost 50 years old, I can't wait to make fun of your bullshit. You're gonna be like, dude, it's all bleeding out everywhere. It's still gonna be around. So.
And we can't do
Which
that.
isn't a good thing. Get off the testosterone. You're not going to be around.
Astoundingly
I'm 36. You're not going to be around in 14 fucking years, dude. You're going to get off the testosterone.
It makes us a second-class species, and they're a first-class species. It's not like they're just kids who live off and somewhere else, and they're coming to visit us and all the rest of that stuff.
Today we heard about this on again, off again relationship. New sponsorship deal, 7.5 million next 3 months.
It does not matter where a person is born or what their life is like or what their educational level is or what their intelligence level is or their geographic area or anything. They all say the same thing.
These are
remarkable allegations you're making. Now, I've got a zillion questions. Hubris.
Oh my gosh, my first friend ever, Dillard thought
You need a way to control others' minds. Are they aware of that ability?
Really? How old were you when you got to Dillard?
Because
I don't know. Our moms were buddies, and they just put us on the tower or in the kitchen or whatever. You think if we had Dylan, but I don't know how old that is. You think if we had Dylan come up here, would he tell us some deep, dark secrets about the young William Montgomery?
They rely on them to
I don't know. Dillard wants to. I don't
teach
know.
them how to go
Is he a
shopping,
shy guy?
to teach them how to drive,
Dillard
to
wants
teach
to.
them
He's
about
always looking at
relationships,
spelling.
to teach
In
them
PDS.
everything.
Should we have a spelling bee challenge?
And I've got these two,
He was always really
and then
good
they
at
forget
spelling. I
immediately,
remember.
just like an infection, what has happened.
Why don't you tell us a
And
deep,
they're
dark secret
completely
about your
neutral. They
childhood?
can't
Oh, wow,
say,
there he
I'll be
is.
back in a minute, just
Oh,
hang
my
on there for a
goodness
second.
gracious. This is Dylan Butler, my first friend ever.
You're a 9mm
This is
Glock.
incredible. I didn't realize
They
he
can't do
was
that.
invited by Dillard.
So,
This is frightening. Wow,
that's
look at this guy. He's dressed like an eternal tourist.
human beings and
He's got the
as
fucking
you call them,
flip-flops. He's got
is
little
there
thick
any
feet.
other difference
Yeah,
that
thick
you're
feet,
aware of?
Dillard. Welcome to the show, my friend.
They
How are you?
human,
Doing all right.
except their neurological abilities are
How long have you known William
impossible to
for?
imagine.
36
and they
years?
are
Wow.
completely
All
controlling
right. Have you
subhuman.
ever seen his dick or anything
Well,
like that?
that would make
Why don't you
them
tell us something about
essentially
William as a
masturbate.
child that we'd be surprised?
I used to show Dillard my
You
penis.
said it, I did.
Wow.
I did. I'm not afraid to say it. If you
Well,
have
it is
a
uncomfortable.
group of
Dillard
people
was
able to control the minds and the thoughts and
Tell
even
us
the
something
visions
about
of
William
others,
that we'd be surprised to know.
that
We talk
is
with him
a
every week.
super
We never
race.
have an inside source like
He
this.
sort of repeated
Exactly right.
Wow, William does not seem happy about that
A
information.
wonderful,
He
fulfilling
was
phenomenon
a
that is
teacher. I've
happening
been
to us
Christian,
there
so
where
we went to
we're
transition. It
beginning
was
to
like
hurry
eight
up and
kids
come
in
here.
every grade.
I just
Dillard and
don't
I were in
see
the
that.
teacher auxiliary.
It's not what people tell me.
You did kindergarten twice, William? You transitioned?
technically called in transition, which is a grade between kindergarten and first grade. I think that's more for parents.
I don't want you to tell me anything bad. I don't want to hear anything bad. I don't want to hear anything that I don't like. You understand? Professor, hold on. Anything bad, I will say to them.
Each other for like 2 months.
Hold on, Professor. Hold on. I'll be right back. This is Art Bell.
So awkward. That was stupid. Why did they ban you guys from seeing each other?
For some reason, we were like 15 or 16, got to be 16 to college. We sort of found all these old clothes from my grandfather who passed away and put clothes in them and put them in the street. Because William thought it would be funny to get the bodies in there. We would just scare people and get out of their cars and start screaming. And what we did in front of his house for some reason. And of course we got caught and
That was not an internet problem. That was my website problem with Ross. At least that one was. All right, what we're hearing tonight is a snippet from Professor Jacobs, Professor David Jacobs.
What do you do for work in Charlotte?
I do some
It's
software
very
management.
astounding
It's part of
and
this
it's
boring
scary.
thing I could
I mean,
talk
what have we
about.
got here? What are we talking about? We're talking about if you
I don't deny it.
listen very carefully, we're talking about a master race
I don't know. I don't know. I
of
think that'd be
people
funny
who
when
look
it's
just
3-year-olds
like
that
us,
stay in
who
line.
are fully aware.
Okay.
You can also
You're
be
gonna find
friends.
some hobbies,
Fully
though.
aware
We're
they have
talking
the
about
ability to
that.
control
You're gonna find some
others'
hobbies. You're gonna find some nice
minds.
people in Charlotte. It's
So
gonna
we not
happen.
only have a master race, but we
William's gonna
have
help you.
an
Yeah,
invasion.
y'all are gonna find some.
And that's what it is, Professor. In my words,
Hey,
it's
well,
an
hey,
invasion.
maybe a little.
Well, I use the word take, of course. I guess I use those words in the book as well. You know,
Oh my
Tyler's walking
goodness
among us,
gracious.
and I
Have you ever thought about doing comedy? Do you have a joke or something you want to do? You seem like a funny guy. You have a funny
walking
delivery.
among us. That was my
You
favorite
tell some
question
more
to
stories
answer.
about William.
I love that question because I got to say, absolutely not.
One
There's
time
not,
we
that's
were
ridiculous.
at like
Nobody's
Disney
walking
World or
among us.
something, or
That's
some
just not
family
happening.
vacation, and Dillard was
And
there.
I
We were
felt
rolling
good
around in the
because
grass
I
outside
could
of
say
the hotel.
no,
When we
you know what I
went
mean?
back
And
inside, we
I
were
was
like,
sane
"Ooh."
and all that.
And my mother Frances
And
started
after a while,
screaming that
I
we were all
realized
gonna
it was my
die.
least favorite
Dillard was
question.
so
I began to hate
fucking
that question
scared.
because I had to say,
Dillard
boy, I had
totally
to beat around the bush.
believed my
Well,
mom.
maybe it's
Yeah, I just
possible,
think
you know,
bathtub
anything
for
can
some
happen.
reason,
And
there
now
was
I
less
just say
poop.
yes.
If we were covered in
Were you guys
poop.
Well,
at
I mean, we have to immediately
We
find
were
these
young.
people
It was
time
okay.
and diligence before going at their feet and burn them. Well, that's what we're dealing with. This problem
So there we are in the bathtub.
Oh, I know, and so am I. But, the problem is,
Oh yeah.
just taking
She
control
was
of their
just
humans.
I was gonna
If you
die.
come
I
towards
was
them
like
with
6
your
or
rope
7.
and,
I thought I was gonna die.
you know,
Right. Yeah.
all you can do is say, oh, this is a really good person. I'll
Montgomery's or something.
put this rope around myself and put the water
Is there
fluid.
anything you
I'll
guys
just put
want to
myself up.
share about your friendship? Is there anything you want to tell each other? Dillard on
It's a difficult situation all the way around.
Oh my goodness
What's
gracious.
interesting
Look at
about
that.
is the processing
You
and
know
the
what?
bureau- and the
I'm gonna let
procedures
you guys
and the
take a nap
bureaucracy
together
involved
tonight.
with settling
Have a
people
good
down
Dillard.
on earth and
Put a
letting
hand
them
for the great
blend
William
in.
Montgomery.
And how do they do that? And what do they do? And how is that accomplished?
Can this
And
place get for the one
it's a
and
whole
only
world unto
Roseanne
itself.
Bar, ladies and
These are
gentlemen?
amazing things you're saying. And so I've got to ask you,
Yeah.
how do you
Yeah.
know that
You
these
fucking
devotees
did
you
it.
speak of
The
are
queen
for
of
real? How do you
queens,
know
the queen of
this?
comedy, and now
Well,
the
like I
queen
said,
of
one woman
Texas.
who I've known
Bar.
for, I've been
An
working with since
amazing drawing into the
1987.
great Ryan
I've
J. Evo. I
known
do
her
believe it's going to pop up there. He draws
decades,
every
right?
episode.
And,
And, that's a different
and
one.
she's
Hell yeah, okay. Yeah, that ain't
a
working.
wonderful person.
Oh, this is cool. That's the
She's,
drawing. He draws
you know,
every
she's
episode. It's like a album
honest.
cover, if
She's
you
an
will.
honest
You're
person.
going to see it
Everybody
stuff in a
I've worked
couple
with
weeks. I'm going to get you a framed
who's in this
copy
book
of that. It's
has
fucking
been
awesome.
absolutely rigorously
There it is.
honest person.
Roseanne Bar.
And
Look at her
here's something
fucking
else
everything.
that people have to understand.
Yeah,
People
too.
come to me who are high functioning people who I mentioned before, university professors,
I'm going to land the best
psychiatrists,
in the land
and
of Snoopy,
psychologists,
Whiskey,
and medical
Tony
professionals, and
Davis.
all that.
James
And they're
Atkins,
coming to me
John
to
Dees.
examine their
That's the great
abduction
Dean Magnus on the bass
experiences, knowing
guitar.
full
Thank
well
you.
that if anybody
Carl
finds
Beamer
out
on the
about
horns.
this, it
Follow
would
these
destroy
guys on
their
social
careers.
media. Follow them
Absolutely,
everywhere they go.
positively,
Some of the
without
best
question.
musicians on
All
planet
that
Earth
guy just
performing
has to say
nightly.
is, I've been
They have a
abducted by
super
little
band
gray men
called
from another
Sketch
planet.
that they've been
That's all
touring
they
all
got to
around
say
the
if they
city
don't ever want to work
Tuesdays,
in the mental health
Wednesdays,
field again.
all
That's
around.
right.
Thank you to the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Dippity Dog,
Therefore,
Austin
there's
Security
no
Guard Service,
reason
Gel Blaster,
whatsoever to
Screwed
come
Up
to
Peanut
me
Butter
at
Whiskey.
all
We love
and
you
take
guys.
the
Thank you
chance
so
that
much for
I
coming in.
myself
We'll
am
see you
some
again
sort of
soon, guys.
goofball who's
Everybody,
gonna
thank
who's gonna use their
you.
real names and send away to the New York Times or something like that. But they're taking that chance because they desperately will want to know what has been happening to them throughout the course of their entire lives, and they can't figure it out, and they need to have help by a person who can help them figure it out. There's no reason to do that if they're faking it. They never tell anybody afterwards. They never write a letter, an article saying, "See, I faked it. It's great. See, this guy Jacobs, he's a jerk. He fell for it." That just doesn't happen.
All right. But let me again. I want to be straight on this. So, you're basing your claims on the fact that you've been told this by person after person after person under hypnosis that has been abducted or complains that they were abducted, right?
They were abductees, and they've been abductees in childhood, yes.
All right. Am I to assume that, for example, there was a minor, I guess what we would consider a minor genetic modification made to what turned out to be these purebreds with this ability that we've been talking about to control thoughts?
Well, there is a spectrum of hybridization. It's probably a smooth curve, but what I've done is bifurcated it into different types, just to sort of get a handle on it. Like, for example, hybrids who are half alien and half human, and really look weird. They have specific tasks on board a UFO. They usually take care of babies and very small children, for example. And there's other ones that have tasks as well, who would not be able to fit in here, and they're just part of the program. What we're looking at is a massive global program of hybridization. Ones that are moving in, though, are the culmination of the program, of the actual physiology of the program. Now comes the social context, which is moving in. The thing about these humans is that they're 100% loyal to the ones above, as they call them, which means the ones who are calling the shots, who are in fact, and here comes the controversy,
Guard Service, the best goddamn security guards in
ones.
the world, just so happen to be here in
I
Austin,
call them
Texas.
insectoids. They are the ones that are in control and calling the shots. They're the ones who tell other people what to do. They
It's the
give
great
orders.
Michael
They don't
Gonzalez,
take orders.
fresh off of touring.
All right. I might as well stick my neck out and ask,
Mexican drum
since you've
champion,
determined all of
making its
this,
Tony Man debut
have
tonight.
you
That's the exact
determined
person on the
what
electric
their
guitar. A
motivation
young
is,
legend that the
what
world
they
will know
intend
about
to do
soon
with
enough.
these humans?
Just like the other superstar of the show, Matt
No.
Gilling, on this electric
How's
guitar
that?
right here.
That was a good flat
That's
answer.
Paul Beamer on the horns all the way to
We
the
don't know
right.
the motivation. In other words, we don't
Right
know
here
the ultimate
is deep
why
madness,
question.
ladies and gentlemen.
Why?
Oh
Now,
my
I'm projecting
goodness.
this ahead. I'm
What
calling
a
this
night we shall
global
have.
acquisition.
Before we do,
I
here's
hate
a
to
little
say
bit
it,
more from the
but
amazing
I'm
sponsors that
this
make
is
tonight's
yes,
episode
there is
available
a
for you
global
here
phenomenon.
right now.
It's not
Hey guys,
happening.
it's Red Dan, and
If I
this
found it
Wednesday
in my
here in
corner of
Austin, Texas,
southeastern
at Cap City
Pennsylvania,
Comedy Club, I will be
it's
headlining
not
and I'll be bringing
possible
the great
that
William
this is where
Montgomery
they were
and Gene
setting
Albo
down
from Phil
the
Tone.
first
One night,
human
one show
humans
only, 8 o'clock,
planted to the
Wednesday, March
society.
15th. Go to
It's just not possible. If I
capcitycomedy.com
found
and
it
get
here,
tickets.
it's happening everywhere.
Hey y'all, when you go to the bathroom,
And
you
so,
always close
I
the
mean,
door
the chances are
behind you,
so much
right?
against
You don't
it.
want some
So,
random
it's
passersby
happening
looking in
everywhere.
on you.
And then it
So
goes
how
to
do you let people
Pakistan
look in on
and
you when you
Japan
go
and
online?
Korea
Your
and
online privacy
all
is
through Latin
important.
America
That's
and all
why
through
we
Europe,
all
of course.
use
And
ExpressVPN,
that's what
and you
that
should
means.
too.
I think
I
it seems to
love
me. I'm extrapolating here.
ExpressVPN. I
So
use
the
it
question is, well, why are they
literally
doing
daily
this?
to
What
protect
is
my
this all
personal
about?
data
If I
when
call
I'm
it
on the
global
internet.
acquisition,
I'm
maybe I'm
looking at
wrong.
crazy stuff. I'm gonna be
Why
honest
are
with you.
they
I'm not gonna
doing
tell you
this?
what, but let's
And
just
we
say that it
don't
gets
know
hinted
the answer
to
to
a
that.
lot
Now,
on
the
this show.
interesting thing
There
about
might
not knowing
be
the
into some
answer
wild things,
is
but
that
using
this
the
is the
internet without a
phenomenon, the
VPN
abduction
is
phenomenon, is
crazy.
either
Because they can
psychological
sell
or
your
it's happening.
information, have
There's
companies
nothing
who
in
track
the middle.
giants who then use your
With
data to
UFO
target
sighting,
Red Band
there's plenty
understands
of
the
middle.
internet better than me.
You see
Can you
something up
explain?
there, everybody sees
Yeah,
something
so
up there,
pretty much what it
and
does,
it's not a UFO.
ExpressVPN
It
creates
takes
a
a UFO
secure
recorder there,
encrypted
it does the
tunnel
H
between
it's not
your
a UFO,
device
it's
and
a
the
plane, it's a
internet,
blip,
so
it's a
your
cloud,
online
whatever.
activity can't be
And
seen by anyone. It works on your
with
phones,
this
laptops,
phenomenon,
and even
it's
routers, so
psychological,
everyone who
it's
shares a
happening. There's
Wi-Fi
no way you
is
can
protected.
explain it
And all you
in
have to do
another
is just
way.
fire up the
It's
ExpressVPN
not
app
sexual
and click
abuse in
one
childhood,
button, way easier
which
than
is
closing the
which is
bathroom door.
nonsensical,
Damn right, and I'm glad you closed the
has
bathroom
no
door when you
science
go in there.
behind
I
it
don't want to see
whatsoever.
anything. Well, I get it.
But
I always
the
peek
fact
through
is,
the
though,
little crack,
that
though. Anyway,
this was
get an extra 3
psychological.
months of
People would
ExpressVPN
make up the
for
why,
free
just like they're
by
making
going to
everything else up. What's to stop them from making up the why? Because they want to,
expressvpn.com/KillTony for
bone with the
extra
planets or something
months.
like that,
For free.
or because they're protecting us from ourselves, and they around the world they have to do it because we're going to wreck other planets or whatever, And so, but
The
insect
biggest
like
clouds,
ones
the
simply do
boldest
not
smoke,
tell their
the
motivations.
smoothest experience.
And
If
when
you
you
enjoy
when
smoking the
sometimes
good
people
stuff or
ask
CBD but hate the throat and lung burning, then you
humans,
gotta
why
check
are
out
you
today's
here?
sponsor,
What's
Freeze
the
Pipe.
point of it?
Freeze Pipe makes a
They'll
unique
say,
line of freeze
my
pipe
job,
pipes,
my
bubblers,
task
bongs,
is to
and
live
more,
here.
engineered
That's all
to
I
pull
know. That's
smoke
all I know.
over
They
300
don't
degrees.
know.
Freeze Pipe is your
In
answer
other
for the
words,
smoothest way to light up. I gotta tell you, I've been doing a lot of
what you
yoga
intend to
lately,
show
a lot of
is
cardio. I
astounding.
think I'm in the best shape of
master
my
race
damn life.
That is
And
capable
I
of
have
mind
always
control.
been
We
an
don't yet
extreme
know their
blunt
motives,
smoker.
but
You know,
they're
I'm friends with
probably
Snoop Dogg and those types of
ultimately
people.
not
You know, the
good.
blunt
I mean,
smokers,
it
if
becomes
in
something
the
they
world,
want to
if
do.
you know what I'm talking about.
I have not
However,
yet seen
lately I've been using this amazing freeze
hubris,
pipe
as
to
it were,
keep my
improve
lungs
our lives
crystal
in any
clean
way.
and super clear, under
Well,
control.
I
And
think
freeze
it's
pipe is the
fairly
best way to do
early
it. Red Band,
on,
you've been
and
doing this yourself. Oh yeah, I
before we
love
begin to
that. I've been using
understand
it
that
every
something
day.
else is
The
going
secret is the
on.
freezable glycerin chambers that come in every piece. Pop one of these in the freezer for 1 hour, and as you smoke,
make
it
about
adds
the
to
aliens,
this icy chamber. It instantly
and this
cools
is
it down for dramatically
a large
smooth and chilly
generalization.
totes. Glycerin
But
is a
it's
non-toxic
probably
fatty gel
accurate.
compound in food and sweeteners.
Swing
It
there,
freezes quicker than
planetary
water and
exposition,
stays
as I call
frozen
it,
longer.
in some
Putting
ways,
ice in your bum is one
benefits
thing,
them.
but chilling
Sure.
smoke through a frozen glycerin chamber
It's got to
will
be
change how you
conformed.
light
It
it
can't
forever.
be
With a
bad for them. They wouldn't
4.4
be
star
putting in
rating and thousands of
almost a
reviews,
century's
check out
worth
Freeze Pipe's
of
entire line of
time and
high-quality
energy
glass.
into this.
TheFreezePipe.com.
For
And
nothing,
use
right?
code TONY for 10%
That
off
brings
your
me to
order.
another point.
That's theFreezePipe.com.
Time.
And use code TONY
How
for 10%
old
off.
are these
Shop
insects?
today. Your
How
throat
old
and
are they?
lungs
How do
will
they
thank
age?
you. Are you guys ready to start
Now
tonight's
we
fucking
have
show?
our ages are relatively short-lived. I mean, they're not like some, grasshoppers or whatever that live for one day. They fly
Every
in the air,
single
they
week,
12
I
hours
have
of
one
life.
of the funniest
But we have
comedians in
trees
the
that
world
are
on the
3,000 years
show.
old,
This is
5,000
very, very
years
exciting.
old,
This
and
guy
some
is
people say
absolutely
that
one of my
bacteria
favorites.
can
It's
be
Blake Radio
can
City
last
Music
that long
Hall,
and even
September
longer.
27th. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the
But
best in the world. It's Chris
for
Stefano.
let's just say 100 years long for a
Here we
human.
go.
I wish.
Here we go. We're doing it tonight.
That's not very long. It's
Chris
possible
Stefano.
that they have very long lifespans, and therefore time is relatively meaningless for them. So they can continue on kind of like forever and ever doing this until they have judged that that's enough, and then now they can control the planet or do whatever they want to do. I don't think that that's the case, but I do think that time is on their side, and so we might still have a long way before there's any kind of serious sense that something is in the society. But once again, it's speculative, it's guesswork, and the reason it's guesswork is because they have these don't know.
You know the 60 seconds is up and you hear the sound of a cannon. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the
example,
Hollywood bear,
do you have any proof
which is
or
not
have
an
you
annoying
seen
cuts them off. And then we interview them and we find out as much as we can about them. And it's all improvised. Anything can happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what?
In the book, for example.
If you don't know, now you know. We have a few regulars on the show. They'll be a very tough job of writing and performing a new 60 seconds every single week, which is not easy at all. 52 fucking minutes a year. And this guy's been home with this for a couple of years now. We watched him go from living in his van to being a wildly successful touring fucking comedian. This is a new minute from Hans Kemp.
And he always went with one of his children.
This is Hans Kemp. This is Hans Kemp.
And he told me that he decided to for a session, and he told me that down at a meeting a couple weeks ago,
My name is Hans, and it's tough for me to make friends with white people because I'm going to outlive them.
I said, alone, no, so you can go down with one of your
Sure,
kids.
white people
And
age in dog years.
he hedged a little bit about them, trying
That's
to
why my parents made me
remember,
make
and he
friends with
said,
white
no,
people early, so
no,
I
he
learned about that.
didn't say he did. I
Oh,
said,
it's
well,
okay,
you
little
don't
buddy.
have your
Start with the
ticket.
full life, full of freedoms, and talking back to
No,
parents.
he doesn't have the ticket. I said, well,
But yeah, I'm doing pretty
do you
good.
remember what you
I
did with the
am
ticket? You just
actually
hand out
seeing
front
a
of the stadium,
24-year-old
ticket here,
woman.
ticket here, ticket, you know.
I can tell if she's 24 because whenever I'm figuring
He
her, she's always
couldn't
vaping.
remember whether he did that or not. That was only 2 weeks ago. I said, this is a logical question. I said, well, was there somebody sitting in the seat next to you, or was it empty? Right, when you got there. Couldn't remember that either.
Thank you.
So we did a session. This is a guy that he's a businessman. We did a session on the other company. We did a session on this, and he was driving down, and he went off to a bump on 95, the major highway here in the East Coast.
I'm so wealthy right now. It's crazy.
And there was this friend there. He
Every
waited for him, got in the car.
Hans is
And the first thing
absolutely
he, and they
killing
were
it
going to the
all
ball
over
game, and the first thing he
shows.
noticed was that Eric was wearing
Going head to head with Uncle
jacket, I
Laser.
guess it was,
Yeah,
that
he
said
can.
Toronto Blue Jays.
It was like the nerd versus
And so
the guy
Brandon,
that
you can't
has
do that
sex.
because we're going to an article game, and
That's true.
you know, you got to
That's
get with
true.
the
You
spirit
have a
of
lot
the
of
crowd and
sex.
so forth. And so they decided when they got to Kevin there, they went to a store that sold Oreo paraphernalia.
Went to his pool party.
He went in,
He had a
he
pool party.
was
He was there
a
one
birthday
day throwing
and
pool
he got a
parties.
shirt that said Oreos on it.
Oh shit.
And he
Oh shit, I think I hear the
walked
rumbles
past
of
the
the
walked
laser.
around the
This
shirt
is
and whoever it
incredible.
was.
This
He
is
walked
like
past the cashier.
skin.
He got it. He got it. You know, with a smile, and he walked out of the store with
the people that he was going to challenge later on. I
I'm
remember
knowing
very
the
well.
smile right now.
So,
But yeah, but
Hans,
he
tell us
paid
what else he
nothing
was
for it.
like.
He tried to say, hey, wait
Dude,
a minute.
my fans are all hot girls and your fans are all
He had her
losers.
control.
How does that make you
People
feel?
in the
It
store
makes you
too.
feel like they
I've
have
seen
a
it.
little,
All right,
little
Professor,
girl.
do you have any way of even guessing at how many of these
What do
hybrids
you mean he
walk
makes you feel like
among
a
us?
little girl? He
I don't,
emasculates
but I
me.
know
He,
it's
oh,
one
Uncle Laser
hell of a
does?
lot.
Yeah, Uncle Laser's an alpha.
We know that there's thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands and almost certainly millions of people who are hybrids in the United States. I'm sorry, who are abductees in the United
It's
States.
okay, I forget it.
But we know this roughly
This
from our
24-year-old,
Rover
is this new?
poll and
Yes. Okay, where'd you meet her? She came to one of my shows here at the
and
Vulcan, and then she gave me her number and told me she was
thousands of letters
Jewish.
and emails from abductees. I get
And I
them
was like,
every
I'm
day
in.
of my life from around the
Okay,
country
what's the
and around
most
the world.
Jewish thing about it that you noticed? How long have you been
There's
with
a
her?
lot of them.
I've been with her
But
4
when
weeks. Okay,
humans
I thought so.
cut down and are attached to
Yeah,
an
tell me
abductee
what's
to
the
help
she,
them move
she
in
uses a mouth guard
and
when she
say that,
sleeps.
you know, you have to have towels and a shower and stuff like that.
Rape guard.
That
So
they're
you
also
just stick it in
seeing
fucking whatever.
other abductees.
Your little vape pen you got
It's
down
not like they're waiting a couple of days for things to settle down or whatever. They're seeing other abductees as well. So
she got really mad at me
each
yesterday
hybrid has
because she was
a
looking at my
group of
balls,
abductees
and
who
I really
who
set some
help them.
balls. It's not
And
anything
we know
personal.
therefore that
She was
there's
like, Uncle Laser
a
has
lot of
sensitive
abductees,
balls?
but there's also one hell of a lot of hybrids being put into place. One of my people showed me, took a photograph of an apartment complex where they were moving in. And it's
You
like,
have sensitive balls.
they're putting it
Was she trying to like, what was she doing? The
there,
old
and
monster
he
balls
drove
or
around,
something? Trying to screw them into her mouth?
very suspicious
She was
looks
just
from the
telling them with
locals
the tip
who
of her
lived there. It
tongue.
was
It felt good. I
not
was just
exactly
a
in a
little
high crime
sensitive.
area, but it was
And
not
then I was like, what do you say
a
when
palatial
she
mansion
turns her
area
balls to
either.
her? Is there a specific
And,
noise you make? Like,
So I couldn't tell. I had it in my mind. One of these days, I put it
We all know that you are famously Asian.
and I knock on people's doors and hand me out pamphlets for a local candidate somewhere, and I'd have a hidden camera on my body, and they'd open the door and they'd say, no, I don't know what that is, go away, but I'd have a picture of each person and maybe get the abductee to identify, but it sort of never came to fruition.
You know,
All right, well, some of these, Professor, may be my words, but when you begin talking about hybrids, creatures that are only part human,
you know, when you're doing so
that
much research,
are capable of
mistakes,
that are
at least
capable
we
of
have
mind
like Hello
control,
Kitty and
all this orchestrated by an insect-like race of aliens
you've seen
that have created a master race and are conducting an invasion of Earth. And you know, it's nothing short of that, what you're saying. You may not use the words, it may be me that use the words, but I'm just putting together what you're saying.
Radio
You're
City
going to scare the
music hall.
holy you know what out of people.
I love it.
Yeah.
What
I've
else?
already
Is
done
anything
that
else
to
before we let
myself.
you go? I've been seriously drone piloting for a while now.
There's
Shit,
nothing
drone pilot.
scary about this. I look at I have two young men who are my sons. And I look at the future for them and I think, oh my God, what's going to happen to them? You know, I wish I was on the other side where everything was loving and wonderful and benevolent and environmentally friendly. But just with people,
They should have never gave
I'm
you
saying
gigs
people
to
before, I would tell people I want to hear anything bad, and then I order them, do not tell me anything bad. And then do hypnosis with them. And then they just tell me the same thing. They couldn't care less what I say. All they remember is what's happening to them. You know, they know it's not my feelings they're trying to deal with. They're trying to deal with the reality of what's happening to them.
You think we should see those hickeys?
So,
There comes a Hans Hickey reveal under a long
well,
weekend
I
in
remember,
Tampa.
Professor, a lot of
Supposedly
movies
as a girlfriend.
that have dealt with
Let's see.
invasions
Wow,
have featured
dude.
people like
Sure you
yourself
didn't try to
who
hang
have
yourself?
realized what's going on and have tried to tell people what's going on and generally have been roundly
It's just a playful accident.
ostracized
Never
by
Tell her to take
by
out her
those
roof
that,
garden.
you know, you've told, for example, let me ask, have you run
Another
this by
great
any
new
of your
minute. You're
colleagues?
fantastic, consistent as it
Well,
gets. What a lead off on it. We couldn't love you anymore. You're out there. You're selling out. We found you
Here's
here.
the thing
Fucking
about academic.
June 2021. You're killing it. There he goes, Hans. Say hi, everybody. That was
Well,
Hans Scan.
let me start with scientists
That was
first.
Hans Scan.
You
So
know,
the fact that we
scientists
go,
have
ladies and
discovered
gentlemen, this is where
something
anything
that
can
moves
happen.
faster than
Could
the
be the
speed of
next
light.
fucking superstar of the
And
show.
what that something
Could be our
is
worst
the
nightmare.
is the
Anything
speed
can
at which
happen.
they get
Your first
stupid when they
comedian out
talk
of the
about
bucket
abduction.
tonight is
It
Borgie,
happens
everybody.
faster
We're
than
all
the
going to
speed
meet
of light.
Borgie
It's a
together.
miracle.
This is a new name, I can
Academics
tell.
in
I
general
would know
are
if I
pretty
met a
much
Borgie
like
before.
that. I've only had two people in
Morgie.
teaching at Temple
Here
from
comes Morgie,
19.
everybody. Make some noise for these kids. They sign up, they wait all night for this.
I only have two people who ever engaged me in
One more
conversation
time for
about this
Morgie,
subject.
everybody. Here she
Both of them
is.
were in the liberal arts. Not a single scientist, not a physicist, an astronomer, a chemist, not a single scientist at Temple University in 37 years I was there, or whatever it was, asked me, what the hell is all this about? What's going on? What's the matter with you? Are you nuts? Not a single person said that to me. Not one.
It's really going on
ever.
right now.
Yes, but
No,
how
but
many
my
have
mom,
said,
she did love to
my
drink
God,
and drive.
Professor, you're
Me
right.
and my sisters were
What
like,
do we
oh
do?
my God, like,
No, that's
her.
not
And
gonna
so
happen.
one day,
Not gonna happen.
a random pine tree on the
You
side
have
of
to
the
remember,
road.
I received
was like,
more
say
publicity
less.
at Temple University to everybody's embarrassment
I
than
got
any other
this.
person outside of the sports program.
Yeah, and she never drank and drove again.
And yet, it did not pry loose one scientist to walk
I
over to
tried
my
to do
office
drugs
and
for
say,
the
what
first
kind of an
year.
idiot am I, you know? I would be glad to answer that question. I'm an enormous idiot, of course. But the fact is, though, that is generally speaking, the entire scientific community in the United States, with the exception of those scientists who got interested in UFOs
Morgie, where do we begin, Morgie?
Most of them are now, like me, long in the tooth.
That's
Right.
Hell yeah, absolutely. We were a little bit scared there for a second.
Paranormal investigators.
I think you're not a virgin at all. That is, I don't think you use that terminology at all. I can literally see your pussy lips right now. I just that is a schoolgirl skirt. That is a real schoolgirl. Where do you go to school? UGI?
There has got to be some sort of dastardly motive to this. You would not go through what these creatures are going through. These kind of humans on Earth, unless it was because as you pointed out, we have relatively short lifespans. So,
no one knows what you said.
are they building toward generations? Are they trying to get millions of them here, or a certain number before they do whatever they're going to do? Yeah, don't know that. But my guess is, yes, they got to get a certain number here before they can do what they're going to do. Because they would have to go through within a certain lifetime, or have you determined that hybrids, when they breed in with other hybrids or humans, end up producing more hybrids? What happens there?
All right, Morgie. So,
They end up
how old are you?
producing more humans.
23 years old.
Probably.
What made you want to start stand-up comedy?
On how, on what happens. I do know that when hybrids have
This is like a new thing.
intercourse with FMDs,
He's gonna see me on his favorite show.
moved about 10 or 12
And look at this. He wins this round.
and an embryo inserted in them, but it bypasses some of the procedures on table.
Right now, he's looking at the apartment where all your shit used to be. Just like that different thing.
So we don't know
Another line.
yet
Very good. You
whether
are
or not
literally anti-comedy, Morgie.
can in
I
fact
love
have
it. What's the
children with
funniest thing about
FMDs.
you?
We don't know that. We do know that they are not to have sexual relations with female
I've been
hybrids.
arrested 3 times.
How do we know that?
First I
Well,
shoplifted.
What were you
they
shoplifting?
did this.
I was
They
stealing a
stick
Michael Kors
with
mini from
regular
dealers.
humans because they
I got away with
otherwise
shit still.
I guess they think they're just not spreading out the phenomenon enough in some way. I don't know.
Shorter answers.
Hitting on a
The second time.
female hubert would be
A drug dealer discharged me and I
and what's the point? The point is you want to spread your seed, so to speak.
It's a long story.
Right, what are you going to want to
This is
have
like
with
a
it though?
bad
Right?
baby was bad at everything.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, say that again. I said she wouldn't want anything to do with it.
He like hid his shit in my closet.
It's like you mean the female hubert bro. They have to mate with humans. They have to have intercourse with humans.
What?
And multiple wives
Yeah.
with human beings.
So,
You're saying that hybrids and
that's the
hybrids may not mate.
No doubt about it.
They may not mate. That is correct. They are told they cannot mate. They should not mate. They are not supposed to, and they follow orders.
Break and they just found the
They're really good at following orders. That would make sense if you were trying to propagate quickly. You would only want that to mate with humans. Yeah, and the question then is, will they have a watered down hubrid that is born, or would they just take out the hubrid on board a UFO eventually and put it in a tank and go through the standard procedures? We don't know that because as far as I know, with women who I've worked with, they have not reported being pregnant as a result of humans.
It's not even that bad.
I don't think, I'm thinking of maybe one exception. Professor, hold on, this is such incredible stuff. I mean, if everything we're hearing right now
my mom dying, drinking and driving my dad's like a hobo.
then surely we are at
not disappointed right now. So
And if not, we ought to be. I have something else from the military industrial complex to get busy with. I'm Mark Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. I've been doing talk radio now for decades, right? Radio for all my life, and in all my life, and in all those decades, I don't think that I have ever heard anything like what I'm hearing tonight from Professor David Jacobs. Boiled down to this.
Okay, thank you.
It seems to me
Let's do 50% less of whatever you're
many
thinking of the show.
that
So
he is
relax a
studying
little.
for
You
years,
can breathe and drink and do all your favorite things.
1150 over 1150 involve sperm and
when you
eggs.
signed up for the show, knowing that your ex that you used to live with, was that a bad breakup?
no, it was kind of mutual. We lived together for 5 years.
in one way or the other with this
After
is
we
what he
broke up,
calls
I feel like this was like a month ago.
Okay.
But you know, I still love that mother.
Testimony about kidnapping on Sherry Rasmussen doesn't match the evidence used to convict her. Another parole by a court recommended parole in 2023, but that recommendation was rescinded in October after concerns were raised by Governor Newsom. Police in Germany say at least 28 people have been hurt by a car that plowed into a crowd during a union demonstration in the city of Munich. Officials are calling it a suspected attack. The driver was a man from Afghanistan who's asking for asylum. He's been arrested. Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio are expected to attend a major security conference in Munich tomorrow. Ukraine's President Zelensky is also expected to attend. Elon Musk's social media platform X has agreed to pay about $10 million to settle a lawsuit by President Trump for the suspension of his accounts after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Trump sued the company and its former chief executive last month. Meta Platforms said that it had agreed to pay about $25 million to settle a lawsuit by Trump. He's also looking to settle with Google for banning it from YouTube. We'll check and see what's going on in South Gardena next.
Round of 50 is now trading around 18. I chose not to. I chose not to go after it as I'm saving a lot of my dry powder for the blue chips. I keep reiterating Chainlink. Like Chainlink is a fucking no-brainer. I don't know how many times I've said it in here. I've said it probably every day that I've spoken in here over the last, I would say, towards the upside. These are blue chips that really haven't had their time yet, and they fucking will. And if they don't, well, you know what I mean. I bet on them myself, so this is why I'm telling you guys. So we all lose together, baby. We fucking ride together. We all die together, man. That's what it is, being in the fucking trenches, right? We're all in the trenches together here, no? Right? So, as far as my stuff goes, our shirts should be ready this month. And actually, no, they will be ready this month. And once I get finished all my work here in the cold, I'm going to start traversing the fucking Asia and hitting all these crypto expos. There's a really cool meme coin expo in Hong Kong. I will be there with a Louis Bear booth. There's one in Singapore. I will be there with a Louis Bear booth. So there's a lot of cool things that I got going on. I should be done my work here in Canada in like maybe 60 days tops. I should be able to get in and out of here. So that's you know, that's when I'll be. If it's between that time and now is when we'll be doing some fucking some work on the chart with some green candles, some rebuilding. I gotta rebuild the website. I gotta add some e-commerce on there, and yeah, man, the Shogun. That's another thing is like all these charts. There's so many charts that are getting kicked in right now that. There's just tons of buying opportunities right now, man. That's what these dips are for, you guys. They're for to buy. Even though I know a lot of people have fucking PTSD from buying dips because they usually just keep dipping. But Shogun and Bully Bear, like if you go look at our charts, I don't want anyone to buy Bully Bear right now, but you can buy Shogun's chart. Like their dip is fucking nice. Somebody got hacked and their wallet got fucking drained. So there's a really nice fucking really nice dip to buy on Shogun, and a lot of the tools that they're building, when they start generating profit, like a lot of that money is going to go back into the chart too. So there's really good opportunities, man, right now. So swing trading, I really like Juke and Radium, and I think they're really volatile tokens that have really nice fucking quick 20-30% bursts to the up and downside, and actually Solana as well. So I don't know. That's my alpha for the day, man. Shit. Oh, my favorite drink is there's a little place in Bangtao. It's a neighborhood in Phuket, Thailand, and it's called Daily Dose. And they make great coffee, but they have these juices, and mine is beetroot juice. It is so fucking delicious. Not only is it delicious, it is uber healthy. So I was thinking about my favorite drink when when I was listening. So that's my favorite drink, and my spot, and my alpha. God bless.
Yes, indeed, man. Very good. And that drink, wow, that sounds very exotic. That drink, man. Oh yeah, man. Very good. So yeah, I think there was a lot of good alpha in that one, man. He's sticking to the blue chips. I don't think that's a bad idea. Yeah, if you're going to be DCAing into something right now when there's all this uncertainty, it does make a lot of sense to stick to the blue chips or to the names that you know. It's all about risk management, man. Really, like your capital is like it's your toolbox, right? If you were a handyman and you lost all your tools, you wouldn't be able to work anymore, right? Well, it's the same thing. If you're an investor, if you're a trader, and you lose all your capital, it's like losing all your tools. You're done. You can't work anymore. So yeah, your number one job as a trader is to make sure, or as an investor, your number one job is to make sure that you got a job tomorrow, which means you need to preserve your capital. Because when your capital is gone, that's like the market saying you're fired. Yeah. So always remember that, guys. Risk management is the name of the game. It's all about risk management. Nobody can tell the future. Nobody knows which way the market's going to go, up, down. Nobody knows. The only thing that you know is that the chart goes right and it never goes left. Okay, that's the only thing you know. Everything else is it's all about risk management. That's why it's all about making sure that your losses are small and you keep your runners running. All right, everything else. So keep your wins big, but keep your losses small. That risk management is what keeps you in the game. It's really sometimes that simple. It's complex in its simplicity. All right, that's all I can say. Everything else is kind of like, I think it's a pseudoscience. Everything else is kind of just strange. All right. Kaiba, I see that your hand is up, man. Did you want to chime in?
I do. Good morning, guys. A little bit of a golden nugget of knowledge too. I've been doing securities and futures for a long time. I'm new to crypto, but doing securities and futures for a long time. Whatever you can, make it free. If you can remove your initial capital in something that is medium to high risk, make it free. There's no shame in that. Who cares? You keep your initial investment. Like Rooster said, it's all about risk management. If you have zero risk on the table and you're still making money, that's the most incredible scenario that you can be in. It doesn't matter if you're making $10 or you're making thousands of dollars. Make it free. And as for blue chips, I agree with blue chips are great. If blue chips are up, right, like there's a lot of stocks that are up right now. Don't buy into something that's just ran like 200, 300, 400%. Look at names that are like long-term names that are quality, that you know aren't going to go away, that are being Intel just popped like this last week, but Intel would have been a great name to buy. It's an American chip company. We know that Trump's pro American production. Intel would have been an amazing pickup. Estee Lauder, it's a company that's been around for so many years. It's a multi-billion-dollar company, and it's down in like basically all-time lows over the last like decade, 2 decades. Like that's a company that I would pick up. That's a company that's not going anywhere. So do your research and be safe and be smart and make it free whenever you can. That's my little bit of alpha for you guys. And I'll talk about my project later.
Yes, indeed, man. That's a very good piece of advice there. Yeah, stick your initials out. And I know you told me, you said in the beginning that you were a futures trader. And yeah, when you're doing leveraged futures contract, you definitely want to risk off a little bit and keep your, make sure that your stop becomes like free, so to speak. I know that's a very popular technique with a lot of leveraged futures traders. And I think that's important. Yeah, make sure you protect your capital. Your capital protection should be the number one thing that you're thinking about. I remember when I was a trader for the banks, our trading coach always said the same thing. Man, your capital is everything. Preserve your capital. Because if your capital isn't preserved, you're getting fired. That was how easy it was to get fired in that job. If you took a loss and you did not manage risk, they fired you right then and there. I mean, that's kind of like how the business works. All right, so we're going to move on to the next one. Yes, we got Odin next, we got Ransom, we got Nick, Kaiba, and Rabbi as well. We're going to go in that order. So, Odin, what is going on, man? Give us that alpha on what you guys are building. I know every time you're in here, you showcase a bot. What you got for us today, man?
Yo, appreciate you having me here, Rooster. So, normally I do go deep into detail with each bot, but I'm gonna start that over again next week. So for today, I'm just giving you guys a straight chill. We are a multi-utility meme coin, and we have several bots in our inventory that help your project get saved by millions and stay ahead of that competition. So, what sets our bots apart from the rest of the crypto space is that our bots are outperforming and outpricing every bot on the market, and this is all backed up by data. Now, there's plenty of benefits to holding our meme coins. You get shared revenue, you get bonus referrals, and you also get buybacks and burns every time anyone uses one of our bots. So if you're a developer and you're interested in using a volume bot, rank bot, etc., I actually posted a link in the Jumbotron, and from there you'll be able to access the variety of bots we have to offer, and from there you can take your project to the next level. So let us be the solution to your problem. Thank you. Odin out.
All right, well, thank you so much. Yes, Odin is building tools that are helping other projects as well. I like this. They've done many different bots. We've been able to test out a few of them, and so far they've been pretty good. So, Odin, thank you so much for that, man. And next week, I can't wait to hear a little bit more deep dives into some of their, especially the newer bots that you launched earlier this week. I think those could be very interesting. I know there's a lot of interest in those kind of like smaller names on Pump Fund, despite us warning people not to go on there and not to be deeping in on those things. It's still very, very popular. So I do think that a lot of people might be using that bot soon, and I think a lot of people in the audience might be very interested in that. So, Odin, thank you so much for talking about that and bringing all this to our attention. All right, so we also got Handsome Ransom. What's going on, dude?
Yo, what up? Always a thrill to hang out with my boys, St. Nick, Odin, CJ. People leaving before I get up here, shout them out. Bluey's gone. Bluey's fucking gone. Is that how it is? I see how it is. So anyway, yeah, always a pleasure to join you, Rooster, on your morning spaces. Love to be here. Guys, I think I mentioned this last time I was here, but really, sincerely, I'm so thrilled about this. This is the fucking alpha. We haven't actually got it uploaded yet. We're going to put it onto our YouTube, but the social media mega space we held was not recorded because I fumbled the ball, but we recovered the recording. We are going to upload that in its entirety to our YouTube. We are also going to chunk it out into sections. Some of those Q&A segments were just really, really juicy, so we're going to break that down and make it available in some bite-sized pieces, put it out across some of our other socials and stuff. But yeah, really, really thrilled that we were able to recover that recording. So anybody who wasn't able to make it, You can swing through and check out the entire thing, or if there's a specific topic, a specific question you were hoping maybe you could have asked, somebody else might have covered that one for you. We also had a pretty nice and structured list of questions to keep the flow going too. So, a lot of those things that might have been things you wanted to hear, Steven Shapiro or Harry, our social media expert, weigh in on. Those things probably did get asked, and go through and check that out. We're going to be uploading those throughout the coming week. It's like I said, it actually came through in a weird file type because it was a stream, right? So I'm gonna convert it over, upload it to our YouTube, probably come up with some visual to go along with it so that it's not just a blank screen. But then we're gonna be putting the clips out on our TikTok, Instagram, and stuff like that as well. And actually, we're gonna be doing that with maybe our chill and chill spaces. I don't know. Those just get pretty degen and wild sometimes, realistically. Hey, people like that shit though. But we're going to be doing other spotlight spaces. Similar to that, they're not going to be the exact same. We may do a follow-up that is in the exact same vein where we do a social media space with Q&A and stuff like that as well. We'll probably do that down the line, maybe a couple of months from now. But we're going to have a few other spotlight spaces that are going to be pretty massive, pretty awesome. That'll be a little bit different than that one, but super cool as well. All of those we're going to start uploading to YouTube, and then, also taking chunks of them, putting them on TikTok and Insta, because realistically, man, some great stuff happens in spaces, and it gets lost after 2 fucking days in your Twitter feed. Nobody can, it's not even a matter of do people go back and read them, or listen to the recording? They can't. How would they fucking find it? How would they fucking find it? We retweet so much shit and stuff. So we're going to be really hammering down on that, because I think a lot of normies, they're actually going to funnel through YouTube, right? Or at least they're so familiar with YouTube anyway. And so some of that stuff, some of the spaces we've got coming up, I think that they'll be a lot of fun for viewers, but they are, I wouldn't even say geared more toward normie, but they're made to be a lot more normie friendly. And again, they're going to have kind of a broader normie appeal. There's going to be a ton of normies in those spaces because it's going to be some pretty big people, names that you guys have heard of, who will be joining us for some of those spaces. Totally non-crypto people like B-list celebrities, regionally A-list actually. There'll be a ton of particularly active on X and stuff like that coming through there. And in general, I think that whenever the really does heat up, if we get that next leg up, YouTube's really going to be where a lot of that action goes. We do focus a ton on Instagram and TikTok. We've been neglecting YouTube. And let's be real, man. That boomer money, those guys are going to YouTube to try to figure out what to do with their fucking money they've been robbing from us for years, right? So, we're really excited about that. We're going to be getting the ball rolling more on our YouTube front with some original content as well. We've got a really cool original IP that we've made. Our team's just fucking super talented. We've got some great guys on our team, and we've come up with some original animations. Obviously we have the Big Les Show animations to lean on, which have been fantastic, but there's actually like a powerhouse of talent on our team, so we're really excited to start showcasing those. They're already done, actually. The assets anyway, they're already built, but we're writing the scripts and everything for them. It's coming along really well, so that's going to be going out on our YouTube as well. Really excited about that stuff, so we'll be keeping you guys updated on when Spotlight Space will be. Well, I think we're going to keep those on Saturdays, though, right? So all of our chill and chills will be on Sunday, and we're going to try to do like once a month, if we can, a kind of big mega Spotlight Space of some kind of special event type thing. So really cool. And also, drink choice. I'm a simple man, I'm a simple man. I don't drink often, really, unless it's for poker. Guys, come through poker. Come through poker. Really do it. Really do it, though. I drink. Нравится только кофе с молоком. Каждый день. Или, может быть, в пятницу. All right, that's it. Ransom out.
What the hell was that gibberish at the end, man?
Thank you.
What the hell was that? You were supposed to tell us your favorite drink, and all I heard was like, some gibberish, bro. What the fuck, man? I was like, ooh, he's probably gonna get that really good outfit because, man, I know you get drunk on a Friday because I can different language. I don't even know what that language is, bro. Oh, it's Russian. So what are you drinking? What, like typical Russian stuff, like vodka and like just?
No, I was thinking about saying vodka just because I was thinking it's Russian, but I don't fucking drink vodka. No, I drink whiskey, typically bourbon on Fridays, but for real, I'm fueled by fucking coffee and milk.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of coffee. I try not to drink too much because I get just a little bit too hyper when I drink a little bit of caffeine. So I try not to drink too much. I will eat just a little bit just so I can get a little bit of that taste in the morning. Yeah, I do like coffee too. I do like bourbon as well. You know what really goes well together? Whiskey and coffee. Yes, Irish coffee. Man, that's something good, man. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're like you're like a little amped up from the caffeine. You're like feeling both of them at the same time. You're like, yeah, I can conquer the world, you know. But not a good feeling to have. Loco. Yeah. Irish Four Loco. I like the original Four Loco, man. I love it, love it. All right, well, Mason, thank you so much for that. And yes, guys, I think you should take a page out of Sassy's book here about social media diversification. I've been saying this every day since the summer because, I know people are getting their X accounts taken away from them. They're getting their Telegram shut down. So, again, social media diversification. I've actually heard a lot of mixed things about YouTube. As far as like meme coins are concerned, everybody, the people that have done really well on social media, they all say, "Oh no, dude, focus on your TikTok, not so much on the YouTube." But then there's some people that are saying but in my own thinking, I'm just thinking to myself, like, YouTube is such a much bigger network, right? And I was thinking, why aren't more meme coins doing stuff on YouTube? But everybody seems to like swear by TikTok, but for some reason,
so the reason that they say that is YouTube has so much less of a trending feature, and the idea of your videos being actually discovered by people on YouTube is much, much lower. So that's the reason that we have pretty much completely neglected our YouTube as well. Now at this point, we've got really robust numbers on our Instagram and TikTok, so we're trying to build the YouTube out as a side thing. Guys, for any project who's out there, ignore the fucking YouTube and work those Instagram and TikToks first. All right, if you're starting from ground zero on all of them, fuck the YouTube. Ignore it for now and get a little bit of momentum on your TikTok and Instagram first, because there is value to be found on YouTube, but until you reach a certain point, you just never get seen until you direct people specifically to your videos. So it's kind of wasted effort.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's exactly what people have said. They said, focus more on the Instagram and TikTok. Everybody swears by, hey, focus on the Instagram and TikTok first, and then YouTube a little bit later. Very good advice. I like that. Rance, thank you so much for that, Alpha, man. I wrote that down myself. Definitely going to keep that in mind as we build out some of these social media strategies for some of these tokens that we represent. But yeah, I was just wondering, why is nobody focusing on YouTube? And you just told me the reason why. There we go. All right, that's good alpha from Handsome Ransom. All right, well, thank you so much. And yes, I will be ready for you tomorrow. I will be ready to take all your chips. Be sure to have a full bottle of bourbon in front of you, because you play a lot better when you're drunk, right? Thumbs up.
Wait, that reminds me, I've got one more bit of alpha, guys. Check this out. This is true. This is going to sound like a joke. First of all, I want to go ahead and say I'm never joking. I've never joked in my life. Everything I say is serious. Okay, guys, I've begun writing off my losses on Fridays as charitable donations to the Trench Warriors. Okay, you can write off your poker losses.
This guy. He turns lemons into lemonade. He takes all his losses and he turns it into a positive. I guess that's a good excuse. That's a very cheerful way of expressing to the audience that you don't win often.
You're giving to a very, very good cause. Okay.
You're making sure that other people can degen into rogues themselves. Yes, very good cause indeed, Ransom. Thank you so much for allowing the other degens to lose their money on pump funds, bro. We really do appreciate that. That is too funny, Ransom. All right, well, yes, we'll see you when the cards fly, bro. And yeah, hey, bring that bourbon, bro, because you always play better when you're drunk, right? Man, we have Too much fun. All right, well, we're gonna go to Nick. What is going on? Saint Nick, give us that good alpha, man. Don't give us no lumps of coal, bro. What you got for us today, dude?
I was actually going to come on and talk about poker. I didn't realize until yesterday, which may make me actually a shitty husband, but tomorrow the poker game is on Valentine's Day. So, a little interesting. I don't know what the turnout's going to be, but I will just say this. And this is, you can look at it as marital advice if you want. Just get your wives, get your girlfriends, come join us, play poker. Yeah, I'm actually licensed to give out this information when it comes to marriages and stuff. So it's all good. Much like Ransom with his tax information. It's all good. I can't stay on here too long talking because I got to get back to my wife so she doesn't get upset. But look, come play poker with us. The link is in Rooster's bio. T.me/Rooster Bruce. I think we'll have a post out later today, Rooster.
Yeah, we're having one of our forums is glitching out. I don't know why it's glitching out, but it's glitching out. That's why I can't post it because our forum is glitching out. But yeah, man, we'll figure out why it's glitching out by later today. We'll post it. But if you just want to join in and just be on the inside scoop, we always know it. Even if we don't have a post, just know that we will always have a poker game at Friday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, no matter what. I think we are now 26 weeks straight. So for 6 months straight, we've been having this game. We have not missed a single Friday since we started. We started this, I believe, back in July. We have never missed a single day since we started this. So, nope, we have not missed a single Friday. So, no matter what, even if you don't see a post, we will have a Friday game, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to be in that TG, again, like Nick said, click on my PFP. That's right, the Rooster Brewster. Go to my X bio. There is that link on the X bio, t.me/Rooster Roost. Indeed. And that's all that poker conversation between me and Ransom. That's what we're talking about. Whenever Bluey comes in and says, hey, I'm going to take all your chips, that's what he's talking about. John comes through. We got a lot of regular people that come through, and about 70 to 80% of the people there are token devs, Web3 insiders. We sometimes have the heads of bot companies and DeFi protocols coming in as well. It's a great way to share some alpha. It's a great way to network with peers. And if you're not in the industry, it's a great way to break in that industry as well too. We've had a couple people actually come through and join communities and actually become their shillers and raiders as well. It's a very good. It's first and foremost, it's a professional networking group. We just use poker as our way to kind of sit together and have some fun and have some banter with one another. And it is very fun. It's fun to see these guys. It's more fun when I win and they lose. But even when I lose, it's fun too. I will say that it is fun. Yes.
All Ransom's doing and all of us are doing is giving all of our money to Goldfish. Goldfish needs to see what he's doing with his money for the end.
He's giving it out on NFishL. That's what he's doing. He's giving it out to NFishL winners, bro.
I do this every week. What's up with Goldfish, man? Every fucking week I hear this Goldfish is outclassing every single one of you guys.
Bro, it's funny he calls himself Goldfish, but he's clearly a fucking shark.
Yeah, dude, that dude, he'll have four of a kind. He'll have two aces in his hand, yeah? And then, the flop comes out, two aces come on the flop, right? And guess what this motherfucker is doing? He's checking you. He's checking you all the way to the river, bro. That's the type of player he is. He doesn't value bet. He doesn't use pot odds and things like that. No, man. All he does is he waits for the best hand and he tries to reel you in. He tries to go fishing on you. He tries to see if you're gonna bite. And you're gonna bite. Of course you're gonna bite, right? And he waits for you to have a flush or something like that. But he's got a four of a kind. And he's gonna keep checking, and he traps your ass. That's what he's good at. He's really good at trapping people, man. Him and SWAT. SWAT is also, man, that's one tricky bastard as well, too. SWAT, oh, man. That dude is really tricky as fuck, man. Tricky as fuck. I'll tell you,
the game will give you free fucking
What do you say?
yeah, but
First off, my drink of choice is a triple espresso. Gets me going in the morning. My adrenaline.
Like a full house on the river, right? And it's just like, damn it, man. I know that's what happened to you. Yeah, to me, yeah. I had a three of a kind, and you know, I had the highest three of a kind, and all of a sudden, fucking Julie, man, gets a full house on the fucking river, bro. I was like, you can't even make this shit up, man. This ain't even fucking Hollywood, man. Like, you can't even make the story like this. What are the fucking odds that the one card he needed is gonna be in the red? But you know what? That's cards, baby. You know, that's a card song. Whatever, man. Yeah. Hey, man, don't divorce your wives. Just, you know, I don't think a divorce. Oh no, dude, divorce your wives from poker. Like, yeah, come to poker. Come to poker. Be in the doghouse for a bit. Divorce your wives. See your kids. Come to poker. Hey, actually, I know a guy in the park, dude. He'll watch your kid for free, bro. He's got the kids set up. Whole thing, bro. Like, straight up. He's a good guy. He's just down on his luck. So, there's a guy in the park. He's got a tent. He'll look at your kids for free. But don't look at so messed up, bro. So messed up. This is a script for a Hollywood. This is a script for a Hollywood movie script. Please do not ban our accounts. We are not condoning any type of hurt kids or anything like that. This is just for a Hollywood script. We aren't script writers. Yeah, please, Elon, don't ban me, bro. All right, but anyway, Nick, thank you so much for that alpha, man. Yeah, poker tomorrow, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Come join. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next thing that we got. Kaiba or Kaiba. I'm sorry, man. I need to learn how to pronounce that. But yes, welcome back to Crypto and Coffee, man. It's been a mean minute since we've seen you, and we want to hear all about what's going on with your project, man. What you got for us, dude?
Yeah, dude, it's so it is Kaiba. You got it right, not Kaiba, Kaiba. And I also hear the guy who babysits your kids for free. He actually feeds them too. He has candy and stuff. So yeah, I think check him out. I think he's 100% legit there. So what is Kaiba? So we're on the XRPL. We are a build-your-own-adventure storytelling and story-driven token. We are creating a story, and we're leaving gaps in the story. We have a huge narrative that we've created. Our main dev is I'm one dev. My name is Bodsky, and we have two other devs on the team. The one guy's doing all the writing. He's written like about 14 books so far. He's editing them. We're going to release the story in chapters via NFTs, but we're going to leave gaps in the story. So anybody who's creative, who wants to be able to take part and create a piece of the story, whether it's a character that we haven't described, whether it's a side quest or a part of the story that we didn't really go into, we're going to have opportunities for community submissions every sort of 2 weeks. We're just setting it up. We just launched our website next week, so we're getting all the pieces in order. But everyone will be able to participate and submit their artistic piece, whether it's a little bit of a backstory written, whether it's a piece of art that they've drawn, whether it's music, whatever, and then we'll have the whole community and the admins and the devs vote on what the best one is, and then that submission will be be part of our story and be part of our universe, and we'll monetarily reward them as well for contributing, because all artists should be rewarded. I'm an artist, that's my main job. I'm an opera singer, and all artists need to be paid for their work. So we want to offer a platform where creative people can contribute and they can be rewarded for it. As I said, we're going to release the story via NFTs. So each chapter is going to be released via NFT, and if you collect all the chapters, we're going to give you a special commemorative NFT for the entire book, and you're going to be able to earn rewards with those NFTs, and you have to own the NFTs to read it. We're trying to figure out a way to integrate this into the real world. We're going to be launching an LLC that's going to be connected, though we're going to follow all the proper legal channels. The LLC is mainly going to be for our entertainment, investing, and marketing division, not going to necessarily be promoting the coin itself, but we are taking our story into the real world. We have a manga artist that's working on a manga rendition, and we're also going to be doing some anime pitches, and we're going to pitch these to real world companies, and we're working on sending out a team to do that right now. And also going into children's novels too. So this is going to be a really long-term project. This isn't something that if you jump in, that you're going to expect to see gains within a couple days or a week, where we've got a 2, 5, 10-year plan for this thing. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. There's a bunch of other stuff that we're going to incorporate into like a free use library that's a part of the whole universe, and there's a bunch of lore I can talk about, but I don't think that this is the place for that. If anyone wants to know about it, I'll toss a post down in the chat here. I won't put it on the big board, but I'll put it down below. And if there's any immediate questions about the project that you guys want me to answer, because I know it's a very broad scope project. There's nothing
Your project
I could talk
sucks.
about it for an hour, so I'll kind of leave it there.
Oh wow! Choose your own adventure token. Yeah. So
Yeah,
like,
basically,
the community comes together and votes on like the lore and like.
So we have the basic lore. Yeah, so we have the basic lore written. It takes place in a dystopian future where Kaiba, the main character, he was a Shiba Inu that's been sort of genetically altered, and he's half AI, half machine. So it's kind of a narrative on the struggle between humanities.
That sounds like the most boring story I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
Logical side, and he's fighting in this world to create peace, prosperity, and spread knowledge and freedom. And the cool part of this is that the main dev has created a universe where there's 7 megacities that's each associated with the 7 deadly sins. So there's a city of greed, a city of lust.
I thought the city is shut the fuck up and let Rabbi go. How about that city? That's where I'm the fucking mayor.
Content. I kind of mentioned a little bit about a library. That's a deeper part that we'll go into, but there's going to be an Akashic library that's accessible through each of these cities. So when you go into, like, say, the Greed City with the Greed villain, you're going to have, if you go into the library there, it'll all be self-help books about, like, finance, investing, economics, all that sort of stuff, and you can access all that information for free if you just own a little bit of Kaiba. So that's kind of the deeper part of our interactive sort of metaverse kind of concept of it. But exactly, we're going to develop the main story, and people will be able to submit their own pieces of the story and their art, and then that'll become a part of our lore and a part of our universe permanently, and you'll be rewarded for it.
Oh damn! I like that. So it's really interactive, and it really gets your community involved in the lore making, which gives them a sense of ownership. I know that what is it? There was a L1 chain that did that. Monad did that. They let the community kind of dictate the lore and the memes as well. And it really created this really super loyal community around them. So even though they had all these development delays, their community stayed with them because it was that sense of ownership. Like they create the lore together, kind of a thing. I like that. I really do like that. I like the concept of that, where the community really has that sense of ownership. Like, hey, we dictated what this story was going to be, which creates a little bit more of a loyalty, right? Because they feel like they're really part of the team. I like that. I really do, man. That's awesome, bro.
Yeah, thanks, man. And the way that we're going to hold ourselves accountable as admins and devs, we do own a very large portion of the coin, and we think that's very important. I know that sketches people out, but we're in this for the long term, and we're going to hold ourselves accountable by linking the token with an LLC. And so if there's any rugging, you're legally held accountable in the real world. And we want people to know that we're putting that accountability on ourselves and showing everybody that we're committed to this for the long term.
Very nice, man. Hey, well, congratulations on that. And yeah, man, this sounds really interesting, bro. So yeah, man, we do this every single day at 11 a.m. Eastern here at Crypto and Coffee. And anytime you guys have new developments, anytime you guys have new alpha, or if you just want to come by and talk about your project every day, yo, be my guest, man. I like that. I like that. The community kind of gets set to lore together. So I'm definitely putting you on my homework list. I'm gonna do a little bit of homework here. Look at your lore a little bit. I want to see what your community came up with. I'm very curious how that actually transpires. So thanks, man.
I've launched a little sneak peek. You guys can see on our X account too. I posted it somewhere. It might be buried in a bunch of posts, but because I'm an artist, I've already done a little bit of a sneak peek of like an audiobook. So I did a I did kind of like a read through of the sample of the first chapter with a bunch of different voices. I did music, and I just did some random AI art. But we don't want AI art. We want real artists to do this. But we were just trying to launch it into something so people can see what our concept and our vision is. But we're all about real artists and remunerating them properly.
Of course, 100%, man. That sounds like a plan. Yo, thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm definitely going to be taking a look at your project. Very nice. Thank you so much, Kaiba, for coming through. And you are welcome every day here at Crypto and Coffee. All right, so today is... Oh, wait, before I go to the next speaker, Kaiba, you got to tell us, what's your favorite drink, man?
Oh, my favorite favorite drink. This is okay. Alcoholic, non-alcoholic. What are we talking here?
You can do both.
I can do both. Alcoholic for sure. Old fashioned. Can't be too sweet. I don't want any of that Maker's Mark. Or if we do Maker's Mark, you have to add more bitters and less of this simple syrup because it gets too sweet. Bullet bourbon's nice. Keeping it American for sure. But you got to do the real maraschino. You can't do the red maraschino cherries. You got to do the Luxardo cherries from Italy, the real deal, the black cherries and the syrup there. That's the way you got to go for alcoholic. And nothing beats a good espresso, in my opinion. A good quality espresso, a really nice bean, thick crema on the top. You can't beat that.
This guy sounds like he's a gourmet. Like he goes around with that Michelin guide, and he's like, "Oh, only 1 star? No, not good enough." He sounds like he's like one of those guys. But dude, I love me a good old fashioned myself. Good old fashioned, yes, indeed, man. Very nice, love it. And yeah, espresso is good too, man. I like espresso. Again, I get a little bit of jitteries, after drinking one, but I do like the taste of it. I like how it's like really, really dark, and it's it's that. Just do a decaf
espresso. Do a decaf.
No, man, no. No. Decaf espresso is like. That's like saying I'm gonna eat an Impossible Burger. No. You don't do that.
Well, let's not go that far, okay? We're not disgusting here.
It's like saying I'm gonna eat a veggie burger. No, man, I can't do that. I can't do that to myself. I have too much self-respect to do decaf. Okay. There's some people in here probably drinking decaf, and they're like, "Oh, not me." I'm not making fun of anybody who drinks decaf.
I just threw mine out as you were saying that.
Decaf's not cool. Oh, and throw it out. No, keep drinking your decafs. Hey, sometimes caffeine's not right for you. I know it's not right for me. I still drink caffeinated coffee. I probably shouldn't, but it is what it is. I just love the taste of it. I just love the taste of that espresso, that bitterness, that dark bitterness. Yeah, it gets you going because it's like life. Bro, espresso is kind of like life, right? It's like life. It's dark. It's bitter. Yeah, man. It just reminds me about what life's about.
I'll send you some good brands of espresso bean that you can use if you make your own.
Yeah. But a couple years ago, I stayed in Brazil for a few months, and I was able to bring back some Brazilian coffee from a local farm. Oh yeah, dude, that's so good. Oh
man, nothing better. Nothing better. Do not buy ground coffee if you grind your own beans. And make sure
you grind your own beans. Yeah, and you want that kind of like that blonde. Everybody in Brazil told me that don't get the dark roast because dark roast they use the beans that are not as good. The high quality beans are only lightly roasted. So
I used to be a barista. I had to do a whole coffee course, coffee tasting, all this crap back in the day. The lighter the bean, the more caffeine. So the darker roast, the less caffeine you have. Drip coffee has way more caffeine than an espresso does. So if you want just a tiny pick-me-up, have an espresso instead.
Okay. Very good, Alva. Yeah, that's what they told me too. They were like, yeah, be careful with that light roast because it is more caffeinated. And I was like, oh, okay. And yeah, even after one espresso with that light roast, I can feel it. I can feel it. Like I can feel my heart. I can feel my my head and my hair is all sweaty after that. Yeah, but it was so good. It tasted so damn good. It's probably one of the best coffees I've ever had. I wish I had more, but yeah, the next time I go to Brazil, I am going to get as much as I can of that stuff if that farm is still around. I wish everybody could try that. But yeah, all right, man. Thank you so much, Kaiba, for coming through, sharing with us your favorite drinks. It's an old fashioned and an espresso. Oof, very, very gourmet stuff. All right, so we're going to move on to some of the other speakers we have up on stage. We got Rabbi, and we also got Taylor J and Gondabo as well. We're going to make sure everybody's got time on the clock to make that mic drop. So we're going to go to Rabbi. Rabbi, what is going on, man? I think you've been here before, but it's been like several weeks, if I'm not mistaken. But welcome back, or if this is your first time, welcome. It is good to have you. How are you doing today, man?
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. I love your energy, Rooster. I also am a big fan of espresso, so count me in with that. I appreciate the alpha that Kaiba was expressing to us, particularly on the different types. I have a project that's unique. It is not a cryptocurrency. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace on YouTube. I've been live for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. It's like a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. I've also expanded this into Twitter Spaces, video Twitter Spaces as well. So I'm now living my life on Twitter in addition to YouTube, Twitch, Kick, all your major platforms, including Rumble and DLive. I do so because I don't want war anymore. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the digging of wells in developing nations. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama 10 Inu. It's worth over $100 million. We've built wells in Nigeria, and I want to continue that positive influence on the world. I'm also a major advocate of the Life Straw project, but additionally, and I think most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in the mainstream, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel. I talk about de-extinction. Many people don't know what de-extinction is. It's essentially the reversal of once extinct species. People don't know the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Scientific is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates. I think this is just mind-blowing information that isn't really being discussed, and I do my best to educate people about these matters. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think would just be amazing, something that I never thought I would have seen as a younger person. I talk about things that affect every single person in here. Most importantly, you should know data is Earth's #1 resource. So that's not Rabbi saying this. This is the Economist magazine that stated this in 2018. In addition to discussions of cryptocurrency and NFTs and everything in Web3, I talk about things to help you and help your families. And if you're like, look, I'm just a regular person, I can't afford any of this, I have more data archived on the internet than anybody. And you all are along the ride with me, and I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of your friends, your families. I want to make sure that you'll be able to start your own charities, philanthropic organizations, but I want you to live longer. And so when you were all born, the average life expectancy of just about everybody in here was about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, things like cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But once you get to 120, you may say, Rabbi, that's all great, but my body's starting to break down. Now what's the next plan? Well, this is all with your consent. I want you, if you want to just die at a normal age, that's fine. But for those of us who want to keep the good times rolling, and we have your consent, if you'd like, in the future, there's a type of technology that you may be able to take advantage of, which is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want you all to know is that there's an opportunity perhaps in the future at digital immortality. And with that, if you want to follow me, I'm live in my Discord 24/7. It's discord.me/Rabbi. Thank you so much for Rooster allowing me to share this project with you all, and just really appreciate all the alpha that I've heard from all the peers.
Very interesting show. Very interesting show. I just have a question after that. Even if your digital representation is online, can you really say that you're alive?
That's certainly a philosophical question. Some people may say that you are. Some people say that you're not. It really gets to the ship of Theseus paradox. Essentially, if you have a ship and you dock it, and you take that ship apart piece by piece and rebuild the ship next to it, is it the same ship? Some people consider it the same. Some people don't. It's really a philosophical question at that point.
I mean, I don't know if that's really comparable because a ship, you know, it doesn't have that quote unquote soul, right? But as human beings, we kind of have this thing that makes us alive. That's not that wouldn't, you know, that doesn't really hold true with like a ship or an inanimate object, right?
Well, everything that makes you you, so all of your memories, your personality, all of that is stored within atoms within your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and all of that would be an exact copy and transferred into the new being. So you would have the same consciousness. Now, if people want to consider that being a different metaphysical being than what their original soul is, I completely understand that. And that's really a philosophical question, but really you would not know the difference.
Wow. We are in a brave new world, man. We're in a brave new world where people are actually like talking about this kind of stuff, and it's actually becoming more and more real, right? Very interesting. Very interesting discussion. A very interesting show. I'd like to hear more about this, man. Maybe, yeah, you need to come by more often and talk more like this because this is very interesting. You know, digital immortality. I'm gonna write that down, man. I gotta do a little bit more research on this because you've definitely got my attention with that. Okay, digital immortality. Let's talk more about that. I gotta educate myself a little bit more on that because I don't know either, man. And I'm not just that's the first thing I thought of was like, man, is that really you there? You know, like you're not there, but it's like some digital representation of you. But I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I gotta educate myself on this. Saint Nick, I see your hand up, man.
Dude, there's some pretty crazy movies that start out like that. You know what I mean? There's some wild ones. Like, it's pretty fascinating. You know, I just thought it was a really, really interesting topic. To be honest, I didn't really have a question. But yeah, no, there are some weird movies that kind of touch on it a little bit. They haven't. I don't think they ended well. But you know, you're gonna go through. You know, obviously there's trials and everything else. But I don't know.
I mean, so like for example, if we made digital representations of Ned, Bluey, and Ransom, and I played poker against those digital representations, I took all their chips, is it still me beating them?
Again, that's a philosophical question.
That's right, it's Thursday, we're gonna start talking shit. That's right, the game is tomorrow, I'm gonna start talking shit. Yeah, man, I'll beat you, the real ones, and the digital representations. Yes, sir, I'm gonna take all your chips.
Hell no. Dude, my digital representation is way better than me. You're gonna get
Bill, tomorrow we head hunt for the clock. Tomorrow we head hunt for the clock. The clock is guessing.
I hope you're wearing a diaper because I'm gonna be dropping shit all day, bro. Yes, it is.
You mean you should be wearing the diaper, man? You're gonna drop the shit.
You better make some more memes of me wearing a diaper. Yes, indeed, man. I'm gonna be dropping shit left and right during that poker game, man. Yes, bring yourself and bring your digital representations. I'll take both y'all's chips. All right.
We're gonna beat your meat.
Beat this meat, man. Yes. Jesus. Oh my goodness. Wait. Hold up. Before we move on, Croc. We're just joking around. We're writing a script for a Hollywood play. Don't ban our accounts, Elon. We love you, bro. We love X. We love Croc. Please don't ban my account. You always gotta say that. We always gotta say that when we're kind of on the edge there. All right. Well,
What's the movie? What's the script? Like, what's the movie called? Like,
the movie script is called we see a failed poker player and they're gonna upload themselves to get a digital representation to see if the digital representation plays better, but they're not. They're gonna fail because this rooster can take both y'all's chips. That's gonna be the name of the movie. I don't know what we're gonna call the movie. We'll call it like I don't know, Second Chance Luck or some shit like that. I don't know, man. That's the name. Chance Luck. Is that? Oh man, this is what happens.
That sounds like a dirty movie. That's a dirty movie.
Is what happens on a Thursday. Everybody's looking forward to the poker game. Everybody starts talking shit. I know I'm gonna get some memes. Goldfish is gonna give me some KFC memes. I'm pretty sure of it. I gotta make my fried fish memes as well, but send it to him just the site come out because that's what we do on a Thursday.
Rooster, can you imagine you're just like some lonely dude and you're just fucking trying to find a fucking porno to watch and you come up with a shitty ass poker movie instead?
Actually, speaking of porno, there's a Crypto Chrissy in here. She can talk all about pornos. Let me tell you, man. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Chrissy. Kind of kidding. Anyway, again, Hollywood script. This is just a hypothetical. Grok, Elon, we love you, bro. Don't ban my account, bro. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next speaker. We got up on stage. We got We got Gonda Ball and we got Crypto Chrissy. So we're gonna go to Gonda Ball first. On Shantae, my friend, it is good to see you.
Shout out to him. That was really nice of him to let me talk. Oh, we got some followers. That's tight. Dude, shout out to Rooster. He was really, really nice. Really, really nice. What is wrong with that guy? They talked to him.
Studios game that
Who's
we
there?
produce. It's insane. We have the Green Dust Shooter, we have Sock City, and we have Kraken Attack. These are just 3 of the games that are there in development right now. So much, so bullish. You can find us on Launch My NFT. It's a 0.1 mint fee plus fees. Dude, I can't really speak enough on how bullish I am about these sock puppets. Like,
Well, I'll give you a sock puppet. Question.
we got Disney-like aspirations, dude. We're going to be having a compound. You're going to be able to get into our compound, into the amusement parks, into the studios with these tickets. If you hold on to this puppet, and you hold this shit 5, 15, 20 years from now, when all of our Pyrox studios, like Enterprise is second to place, our foundation is there, not only are you going to be able to get like exclusive content and stuff or job offerings, like all kinds of crazy shit, y'all are just the legends. You're the ones that are making it happen with us here right now. I'm so bullish. We do have a tokenomics set up. Socks made the token, contract was renowned. Obviously, as we talked about, there are other things you have to do as well.
Are you done?
But it's 5 billion. That's what it be. All of our puppets will be allocated 200K token. Plus, we have a bonus allocation for certain puppets. They're going to be the ones with the VIPs, the tuxedos. We have a little criteria list for that. The rare puppets. Those are going to get an extra 50K per puppet. And then we also have a pre-sale coming with that token as well. It's going to be a driving mechanism inside of Sock City. We're GameFi, baby. GameFi. Think like Axie Infinity, except not on Ronin. We're on Solana. You know, we have a wicked wide volume, a wide range of people to connect with, and we have many opportunities to bridge. And yeah, dude, just so much potential. I'm starting to try to clean up the little shill a little bit. I don't like to do just a cold shill to y'all. If you have any questions or you're excited about the project and you want to drop some art or you want to talk to us, whatever it may be, definitely my DMs are always open to serious inquiries. That's what the SIO in my bio stands for, serious inquiries only. But yeah, I don't know if crypto got that wheel popping or what's good, baby, what's good?
I just finished right now, rolling in just a second.
Okay, so Rabbi Rothschild, before I let you up here and speak, I'm going to read your bio thingy because that's what it says.
Yo, I just broke 3,000 followers. Thank you, fam.
Shit.
Thank you, guys. I couldn't have done it without everybody that can follow. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'm spinning the wheel in a sec here.
To be honest, I stopped looking at followers after being suspended now. I don't give a fuck about followers anymore. You know what? Just spread love and kindness and unite people and we're gonna make it. And
100%.
Yeah, I'm so fucking bullish on the future. After I don't know, for me, Trump winning the election, it was a good blessing. You know, finally we are going to like common sense, like it's so simple, so fucking simple. And yeah, I'm so glad because it's not even Trump, but as usual, this happens usually. Everything starts in America and then spreads around the world. At least that's my experience from seeing it. And once Trump won, and like even like in Poland, Hungary, I'm not sure, Spain, I think as well. Like the people are united in common sense, which is fucking great. Because not only America is gonna get great again, Europe as well. And yeah, I'm very bullish on the future. Really, I hope and I feel that we are really going to the right direction.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think we are. I think you're right. I think it's ready for a global change. You know, everything's coming in to flourishing for us. All of us who have been here for a little while, those of us just getting into the space, we all have an opportunity not only to take our buying power back, but we have a chance to change the philosophies of the world and the way that the economic system as we know it works. And I'm so happy about that because to me, right, that's like one of the only things that's really, really wrong with this place. It's a cascading effect. The way our economic system works, it causes all these other buildups and all these other little problems, and then all that stuff causes these big headache issues. I think we're going to have a little bit of an issue with the influx of onboarding. I think after onboarding is cleaned out for the most part, or we have enough people who know how to onboard that we can help other people onboard in a wholesome and safe way, I think we're in for a real bullish new earth. And it sounds like New World Order-ish and stuff like that, and I've always been afraid of that, but I think I've only been afraid of the dictatorship mentality that comes along with it. And I don't think it's going to be like that. I think it's going to be us. We are the New World Order as people, as individuals, you know, and I think that's what's going to break these old cycles. I'm so bullish on it, dude. I'm so happy that we found this group. Let's fucking get it, fam. I'm over here stimming again.
We got a winner too, since you're stimming. Keep stimming, because the first winner of the Jesus NFT giveaway is Be the Champ. He's over there, 3 rows down, 4 rows down, 4th row down.
Oh yeah, dude, the champ's up in here.
Single space, in my DMs, in my replies. I try to stay in the replies to I love you, homie. I'm happy I got a dub. You're always in here, so I think that's the first one I've seen Be the Champ win. So
yeah, dude, the champ is what's up too. He'd be up in here and he or she, I don't know. I'm bad with the pronouns. I just stick to people's names for the most part.
I just call everyone Bud.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding, okay? Don't ever call me Bud.
Yeah, Buds get crushed and smoked, right?
Yeah, bro. I don't want to get crushed and smoked. You're smoked and crushed.
Yo. Dude, such an amazing space today. I'm so happy to have all you up in here. It's crazy. Mr. Loco, don't think we didn't see you down there. And Jason, I've seen you all down there, bro.
I've seen you guys spamming. I've seen the spams coming across, especially Loco. I see some fist ups here and there. And I see, you guys.
Someone just minted a puppet. Straight to team 2. Number 146. I'm screenshotting it right now. Gonna post it in the comments.
Nice. That's what's up. And I see you with your hand up over there. Welcome to the space. It's nice to have new faces. I couldn't read the extended bio, but hey, you're more than welcome to speak as long as you're speaking wholesome. You know how we do here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Big Man X. And shout out to Wild. He said it perfectly. Once you've had an account banned, you don't care about followers anymore. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I had an account with over 10,000 followers on it. It got banned. Your guess is as good as mine. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on the internet. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. I do so for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I talk about things that aren't discussed that I think can help the world, like using technology to end world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I am sponsored by a project known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth over $100 million. And we have built wells in developing lands, including in Nigeria. And I want to continue those types of positive influences on the world. I'm a major advocate of the Life Straw Project. But most importantly on this topic, I'm a major advocate for desalination, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, like the importance of data. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived online than any person ever. And that may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that all of you, all of your friends, and all your families are taken care of, and that we start charities and philanthropic organizations to be able to help the world. Additionally, I talk about things like advanced physics, anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France, that went extinct. Scientists were able to de-extinct it. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded. They've made it their, the company's known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that by 2028, or within the next 3 years, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates, which I just think is just mind-blowing technology. And I can't believe I'm alive at a time when this is actually really being considered. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. When I was a kid, I never would have thought that the dodo bird would be perhaps something that could become a reality again, but it just very, very well may be within the next few years. Additionally, the things that I talk about are things to help every single person in here. And I say all of this with your consent. If you don't want to take part in any of this, I completely understand. I'm a libertarian at heart about individual rights. But when you all were born, your average life expectancy for everyone in here was probably about age 80. And I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, nootropics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy to get you to 120. But when you reach that, you may say, Rabbi, okay, this is great, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next step? Again, this is all with your consent. I'm very adamant about this is on your own volition, but if you want in the future, you may be able to take advantage of a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want every person in here to know is that there may be the opportunity within their lifetimes to experience a possibility of digital immortality. If you want to find out more about me, just type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, filtered by live. I'm live on 16 simultaneous streams right now, just like the Truman Show. I'm live on Discord at discord.me/Rabbi. And I really just want to thank the room and thank Big Man X for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much for compacting all of that knowledge. I feel like I just got dropped with a bombshell. Years of knowledge that just poof. If you're a normie and you have no idea about any of the stuff that the Rabbi just talked about, make sure you go check out some of that stuff. Now, I'm all for progression with science and stuff, but I also believe a blend with spirituality and nature in itself so that we can move forward in a humane and just way. I do entertain the ideas of putting our mind on an ethereal realm, on stacks, as you may call it, or like a CD type technology, or whatever it may be. You summed up so many great ideas, and my friend, you are in the right space. We dive deep in the, I'm going to call it, not to take any validity from what you're saying, but I'm going to call it a conspiracy theory rabbit hole, or like all kinds of other things. And there's so much to it. And I believe in a lot of what you just resonated with, and I resonate with a lot of what you just said. I'm sure that there's a lot of people in here. I'm sure some of us have our own opinions on it. It's a lot of controversial stuff, but my friend, you are in the right place. That is crazy. Streaming for 3 years simultaneously, multiple different platforms. That is insane. It's so happy to have you up in here. And if there's any time that you want to tailor a space like this towards something like that, I'm sure that we could find some time to deep dive into the talk. That's amazing.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And that sounds like a beautiful plan. And I understand exactly what you're saying from a spirituality standpoint. Again, this is all with your own consent. And we're moving, from that theoretical realm into the realm of fact. With every single day as we advance in the future. I think Wild said it when they you could hear it in their voice how excited they were for the future. And I hope you can hear it in my voice as well. You never know what kind of discoveries are going to take place tomorrow. And with that, just again, thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you for coming up here and feeling comfortable enough to speak with us, man. I'm sure you get a lot of backlash from other places and people that just try to shut you down. And you've probably been dealing with that for a while now. And it seems like your outlook and disposition towards the greater goal of it all, it's just chef's kiss. I absolutely am in love with the aspirations and the passion that I can feel coming from your words. I saw Wild put his hand up, Adam. I know you're at work. I'm gonna let Wild go real quick if you got a minute. If you got a quick interjection, for sure. No, Wild can go. All right, Ben, thank you.
Well, I have a question because this is not very, very common in Europe. But from what I know, this is very common in America. I'm talking about like mushrooms, using mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms. Like many doesn't realize the benefits of it. I mean, like I don't know if many, but like it seems like, and it is worth to look into it. Like I'm not gonna speak about it here because you do your own research, always dire, and yet is it true? Because I know there is U.S. people here. Is there? Are you U.S. or?
Yep, United States. I'm over here on the East Coast, little town, little state called Rhode Island, and for sure, psilocybin mushrooms are pretty big in our culture. A lot of us use them for recreational purposes, as many probably know, but also there's a strong spiritual side to them. Microdosing, we talk about that here. There's a lot of different things that can be beneficial in your life. It's all about your personal relationship with substances. That's how I personally feel. I watched this really good Netflix special called The Midnight Gospel, and I pull a lot of information from the way I feel about all substances from that show as well, and it summarized how I felt.
I see. I'm actually going to do it, try it. Would you recommend to do it on your own, or have someone looking after you?
So, all right. Generally, I would say with somebody else. Sometimes I would say by yourself. It really, really depends. No matter what you do, though, right? You want to make sure you know already ahead of time before you do these that you're in a good place and that you're safe. That's the way that I would say. That way, anytime if you felt like a panic attack coming on or you felt something like that, you could always tell yourself, "Oh, I know that I'm safe. I already checked this out ahead of time. It's okay." And then you take a minute, you breathe, so.
In and out, baby. Well, that was nice. What's up, cool? Can anybody hear this guy? Dog. I feel like I have to have my phone here.
But like, make it clear.
I don't know where you guys come from. I just plug my business.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now. It's clear now.
Maybe my mic is not good. I will have to switch it. I was saying that I had questions. Actually answered the question. But I don't know who was speaking the other whether it was NFT prince or same pictures that was speaking. And he was talking about ambassador jobs. And he mentioned of CV. So, and I wanted to ask because I believe it's okay for me to openly ask because I know other strategies, but when it comes to applying for ambassador jobs through CV, it's something that I'm not very much familiar with. So I don't know if anyone could help me a good CV, maybe to jump job, or maybe if I can get more. Yeah, I can hear you, man.
I think no one had to say something on CV though, but I think that was from the starting of the conversation, but it was not really related to the ambassadorship job. You don't need a CV to apply for ambassadorship job. You just need to fill the form and do the necessary and open it. Just the necessary procedures I've shared already there. Because most projects, I think they need people to represent them with different reasons. So that's one of the reasons they are selecting ambassadors. So you just go to apply and join their Discord and tell them why you want to become an ambassador. Again, so that's what they need to do. Nothing else. You only need CV if you are applying for a big job, get something like that. I think that's it. And yeah.
Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking about because I know other ones talking about Discord.
Dude, Adura, come on, man. Self-sufficiency. ChatGPT, that shit.
I'm not really much familiar with it.
I liked when I was talking to LFG. It's like, LFG, dude, I see you everywhere. Thank you so much for being here. Not knowing they're doing exactly the same shit that I'm doing. Dog, what is this? All right, sounds great, man. I played golf in 4th grade, man. Come on, get your shit together. I was on my kindergarten soccer team. Come on, we don't need that much shit about you. Just go to ChatGPT. Tell it like, yeah, okay, I'm a graphic designer, I'm a moderator, and it'll fucking fill in all the rest. Come on, man, get your shit together.
I think the project is going to hire based on the fact that they have and are going to ask for a sample of your work. So you don't really need a sample. If actually gets the state, they're definitely going to do things you go out to do, things are actually good at. I think your proof of work needs to be attached to your CV if I'm not mistaken. So that's it. You don't really need that person. Asking for a CV now, I don't know where to get the CV from. Based on what you have said so far, so it's something you need to put out yourself.
Well, I understand the aspect you're coming from because most of the times, I remember there was a project they reached out to me the other time where they asked me for my profile, and then I sent them it was no more like CV stuff. Well, it's just that I believe that knowledge is always profitable. It's always good for someone knowledgeable and have some kind of experience. So that was why I was specifically asking for that thing. But I don't really understand the aspect of it. I don't know. But then it will still be okay.
Come on.
You know what? I'm going to share something for you. Tag it to something that you get. I'm going to be tagging it to something that looks like a CV, so you can just use that to drop your job.
Yes, I am. Thank you. To tail on to Adura's inquiry regarding CVs, AI is a very helpful tool in crafting your CV. All you would need to do is just tell it that you are a graphic designer and that you're a moderator, give the dates, and it will literally craft that for you. And if you don't like it, you can ask for another version of it and you can personalize it any way you need. It'll also write a cover letter for you, and you just need to essentially, whatever position to which you're applying, you can just take that position description, put it into ChatGPT, and it will craft a perfect cover letter for you. You may have to make a few adjustments here or there. And then finally, really to what NFT Prince said, which was great advice, it's about your portfolio. So make sure your portfolio is strong. With those three pieces of advice, you'll be able to get any job that you want. So I'm glad I was able to contribute that. I'm really happy to be here. I'm going to quickly tell you about my project. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, I have been live streaming going back to the pandemic more than 3.5 years, live on YouTube. It's more data than any individual has ever created on the internet in global history. I want to end world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm part of a cryptocurrency that has built wells in Nigeria, and I want to continue to do good things like that. I'm also a major advocate of life straws, but most importantly, of desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for people. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in the mainstream, things like Web3, such as cryptocurrencies, NFTs, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, anti-gravity, antimatter. I'm a major uh, uh, advocate for de-extinction technology. If you're not familiar with what de-extinction technology is, it's essentially once extinct species being brought back. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that's located in northern Spain, southern France, that when extinct, scientists were able to de-extinct it. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Scientific is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates. I think this is just mind-blowing technology. And following that project, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I want to help every single person in here, though. You may say, Rabbi, you're talking about a lot of things, but I'm just a normal person and I just am trying to get by. And I understand that. Please know that The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was its number one resource, and I have more data online than any person ever. So that means Derek and NFT Prince and Penuel and Adura and Futurist and Prexy and Ralph and everyone else in here. I'm live on this. Everything I'm doing is recorded, and essentially, when I go viral, I'm going to help all of you, every person in here. I'm going to help your friends, your families. I'm going to help your cities, your towns, and your countries. Because I want you to be able to not only take care of yourselves, but your friends, your families, and then also be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help all those around you. I also want to help you live longer. So what am I saying? When you all were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology. And this is only with your consent. If you don't want this, you don't have to have it. But I want you to have the opportunity to have it if you do want it. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapies and ambrosia therapy. That's going to get you to age 120. But then you may say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Again, this is all with your consent. It's the final piece of technology I'll talk about. It's known as mind uploading technology, which is essentially the idea of being able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot.
Guys, staying here, Rabbi, I was actually really else we could actually get time is actually up. So I believe a lot of people have some things to say. So can you just try to I don't know why this guy is not people. just try to summarize it to get like you should have come to a conclusion on things because a lot of people are raising up their hands, they have something to say. So do it to round up.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. Essentially, you'll be able to perhaps in the future experience a digital immortality. And if you haven't thought of that before, it's a really mind-blowing idea. And I wanted you to know that it may be a possibility for you yourselves and for your families in the future. If you want to find out more about my project, what is this bullshit?
I wanted you to know that it may be a possibility for you yourselves and for your families in the future. If you want to.
I think you wrong. I think you wrong. So I don't know. Can catch me because if that's if you are trying to come up. As if I'm going to accept. So kind of we have something to say.
Yeah, the time when it was hot, I wanted to speak. There were a lot of hands. When Futurism was talking, he made a lot of sense. And I wanted to tell him, bro, small secret so I tell you, now you go to share for.
That guy kicked me out. You fuck. You're damn right. It made a lot of sense. Well, somebody kicked me out. All right.
Detectives had misled the magistrate in the case with a probable cause affidavit by leaving out the details about how the blood that was found. So the judge is trying to drill down in the connection between the suspect and the DNA that was found under Maggie's body. And the judge says, how does that, even if they tell us how, even if it's disclosed, preclude finding a probable cause when there's a DNA match between the DNA.
Yo, can you still hear me? Fuck yeah.
That motherfucker, like for life. He unfollowed me on Instagram the other day. He called me. He was like, "I have something to tell you." He was like, "I unfollowed you on Instagram and took you off Snapchat." I was like, "Okay." So I think he took it a little bit harder than me. Still love him though. Still love you, Thomas.
Oh wow.
He hates me like crazy.
Why does he hate you?
I'm just like kind of a bitch.
What'd you really do? Come on, tell
No,
us
I didn't do anything. No, it was a mutual breakup. I technically started the breakup, and he was like, "I agree." So we're like, okay, like.
But you still love him.
Yeah, I will love him forever. You know what I mean?
Man, this guy dicked her down pretty well.
So I probably wouldn't have sex with him ever again.
Liar.
Yeah. No, he had a huge dick though, so it's like.
That's what it's about. Circumcised?
Huh?
Circumcised?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, nice. Big, clean, beautiful dick.
Let me ask you this. He had a big, beautiful
dick.
He had a big, beautiful dick. What do you think your biggest contribution to the bedroom was?
Shit. Well, I didn't put like my full name, so yeah, I like to ride dick. I'll ride dick. You know what I mean?
You ride dick.
I ride dick. Some bitches are pillow princess, but I'll fucking ride dick.
Nice.
Man.
I love it. You're like a cholo from Fresno. I love the shit.
You really are. It is incredible.
No, that's some H-Town shit, baby.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Is that heroin?
Yeah.
There you go.
You get it. You know.
Of course, I know.
Yeah.
I have security, yeah.
Morgan,
you're a good person. Seriously, 1 month in, you're really, it is. It's good.
Dog, what is up with these?
No, absolutely not.
Whatever the spaces are, they let these other motherfuckers talk for so long, and then I get in there and they're like, "Well, you need to hurry up."
Morgan, you rode the wave here tonight. Congratulations. You started us off on bucket pulls. Can you catch
And then
that?
they kick me out.
No. You can catch chlamydia, but you can't catch a little joke book, folks. Morgie, everybody.
Good job, Morgie.
One more time for Morgie. She's walking out of here with a brand new chill blaster. She gets a chill blaster. How exciting for the great people over at Chill Blaster, available in stores everywhere.
All right, dog. You chilled.
Ladies
You
and
chilled like a
gentlemen, your next comedian in
motherfucker.
the bucket goes by the name of
Are you proud of
Nathaniel
yourself?
Bagley, everybody. Bagley. Nathaniel
That was
Bagley.
tight.
We having fun out there yet, huh? You guys get it?
I wish they had a thing like
Here we go. So your second bucket
you
full of
got
the
two.
night. We're all
You've got
gonna
2
beat it
minutes.
together.
Go.
How about one
You can
more
say whatever the
time
fuck
for
you want,
Nathaniel Bagley,
unless it's really
everybody.
loud and they can just cut you off then. Or
I was looking a lot
I
into
don't
the
know.
UFOs recently. There's been a lot of news about that. And it has me thinking about all the guys who lied about being abducted and probed just to explain a blown out asshole the next morning. Like you have to imagine he's going
I don't
to
find
his
this
wife.
funny.
He's like, no, I can explain. Like there's just like these gay men, they're just gray men. They came, they got me, and she's like, so what happened to the sheep last night? And he's like, oh, fuck. You know, I recently became homeless.
shout out to LFG.
It's not 'cause of
Let's fucking
alcoholism.
go. Whatever that
Not gonna
person is.
stop at any
Shout out
time.
to you, baby.
You believe me. And, you know, I wish there's a better way to be in denial of being an alcoholic. Like, I really wish that I could have the confidence of a 90s drug PSA kid just to deny it. Like, driving with a friend at night, and he's like, hey, man, I think you have a drinking problem. And I'm so like, yeah, dude, I choose to booze. Driving in some traffic. I think it'd be the best reality, honestly.
All right. Nathaniel Bagley. I never thought I was going to say this, but it looks like Morgie's in the lead tonight, everybody.
I know.
Holy shit. What a twist. Right when you're like, here we go, something's going to happen. Least you could have done is worn a schoolgirl skirt up here. Nathaniel, I fucking love it. That was absolutely nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nice. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Well, I was on Kill Tony 2 years ago, and I came on right after I OD'd.
Oh, wow.
And then I had some concussion, some brain damage, and so I thought I should do this again before.
This
Wait,
is
so
wonderful.
the concussion and the brain damage happened after the last time you were on the show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the OD concussion, I did the whole thing.
Yeah. You got fucked up, dude.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, how'd you get concussed?
It was just basically a Bob Saget accident. I was just like doing my shit at work, just bumped my head, and there's a dent in my skull now. It's a whole thing.
What's Bob Saget have to do with
What do you
that?
mean? Yeah, well,
You wouldn't be allowed to risk Totally.
I got away with that. Yeah,
Totally different accident than Bob Saget. Bob Saget was funny. Yeah, Bob Saget died. Yeah. He's very funny all the time. And then he bumped his head and died. You bumped your head and survived, kind of. Like, you're still there in your human form. What do you do for work?
I work at a smoke shop.
Nice. Okay. All right. I could see how that would be good for you.
I look like I worked at a smoke shop.
Yeah. You look like and you sound like you have throat cancer.
At this point.
No, who cares though, right? At this point.
Yeah, you know.
Carbon monoxide
numbs it after a little while in the throat.
How long have you been doing comedy?
Just starting back up after the shit after 2 years ago.
Well, dude, it's not easy, you know.
Nah,
it's not easy. You're doing comedy. You look like a Viking with diabetes. Yeah. You're pulling off a lot of shit. You have a bullet around your neck. Use it tonight. You do have one bullet around your neck. Yes, you do have one single baby bullet. Is that a special bullet? What is that? Have any meaning?
Nothing. Max gave it to me, and I was like, all right.
Okay.
No other reason.
What's the coolest thing that's happened to you since you got this life-changing concussion?
The homelessness has been nice.
Homelessness?
Yeah, I mean, the fresh air at all times.
So you're full-blown homeless right now?
Yeah, I can look out of my car, too.
But I thought you have a job at the smoke shop.
Yeah, I have that job that there's shit. more recently had the job, and so just trying to build up to the money. It's too expensive here. Too expensive here for sure.
What kind of car are you living in?
It's a Chevy Spark.
Chevy Spark. You're in the fetal position, huh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
I look up like I'm about to hatch from the fucking car. Like I'm like fucking like ready.
Right. Well, Nathaniel, what do you do for fun? Can you give us an example of what a concussed homeless man does for a good time before we all get back to living a better life?
Yeah, let's see. Do drugs with people.
Oh.
That's
all right.
a thing.
What kind of drugs are you into?
Just mostly weed, psychedelics.
Yeah. What else?
I took two tabs of acid and 2 grams of mushrooms. Went to Six Flags on Halloween.
Whoa!
And that was fucking exciting.
I
I
can't imagine how exciting that must be to go from living in a Chevy Spark to Six Flags on Halloween.
It's a wild ride.
All the people there must have been like, "Wow, look at that scary Game of Thrones zombie guy."
My friend was with me. He was also like high as shit. He was like super scared. He's like, "Fuck, dude, I think they know I'm high." Because everyone's like, "Dude, that dude's fucked up." I was walking in front of him, just like, "Dude, this is fucking great. This is fucking great." And like, he's like, people try to dress up as zombies and shit, trying to scare me.
Where exactly is this dent in your skull?
It's just right up here.
Okay, that's where the sense of humor is located. Very, very interesting. We're learning a lot here. We do some science studies here. Nathaniel, I find you to be very, very interesting. Have you been doing stand-up other places other than here?
I've been getting back into it this month, so.
Oh, all right.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
I don't know why I stumbled on that.
Yeah, no, it's not easy,
Nathaniel,
your brain injury.
Right.
No, I'm serious, and it's not easy. You're doing it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
You got an old school name, Nathaniel. That Civil War face. I think you can
North Civil War.
Fuck. It'd be more interesting if you were repping the South. I'd like to see a point of view from that side.
Where's David Lucas?
But I think, I think that you just keep going, man. You just got back. It's not easy.
It's not easy at all. You're already on the right path. You're already the funniest concussed comedian that is out there.
And you look clean, by the way. From living in a car, you look clean. Right? I don't think you look dirty or anything. You look clean.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. You are, right? You're pretty clean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I clean under the force field and everything.
Where do you bathe?
Huh?
Where do you bathe?
It's at a friend's house. Like,
clean.
So I guess kind of like a semi-homeless, like a shower. So.
Are you circumcised?
No.
No, I got that fucking hood.
Yeah. You got a hood. Chevy Spark, so it's not a big hood at all. There he goes, Nathaniel Bagley, everybody. I'm going to get him out of here. Nathaniel, I'm going to toss you one of these little joke books here from the great Bonsai. Your net worth is going to double right now. There he goes. Nathaniel Bagley, everyone. He's getting a gel blaster. How exciting. He's going to sell that to a crackhead tonight under a bridge. Someone's getting a $10 gel blaster tonight. You know what? Fuck this bucket. Let's get another one of our regulars up here. One of the best in the world. Another completely touring all over. One of the great writers, comedians, and roasters. Make some noise for the one and only David motherfucking Lucas, everybody. Make some noise, people. It's really him, the one and only David Lucas.
Yeah. Women should realize they have no bargaining chips other than pussy. And it's like, bitch, when you're on your period, I have no use for you. Look, when it's Shark Week, get the fuck out of here, bitch. Like, after we bust our nut, we don't give a fuck about you. We look at you like you're disgusting anyway. Like, fuck this bitch is good. Like, women don't get it, man. They don't. They fucking talk when we watch TV. Then they get mad when we pause the TV. then they don't talk when you pause the TV. And then as soon as you press play, they're like, I don't understand why. No, bitch, you had your opportunity. The fuck are you doing? I'm about to press. I'm gonna press pause and let you get this shit out. They press pause and they shut the fuck up. What the fuck is wrong with you, bitch? Yeah, thank y'all, man.
Hell yeah, David Lucas adding another minute.
Yeah.
The legend, David Lucas. Welcome back, my friend.
Chris stole your sweater, nigga. You supposed to be in that gay purple.
Oh, come on. Well, it was fun. That's a beautiful color.
You told that nigga to switch outfits when you seen it. Like, I can't. It feels good.
Speaking of the color purple, you look great this week. Really blending in. That camo takes
y'all
off.
Niggas laugh. Y'all don't even know what the fuck the color purple is. Y'all niggas just. That's a nigga movie.
That's what we call it when you're not around. That's true. David motherfucking Lucas rocking the camo tonight.
Come on, man. What you rocking?
This is just a
fuck is that?
Black t-shirt and black
jacket. That nigga got pants on for a shirt. That's Lululemon, nigga.
This is Travis Matthews. They're a golf company.
Oh, yeah.
State-of-the-art stuff. It's incredible.
You put dildos over your golf clubs to keep them like when niggas put them things over the handle, whatever it's called. I don't know about golf. They ain't made that much
club
money.
covers. The club covers.
Yours shaped like dicks.
No. What kind of clubs do you have other than the sandwiches? Son of a bitch.
I don't golf.
You're an eater.
I play pool. I don't golf.
Wow, that's the only pool you're hitting into.
I can swim. I told you before. I'm one of the few black people that can swim. I can
Really?
swim.
Wow.
Yeah, I can actually swim. Yeah.
Looks good.
Okay. I don't trust you with no fucking shades on, nigga.
Sorry.
You look like you're supposed to be in the movie Casino.
I know. I was.
I probably was a bad guy. He was sliced the olives so thin they was melting in the pan.
Yeah. David knows his casinos, El Caminos. It's a local burger joint. The rest of the world, they won't get the reference.
I got it. Shit.
Everybody in Austin's laughing right now at you. Just taking another rip off that vape pen. I didn't know they had vape pens that had calories in them. That's incredible that you found that. Yeah, it's amazing.
You want a Trojan vape, nigga? Get your motherfucker. That nigga want a Magnum vape. Get your motherfucker.
Fire and ice.
You can't watch jelly. Oh, so what you gotta say?
No, I was going to say, you keep vaping like that, you ain't get fingered by Hans Kim.
That's true. That's true.
Hey, you look like that nigga from Rocky 5 who tried to fight Rocky. You know,
I do. I'm just happy to see, I've been seeing you in a few months, I'm happy to see you still have 2 feet.
That is true.
I did not expect that. No chance.
Man, your ass is like you make gay sub sandwiches, nigga, with that motherfucker purple.
I do.
Whatever you say, Italian meatball out of gay sub sandwiches.
I did not expect that. No chance.
Man, your ass is like you make gay sub sandwiches, nigga, with that motherfucker purple.
I do.
Whatever you say, Italian meatball out of real niggas' balls.
That's it, babe. I like it. You can have it anytime, Uncle Jemima.
Oh, what is this bullshit?
David Lucas rocking pink shoes tonight. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a rock pink. You got a purple, nigga.
I know. This is what your heart looks like.
No, it just came forward with we're nuclear and all that communism and all that sort of stuff.
Are you happy with your shilling, kid? Yeah, that's good. I got. I should start keeping score. I had 2 good ones and I I'm okay. It could have been better.
Let's just say 5 times a year. I have never, ever worked with a person who was only abducted 5 times a year. That is a fantasy. But let's just say that it's 5 times a year. Most abductees would get their right arm for 5 times a year only. Now they're 40 years old. That's 200 abductions.
That's right.
if it's 10 times a year, which is a ridiculously small number of abductions from what people tell me, it goes on over and over and over again. That's 400. And 400
That's
abductions a
crazy.
year means nothing to me. It's standard stuff. Same thing with abductees who are real abductees. You know, they know they've been abducted throughout the course of their lives. They only may remember maybe 20 events or maybe 30. I have one woman who I worked with on a daily basis almost, who we had we talked about 100 different events that had happened to her, but she was being abducted a couple of times a week. All these people wanted to stop. All these people don't like it. They want to get rid of it.
Professor, I've got to say, if I was being abducted 400 times a year, I'm not sure.
A lifetime.
In a lifetime, 400 times, I'm not sure I could maintain my sanity, which probably isn't down when you claim abduction anyway. I'm actually not.
The fuck is going
They
on?
don't remember any of them. And the ones that I see, or other serious researchers see, are the people who have bleed through memories and remember some events happening to them and don't know what those events were. And they want to find out. They've been thinking about it for years, and they just need to find out what happened that time when they were driving along the highway and they were in one spot, and then it was 2 hours later, and they were in the same spot. And they think about that, and they want to clear it up, they want to find out. Generally speaking, with the questionnaire I have on my website, they've undergone a whole lot of other things that they don't attach to abductions. But abductees after these kinds of questions, in huge percentages of non-abductees usually just say no. And so it's a clandestine phenomenon. And when you're secretive, the first thing that you have to do to maintain secrecy is prevent the person who's being abducted from remembering it. That's why it's so difficult to do, and why you have to have hypnosis, and why more people aren't coming forward, although there's thousands and thousands and thousands have already come forward. So getting a message and remembering the message, like I said, it makes no sense.
All right, then I take it that you generally put a person under hypnosis, and that's the only way they remember what happened, right?
Sometimes people remember what happened in a single event. And they don't remember other events, but they remember one thing. And they consciously remember what happened to them. Now, here's another problem. And my next book is how to do hypnosis with abductees, because it's a tangled mystery. When they consciously remember the events that took place during their abduction, which might have been 5 years ago, might have been last night, whatever it is, they're notoriously inaccurate. Most people think, well, if a person remembers it just straight out, it's got to be real, it's got to be accurate, they've got to know it and all that. And the answer is no, that is not what experience tells us. It's notoriously inaccurate.
But even under hypnosis, you're saying it's notoriously?
No. This is just conscious memory.
Oh, I see. Okay. And under hypnosis, how would you qualify the percentage of accuracy related to you?
The first session, I'd say 60% accurate, 40% not so accurate. Second session, 70-30. Third session, maybe 80-20. By the time you get to the fourth session, you're in the 90th and above percentile. As people get used to it, because the questioning that I use anyway is just straight chronological and logical.
All right, but does it become so chronological that as you go through the series of hypnotic sessions with them, they build on their own story?
No. We do a different session, a different event each session. Unless we left off in the middle of one for some reason, I will continue on with that one until the end. But I try to do a different event each time. And the one that they consciously remember, which might have happened 20 years ago, for example, that's an important one for their life because they've been thinking about that for 20 years. So we're not to do it until the fourth or fifth session when they get used to the remembering process, they get used to being relaxed and focused. And then I do that session.
All right. Hold on, Professor. Hold it right there. We'll be back.
Darkest time between dusk and dawn. From the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Professor David Jacobs is my guest, and he's a very unique individual. He's the only one I know that kind of puts me that these are not necessarily good guys. For a moment there, I thought that he was about to tell me that abductions don't actually happen. But that's not the case at all. In fact, he very much confirms the fact that they happen again and again and again to certain individuals. So we're going to discuss the nature of them a little bit. So, Doctor, when you get these people under hypnosis, what typically, if there is a typical, what typically do you find out?
Well, basically all say the same thing in terms of procedures that are done to them. We used to concentrate on table procedures. They're put on a table, they are under control. They can't run, they can't scream, they can't swing, they can't kick. They just, besides that, it's been going around all their lives and they know they're a pain. They're closer to an anti-robot that's a large UFO or just if it's a small UFO, just in the one room that they have. And it's like on a table and the sperm is taken from men, the eggs are taken from women. There is a touching process, which appears to be some sort of an examination of the person's body, but the examination, in my opinion, is a neurological examination. It's looking to the sympathetic, the parasympathetic nerve endings and all that, and this is the neurological system there, the neural system, I should say. And that's my best guess, but I've just heard hundreds and hundreds of these things, and I always wondered what they were doing, and that's my best guess.
And it usually involves sperm and eggs.
We've known this since the very, very beginning of our knowledge of abductions. In the Antonio Villas-Boas case in Brazil of 1957, the guy who was abducted said that he was forced to have sexual intercourse with a human-looking female, and he couldn't control himself. He just had to do that. And then she allegedly, I'm not sure if this, but she allegedly pointed to her body and then pointed up. And he said that he felt like he was being used as a stallion to improve their stock. And the odd thing about that sense of 1967 was that there's a certain prescience to it. I mean, it does figure into the reproductive program that they have. Then in the next one that we heard about, which was in 1961, the Barney and Betty Hill case, they took sperm from Barney, who found it to be such an embarrassing event that when John Fuller wrote the book Interrupted Journey about their experiences, he had Fuller take it out, take that part out of the book, which was actually a gift to humanity, because nobody could then claim that other guys that said they were taking sperm from me, they just picked it up from the Barney and Betty Hill story.
If you look at, for example, Whitney's Streamer, something very embarrassing happened there as well, and Whitney is such an honest, straightforward guy that he talks about it, and it's not easy for him, Dr. Jacobs. Not easy at all. He's very emotional, very
about it, very upset about it, but he tells the truth, and he takes a lot of help.
Well, but for Barney Hill, the Barney Hill stories, Barney made it into a movie in 1975, a TV movie, and a best-selling, of course, Willie's book, Communicates wrestling book too.
That's right.
But before Whitley, nobody could blame it on Barney in terms of their memories were confused because they saw the TV movie or whatever it was, and it just wasn't there. And with Betty Hill, they stuck a needle in her navel, and she said that they told her that it was a pregnancy test. In my estimation, that was confabulation, and they probably did not say that because it still remains a unique sentence that they had that no other MFP has ever said. However, the procedure of sticking a needle in a woman's navel is extremely common, and my best guess is, and Bud Hawkins' best guess was also at the time, is that they're anchoring the needle towards the ovary, just pulling out follicles from the ovary that way. So we knew that it had this reproductive aspect very, very early on, and it still has it even now, even as we speak. They're just not letting up on that, and that's important.
I think it's actually very important because, of course, we're looking toward motive on their part, and one can imagine any number of things that they're trying to perhaps refresh their own genetic pool that might be getting somehow stale, if genetics get stale, or they might be trying to reproduce some sort of hybrid or something, or they might be checking on us because they originally designed us.
Well, I'm going to go for number 2. That's my answer. The thing is that maybe fetuses are then, after a while, are inserted into women's uteruses and in other parts of their body there. And then they're removed after about 9-11 weeks when the woman begins to sort of show, or even earlier if they're put in a slightly different foot position. And then after these babies floating or fetuses floating in nutrient tanks, then eventually they see them as babies, and they have to hold the babies, and they see them as toddlers. They have to play with the toddlers and deal with the toddlers. They see them as young children. The same thing applies there, playing with them. They see them as older children. They see them as adolescents. They see them as young adults. They see them as adults, and they don't see them as older adults. So now they have to be older adults by that time themselves, obviously, but they don't describe them as like being a 70-year-old hybrid. Right. Then there's the hybrid, and all these babies look like crosses between humans and aliens, but there is a gradation. Some look quite alien, some look quite human.
Well, that's the way it works out. If you mix a Chinese a woman and an American male, sometimes you get very Chinese-looking children. In fact, more often than not, frankly, they have very strong genes, and then sometimes more American. So that's kind of normal, right?
Well, you would think. However, in recent years, what we have seen is, in my second book on the subject called The Fair, which came out in 1998, I talked about hybrids quite a bit. And what the great aliens would say from time to time is that soon there was going to be a change. Soon everyone was going to be happy. Soon everybody would know his place. And it was going to be wonderful. It was going to be great. The change was coming soon. And I knew that still, in some way, meant an introduction into the society by human-looking hybrids. I tried to get the FFPs to tell me what soon then. You know, did it mean 1 million years? Did it mean 5 million years? Did it mean tomorrow?
May I stop you for a moment?
Yes.
Originally you said that they're not really giving us messages.
Correct.
And yet this would appear to be a message.
Well, it's not a message telling us to do anything or that there's something about the earth. Right? That's what most messages are these days. They're giving them the chemical analysis, how to do a chemical analysis of some bizarre something or other, or physical or astronomical. This is just soon we're all going to be together, you know, and a lot of SFPs have reported this, but you can't really take it as a message. It's just something that is said, but we never can look into that. In the book that I just published a couple of weeks ago, Walking Among Us, I think that the change, that we're in the change now, and it started when I don't know when it started, but I first started hearing accounts starting in 2003 that I had never heard before. Now, I've looked at 1,150 different incidents with people, right? And most of them are pretty much the same. In fact, I sit on a chair in a little day couch or day bed in my office here, in my home office, and I will ask these questions, and well, what's happening next, and what do they do next, and they're talking to me and talking to me and talking to me, and I'm listening really, really hard, and I'm really hard. I'm really listening hard, and I realize I'm listening so hard, I'm dreaming. I have fallen asleep. I've heard these stories hundreds of times. It's soporific. And people ask me, "Are you asleep?" And I go, "Oh, no, not me. Oh, not me. No. What happens next?" You know, and
So it is your contention that these hybrids now walk among us.
Right. Well, the point is that soporific aspect of the accounts is extremely important, because everybody, no matter who they are, oh gosh, I want to have that.
You're getting a phone call, right?
I don't know, unknown name and an unknown number, and I want to pull this thing out. 1 o'clock in the morning, almost somebody's calling. Anyway, so you have to have that constant sense of people having the same experiences over and over and over again, no matter who they are. That's very important because it validates everybody. In 2003, I began to hear something I never heard before. That's unusual. And what it was a guy who I had talked with. I had 4 sessions with him, I think it was. His name was Bernard. And he told me that he had just remembered that he had a friend. And this is a really good friend of his named Eric. And Eric was a great friend of his. It was his best friend. And he just never remembered him before. But yeah, Eric, yeah. And he didn't know what Eric's last name was. And he didn't know where Eric was from, or whether he was married, or whether he worked, or anything like that. But he'd known Eric, and Eric was really a good friend of his. And which of course makes no sense whatsoever. It's senseless. You can't have your best friend and not know his last name. Right. So we did a session on that, and we did various sessions. He got on fishing trips with this guy. They did the restaurant. They did it here and there. They did the countries together. This is not evidence. All these accounts from Bernard are not evidence unless somebody else begins to say the same thing without knowing about what Bernard was saying. And then somebody else did fairly quickly. Then another person did, then another person, then another person, then another person, then another person, then another person. And I realized 2 of the people, like one person I worked with since 1993, I'd worked with for 10 years. One person I worked with since 1987. And they began to tell me these stories about going places with hybrids and teaching them how to dress and this and that. And I knew this was the change. It was on us now. This is it.
Okay, a number of questions come to mind. For example, if you were staring at a hybrid, would you know it?
No, you would not know it. And if you knew it, that person wouldn't be there.
Well, then that would suggest a more subtle merging of the species, if you want to put it that way, because they certainly look more human than they do anything else, right?
I call them hybrids. They are bred to look human, and not just human, but average human that will not stand out, that blends in, period. If they're too tall, not a chance of coming down here. If they got too big a nose, not going to happen. If their eyes are too big, nope. They have to look absolutely average. Now, here's the thing. All gray aliens and all hybrids and all hybrids and all other beings on board the object have one interesting trait. They can control people's minds neurologically and make them do or think or see anything that they want them to do or see or think or see. And we can't do that to them. That is an astoundingly huge difference. It's a difference between species. It makes us a second-class species and them a first-class species. It's not like they're just cousins who live off and somewhere else and they're coming to visit us and all the rest of stuff. That's not what this is about. You got to remember, this is a global phenomenon. This goes around the world. It does not matter where a person is born or what their life looks like or what their educational level is or what their intelligence level is or their geographic area or anything. They all say the same thing.
All right. These are remarkable allegations you're making. Now, I've got a zillion questions. Hybrids. Okay, we'll call them that. Hybrids. Humans with the ability to control others' minds. Are they aware of that ability?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, because they rely on abductees to teach them how to live in society. They rely on them on board the object when they're young, and when they get ready to move into apartments, they rely on them to teach them how to furnish the apartment, to teach them how to go shopping, they teach them how to drive, they teach them about relationships, they teach them everything. And so, and abductees do that, and then they forget immediately, just like an abduction, what has happened. And they're completely controlled. They can't say, I'll be back in a minute, just hang on there for a second, and then come out of a closet carrying a 9mm Glock. They can't do that. So,
all right, that's a gigantic difference between human beings and hybrids, as you call them. Is there any other difference that you're aware of?
No, they are human, except their neurological abilities are impossible to imagine, and they are completely controlling of humans.
Well, that would make them essentially a master race.
So you said it, I did.
I did. I'm not afraid to say it. If you have a group of people able to control the minds and the thoughts and even the visions of others, that is a super race.
Exactly right. I just don't see a wonderful, fulfilling phenomenon that is happening to us that we're begging to hurry up and come here. I just don't see that. It's not what people tell me.
I wasn't always mute. I used to sound a lot.
Okay, I'll take it. That's not what people tell me. I've run little experiments with people. I tell them, no, I don't want you to tell me anything bad. I don't want to hear anything bad. I don't want to hear anything that I don't like. You understand?
Professor,
not
hold on,
see
Len.
anything bad, I will say to them, and do hypnosis for him. I just couldn't care less.
Hold on, Professor, hold on. We've got a break. We'll be right back. This is Art Bell at midnight.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use gun pick with a headset mic chip on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
That was not an internet problem. That was my once-a-night problem with Ross. At least that one was. All right. What we're hearing tonight is astounding from Professor Jacobs, Professor David Jacobs, and it's just, it's scary. It's astounding and it's scary. I mean, what have we got here? What are we talking about? We're talking about, if you listen very carefully, we're talking about a master race of people who look just like us, who are fully aware. He calls them hybrids. Fully aware they have the ability to control others' minds. So we not only have a master race, but we have an invasion. And that's what it is, Professor. Again, my word, it's an invasion.
Well, I use the word takeover, I use the word invasion. I guess I use those words in the book as well. You know, the book's title is Walking Among Us, and I explain in the book that when people asked me some years back, do you think they're walking among us? That was my favorite question to answer. I love that question because I got to say, absolutely not. There's not. That's ridiculous. Nobody's walking among us. That's just not happening. And I felt good then because I could say no. You know what I mean? And I was sane and all that. Then after a while, I realized it was my least favorite question. I began to hate that question because I had to say, well, I had to beat around the bush. Well, maybe it's possible, you know, anything can happen. And now I just say yes.
Well, I mean, we have to immediately find these people, tie them to a 2x4, put kindling at their feet, and burn them.
Well, that's one way of dealing with it. Now, the problem
being
here
facetious, folks.
Oh, I know, and so am I. But the problem is that since they can control other humans, if you come towards them with your rope and you know, all you're going to do is say, "Oh, this is a really good person. I'll just put this rope around myself and put some lighter fluid on. I'll just burn myself up." You know, it's a difficult situation all the way around. And what this book is about is the processes and the procedures and the bureaucracy involved with settling people down on earth and letting them blend in. And how do they do that? And what do they do? And how is that accomplished? And it's a whole world unto itself.
Okay, these are amazing, amazing things you're saying. And so I've got to ask you, how do you know that these abilities you speak of are for real? How do you know this?
Well, like I said, one woman who I've known I've been working with since 1987. I've known her for decades, frankly, and she's a wonderful person. She's just honest. She's an honest person. Everybody I've worked with who's in this book has been an absolutely rigorously honest person. And here's something else that people have to understand. People come to me who are high-functioning people who I mentioned before, university professors and psychiatrists and psychologists and medical professionals and all that. And they're coming to me to examine their abduction experiences, knowing full well that if anybody finds out about this, it would destroy their careers. absolutely, positively, without question. All a psychiatrist has to say is, I get abducted by little gray men from another planet. That's all they got to say if they don't ever want to work in the mental health field again. That's right. And so therefore, there's no reason whatsoever to come to me at all and take the chance that I myself am some sort of goofball who's gonna use their real names and send it right to the New York Times or something like that. But they're taking that chance because they desperately will want to know what has been happening to them throughout the course of their entire lives, and they can't figure it out, and they need to have help by a person who can help them figure it out. There's no reason to do that if they're faking it. They never tell anybody afterwards. They never write a letter, an article saying, "See, I faked it. It's great. See, this guy Jacobs, he's a jerk. He fell for it." That just doesn't happen.
All right. But let me be again. I want to be straight on this. So, you're basing your claims on the fact that you've been told this by person after person after person under hypnosis that has been abducted or complains that they were abducted, right?
They were abductees, and they've been abductees in childhood, yes.
All right. Am I to assume that, for example, there was a minor, I guess what we would consider a minor genetic modification made to what turned out to be these hybrids with this ability that we've been talking about to control thoughts?
Well, there is a spectrum of hybridization. It's probably a smooth curve, but what I've done is bifurcated it into different types, just to sort of get a handle on it. Like, for example, a hybrid to look half alien and half human, really look weird. They have specific tasks on board a UFO. They usually take care of babies and very small children, for example. And there's other ones that have tasks as well, who would not be able to fit in here, and they're just part of the program. What we're looking at is a massive global program of hybridization that's going on. The ones that are moving in, though, are the culmination of the program, of the actual physiology of the program. Now comes the social context, which is moving in. The thing about the hybrids is that they are 100% loyal to the ones above, as they call them, which means the ones who are calling the shots, who are in fact, and here comes the controversy, the insect-looking ones. I call them insectoids. They are the ones who are in control and calling the shots. They're the ones who tell other people what to do. They give orders. They don't take orders.
All right. I might as well stick my neck out and ask, since you've determined all of this, have you determined what their motivation is, what they intend to do with these humans?
No. How's that?
Well, it's a good flat answer.
All right. We don't know the motivation. In other words, we don't know the ultimate why question. Why now, I'm projecting this ahead. I'm calling this global acquisition. I hate to say it, but you have to remember this is a global phenomenon. It's not happening. If I found it in my corner of southeastern Pennsylvania, it's not possible that this is where they were setting down the first hybrids to blend into the society. It's just not possible. If I found it here, it's happening everywhere. And so the chances are so much against it. So it's happening everywhere. And that includes Pakistan and Japan and Korea and also Latin America and also Europe, of course. And that's what that means. I think it seems to me. I'm extrapolating here. So the question is, well, why are they doing this? What is this all about? If I call it global acquisition, maybe I'm wrong. Why are they doing this? And we don't know the answer to that. Now, the interesting thing about not knowing the answer is that this is is a phenomenon. The abduction phenomenon is either psychological or it's happening. There's nothing in the middle. With UFO sightings, there's plenty of middle. You see something up there, everybody sees something up there, and it's not a UFO. They think it's a UFO, they reported their investigation, and it's not a UFO, it's a plane, it's a blimp, it's a cloud, it's whatever. And with this phenomenon, it's either psychological or it's happening. There's no way you can explain it in another way. It's not sexual abuse in childhood, which is nonsensical and has no science behind it whatsoever. But the fact is, though, that if this were psychological, they would make up the lie, just like they're making everything else up. What's to stop them from making up lie? Because they want to, the point ball with the planet or something like that, or because they're protecting us from ourselves, and they around the world they have to do it because we're going to wreck other planets or whatever, and so the insect-like ones simply do not tell their motivations. And when sometimes people ask hybrids, why are you here? What's the point of all this? They'll say, my job, my task is to live here. That's all I know. That's all they know. They don't know. In other words,
what you have said is so astounding. A master race that is capable of mind control. We don't yet know their motives, but they're probably ultimately not good. I mean, that's something they want to do. I have not yet seen the hybrids, as it were, improve our lives in any way.
Well, I think it's still fairly early on, and before we begin to understand that something else is going on. But here's one generalization you can make about the aliens, and this is a large generalization, but it's probably accurate. Doing this planetary acquisition, as I call it, in some way benefits them.
Sure.
It's got to be good for them. It can't be bad for them. They wouldn't be putting in almost a century's worth of time and energy into this for nothing, right? That brings me to another point. Time. How old are these insectoids? How old are they? How do they age? Now we have things. Our ages are relatively short-lived. I mean, they're not like some grasshoppers or whatever that live for one day. They fly up in the air and they have 12 hours of lifespan. But we have trees that are 3,000 years old, 5,000 years old, and some people say that period can last that long and even longer. But for let's just say 100 years long for a human, I wish. That's not very long. It's possible that they have very, very, very long lifespans, and therefore time is relatively meaningless for them. So they can continue on kind of like forever and ever doing this until they have judged that that's enough, and then now they can control the planet or do whatever they want to do. I don't think that that's the case, but I do think that time is on their side, and so we might still have a long wait before there's any kind of serious sense that something is in this society. Once again, it's speculative, it's guesswork, and the reason it's guesswork is because the abductees don't know.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to back up and try to, for example, do you have any proof, or have you seen hybrids control the thoughts of others?
Oh, yeah, no, I have that. Yeah, I have simple accounts of that in the book. For example, now I'm going to say something crazy. Everything else I said wasn't crazy. Now I'm going to say something crazy. Bernard took his hybrid to a baseball game. That was one of the things he told me. He took a hybrid to he's a huge Baltimore Orioles fan. And he would drive down from New Jersey all the way down to Baltimore to see he came for a session, and he told me that he down at a game a couple weeks ago, and he went down alone this time. I said, alone? No, he said he didn't go down with one of your kids, and he hedged a little bit about that, trying to remember, and he said, no, he didn't say he did. I said, well, do you still have your extra ticket? No, he doesn't have the ticket. I said, well, do you remember what you did with the ticket? Did you just stand out in front of the stadium saying, ticket here, ticket, you know? And he couldn't remember whether he did that or not. Now, this was only 2 weeks ago. I said, this is what's called a logical question. I said, well, was there somebody sitting in the seat next to you, or was it empty? Right. When you got there. He couldn't remember that either. So we did a session on this. Now, this is a guy in his 50s who's a businessman. We did a session on it. He owns his own company. We did a session on this, and he was driving down, and he went off of 95, the major highway here in the East Coast, and stopped at a side street, and there was his friend Eric waiting for him. I got in the car, and the first thing and they were going to the ball game, and the first thing he noticed was that Eric was wearing a jacket, I guess it was, that said Toronto Blue Jays on it. And so Brian said, well, you can't do that because we're going to an Orioles game, and you know, you got to get with the spirit of the crowd and so forth. And so they decided when they got to Kevin Yard, they went into a store that sold Orioles paraphernalia. And he went in, the Hubert, Eric, and he picked out a shirt that said Orioles on it, and he walked past he held the shirt in his hand, or whatever it was. He walked past the cashier, who he nodded to, and she nodded to him with a smile, and he walked out of the store with the shirt.
A knowing smile right now.
Yeah, but he paid nothing for it. And she didn't say, hey, wait a minute. She had her control. Yes, and other people in the store, too, who might have seen it.
All right, Professor, do you have any way of even guessing at how many of these hybrids walk among us?
I don't, but I know it's one hell of a lot. And the thing is, we know that there's thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands and almost certainly millions of people who are hybrids in the United States. I'm sorry, who are FFPs in the United States. But we know this roughly from our Rover poll and both Hopkins and I have gotten thousands and thousands of letters and emails from FFPs. I get them every day of my life from around the country and around the world. And so there's a lot of them. But when humans come down and are attached to an abductee to help them move in and say that you have to have towels and a shower and stuff like that, that they're also seeing other abductees. It's not like they're waiting a couple of days for things to settle down or whatever. They're seeing other abductees as well. So each hybrid has a group of abductees who help them. And we know, therefore, that there's a lot of abductees, but there's also one hell of a lot of hybrids being put into place. There were one of my people showed me took a photograph of an apartment complex where they were moving in, and it was super handsome. I drove up there and drove around, and all I know was very suspicious looks from the locals who lived there. It was not exactly in a high crime area, but it was not a palatial mansion area either. And I couldn't tell. I had it in my mind that one of these days I get some political paraphernalia, and I knock on people's doors handing out pamphlets for local candidates somewhere, and I'd have a hidden camera on my body, and they'd open the door and they'd say, no, I don't know what that is, go away, but I'd have a picture of each person and maybe get the abductee to identify, but that sort of never came never came to fruition.
All right, well, some of these, Professor, may be my words, but when you begin talking about hybrids, creatures that are only part human, part we see mostly, that are capable of that are capable of mind control. All this orchestrated by an insect-like race of aliens that have created a master race and are conducting an invasion of Earth. And, it's nothing short of that, what you're saying. You may not use the words, it may be me that use the words, but I'm just putting together what you're saying. You're going to scare the holy you-know-what out of people.
I've already done that to myself. I mean, there's nothing that isn't scary about this. I have two young men who are my sons. And I look at the future for them and I think, oh my God, what's going to happen to them? I wish I was on the other side where everything was loving and wonderful and benevolent and environmentally friendly. But that's just not what people have told me. And as I was saying to you before, I tell people I don't want to hear anything bad, and then I order them. Do not tell me anything bad. And then do hypnosis with them. And then they just tell me the same thing. They couldn't care less what I say. All they remember is what's happening to them. They know that it's not my feelings they're trying to deal with. They're trying to deal with the reality of what's happening to them.
Well, I remember, Professor, a lot of movies that have dealt with invasions have featured people like yourself who have realized what's going on and have tried to tell people what's going on, and generally have been roundly ostracized by those that you've told. For example, let me ask: have you run this by any of your colleagues?
Well, more things that were said on this show. Here's the thing about academics. When it comes to UFO abductions, yes. Let me start with scientists first. Scientists have discovered something that goes faster than the speed of light. And what that something is the speed at which they get stupid when they talk about abductions. It happens faster than the speed of light. It's a miracle. And academics in general are pretty much like that. I've only had two people in teaching at Temple from 1975 to 2011. I only had two people who ever engaged me in conversation about the subject. Both of them were in the liberal arts. Not a single scientist, not a physicist, an astronomer, a chemist, not a single scientist at Temple University in 37 years or whatever it was, asked me, Jacob, what the hell is all this about? What's going on? What's the matter with you? Are you nuts? Not a single person said that to me. Not one ever.
Yes, but how many have said, my God, Professor, you're right. What do we do?
No, that's not going to happen. Not going to happen. You have to remember, I received more publicity at Temple University to everybody's embarrassment than any other person outside of the sports program. And yet, it did not pry loose one scientist to walk over to my office and say, what kind of an idiot am I? I would be glad to answer that question. I'm an enormous idiot, of course. But the fact is, though, that is generally speaking the entire scientific community in the United States, with the exception of those scientists who got interested in UFOs and stuck with them years and years and years ago, most of whom are now, like me, long in the tooth.
Right. But I mean, even among UFO researchers and paranormal investigators, what you're saying is really uber. I would say, over the top, so to speak. Yes, over the top, so to speak. Because there has got to be some sort of dastardly motive to this. You would not go through what these creatures are going through, these kind of hybrids on Earth, unless it was because as you pointed out, we have relatively short lifespans. So, are they building toward generations? Are they trying to get millions of them here, or a certain number before they do whatever they're going to do?
Yeah, don't know that. But my guess is yes, they're going to get a certain number here before they can do what they're going to do.
Okay, but that would have to occur within a certain lifetime. Or have you determined that hybrids, when they breed either with other hybrids or humans, end up producing more hybrids? What happens there?
They end up producing more humans, probably, and that depends on what happens. I do know that when hybrids have had intercourse with abductees, they then get pregnant, and the fetus is removed about 10 or between 9 and 11 weeks, just as if they had an embryo inserted in them. But it bypasses some of the procedures on tables. However, this is different, and so we don't know yet whether or not hybrids can in fact have children with abductees. We don't know that. We do know that they are not to have sexual relations with female hybrids.
How do we know that?
The hybrids have said this. They stick with regular humans because otherwise, I guess they think they're just not spreading out the phenomenon enough in some way. I don't know.
But hitting on a female hybrid would be useless.
Yeah, and what's the point? The point is you want to spread your seed, so to speak.
Right, well, she doesn't want anything to do with it, though, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said she wouldn't want a thing to do with it.
What'd you say?
If by she you mean the female hybrid, no, they have to mate with humans. They have to have intercourse with humans. And with human beings.
So you're saying that hybrids may not mate?
They may not mate. That is correct. They are told they cannot mate. They should not mate. They are not supposed to, and they follow orders. They're really good at following orders.
Okay, that would make sense if you're trying to propagate quickly. You would only want them to mate with a human.
It's just something in my gut.
Yes, and the question then is, will they have a watered down hybrid that is born, or would they just take out the hybrid infant, a fetus, on board a UFO eventually and put it in a tank and just go through the standard procedures? We don't know that because, as far as I know, with the women whom I've worked with, they have not reported feeling pregnant as a result of hybrids. I don't think. I'm thinking of maybe one exception.
Professor, hold on. This is such incredible stuff. I mean, if everything we're hearing right now is true, then surely we are at and if not, we ought to be. I have something else for the military industrial complex to get busy with. Art Bell, this is midnight in the desert. Holy crap. Those speedo plates in the dark radio for all my life, and in all my life, and in all those decades, I don't think that I have ever heard anything like what I'm hearing tonight from Professor David Jacobs. Boiled down to this, it seems to be the many abductions that he has studied over the years, and it is many. 1,150, over 1,150, involve sperm and eggs. I'm sort of summing up here so they all are with me, I hope. And that what's being produced in one way or the other with this is what he calls hybrids. Hybrid humans, hybrids, he calls them. This would be a race of people who look just like us. Indistinguishable from a normal human. In fact, normal to the point of almost being odd. In other words, no outstanding features that would mark them or let us recognize them in any way. So, the close-in norm, right? The normal human. They're capable of mind control. This is all being done by a race of aliens that are insectoid. What it amounts to, according to the professor, is an invasion of Earth. This is an invasion of Earth, and it's underway. It's apparently well underway. Professor, do you have any indication of when this aspect of it, the hybrids, began?
Well, like I said, I started hearing about it in 2003. It's almost impossible for me to have heard about it first, as just after it happened. It probably happened. It started happening some years beforehand, and I didn't realize it. But the people who I had been working with weren't talking about it, and then suddenly, a bunch of them started talking about it. So I knew that it had reached here in southeastern Pennsylvania or Pennsylvania area. But it had to have been beforehand, and it had to have been at other places as well. So we don't really know that, because once again, we get all our information from abductees, and they don't know that either. And the Hebrews don't know that. They don't have a need to know that. What difference does it make to them?
Okay, Professor, is there any way, let us say, for yourself, most familiar with that, to recognize a hybrid if you saw one, and if so, how?
No, there is not. So if you see a weird person who looks weird, has big eyes, is strange, and talks weird, and he's just a weird guy, that's all.
So all these people would appear abnormally normal, you can put it that way,
so to speak.
All right, I get questions, Professor, as we go on with the program. Chris in Madison, Wisconsin asks a pretty interesting question. Can hybrids read our minds?
Yes, they can. They can tell what you're thinking. They have to stare at you, and they can tell what you're thinking. Now, having said that, it's not as clear-cut as you might think. It is possible for abductees to hide things in their mind. How they do this, I don't know. And have other thoughts come to the forefront, which they will be glad to have the person know. But in general, yes, they can read. I'm not going into the fine points here, but in general, they can read people's minds. They talk telepathically, which automatically gives them entree, and they can do other. I won't even go into it. They can do other things. They can stare at people from a distance of an inch or so right into their eyes, just like great aliens do routinely for humans that we've known about since I wrote my book Secret Life back in '92. And they can do that also, and they can dig deeper, and they can see what a person was doing, and they can do most of the things neurologically that gray aliens can do.
And I'm actually sitting here in shock. And I imagine a lot of people sitting and listening to this are in shock right now. Or they're saying, oh, this guy's nuts.
Yeah, well, that's probably all true, including the last part. But the thing is that in my 1998 book, The Change, it sort of said that this was going to happen. Not all the details, but there was going to be this change, and they would all be together, and everybody would know its place, and all that sort of stuff. And so there was a harbinger of it years and years and years ago. And when I wrote Secret Life, my first book, in 1992, my whole mindset was different because I thought at that time that they were here to experiment on us, that they were interested in us, they were learning about us and all that sort of stuff. And I kind of kept that mental set in my mind all the way through the book. But even then, they were staring into people's eyes, and they were creating hybrids, and people had. And when we go back to 1981, when Hopkins missing time,
right?
He coined the phrase, the word hybrid for them, right? And so it keeps going back and back and back.
But Professor, when did it become apparent to you that what we were facing was actually an invasion? It's a hard word, invasion.
Well, when I figured it was probably going to be something like that, but I didn't talk that much about it because I didn't know in the threat. But when Bernard came in, and then other people started to tell me the same story, then I began to think, this is not just coming in here and looking around and trying to figure out how things work. This was I began to expand my vision a little bit to the global quality of this, and also to the workforce involved, and that's a whole other story, and to everything else that's going on, and absolutely everything pointed to a takeover of some sort. There has to be, if they're going to live here, as you said before, they will be the master race. But it's not even a race; it's a species. It's like chimpanzees and humans. There's two different species, even though chimps are real smart.
Okay, so one would wonder, for example, I'm wondering, would their motive be to slowly increase their numbers until they can essentially take over, or would their motive be to simply continue doing it until the job is complete and we're all changed?
Yeah, and I don't think it will advance that far. I don't think you have to have everybody on Earth being a part of the game, so to speak, part of the hybrid world. I think that there has to be my guess is, I'm just speculating, but my guess is that they'll reach a critical mass at one point where they can control just about everybody, and that'll be me.
Oh, that would be all they would need, and it would be indeed a takeover, and at that point, one has to wonder what use they would have for those of us not part of it.
I think it's more so when he doesn't.
That's something that I have thought about. A couple of people have said that there will be a group of humans who are left over as a breeding stock in case something goes wrong with parts of the program or whatever. But it hasn't been said by enough people for me to think that this is what's going to happen. And so I'm unsure of that. But it could be, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't see any flaws in it. It's fine. Except, of course, that the whole thing is criminal. But the fact is, though, that once again, we just don't know the future.
Maybe you might even want to call it a war crime.
I can always go to my college station friends here for
whatever it is, it ain't good.
War crime fits it just fine, actually, because this is, as you have described it, an invasion, which makes it a war, unless you just want to let it happen.
Okay, I do believe he wants to put his penis.
Right. It's an invasion. I'm not sure if we can actually reject it or put up a defense to it. So I don't know if it's a war. Now, there's a guy named Mike Macon. Mike Macon is a really good man, and what he does is he's figured out that if they're going to control us telepathically on board a UFO or to abduct us or whatever, which they do, of course, why not put the head of that, a person's head in a helmet or something, or try to stop whatever energy is going into whatever is going out of our brains and into their brains and vice versa, and see if you can interrupt that. And so he makes these what looks like World War II aviation pilot hats, although he's got some sort of baseball type hats now and other hats that have a certain kind of filling in them, a plastic type of thing or whatever it is, that FXDC actually does prevent abductions. The problem is that you can't wear them 24/7. And so there's plenty of opportunities to be abducted anyway, but it gives people comfort and relief, at least for a certain time. Now, here's the situation. Mike is a good guy, he's a great guy, I like him a lot, but what we need is a group of heavy-duty scientists who put their heads together and try to figure this thing out and try to see what kind of countermeasures we can come up with.
Professor Tina in Oregon says, well, we're screwed. What a brilliant way to take over a planet. I wonder how many in power are hybrids.
Well, I don't think they've gotten to that point yet. I think it's much too early for that. You know, most of them have no idea what the name of the country is. They don't know. They never ask it. They seem to know nothing about politics. One thing that they are frightened of, and various people have told me this, is violence. But it's not violence in terms of war. It's violence in terms of having young hybrids kicked out by violent humans, let's just say in a park or something.
I completely understand.
That concerns them. But one of the first things I noticed very early on when I was doing research for Secret Life is that when these beings talk with abductees on board a UFO, they never ask them questions that have to do with American organizations or institutions or political structure or anything like that. And I thought early on that's so odd. And then I realized the reason that they probably don't ask questions about that is because we will be living under their institutions or top-down governments or whatever it is.
Are there any indications at all, Professor, that they are making final plans to bring this to their logical, whatever their logical conclusion is? I guess the end of us in a way.
I haven't heard that yet because the process of taking egg and sperm is still ongoing. And I have heard something that I had not heard that I had heard before in bits and pieces and didn't pay much attention to it. But now I've heard it in much greater detail than ever before, and it's distressing. And it has to do with some abductees, not all, and not even the ones that are helping, not all the ones that are helping hybrids, but just some abductees who are being trained to do the work of hybrids and gray aliens. Stare deeply into people's eyes, make them do this, make them do that with their minds. Find people who live in another state through some sort of apparatus that they can look through, but they're still dealing with their minds, and teaching them basically how to be hybrids, even though they're not. They don't want to have anything to do with this whatsoever, and they feel like they're that even when they're teaching children how to get dressed, they feel like they're traitors to the human race, you know, and there's this guilt that goes to them even on board the object. And but this business of training hybrids with other hybrids who sit next to them, teach them how to do this, on how to stare into a person's eyes, how to make a person think he's, for example, I have this as one of the examples, make a person think he's jumping off a cliff in a room and force him to do that even though he's scared to death and doesn't want to do it. And that is another abductee. And there's a lot of stuff that I did put into the book that's even very, very, very routine, getting abductees to stand up in another room when there's a wall between you and walk into the room that one who's been trained to do this kind of stuff is standing in.
All right. Could they, for example, control another person to the point of causing that person to essentially take their own life, commit suicide?
I don't know, but I would not be surprised if they could do that. I don't know because they got this one guy to think now this is a little bit more complicated, but to think he was jumping off a cliff. And they did not want him to go to the point of actually jumping off the cliff because he would just fall to the floor and it might, as the aliens said, be damaged.
Well, it might be a great way to practice getting somebody to actually do that.
That's exactly what they were doing. And they were just trying to strengthen the person's ability to control that other person, even to the point of jumping off a cliff.
I'm telling you, Professor, in all the years I've done talk radio, nobody has scared me the way you're scaring me tonight. You're really doing a job.
Well, it is frightening. There's no doubt about it. There's just nothing that's soothing about it. There's nothing that's calming about it. And once again, I don't have a stake in this. I wish it was calming and soothing. I would much rather hear that than what people are telling me.
All right. What about this thought? If what you're saying is true, it seems to me that your life would be in almost immediate danger.
That should be the subject of my third book, my last book, Bernhard. My life was not in danger, but what happens is when abductees come to me and their friends, the aliens, find out about it, the first thing that the aliens do is try to stop them from talking to me. That is a breach. This is a clandestine phenomenon. And it's secretive and it's extremely successful secretively. And so to breach this, to go ahead and tell people what they're doing is not good, and they try to get people to stop. And by and large, they do get people to stop. One time, years ago, I was doing a session. It was our 10th session with a guy. This guy had a PhD in mathematics. I was doing a session with him, and in the 10th session, he was telling us something, and then suddenly he sat bolt upright. And he said, I shouldn't be telling you this. And he got up and he said goodbye, and then he walked out, and I never saw him again in the session. Now, they obviously had gotten to him saying, you're doing the wrong thing, you shouldn't be going there, you shouldn't be telling him that, and all that sort of stuff. And then they got to him. And other people have done similar things. But this one woman was extremely resistant, and she kept talking to me and talking to me and talking to me. And they did all sorts of things to her. And they even have methods of violence that they use. And this has been reported to me by several different people, so I know that this is, and the methods are so somewhat off the wall that it's hard to well, it's not the first thing that will come to mind.
All right, Professor, would you hold on? We're coming up on a break, and I'm going to take a moment early just to say, my God, are you all listening to this? I'm going to open the lines. I really think you need to be able to ask questions. So our public line is area code 952-225-5278. That's 952-225-5278. Skype in North America, of course, MITD 51. And in the rest of the world, MITD 55. In all my years of doing talk radio, I have never, ever run into something quite like this. This really is frightening. And I must say, if you were thinking of devious ways to take over a species, it doesn't get much better than this. From the high desert, I'm Martel, and this is Midnight in the Desert. But it is what's next, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network, with Mark Bell. Now, here starts. Here I am. All right, we've got something odd going on. And, boy, you would expect that during a show like this, wouldn't you? Really odd. Nobody can call in. You're getting a busy signal. I just tested it myself. So, something's up with the phone system that I suspect is related to the internet problem. I am getting Skype calls by the dozens, so no problem there. You can get hold of us using Skype at MITD51 for North America and MITD55 for the rest of the world, but none of your calls are coming in. So we're going to have to deal just with Skype. I understand it would be very, very busy. My goodness. Between what we're talking about tonight, between that and everything else that's going on, it's just a total mind blower. This entire program is a mind blower. Professor, welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
Let's you on the air with you from Skype, if that's okay. I mean, obviously people are going to have a lot of questions about this. Larry, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. How are you?
You're listening to the show, right?
Yeah, and I'm feeling the way you are.
Yeah.
But Mr. Jacobs, my question is...
Professor Jacobs, actually.
I'm sorry, Professor Jacobs. Did you ever run into any of your abductees that were able to maybe stop the phenomenon by invoking Christ?
No, that question comes up every once in a while. Nobody has been able to stop it by invoking any religious figure. And of course, this cuts across all religions and all races and all everybody's. But invoking the name of a religious person has meant nothing so far.
Okay, right. Yeah, good try. That removes that one. Is there... I guess this is a pretty good question. Is there any defense that you can imagine or that you've thought of yet against what they're doing to us?
You know, I'm not a scientist, that's the thing. And if the scientific community would pay attention to this just a little bit, they might be able to figure something out that could stymie them or slow them down or do something that would be beneficial for us. And I just don't see that happening in the near future. And besides that, this program is now so old. I mean, it goes back down to the 20th century that and their technology is so unbelievably advanced that I just can't imagine stopping it. I mean, maybe they could, but I'm actually talking about this.
No, I know. But I mean, that's an obvious question. I mean, there's got to be some defense. There's got to be some way to fight back.
Right, and there must be some way. There has to be some way, and it's up to the scientific community to put their collective heads together and figure out a way to do it. But I'm a historian. I have trouble enough in opening up a door handle.
All right. Let's try another one. Chaz, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art. Hey, Art, how you doing?
Well,
I have a question. If there's really, we have no way of knowing whether we can defend ourselves against them,
what were the medical conditions of the people that are actually being abducted? Did he have any type of diseases or ill health or anything like that? Or were they all just pretty fit?
That's a pretty good question, actually.
One of the people in my book, Allison, died in 2011. She'd been with me since 1993, and the aliens did not do anything to alleviate her type 1 diabetes, and they didn't care. There's more where she came from. In other words, that's my sense of it. Miracle cures is not in their benefit. It points to something odd going on. And so we don't see miracle cures. Although I have in fact cataloged a few of them in Secret Life when people were very young and were kids, and they in fact were cured. 2 different people of something. But when people get cancer, generally speaking, they do nothing. They have heart disease, they do nothing. Look at Carla Turner, famous abduction researcher, died of breast cancer, and they let nature take its course, knowing that there's millions of abductees out there who'll take a place.
Yeah, I mean, why do anything? It just gets in the way of their goal anyway. So, just let nature take its course, I guess, and they proceed with their program, their insidious program.
Yeah, abductees are killed in car crashes as well.
There you go, Jess.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. You're welcome. Sure wish it was. This is horrible. Absolutely horrible. That's all I can say.
Totally disastrous. One thing I would have preferred to just be snoozing next to the abductee while they're saying the same thing over and over and over again. But that's just not what happened. I mean, I didn't cause this to happen, as some people would think.
All right, there's Jenna. Oh, wow.
They don't tell me what I want them to tell me, you know what I mean?
And I would think that this would all be the last thing you'd want to hear.
It is the last thing I want to hear. I didn't sign up for this. I signed up for, back in 1965, 66, I started looking at UFOs. I thought this was contact between 2 species who would meet together on our White House lawn and exchange presents and gifts and cure cancer and all that sort of stuff. That was sort of the sense I had, because they were so unbelievably advanced to be able to get here in the first place. But when I started, when I was introduced to Bud Hopkins back in 1982, and I started to understand that there really was something to this abduction phenomenon, and he introduced me to abductees, and of course I read his book, and I realized that this was a much more complicated situation than I thought, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why they would have babies and all that. And then when I started doing my research based on, my ideas from Bud, it just sort of led in this trajectory that Bud was having, but then the trajectory began to shift into these other things while maintaining the original stuff there. But it just, the more I looked into it, the wider it got, and the more I learned about it. And then and then people began to tell me, starting in 2003, about these hybrids, and then I was off to the races, so to speak.
This is off the charts scary. Karen from Toronto asks the professor to explain the mechanics of hybrid to human mind control. Does he have any taped recordings or documentation of what he claims the abductees have told him?
Well, we have no documentation in terms of close-ups or, it's all sorts of shadowy photographs and all that, but there's nothing on board, and there's no pictures of humans standing there with their eyes wide open and aliens staring into them, and just either touching foreheads or an inch away.
What about transcripts or recordings, Professor, from...
Well, transcripts and recordings of all my sessions. All of them.
So you have plenty to back this up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. with the abduction phenomenon, I mean, you can't remember what a person said. You have to record everything, and then you can't listen to, in those days, cassette tapes. You can't listen to any tape. You have to sit there for another 3 hours listening to somebody you already spent 3 hours listening to. You have to have it transcribed, and then you can read through it and look at the certain point that you're looking for, and so forth. However, the reports, I'm the one who sort of discovered this neurological basis way early on. I put it in 1998 in Secret Life. And the only way that I could think of what they were actually doing was they were, when I asked the person, well, when he's staring at you like that, can you close your eyes? Can you avert your eyes? You know, can you do whatever? And they said no, they just looking straight ahead. And then I realized that the only nerve that is accessible from the outside, that is viewable essentially, is the optic nerve. And you can see it in the back of the eye. And my guess is, and this is I'm not a physician, but my guess is that they're hooking into the optic nerve and then using it as a conduit to go to any other neurological sites in the brain, and they can energize anything they want. They can add stuff, detract stuff, they can put images in, they can do all sorts of things. For example, here is something that was played out in a woman's mind. Now the phenomenon is amazingly mundane. For example, she thinks in her mind's eye now. I can't absolutely say with the mind. She thinks it might have been in a screen or it might have been in her mind, but this is typical mind stuff. She sees a woman who is walking down a sidewalk in some setting, it's a nice setting in a town, and she stops at a bus stop, and it's a sheltered bus stop, and she sits down in the bus stop. There's another woman sitting next to her. The bus pulls up, the other woman gets in, and then she gets in, and she takes her money out of her purse, and she puts it in the bus stop money place, and she walks to the end of the bus or wherever, and she sits down. That's the end of the movie. Immediately, an alien turns to her and says, "What did she do wrong?" So Rowan says, "Well, she looked pretty good to me. Everything was fine. She looked a little, maybe too nervous or something. But other than that, everything looked fine. You know, that's the level of learning that's going on here. And who would think of an image of a drama like that? How many Hollywood producers would have that as you know, as something that they could sell to a major movie company to capitalize on as a drama? And here's another one. A 10-year-old kid, a growing probably Uber kid, comes down with to a woman's house. This is typical stuff. With a caretaker. He was an older guy, like in his 20s, and she takes him around the house and shows him this and shows him that and shows him other things. Now they go into the living room, and she sits on the couch, and the caretaker sits on the couch, and the kid sits in this upholstered chair, but he's sitting right on the edge. He's sitting on the edge. He's not sitting back or anything there. So the caretaker says to him, "Sit back." So he sits back a little bit, but he sort of ramrods straight. And the caretaker urges him, what's wrong? You just sit back. And he doesn't want to. And then the abductee realizes what's going on. And she says, no, you're not going to fall through the back of it. It's got a backing inside the upholstery, inside the covers, and you won't fall through. So he gets up and he walks around to the back of the chair and he feels the back of the chair. He says, oh, I see, okay, yeah. And then he gets back on the chair and he slowly slides back, and then he slowly hits the back, and it's okay.
So a teaching moment. All right,
it's so mundane. It's so off the wall. Yeah, it is. So who would think of something like that? And I have account after account by person after person of things like that going on. It's just astounding.
Okay, I should let people ask questions. You're live. I believe it is outside the country somewhere. Hello. Hello. Hi there. Where are you? I'm in Poland. Poland. Okay. Great. Yes. So, what do you think about Liz? You've been listening tonight, right? And I have a question. How can you know for sure that it is actually bad for human race? I mean, it could be good for human race, maybe just another step of development of the human race, because we already are the product of genetic manipulation, as far as I know. What a question.
Well, I know for a product of genetic manipulation as opposed to genetic change that happens over the millions of years. But any group that can control another group will go ahead and control the group for their own benefit. That has happened. That has never happened like this before, but certainly anybody in power can control others. And oftentimes, if they don't like those others, it leads to disaster. It benefits them in some way to do what they're doing, and it doesn't necessarily benefit us. It might. You might be right. It might be good for us in some way. But because this is such a clandestine program, because it is so secretive, and because they are so frightened of anybody seeing anything about what's going on, I just can't imagine that it would be for our benefit.
Okay. I just thought, the real evil we must deal right now is globalist bankers, industrial military complex, such people. Well, unless we've got this going on, it sounds a lot worse to me.
Yeah, it's I don't know which is worse right now, but because the program I think is still a young program, but it'll get old pretty soon. But I can't see. People said, well, this is just evolution.
No, it's not just evolution is a natural process. So
right, and that's what I say in the book. It's unnatural evolution. It's unnatural. It's not evolution that benefits us necessarily. It benefits them.
Caller in Poland, maybe you're one of them. I don't think so. I've never had an encounter with ET, so UFO as far as I know.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for the call. And let me ask you, Professor, when you ask somebody something like I just did, kind of rude, I guess, what would their normal response be? I mean, would it be what he just said? I don't think so. Or
I never asked a question. Never, ever asked a question. I've learned that I just can't do that because, and when people tell me about their experiences, I've learned to say, oh, that's interesting. And I don't say, oh my God, that sounds like an abduction experience to me. As I said earlier on, I just don't like ruining people's lives, and when people come to me,
but isn't all this about to ruin all our lives eventually?
Yeah, but they've got a life to live for as long as possible. And it's up to them to make the decision. When they come to me after when they fill out my questionnaire and I decide I'll work with them, they have to live within 100 miles of me and all that. I give them very strong warnings about going forward with this. I say, look, you stand on the verge of making a life-changing decision. One of the most important life-changing decisions you will ever make if you find out that something is going on. And the first thing that happens is you're isolated. If you tell your family about it, they'll think you're crazy and they want you to get help. And that's a loving thing for them to do.
And then it may well be that when you get to that help, you will recite essentially what you're saying tonight, and they will affirm the fact that you need help.
They can wind up in the booby hatch. Absolutely.
Exactly. Holy.
Not only that, it's worse than that. They oftentimes can't tell their husband or their wife. Because if they tell their husband or their wife, the husband says, oh, that's crazy, that's nuts, that's crazy, that's nothing. Things that and it's all fun and games. And then one night, the husband will see something, then realize, oh my God, this is happening, and then not want to be with the wife in close proximity to the wife anymore because they're frightened. Not only that, but when a couple divorces and if a person knows that the other one is an abductee, the first thing they tell the judge is, this woman thinks she's having sex with aliens, I want the kids.
Yeah, of course. Philip, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Carl. My question for your guest, I hope you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Is, you mentioned earlier that eventually the schools would invade here. So my question is, if those of us who choose to cooperate with the aliens, will we get better treatment than everyone else for our license period?
Well, you wouldn't know who Hubert or alien human would be. You would not know that. All you would know is that a person came up to you and you really like that person and you just decided to give them all the money in your pocket. That's all you would know, and you'd feel good about it. It's never occurred to you that anything odd happened.
That is the most insidious kind of invasion anybody could ever imagine. And that's, believe me, that's what I'm getting. A million computer messages here. So there are a lot of people who are completely buying into this. Trust me. And it's just scary. Sassy, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, I have a question for Professor Jacob.
Right.
When these humans are all living on Earth, throughout the Earth, how sparsely spread are they? Because wouldn't they stick out by having no family or?
Well, they don't stick out at all. From what I've been told, if I've been listening, they are normal of the normal. In other words, they don't stick out at all.
Well, they don't have any like siblings or parents or cousins. How do they explain that?
Yeah, that has not come up so far, and I don't know how they explain that. I do know that they're moving in very young, between the ages of around 17 and 23, and they're moving in small groups, 2s, 3s, and 4s, into apartments. Having said that, there are what I call independent Huberts who move in alone into apartments. They have to learn about what a family is. You got to remember, they have no mother or father that they know of. They have no siblings that they know of. They don't know how old they are. They don't know about aunts and uncles and cousins. And they don't know, and if they do know, they don't know what part they have in a family. They don't know any of it. They learn all that from abductees. And if they say, they could probably eventually learn to say something, well, I'm an orphan and I'm raised in an orphan asylum until I was older or something. I'm sure that they'll figure out something to say that the abductees will tell them what to say if that ever comes up. But it's an interesting question, and I don't know the absolute answer to it, but it seems to me that it's going to be easy to overcome.
I'm not sure any of this is going to be easy to overcome. I mean, that for them maybe, but I almost don't see a way out of this. If what you say is true, then maybe the lady who said we're cooked has it right. We're cooked.
Yeah, that's a pretty good phrase. I tend to think that there's a chapter at the end of the book which is a speculative chapter. One of the questions that I ask is, are we the first planet ever to have this happen to? Are we numero uno, number one?
Do you have an answer to that?
Yes. There's no possibility we're the first planet. It's just not possible. I give about 9 reasons why it is not possible that we are the very first in the universe to have this happen. It probably happened many other planets as well. And then some other questions that I ask, and I try to clear up this whole internet world of reptilians. Reptilians are reported from time to time. That's it. it's unusual. But every once in a while, somebody will say, well, this guy looks so silly, and I really don't like him. Oh, I hate this guy. He's horrible. Oh, God, keep him away from me. Oh, he's angry. He's this, he's that. And I said, well, is he hurting you or anything? No. Well, is he driving you around? No. Oh, well, is he really aggressive to you? No. Well, what's he doing? Well, he's just doing his standard stuff that everybody else does, but I just hate him. I hate him. And I think I have a logical explanation for why they're there. I'm going to keep that quiet for a while because there's a lot of chapters and not a whole lot of me talking in the book.
Tyrone, you're on the air.
Yes, sir. Why do they abduct one person 400 times instead of 400 people once per sampling?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, the key idea here is sampling. They abduct one person over and over and over again, not only because they get sperm and eggs, but because they have all sorts of different tasks to do on board the object. When they're kids, they play with hybrid children. When they're older, they teach other hybrid children how to do older, adolescent type things, and all that sort of stuff. They have a world which they belong to, which they're involved with that they don't even know about, and then when they do learn about it, they wish that they weren't. Having said that, I don't know why people are abducted so often. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. There's no reason for it, it seems to me.
Well, no reason that we understand. It may well be.
It makes sense to them, and there is a reason for that. For me, I don't know. But this one woman, Betsy, was sort of the star of the book. She was being abducted every other day almost for a couple of years, a year and a half or whatever it was, I can't remember exactly. Constantly. I would talk with her on the phone, or it would do instant messaging or email, and she would hear clunking going on upstairs, and she said, I think they're here, I have to get off. And we would do a session on what happened the night before, and sure enough, and this is a really wonderful person. Her life and her husband's children revolved around the church, and she wasn't a person who was making up stories, don't lie to me, and all the rest of that stuff. I've known her since 1999. I'm still in contact with her. In fact, I was in contact with her just the day before yesterday.
All right, Tyrone, anything else?
No, that's about it for now, but I appreciate the answer, Dr. Jacobs.
Thank you very much.
I wish I could give you a fully developed answer to why they're abducted over and over again over the course of a year, but I can't.
Can you give us a fairly fully developed answer to this question? Professor, what you're saying tonight is so uber that it really has to be asked. How honestly sure are you of what you're telling us tonight?
Well, having done abduction research since 1986 by myself, that is to say, with hypnosis, and having heard people say things that are not true, and having people confabulate like crazy and this, that, and the other thing, and learning that when somebody says something for the first time, it's not evidence, you've got to know the people. And knowing some of these people for long periods of time, and knowing their families and this and that, I'm fairly certain that this is true. It's as certain as you can get with humans, if you know what I mean. Unless you're actually looking in their window as a peeping Tom and watching them being abducted.
All right, Professor.
Southwest. This is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952. Call Art, that's 1-952-225-5278.
The hairs on my arm are doing a pretty good job of standing up tonight. Anyway, this is really, really scary stuff. Professor, welcome back.
Well, thanks for continuing to have me on. I'm not exactly the bearer of glad tidings.
Not even close. Not even close. I don't know. Let's go here. Johnny, you're on the air, I guess. Where are you?
Hi, good evening to you, Dr. James. I'm Johnny Webb in London. A couple of questions I want to ask you over what's been said this evening. To answer the question about Jesus intervening, there was a testimony of a MUFON investigator terminating abductions as a life path by Joseph Jordan, and he says there's many cases out there where people have called on Jesus and apparently fallen back down on their beds. Also, my other question was, were you ever able to go into the past of your patients or future to see if they were contacted in other reincarnates? And also, have they managed to speed up the growth of hybrids?
Okay, let's see. The first question was saying the name of a religious deity. What happens? This is the abduction phenomena. By the way, the second question was what?
About reincarnation.
Reincarnation. The third question was. What was the third question?
So the third one is, have these entities been able to speed up the growth of a hybrid?
Oh yeah, no, they develop at the same rate as humans do. In terms of reincarnation, there's no work done on that, and so it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the abduction phenomenon. But the question is religious incantation. Now, here's what happens, and this is a story of the problems of people who don't know how to do abduction research. They say, I said the name of Jesus, they were there, they left the room, and I fell back on the bed, and I stopped the abduction. They tell me they were coming in, and I threw a pillow at them. I saw them coming in. They were inside the house. I threw a pillow at them, and then they got out of there, and I stopped the abduction. And they tell me things like that. What they're saying is they were abducted. This happened, that happened, this happened, that happened, that happened, this on and on. They came back to their bedroom, let's just say, or their car, or their backyard, or whatever it is. And they sort of came to, they got back into their normal memory a little too soon. And the aliens were still there. So they picked up something and threw at them, and they aborted the abduction. They weren't abducted. See what I mean? They came to a little too soon. They came out of the trance or whatever the heck they were in on board the object to be controlled. And that's what happens. No one has ever stopped an abduction by themselves. I have one other case when a person was about to be abducted and the phone rang, and she was startled enough to answer the phone, and it interrupted it. That's the only case out of 1,150 that I've ever seen where there might have had an abduction aborted. Maybe.
Johnny. Well, in your book, I remember you talking about whilst being under hypnotic regression, that there was another entity in the room, and they were conscious of you being in that spirit at the time. Do you know what I mean?
There was another person in the room. They were conscious of me.
Yeah. So whether it was one of the abductees, but there was an entity in the room, and they were conscious of you being in this present time hypnotizing your patient. But the patient was letting you know that there's someone in the room with them who knows you're doing what you're doing.
Yes, that does happen. And the answer to that is, don't do that. Stop doing that. You are not to do that. You are hurting us. That this gets them very, very upset, very excited, because it is in fact a breach of their secrecy program. I was saying earlier that this one woman had violence directed towards her in a very strange way. Ultimately, they couldn't stop her from seeing me, so what they tried to do was to find out where I was and maybe get me to stop seeing her. That's going to be the subject of a book of mine sometime when I'm about 109 years old. But needless to say, they never did get to me. I don't think they never got to me. But there's a story involved in why they didn't get to me also. So
it sounds like we have several shows to do, Professor. Marion, hello there. You're on the air. Where are you, please?
I'm in Romania, Bucharest, Romania.
Romania. Yeah. Okay. You have a question?
Yes, the question is, what if the professor is a defector of theirs?
Actually, not such a crazy question in a way, Professor.
If I'm a defector,
yeah, if you're in essence a defector of theirs. I mean,
who me? Nothing strange has ever happened to me in my life, and I can remember all aspects of it, or some aspects of it, for the last 5 or 6 years. Now, I can remember when I was a baby, and when I was a little boy, and I've got pictures of me all the way through, and my mother was not an abductee, my father was not an abductee, and that's what determines it. If your mother or your father was an abductee, the chances are extremely high that you will be an abductee. But you can't be a defector. You can't get away. Most people, 95%, that's a guess, but it's probably a good guess. 95% of abductees around the world do not know that they're abductees. And even if they think that they're abductees, it's such a crazy subject. They just put it out of their minds to a certain extent, and they think it's dreams, but they know it's not because it happens in real time. And they come back. People come back from abductions, and sometimes their clothes are on backwards, and sometimes their clothes they come back to bed, their pajamas are off. They're not wearing their pajamas, and the pajamas are on backwards. Sometimes they come back wearing somebody else's clothes. And people are physically missing from their normal environments when they're abducted. Police have been called, search parties, or this and that. And children are searched for their parents, and parents are searched for their children in real time, And people are abducted in groups and can confirm each other's abductions. If you want to hear a story about it.
Is there a chance that you may be an enhanced exponent of this?
An exponent of it? I want to see it stopped immediately. I'm not an exponent. I'm a person who has learned about it and now is telling everybody what I've learned. And you have to remember that this is a phenomenon that is global. It's worldwide. And it's been going on for a long time, and the only indication of it was the UFO phenomenon, and people could not make that connection until decades and decades and decades into seeing UFOs, and then they began to realize that there were people inside those UFOs, aliens, and they were here for a reason. They weren't here to just learn about us or to collect flora and fauna, as a lot of people thought for many years. They were here for a reason.
Got it. Let's go to Joe very quickly. Joe, you there?
Yes. Hi, Professor. Second-time caller, Joe, San Diego County.
Okay.
Talking about the procreation, going back to how you're saying that these aliens procreated, that harkens back to the Middle Ages of the 17th century when the witch burnings and the huntings, Reverend Montague Summers and Malleus Maleficarum stated that demons would come first as a woman to seduce a human male, and the semen would be used to not only fertilize for the demon, but then the leftover would transform into an incubus, and therefore would seduce a woman again. And each time there would be DNA from the demons mixed in with the humans and passed on. And so it sounds so similar that maybe they've been doing this since the 17th century. Could that be possible?
Probably not. And the reason is because we would probably know about it in some way, in people's diaries, in stories written, in other ways that we would be able to keep track of it. But in fact, now there's a huge flaw in what I'm saying, because in the 1920s, we know what's happening in the 1920s and the 1930s, and nobody said anything. So that may be wrong. But at the same time, we have been able to trace it back to the last quarter of the 19th century, and after that, we completely lose sight of it, and we also lose sight of airships. For example, in 1896 and 1897, there was a mystery airship wave, which was very strange indeed. A lot of people think it was folklore, but it didn't seem like folklore. Then in 1909, there were airship waves in the New England area. Then there was really not much that people reported that's critical events until World War II, and then there was the Foo Fighters in World War II, and right after World War II. Yeah, then there was the Ghost Rockets in 1946, and then the major waves of UFO sightings that people began to report in 1947. So there is a sort of trail that we can go through looking at this thing. But when you get past the mid-19th century, let's just say, it really drops off the cliff, and you're going to get similarities here and there in literature and in art and this and that. But you can't put a whole lot of trust in those.
All right, Joe and Professor, hold on for a second. Lance says this, Art, this is the only coherent explanation of the whole alien visitation business that I've ever heard. Pieces have always been there, but Dr. Jacobs has connected the dots. If that's true, I'm scared too. Is that how you feel, Joe?
No, actually, because, I don't feel scared. I don't feel like exciting panic or anything, but I feel this has been going on for a lot longer than,
And it doesn't scare you? It doesn't scare you?
I'm not going to live my life like that. I'm a cancer survivor, man.
No, you got to live your life. I'm with you.
I'm living my life, but I'm not going to be scared of that until I am face to face.
Well, okay, Joe, but you may be face to face and not even know it. Right, Doctor?
That is, if you asked me that just a few years back, I would have said, no, you're not right at all. But now I have to say, yeah, you're right.
It's going to take me a while. We're coming toward the end of the show. We're not there yet, but close. I've got to digest all of this, Professor, and then I think we've got to do another program. Are you up for that?
Not tonight.
No, not tonight.
I know.
Not tonight. But I mean,
sure, if you want, there's only so much I know about the subject.
But this is not the kind of thing you can just sort of lay on the table and leave it there. You just can't.
Whatever you want me, I'm yours.
All right, thank you very much. Here's Dale. Hi, Dale. Hello, Dale. Going once, going twice. Poor Dale didn't make it. Let's try Nick. Hello, Nick.
This is Nick from California. I was wondering if you know they're coming on such a regular basis, why don't you put cameras up in the house?
It was the first thing I thought of back in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah. I put, this is in the videotape days, and I put video cameras mounted on a videotape recorder at the slowest speed possible so that we could get 8 hours, and it would be pointed at a person in a bedroom, let's just say. And she would then look at the tapes afterwards and see which one she wanted to send me. There might be something embarrassing she didn't have. She could elect not to do that, of course, And I did that with another person. I think I had about 12 people sitting on the cameras at one point. What we got was a person getting up in the middle of the night, walking over to the camera, the VCR, and turning it off. What we got was a person getting up in the middle of the night and walking into another room, followed by an abduction. Or we got, they're not going to come tonight. I know they're not going to come tonight. I'm just not going to turn that machine on. Followed by an abduction. So at the same time, we could get, for example, I have one of a huge flash in the person's bedroom in the middle of the night, which wakes her up, and then she goes right back to sleep. Now, I don't know what that was. Maybe it was a plane crash across the street. I don't know. But it was an odd flash. And then I have a long sequence where a woman goes upstairs. This is a long story, so I won't tell it, but it goes up and her two kids are sleeping in her bed. She takes my kid out, puts it in the bedroom. She comes back, she takes the kid out, puts it in the kid's bedroom. And then she I'm trying to collapse this.
It's not going to collapse enough unless you can really hurry.
She eventually walks out of the room, and then suddenly she's back in bed to sleep. And the question is, how did she turn that VCR on and be back in bed asleep? Because it would show her moving her head back and then walking into bed and putting the covers over her.
All right. Professor, as I mentioned, I've got to digest this and come back to you, and we've got to do another program, but you've got to admit, you've laid a lot on me and everybody to think about.
Professor, sorry about that.
That's all right. But thank you for being here tonight, Professor, and we'll be in contact very shortly.
Thanks, Art. I appreciate it.
Take care. Holy mackerel. That's the way to top off this day, huh? Been a difficult couple of days, in more ways than one. You all have a good night, or try to anyway, and sleep tight.
Dude, we're having fun, dude. This is Kill Tony with goofing around. Yeah. This is a goofball show, dude. Go, stop talking about Jesus and shit. Go home.
Hello and welcome to this latest edition of Reality Check. Now, my guest today is someone I've been wanting to talk to for years because he shares very similar views to mine. And the thing I love about him is he's a scientist. He's a real scientist. He's somebody who's prepared to objectively and incisively engage with the topic that lay peas, no matter the taboo or the stigma. His name is Dr. Michael Masters. He's a tenured professor, no less, and he's a professor of biological anthropology at Montana Tech University in Montana. He received a PhD in anthropology from the Ohio State University in 2009, where he specialized in hominid evolutionary anatomy, archaeology, and biomedicine. And his recent research posits the idea that UFOs and aliens us, future humans. And the reason this resonates with me is because, as Michael actually reports in some of his papers, I've been told by people in the intelligence community that this is a theory we should take very seriously indeed. But even more interestingly, as well as publishing actually 3 excellent books, he's published one in 2019 called Identified Flying Objects, a multidisciplinary scientific approach to the UFO phenomenon. Another one called The Extraterrestrial Model, which was published in June 2022, which looks at his time travel theory with focus on abductee and contactee encounters. He's also, helping he's an overachiever, a novel, The Revelation, The Future Human Past, which was published in June 2023, which digs deeper into this intertemporal hominid descendants question. in the context of a science fiction novel. And most recently, Dr. Masters is one of the authors of a Harvard research paper, yet to be peer-reviewed, which suggests that life forms from other worlds could be living underground or under the sea on this planet, or perhaps even on the moon, and that the UAPs being seen by many folks may be evidence of their presence here. Michael, welcome. Please, firstly, give me a bit of an idea about yourself. What has stimulated your passion in the subject of UAPs? Why have you gone down this rabbit hole, this lunatic subject, which I'm sure does your academic career no good at all?
That's a great question, and Ross, it's so great to talk to you. Followed your work as well for a very long time. Appreciate you having me on. Apologize for the poorly timed drink there. I should have taken that earlier. Yeah, no, that's a great place to start. It's been sort of a long and winding road, so to speak. I first got interested in this at a very young age after hearing a UFO account that came from my father, of all places. So I was sort of forced to start thinking about these things in real terms. It wasn't just what you see on TV and movies and science fiction, but someone I knew and trusted was now saying this is real and described his account. It was a pretty typical nighttime encounter. He had a colleague with him, so there's more validity to it. It can be cross-checked by someone else. And that piqued my interest. It apparently piqued his as well, because he got Whitley Strieber's classic book, Communion. And I remember very vividly that I was sitting up on the living room shelf facing out toward the living room. I walked in from the dining room and looked up there and had sort of this image pop in my head, for lack of a better word. It was accompanied with sort of some thoughts, some information, some light was involved somehow. Still not really sure how that works into all of it, but so basically I pictured an early hominid form with a pragmatic face and a retracted forehead, a modern human, and then this archetypal gray alien on the cover of Whitley's book, and instantly wondered, could we be related? There were just an overwhelming number of characteristics that were similar, what have come to know as synapomorphies or homologies, shared derived characteristics that seem to indicate that we may have a common ancestor on this planet. And over time, I went to investigate this further. I started off physics and astronomy in my undergraduate years, and then shifted into biological anthropology to look more at the physical form of these beings, seen in association with the craft, and that's been my focus ever since.
So it's always struck me, you're absolutely right, it's always struck me there's a bit of a humanoid bias in our science fiction. I was a keen fan in my youth, as I'm sure you were, of Doctor Who and Star Trek. And of course, the aliens were always humanoid. They always had 2 arms, 2 legs, maybe with a few tentacles here and there. Are we getting it wrong? In evolutionary biology, it's utterly implausible, isn't it, that other beings, other intelligent beings on other planets would necessarily have evolved to a humanoid shape.
Right, absolutely. And that was kind of the main focus of my first book. I'm not trying to do a straw man fallacy here and tear down the extraterrestrial model. It's been intuitive, and it's been a part of the cultural zeitgeist, and maybe even throughout antiquity, because it makes sense. We see these stars, they're these mysterious objects in the sky. We see these craft coming down from the stars, and it makes sense why we would attribute these machines to those stars. So the extraterrestrial hypothesis intuitively has dominated the way we think about these things and the beings inside. And we do have to be careful too of the cultural, psychological, socio-cultural hypothesis that we're just imposing that on these encounters because it's what we know in ourselves, and we have to wonder if other civilizations could be leaving their home planet the same way that we have been since the 1960s. So certainly we need to keep all these things in mind, but consistently, time and time again, you're right, they're described as upright walking hominid forms. And I really tried to make a case in my first book that it's not likely we would get that on a separate planet with a different distance from its sun, different gravity especially. And that's an important one I focus on in this book and in a lot of lectures I give, is that we are the only upright walking mammal on this planet. Think about that for a second. Like, some do it temporarily. Chimpanzees will walk upright when they're trying to scare other chimps for hoard food, carry offspring. We're the only ones that are upright walking and suffer from all kinds of problems because of it. And Earth is tremendously small relative to other planets. From some calculations I did in 2016, about 2.5% of all planets that have been discovered at that time were the same size as or smaller than Earth. So if bipedalism, the trait that defines the hominid lineage, is so rare here, it's likely to be even rarer on other Earth-like exoplanets. And I redid this study with new data from Kepler mission and other studies through NASA, and the number went up slightly, but it was still under 4%. So not just that, there's a lot of other traits. We have bilateral symmetry to gut openings, eyes, nose, mouth in the same place, 4 limbs.
Well, slow down a minute, because I'm interested in this stuff. So just explain to our audience. Obviously, there's the bipedal issue. Just explain to me again, the placement of eyes. What is it about the unlikelihood of aliens being humanoid bipedal that leaps out at me? Just talk me through that evolutionary biological issue, because I'm fascinated by this, and I hadn't thought about it until I read your book.
Yeah, me too. That's maybe why I got really excited there and just started throwing everything out really fast.
I'm excited you down. I'm really interested in this stuff, and I want to get some of that detail.
Yeah, so it is really interesting. About 6 to 8 million years ago, we shared a common ancestor with what would go on to become chimpanzees and all of these other hominid forms. But what really launched us in that direction is that we did stand upright. It's a very simple behavioral shift. There's a lot of explanations for why that happened. Some center on biomechanics, that it was beneficial for long distance walking and running because you use less energy on 2 legs than you do on 4. It may have helped us in the hot summer sun of East Africa to have less of our body exposed to the sun. If you see over grasses, the trees were starting to dwindle about 3 to 4 million years ago, so we could see predators coming, get up into those trees quicker if we're standing upright, look more intimidating. There's a lot of explanations for potentially why this happened. We can't know until we have a time machine if we could go back that far, because this was a behavioral change. But we can see in the morphological form of these ancestors that we did stand upright. We know that happened. It set us on this trajectory that led to our uniqueness. We could attribute a lot of our sort of specialized, what we call derived characteristics, to just standing up. Our heads had to rotate down, which meant our basic cranium became flexed, and it increased our brain size, especially in the frontal lobe. Another unique characteristic is we're the only mammal that has the brain sitting right on top of the eyes. And when I'm not doing weird UFO stuff, that's the main thing that I look on, is how does it affect vision in a functional sense with regard to our expanding neurocranium and also our reduced and retracted motor facial anatomy. What does that do? Does it impinge on the eyes? That may be related to juvenile onset myopia and astigmatism, which is increasing tremendously in humans, especially in East Asia, where 80 to 90% of the population has juvenile onset myopia. So all of these traits, using our hands, being able to build things, being able to create, being able to make computers, type on computers, make tools, fire, all of these were allowed for simply by standing up.
So your point is that let's look at the grey alien, the classic Whitley Strieber alien that's cast from numerous witnesses. There are so many people who describe this phenomenon. Whatever it is they're describing, there's a consistency. It's a humanoid, 2 eyes, nose, ears, very, very similar structure to ours. And so you posit that it's more likely than not they're us from the future. Just talk me through why you say that.
Sure. So to circle back to a couple of things when I got all excited and was throwing out anatomical terms, we can go back 400 million years to when we shared a common ancestor with tetrapods. And even though it's not ideal, Darwin pointed this out in the 1850s, it's not ideal to have the same four-limb structure to do all of these different things. Elephants would be better off with 6 legs or 8 legs, for instance, because of their body weight. So, but we have taken that. We have this highly conserved biomechanical trait of having 4 limbs. On those 4 limbs are 5 digits, and they're used in a lot of different ways. Even if you look at a horse's hoof, you can still see remnants, vestigial remnants of these other parts of the 5-finger pentadactyl anatomy. So you keep going forward. Once we stood upright and we became the only upright walking mammal on this planet, it ushered in all of those changes I was talking about. But there's such a unique evolution that happened that we see the same traits in these others, these visitors is what they calls them, because he doesn't want to attribute any nomenclature to it, and all of us should be cautious of that. Even non-human intelligence is innately biased, and that says these are non-human, and they potentially may be human in some form of it. So even with regard to what happened to us since we became bipedal 6 to 8 million years ago, if you take this long trend in our craniofacial anatomy primarily, which is what I've studied throughout my career, if you look at these great aliens, they seemingly have a form consistent with the continued evolution of these traits, namely an increase in brain size, mediolateral expansion, what we call neurocranial globularity, a continued reduction and retraction of our mid and lower facial anatomy, smaller ears, more intelligence, better technology, potentially the ability to make technology that can allow us to travel backward in time. So there's these suite of characteristics associated with these others that seems to indicate that they're the continuation of what we call anthropology, biocultural evolution, that it's not just their biology evolving, but also the technology which feeds back into that. You get kind of the self-licking ice cream cone or this runaway train of evolution caused by both our biology and culture changing in concert with one another.
Now, Michael, I want to take you into an area that I hope you're comfortable speaking about, because I've been fascinated. I saw your interview with Jesse Michelle, and you spoke there about your own personal experience with the phenomenon. Can you talk me through what happened to you? I mean, firstly, I'm intrigued by the fact that so many people I speak to share the passion that you have for investigating this issue of UAPs. They've had experiences in their family in the past. They've had relatives that have seen things. In your case, it was your dad. A lot of people have described to me having mums who were psychic or grannies who saw things or who knew things or talked about the little people. In your case, what I'm intrigued about is you had your own personal experience with the paranormal.
Yeah, quite recently, actually. It's funny too, because I started talking about all of this. I started writing my first book in 2012, and then I started talking publicly about all of this in 2018, ahead of the publication of my first book in 2019. Yeah, I had no idea what the response would be. I was pretty nervous about it because, as you mentioned in the intro, you're sort of committing potentially career suicide and talking about this stuff. It hasn't been the case, so we can get into that later if you'd like. It's been the opposite, in fact, which has been great to see. But I was always bummed out to some extent because people would always ask me, have you ever seen a UFO? And I was like, no, I never have. I've never had any strange experience. And then that all came to a head in 2022 when all kinds of strange things started happening at the same time. But yeah, to your question, well, I did finally see UFOs, 5 at the same time. That was sort of one of the first forays into high strangeness. Looking back after some of these other things, I have identified points where things did happen, but I didn't have the bandwidth and the experience to recognize what was happening. But there's some clarity now in hindsight, looking back at some very strange things. But the UFOs that I saw,
can I just walk you through this? Do you think that whatever they were, those objects were showing themselves to you to tweak your consciousness?
Yeah, a big part of what 2022 was is a wake-up call. I wasn't paying attention in the way I should to the things that were happening all around me. And we can get into the really weird experience that I talked about with Jesse. And that was very much an intentional, physical, face-to-face, hey, pay attention. This is happening. we need you to recognize that. And it really messed me up for a while, but it's since gotten better. But yeah, the 5 UFOs I saw were right up in the sky near my house above what's called East Ridge, Cherokee, Montana, and they were hovering. I feel like I was kind of taken up there. There's no reason why I should have walked up this hill behind my house, but when I did, I turned around, boom, there they were. And they were just sitting there, and one by one, from right to left, they were in formation. They just shot off toward the southeast at tremendous speed. And after that, not long after that, just before I went to a conference at Rice University to be on a panel with a number of really amazing people looking at some of these same sorts of questions, I felt like, and this is where I start to sound like a crazy person, so I just like to preface the next couple of things I say with I am aware of that. These things did happen. I don't expect anyone, some of them, it's not even about belief because other people were involved, so there's corroboration that can take place. This first one was just me and what felt like a telepathic conversation I was having with a very bright security light in my neighbor's yard. So take that for what it's worth. But the reason I mention it is because I felt like it was a back and forth, and I asked a question that later was brought up in this face-to-face communication that also involved telepathy. And toward the end of it, I realized we're the same entities I was communicating with through that light, or they were communicating with me through this light, or vice versa, I guess. So, yeah, that came after the UFOs. And then the main one that I guess you're talking about that I talked to Jesse with was, I was taken into a room by a person, normal human being, as I came to learn, who then brought another person who I didn't know at all, I'd never met before. And just prior to this, right before I went to this conference, I was washing dishes, and I thought to myself, I'm done with this. I don't want to do this anymore. I was traveling for conferences and TV shoots, documentaries, and I was just exhausted. I was burnt out. As you're well aware, there's a number of trolls that occupy this space, and we're constantly being trolled by ignorant people that hide behind fake accounts and live in their mom's basement, most likely. So I was just overall.
I admire your courage in that regard, Michael, by the way. I really do. I mean, there is a snide, nasty, sewer rat quality of human being that likes to prey on anybody that wants to scientifically engage with this subject. Sorry, keep on going.
Yeah, I know. Well said. I like that. There's a lot of obstacles, and I am fortunate. I feel blessed that I haven't had to deal with a lot of backlash with regard to my colleagues, with regard to my institutional colleagues, outwardly, and these various fields that I talk about in my first book. I'll take sewer rat trolls all day over my actual colleagues who I know and respect, saying things like that. Not that they ever would, because they have humility, and we're all in this together. We all have a sense that we're trying to unravel these mysteries. So anyway, I decided I wanted to quit. I just thought that as I'm washing dishes. My wife's sitting right behind me on my couch. This was kind of a big life change, but I didn't feel like talking about it, so I didn't say anything to her. So when these two people brought me onto this balcony at a hotel in Mesa, Arizona, and I think it was October 14th, 2022, just a couple years ago, this person comes in, this man, whose name I know now, and he wouldn't mind me saying that Eric Mitchell is his name, but I'd never met him, never seen his face, I had no idea who he was. He comes in to this, on this balcony where I'm sitting, pulls his chair up right in front of mine, where his face is right here, and says, I can tell this is upsetting you, but we need to be this close for this to work. And then all of that anger just kind of faded away. But the next thing is what really jump-started this wake-up call for me to pay attention. He said, we know you've been thinking about quitting lately, but we really prefer you not to do that yet. So to have a complete stranger sitting inches from your face tell you a thought that was in your head that you never spoke out loud to anyone, never wrote down, was very much...
This is totally telepathic.
No, and it wasn't even him. It wasn't him. I've researched this a lot. The best I can describe it is what's called a deep trance mediumship, where his brain is unique. He had a UFO experience that was really, really intense and changed his brain morphology. It changed him as a person. But so they were speaking through him. They're using him as an antenna. And I get the sense that we're all antennas, that we're all sort of doing this constantly. But this was an intervention. This was very much, this person was brought here, his brain, his body, and hers. Heidi's was being used too, the woman that, and they'd never met before either. They knew each other, but they'd never met. So both of them were used and brought to this place to do this thing that we can get into if you'd like. But that was, hey, pay attention. We know your thoughts. We know you're thinking about quitting. Please don't do that.
I'm blown away by this because you're not the first person to tell me about these kind of approaches from what sounds like a non-human intelligence wanting in some way to push people to continue to investigate. So tell me a little bit more. You say there's more to this story. Neither of the two people who were in the room or on the balcony with you at the time were the entities or the intelligences that were communicating with you. Talk me through what was happening and what you think was going on in reality.
Yeah, and then, it was really hard to talk about this for a year. Jesse was the first person I talked to about it because I know him as a friend. I knew I could trust him to do a good job and help people recognize that I don't have schizophrenia. I'm not crazy. This did actually happen. So, like I said, I knew Heidi. I knew she was a person. I'd interacted with her 3 years prior at the same event. This Eric person, I didn't know. I assumed he was some kind of future human because that's the very next thing. Is I said, how do you know that? How do you know this thought in my head? And telepathically, I responded, future humans. They said, once you know who we are, you'll know how we know this. I responded, not using my mouth, which I didn't even know I could do at that time. Future humans, question mark. And they said, so you know how we did this? I said, I guess. But it's important, and I've tried to make a point of this when I talked about it in New York at a conference recently. They didn't say yes. And I think that's an important caveat. They didn't say, yes, we are future humans. They just moved on and said, so you know how we did this. So I don't feel comfortable talking about origins. And in fact, with all of this, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to think about it. I'm just conveying what happened in these moments and how it ties together. But I leave it open for all to interpret because I don't understand it either. I'm still trying to figure it out myself.
After the exchange, was Eric or Heidi aware that they had this transmedia communication?
Heidi was aware something had happened, something very strange. She couldn't remember the details of what was said and what was communicated. I didn't know Eric existed as a person outside of this. I didn't know anything about him, and I was afraid to try to find out because it scared the crap out of me, to be honest. All of it. And I was really just messed up psychologically, emotionally for about 3 or 4 weeks after. But once Jesse Stocco came out, I got a Facebook message from Eric, and it was really jarring because his Facebook profile picture, I was sitting at a Thanksgiving dinner actually about to eat, and I get a messenger alert that pops up, and it's this kind of psychedelic background and this haunting eyes that were just oranges from my face during this whole encounter. And it triggered me. I started sweating and kind of the chills because he's a person and I've gotten to know him. He's a great person and I've learned a lot from him and he still channels stuff occasionally, which is kind of crazy. Even after all of this has happened, I would occasionally get things through him, not from him, but through him, through Facebook Messenger, written in sort of just almost encrypted, cryptic ways, like it's Middle Aramaic or something, but it was clearly not from him because I have gotten to know him and know how he talks, but things would come through. Occasionally things I'm thinking. I was just in bed one night thinking about something and this message comes through related to that thing I was thinking about in the context of how I was thinking about. So I'm jumping all over the place here. I apologize.
No. I'm fascinated by this. Can I ask, and I'm not going to tell you why I'm asking this, is there a colour associated with this?
Well, as the conversation progressed and we started to get into why they were there beyond simply asking me to please not quit, there were other things that happened in between. But once they started downloading information into my brain, there were a lot of colors. think of it almost as like fiber optics, how the colors come through as the steady streams, really fast, intense stream of colors. The ones that jump out the most were blue and purple for some reason. I don't know why.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Nobody's ever asked, actually. This is the first time I've ever had to think.
No. This really seems. You just sent a slightly PTSD chill up my spine, Michael, because I know this will set everybody off. I'll comp those trolls yet again. I get them if I do. I am being contacted from all over the world by people saying they're in contact with blue beings. And colour blue. Why I have the colour blue behind me here? The colour blue is a very dominant theme in what they talk about. And when you used the word downloads before, that also sent a shiver up my spine, because again, there are people who are describing to me how they are literally having the capacity to understand suddenly, simultaneously, without any educational training, complex mathematical formulae in downloads. Have you heard of that happening?
I have, yeah. And I can't help but wonder, the more I've sort of tried to examine not just what's happened to me, but put it in the context of other people's experiences. And that was the whole focus of my second book, was what can we learn by looking for patterns across a lot of people's experiences. Is what we call an abductive approach, where you look for the most plausible scenario, inference to the best explanation. And yeah, I'd heard that the color's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. I'm glad you mentioned it, because now it's another little rabbit hole to go down. But I have very much had conversations with a lot of people, especially over the last 6 months or so since Jesse's doco came out. People reaching out to me talking about similar experiences, downloads they've had. None of it included two people standing the way that these two people were standing. But yeah, the thing though is I've started to dissolve in my mind, or it's been forced to be slightly changed, or I've been forced to reconceptualize reality as somewhat more valuable and perhaps emergent from a deeper rooted, energetic, electromagnetic, consciousness-based reality that is all around us all the time. And so when people talk about blue beings, is that related to this? Is the blue that I saw during this telepathic communication somehow related to what people are seeing in a physical form, but in the heart of it, maybe it's an aspect of the electromagnetic spectrum? I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, but my point is, what I'm trying to say in a very roundabout way, is that when people see a blue being, maybe it's not the being itself, but the energy that emanates from that, or how they perceive the energy.
Exactly. Wow, I have to admit, the profundity of what you just said there is shocking to me, because of a whole series of people that I'm in touch with who completely out of the blue will contact me, and a lot of them talk about blue energy, blue light, and in some cases blue beings, but all of them are talking about downloads and tweaking of consciousness, and a lot of them have been prodded like you had. A lot of them are scientists, defense people, intelligence people, telling me that even though they try and ignore it, there's something that's goading their consciousness, prodding them to keep on taking an interest in this issue. I must say, there's two things I take a benevolent, happy message from your theory, which is we seem to survive as humans. If they are future humans, even though they're slightly odd looking, it means that at least some humans manage to survive whatever apocalypse might be ahead of us, and breed and make babies and evolutionary change in the way that they have done. So it's come to that. I mean, your paper, the Harvard paper you've most recently been a part of, which is essentially exploring a so-called crypto-terrestrial hypothesis. I want to get into it, but first I just want to ask you, I saw it went up on ResearchGate, which is an online scientific paper publication platform, but it's been taken down. And Newsweek, I noticed, were they gloating? They asserted that it was taken down after they published their article about it. Was your paper taken down, and if so, why?
It was taken down briefly for maybe 2 hours tops. And yeah, of course, Newsweek is going to say that to try to have some sense of self-importance. And honestly, out of the many articles I've read, theirs was maybe the least accurate to start with. So of course they said that and tried to make it a thing. And it wasn't. If they had done any sort of due diligence in their journalism, they would have realized the paper was back up in a very short period of time. They would have had to change their link, but it was back up. So it was taken down for about 2 hours for a couple of reasons. One of the main ones was that there was a very small grammatical error in the abstract. And we all went over this paper many, many times, and we're all sticklers for grammar. So it was sort of surprising it got past the three of us, to be honest. But people, especially when you're talking about something outside the ordinary that pushes the boundaries of the circumscribed reality that we all find ourselves in, they'll latch on to something like a tiny grammatical error to try to just take away from everything else that was said in the paper. And so that was happening. So we pulled it down to fix that grammatical error, to add a slight disclaimer at the top, and then boom, it was right back up.
So you thought, yeah, nobody's novel. There was no attempt to shut down news. Let's go then into the subject of this crypto-terrestrial hypothesis. You're basically suggesting, as I understand it, that it might not be extraterrestrial, i.e. off this planet, whatever this intelligence is, that it might be here already, perhaps some kind of remnant to an ancient civilization that grew up beside us on this planet. Just talk me through the hypothesis as you explained it.
Yeah, so, well, I would preface that by saying not just extraterrestrial. So we do consider extraterrestrial as a potential explanation for the origins of these advanced beings that are sequestering themselves in Earth's environs, but also add a lot of others that have been discussed previously. This isn't our idea. The crypto-terrestrial hypothesis is one amongst others: extraterrestrial, ultra-terrestrial. So we focused on this one in particular because there does seem to be, and just quickly to give a definition for your viewers who might not be familiar with this, is the idea behind the crypto-terrestrials. It's something that's hiding. It's not in plain sight. It's sequestering itself. It's here. It's more advanced than us, but it doesn't overtly acknowledge itself to us at this time. Maybe it will in the future. Who knows? Maybe it does subtly. Maybe they walk amongst us. There's a potential possibility. And even with what happened to me in Phoenix, we kind of have to consider that as a walk amongst us scenario. Like, these individuals are people, but if their brains can be taken over by a more advanced consciousness, they're walking amongst us at whatever time they want, in whoever's body they want. Sort of a strange love and light body snatcher scenario there. But so yeah, the whole idea of this.
Were you nervous when you started venturing this hypothesis? I mean, obviously, one of the most vilified people in the world of ufology is a British guy called David Icke, who talks about reptilian lizards running the world. You know, the royal family are apparently lizards of some kind. Isn't there a risk if you even dip your toe into this subject now that you're going to get sucked down that rabbit hole of what people assert are rabbit conspiracy theories?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, that kind of goes for any of the many branches that stem from the tree of the phenomenon, not strangeness in general, but especially with regard to UFOs when you start talking about origins and intent. But it wasn't just him. I mean, McTawny's wrote a very good book that was published posthumously. I'm sure you'd be very elated to see everything that's been happening, because he wrote a book called The Crypto-Terrestrials, which oddly is almost identical to my writing in both the style of writing, which kind of creeps me out when I was reading it, but also what we're saying. We've been saying almost the same thing. Just I added the dimension of time to it as an important variable. And he mentions it slightly, but so it's not just people that are out there in right field, shoeless, drunk, saying whatever they want. And I'm not speaking to this big person in particular, but yeah, the idea innately sounds crazy, and we recognize that, and we got out in front of it and stated in the abstract that this might be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of academics, and they should take it as a suppository instead. I didn't actually say that, but that would be kind of funny.
There's so much in your paper, this Harvard paper, that I loved. I mean, you've gone down a lot of the rabbit holes I'm fascinated with, notably theories and mythologies about ancient civilizations. But because we're in July and because it's the anniversary of Roswell, let's talk about the one you do mention about Shirley Wright, the Albert Einstein personal assistant, who was a young woman in 1947 who accompanied Albert Einstein. She said late in her life, in an interview that was released after her death, she came forward with evidence that Roswell was real, that it did involve the recovery of non-human craft technology, and that live aliens were indeed recovered and interviewed. And it was something I hadn't realized that you mentioned in your paper, that she suggested that what she learned with Albert Einstein at that encounter was that these beings were, quote, just humans, but in advanced form, which intrigued me. Do you give plausibility to the Shirley Wright story?
Well, I do. I mean, it's always hard with these older accounts. Well, maybe it's not. We have the same rigors for assessing old accounts, new accounts. Obviously, we're not able to go back and give lie detector tests. Well, maybe we are, especially if she's right that these are more advanced than future humans. But it's not just her either. It makes sense if you have this thing happen. Say there are other indications of other crashes too, but this one in 47, if you're trying to understand it, it's in the beginning stages of the nuclear age. It just dropped bombs on Japan. Who are you going to look to other than the most prominent, most intelligent people on this planet? Albert Einstein would certainly be at the top of that list. So it makes sense just in the context of who she worked with. And yeah, he would be putting himself at that time, especially in a position for potential career suicide if he said these things. She obviously would maybe be a little more protected in that he doesn't want to tarnish what is one of the best legacies of any scientist in history. So I do take that seriously, especially when we step back and look at it in the context of these other interactions and other deathbed confessions. Commander George Hoover, for instance, said the same thing, that these were future humans. Yes, this was real, and they looked like us, and they were more advanced. And he specifically stated they were future humans. She danced around it a little bit, but and there's case after case. One thing I tried to do in my second book at the beginning is show just how many other people have been talking about this future human idea as a plausibility in all of these different capacities. And you and I have been saying this for a very long time, coming from different perspectives. Yours more based in the IC. And mine has overlapped there as well. I've had people from the intelligence community say we've been talking about this idea for a while, and it's being considered, and some people might even know within the intelligence community. And mine focuses on the biological side, but you also have people like Jack Serfati on the physics side. So you take all of this, including the eyewitness testimony, including people on their deathbeds who are confessing these things, and it should absolutely be considered. I've never stated, I never would state that this explains all of the phenomena. There's too much weirdness, there's too much high strangeness involved, too much variation for it to be one thing. But that's also what we're trying to do with this crypto-terrestrial explanation, is say they're hiding. But where are they from? And they could be extraterrestrial, they could be extraterrestrial, they could be here after some sort of apocalypse or some sort of cataclysm that took place. The fairies, trolls, jinn, genie, all of these things are possible, but they're hiding.
You know, the thing that fascinates me, Mike, was when I was writing my book, I started going through the CIA library because a couple of intelligence people told me that I should read what had been declassified by the CIA. And I'm fascinated because there really was a study done by the CIA into Atlantis and they did a research study in the 1960s, and you can find it in the CIA library where they basically spent public money. I mean, what the hell was the US intelligence agency doing? Flying scientists around the world to investigate the location of Atlantis. And there's also, I mean, I've spoken to other people who are involved in Egyptology research, and they tell me that the CIA was very extensively involved in researching the pyramids and the suggestion that a large part of the ancient monuments of what is today modern Egypt have not been explained by the known civilizations that have lived there, and that there may indeed be some precursor civilization. This is where I got really excited when I was reading your paper, because it's essentially a conglomeration of all of the things I've been reading about over many, many years, the unexplained ancient civilizations on this planet. And there's one subject, I'm going to run out of time if I try and cover everything that I want to do, but there's a subject that really sucked me in your article, where you talk about out-of-place artifacts. And I've never heard this before, but you mentioned how at the Kalambo Falls in Zambia, researchers discovered two pieces of wood clearly designed, shaped to interlock, dated to half a million years ago. I never heard about that. Tell me about that.
That one was Tim, as far as the details of it. He looked into a lot of these. There's an acronym for it, out of place was, I guess, that is. And yeah, we should absolutely consider these. I can't speak to that one. He went down that rabbit hole and pulled that one into the paper. But I have looked at a lot of other ones. I did a History Channel show last year where we looked at the I can't remember the name of that one now either. Apparently that was a while ago.
So there was one you also mentioned. There's a fossilized imprint of a wheel found in a Ukrainian coal mine nearly a kilometre underground, which was potentially dated as being 300 million years old. It all suggests the possibility that we are not the first civilization on this planet.
Well, it definitely should be considered. And yeah, there's the Silurian hypothesis that there could have been advanced civilizations whose remnants were destroyed through the ravages of time. And that obviously happens. The farther back in time you go, speaking archaeologically, the less available information there is. You have less data because of erosion, because of the tectonic plates, rifts, volcanoes, and all of these things that move things around. We also have to be cautious of that, again, putting on my science hat, because it can confuse dates too. You can have something that is relatively recent that gets washed into a stratigraphic layer that dates to a time that's much further. So with that caveat in mind, it doesn't explain all of these. Some of them can be very accurately dated, so we should take those into account, especially when they're found in association with other things that help legitimize the provenience of them, how they fit with other artifacts at that time period with the culture that may have made them. And yeah, we would expect that there are advanced civilizations that existed in our deep past that were wiped out for the most part in the Silurian hypothesis kind of way, that some do make it through, and that we find the remnants of those, and it may be an indication of some past civilization that could have existed, and maybe even in the context of Atlantis and the lore. And that's another thing I try to do in my second book too, is show that it's not just one thing, it's not just what we find, it's the whole suite of characteristics that make it through history and prehistory, the stories, the cave paintings, the oral legends, the myths that grow up around specific things. We can learn a lot from those, and when trying to understand the past, especially understand the past in the context of high strangeness and the phenomenon, we should absolutely be looking at all of those. And that's largely what we're trying to do in this paper, is say, there's a lot of strange things in the past. There's a lot of potential origins for these advanced visitors, but let's be open-minded to the possibility of some of these and take it seriously and have a discussion. In the title of the paper, we had openness to scientific discussion about these, and it's seemingly been doing that. It's been great to see, and the conversations that have grown out of this, just speaking anecdotally from my experience, have been fundamentally different than they even were 5 years ago. Talking about this stuff, people are taking it seriously. I think a lot of people are ready to kind of move past the cockpit videos and start talking about the origins and intent of these visitors.
The thing I find fascinating is a lot of the best work on this is being done out of the mainstream. And there's a default in mainstream media to go follow Saul Brunch, Graham Hancock's a lunatic, this ancient apocalypse theory is completely silly. We're not going to give this a run. And then he goes on Joe Rogan, and millions, tens of millions of people engage intellectually with the subject. And I sense there's a wisdom of the crowd here, and I was fascinated to read your account of these archaeological investigations into unexplained ancient civilizations. And just to name a few, there's along the Indus River and the sites of Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. There's lost to history for years, a civilization detected there with script and language that to this day is indecipherable. A whole civilization that's clearly not part of known Indian civilization that predates that civilization. We've just got no explanation for it. Then there's Göbekli Tepe, which is at least 11,000 years old in Turkey. Humanity's oldest monumental structures, the world's first temple, and we don't even know who built that. And just running through very quickly, because I love some of the examples you use in your paper, the 2007 discovery of a Stonehenge-like structure in Lake Michigan that's thought to be at least 10,000 years old. I didn't know this tidbit, but apparently there's an image of a mastodon, a large beast that roamed North America in the Pleistocene era 11,700 years ago, which implies there was some kind of civilization building monuments in America 11,700 years ago. And yet we don't know who these people were.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right. Just to briefly touch upon what you said earlier with regard to the mainstream media not being a part of this yet. I think at some point their hands will be forced and they'll have to be. But really, a lot of these organizations, as you're well aware, where as a journalist have sort of fulfilled the role of telling us what we're allowed to think about and when, and to provide us comfort. Hey, you can think about this in this way and it'll be comfortable. You don't have to challenge your worldview at all. But you're right, there is a wisdom of the crowd where people want something more than what they're getting. They're not willing to take the risk to talk about these things. Certainly some are. News Nation certainly is one of those, as is Joe Rogan and other outlets as well. But people want this. People are ready for this conversation and they're taking it seriously. I've done a number of interviews with folks in mainstream media outlets on CBS and Fox, and they, to my surprise, were very grounded, informed questions that I was asked about this as they took it seriously. I might be played in with some X-Files music in the beginning, but very quickly the conversation turns to one of intrigue and humility that we don't know everything. And I think that's one of the most important points. We all need to get there and realize that there's so much to this world and this reality that we just don't understand. And we can't just keep saying, well, that's impossible, I'm not going to look at it. Instead, we need to say, we don't understand what's possible, so let's look at it so we can start to understand that. And I'm sorry, that was a bit of a tangent, but you're right, there are a ton of these sites that are sort of along those lines, challenging preconceived notions of time and space, things that are constantly being backdated to a previously bygone era that we didn't think they could have existed at that time. We used to think, for instance, Lascaux Cave was the oldest cave paintings about 17,000 years ago. Now they go back to the time of Neanderthal, 65,000 years ago. And you're right, the mastodon carving at the bottom of Lake Michigan shows the people that were living there who had been there for possibly 10,000 years prior were engaged in artistic expression in a way we didn't fully understand. Göbekli Tepe is a great example of how we now see that temples were important, gathering people together for spiritual reasons, even predated sedentism associated with agriculture. We thought it was the other way around, that people had to become sedentary, and then they start making temples for worship. This flips that on its head. So as that keeps happening, yeah, we all need to embrace some humility and recognize that we don't have all of the answers with regard to archaeology, with regard to history, and with regard to UFO phenomena.
One of the things I wanted to explore with you, there's so much I didn't know, but because I've just come back from the New Mexico, Arizona area where I've been shooting a story, I'm fascinated with the mythology of the Native American peoples, particularly the Cheyenne people. And one of the things I didn't know was that you give credibility in your paper to the flood narrative that's part of an oral history across many cultures. The idea of a great flood that destroyed civilization many thousands of years ago. It's in Sumerian, ancient Israelite, Greek, Indian, and to my surprise and shock, Cheyenne Native American oral history. Just explain that. I mean, how on earth would an indigenous people in North America possibly have known about a great flood on the other side of the world?
Yeah, well, that's a really great question. And I guess in my mind, I wonder if they were all concurrent. If the flood that's written about in biblical texts was at the same time as one that took place in the American Southwest, at the same time as some of these other places where they documented it. If that was the case, yeah, you have to wonder if it was something that existed on an almost cosmic scale, one that's far beyond our knowledge, and if that's the way it was done for some purpose, you know, like again, Graham Hancock's work, as an archaeologist, it's hard for me to take everything he says as being legitimate. I'm highly critical, actually, of a lot of what he says. But when it comes to this question of resets, when it comes to this question of these apocalyptic scenarios where a lot of people die and there's a rebuilding, it seems to make sense, and there are things that are written about and described in oral tradition that would indicate that maybe there is some validity to that and should be taken seriously. If you did have a concurrent flood, and let's just take these two places in the Middle East, Palestine region, and the Southwest, where the Cheyenne, the Navajo, all these various groups live, that's a global catastrophe. How that would even happen, I don't know, especially because at this time there's still more ice locked up, and the ice caps have been melting since about 12,000, 15,000 years ago. So yeah, it's interesting to think about the logistics of that. But these sort of cataclysms, these resets, I think, we should take that seriously. There are accounts in many biblical texts that it seems almost like we're on the precipice of one now. You mentioned earlier in this conversation that this part of this future human hypothesis gives you some sense of comfort because humanity does survive whatever's coming. And I think anyone who pays attention to the testimony of experiencers, that is a very common theme throughout everything, is that there's something coming, and the shift in consciousness is an actual physical cataclysm, an apocalyptic scenario. It's hard to say, but we should maybe be taking that seriously and focusing on these things that exist in history, because we might be on the precipice of one ourselves.
You are interesting to me because you're an objective, disciplined scientist, but you also had that tweaking of your consciousness, that ontological shock posed by what appears to have been some kind of paranormal experience where something, perhaps a non-human intelligence of some kind, has engaged, you believe, telepathically with you, perhaps to tweak your consciousness, to keep you doing your work. First question. Do you think it's benevolent, whatever it is?
Yeah, I mean, that gets into a whole messy area of ethics, morals, and we do nice things to our dog at the vet. Does it see us as evil creatures? or taking it to be probed and prodded. The interactions I have had with this highly advanced non-local consciousness, just to keep it general because I don't understand what it is, has been extremely your classic love and light Ryan Gosling on Saturday Night Live sort of scenario where it's very much just a benevolence, a love, a caring. I was sort of almost taken out of my body during this experience for a slight period of time and brought into that world. And it's a lot like what people describe in near-death experiences, where you feel this all-encompassing embrace of this light and love and consciousness and empathy, importantly. But to sort of tie together what we had just been talking about with this issue too, and something I didn't mention earlier because we sort of diverged in what we were talking about, but they needed to put 3 things in my brain that would come out at some future time. And I can't help but wonder if it is related to this impending thing that's coming. There was a sense of urgency to it. There was a sense of importance to it. I don't know what it was. They told me I would know. They asked my permission to tie back to what we're talking about now with regard to their intentions and are they benevolent. They were extremely polite, extremely nice, knew everything already, knew the future, importantly, and put 3 things in my brain for that future that will come out sort of as a time release capsule of consciousness of sorts. And so I do. I have those 3 things. I don't know. That's what they said before. What would happen? They told me how it would happen, what would happen, and they told me I wouldn't have access to that information until it came out. And it was I had to explain. What's the point of telling you this if they look it up? Because it needs to be. If they know the future and it's something bad, I would be burdened by that. I would have to carry that with me. And I don't want to know the future. Nobody wants to know when they're going to die or like bad things that are going to happen. Nobody would want that. So maybe it was to protect me. I don't know. I didn't ask them that. They asked me if it was okay if they did this and put these things in my brain and told me specifically I would not know what they were. I would not be able to access them. And I said yes. By this point in this interaction, Ross, it was very clear to me that whatever I was interacting with is very much in control. They took over 2 people's brains. People were in this room next to us off this balcony. They manipulated their perception and behaviors as well. 1.3 women came out and they had them turn around in unison and walk back in simply by saying, can you close the door behind you? So we're talking about some sort of highly advanced consciousness that is capable of manipulating their brains, putting things in my brain, locking it away that I won't have access to. I'm going to say yes to something like that. I also feel I've been interacting with them in some form or another my entire life. So once that sense of familiarity was achieved, I was on board. I was like, yes, okay, absolutely, go ahead, do it. Exactly what they said happened. My eyes were wide open. Everything went black. The colors, again, blue and purple being dominant, and those started flooding in. I was, at some point as this was happening, aware, because the woman to my left, Heidi, would occasionally say, did you get that? Did you get that? And I would just kind of go, in a zombie-like state. So I saw it coming in. At that moment, it must have had some sense of what it was, but then once it was in my brain, it's completely gone.
Well, Michael, there are a lot of people watching this. You may scoff, but I, for one, don't think you're crazy. And I've gone down that same rabbit hole.
You might be the only one. Sometimes I wonder. No, I'm kidding. I'm not. And yeah, you're right. We all should self-check, even those of us who just take this seriously. Maybe we're crazy just for even looking at this.
One of the things I loved about your paper, just to wrap it up finally, it's a 1691 paper written by a guy called Robert Kirk. That's called The Secret Commonwealth of Elves, Fauns, and Fairies. And when I saw you were quoting from that book, which I've actually had a look at as part of my research, I thought, oh my God, this guy is so brave, even getting into this area to start talking about fairies. But in the book, there is a quotation. Kirk writes, how much is written of pygmies, fairies, nymphs, sirens, apparitions, which, though not the 10th part true, yet could not spring of nothing. acknowledgement that he must be something to.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I'm so glad that this paper has gotten the attention it has, because we can have these conversations. We can talk about all of those who came before, all of the ones who have written about this, who have brought something that we can start to wrap our heads around if we all look at it holistically. And I think, yeah, there's no one explanation. There's a lot of things going on here, but the more we can just step back and recognize our temporal humility and have a conversation, the farther we'll get faster, I think. So, and conversations like this, I really appreciate you having me on to talk about this and to continue to move the conversation forward.
Well, Dr. Michael Masters, I applaud you for your intellectual courage. I think probably in less than a few years, we're going to see an acknowledgement, a coming to terms with the fact that you really did need to be listened to. And Michael, thank you so much for having the courage and the insight to be able to speak about these things. And thank you for sharing it with reality.
Absolutely, Ross. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnf.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And please don't forget to click that red subscribe button to ensure you get more of News Nation's unbiased and fact-driven news coverage.
In a world filled with nasal congestion, one hero rises. Afrin No Drip. Experience ridiculously powerful nasal congestion relief in seconds. No drips, no mess, just unblocked breathing. Whether it's allergies or a cold, Afrin is your go-to solution for nasal congestion. Afrin, the wow is real.
Use as directed.
Yeah, they want a parent again. Like they had a parent and then they want a parent again. If you put it that way, I kind of like it. Yeah. Dominated woman. Yeah. It's kind of like a room. Like, I don't want to play Xbox. You want your dick sucked? You want your dick sucked, but not.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والعدوان إلا على الظالمين والعاقبة للمتقين اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على عبدك ورسولك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. So tonight, before we get started with our lecture on Hikmah ibn Abi Jahl, we have a brother who's going to be embracing Islam with us. So I'd like to welcome Carson. If you can come up. You didn't change your mic. Okay, so I'm going to have you repeat after me. Say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. That was perfect. All right, English now. I bear witness that there is no God worthy of worship or unconditional obedience except Allah. And that Muhammad is his final message. Congratulations. Well, welcome you to the community. Welcome to Islam and welcome to the Valley Ranch Islamic Center. This is your community from now on. And after I finish the lecture, if you're still around, you're all going to hug. In the meantime, you're welcome to have a seat. Everyone, please do welcome your brother. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you, keep you firm and steadfast, and protect you. And allow this journey of yours to be blessed all the way through. Inshallah ta'ala, tonight, dear brothers and sisters, we're going to be continuing with the verse, and we're going to be speaking about the son of the Pharaoh of the Ummah. And it's very interesting when you have someone who has such a prominent position in Islam as being the Fir'aun of the Ummah. And it shows you what the Prophet ﷺ said, that there are multiple pharaohs throughout history, right? You have the pharaoh that we know, you have the Fir'aun, and then we have our Fir'aun as an ummah of Muhammad ﷺ as a people. And that, of course, was Abu Jahl, Amr ibn Hisham. And we're going to be talking about his son, Ikramah radiallahu ta'ala anhu. But it's important to note that as time goes on, as generations go on, you always have pharaohs and you always have tyrants, and then you have heroes that rise up against those tyrants, and you have people that come from the households of those tyrants that turn out to be of the greatest heroes and of those who carry and possess some of the greatest virtues in Islam. And tonight, as we talk about Ikramah radiallahu anhu, it's personally, I'm going to say personally, one of my favorite stories from the companions, and there are many of them that are like my favorite. But I'll just tell you that if none of you name your kids Ikramah after this, then I consider that I failed in properly conveying the virtue of this man Ikramah radiallahu ta'ala anhu. Many of you hear the name Ikramah in the books of tafsir, and this is not the same Ikramah radiallahu ta'ala anhu in the books of tafsir. This is one of the great companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who comes literally from the worst man in the seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the ultimate villain in the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he talks about Khalid radiallahu anhu ibn al-Walid ibn Mughira. And Walid, a horrible human being, Khalid radiallahu anhu goes on to become Sayfullah, the sword of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We talked about Amr radiallahu anhu ibn al-As. Such a horrible person that we could have spent a whole lecture just on the verses of Quran about him. But tonight we talk about Ikramah, the son of Abu Jahl. And I have to say this. If I was to talk about what ayat, what verses in the Quran speak about the evil of Abu Jahl, it literally would take me an hour. Why? Because Abdullah ibn Abbas identifies over 80 verses, 80 verses in the Quran that were revealed in response to the evil and the tyranny of this particular man. It's enough to say that in Surah Al-Alaq, the first verse is revealed to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq." Read in the name of your Lord who creates. That the second half of that surah, from verse 9 onwards, is about Abu Jahl. Actually speaks to the pharaoh of this ummah. Do you see the one who forbids righteousness, who stomps on the necks of the believers, who breaks people's collarbones, who murders people in the vicinity of the sacred Kaaba, who violates every single established norm prior to Islam and after Islam, his cultural and tribal norms, to oppress and to mutilate and to brutalize the Prophet and his companions. أَرَأَيْتَ الَّذِي يَنْهَى عَبْدًا إِذَا صَلَّى أَرَأَيْتَ إِنْ كَانَ عَلَى الْهُدَى أَوْ أَمَرَ بِالتَّقْوَى أَرَأَيْتَ إِنْ كَذَّبَ وَتَوَلَّى. Do you see this person who forbids righteousness, this person who denies, who lies? أَلَمْ يَعْلَمْ بِأَنَّ اللَّهَ يَرَى. Doesn't he know that Allah sees him? كَلَّا لَئِن لَمْ يَنْتَهِ لَنَسْفَعًا بِالنَّاصِيَةِ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions that this is a person that's going to be seized by the forelock. A man who will pay for his sins because of the horrors that he inflicted on the Prophet ﷺ and the most vulnerable of the companions. This was the man who took out the slaves who became Muslim in Mecca and created a torture camp for the public to see, and who took a spear and stuck it through Sumayya, the Abyssinian woman, to make an example out of her, that tortured the slaves in public, that called for people to humiliate the Prophet ﷺ in every way, that incited in every way. The man who made life unbearable for Muslims in Mecca, the man who actually started the boycott against the Prophet ﷺ that led to the death of Khadija radiallahu anha, his wife and his uncle Abu Talib, the man who plotted the assassination of the Prophet ﷺ during the Hijrah, who came up with the master plan, on how to kill the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So this is a brutal tyrant, and I want you to imagine that in the background of this brutal tyrant, who is the chief of Banu Makhzum, who the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam called the pharaoh of this ummah, is his son Ikramah. And Al-Dhahabi rahimahullah says, كَانَ مِنْ رُؤُوسِ الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ كَأَبِيهِ. He was from the heads of the ignorant ones, just like his father. And he was the successor of his father. So here's the scene. I want you to play all of those scenes of Abu Jahl oppressing the Prophet ﷺ, spitting, torturing, killing. And I want you to imagine Ikramah by his side, assisting him in every way, watching in every way, because he was deemed the successor of Abu Jahl. Meaning, Abu Jahl is the head of Banu Makhzum, the rival tribe that wants to kill the Prophet ﷺ simply because he belongs to Banu Hashim. Ikramah is the son that is being groomed to be the successor, the chief of Banu Makhzum. So when Abu Jahl presumably takes power in Mecca, his son Ikramah is the crown prince. All right? Just to give you the visual, there's also something else to keep in mind. The Prophet ﷺ saw something even in the pharaoh of this one. What did the Prophet ﷺ see in Abu Jahl? What did he see in him? Anyone tell me? No, he saw positive things in him too. He saw his potential to be a leader. Prophet ﷺ made dua, oh Allah, give victory to Islam, to the more beloved of the two Umars to you, Umar ibn Khattab or Amr ibn Hisham, who is Abu Jahl. Meaning the Prophet ﷺ recognized that this man is a leader. If he changes his heart, and if he takes that strength, and he puts it to good use, he could be one of the greatest leaders of the Muslims. Now here's the plot twist. What the Prophet ﷺ saw in him, if he would become Muslim, would become the reality of Ikramah almost 2 decades later. Because Ikramah had the qualities of his father. He was big, he was strong, he was wise. Abu Jahl's nickname was actually Abu al-Hakam, the father of wisdom. But he became the father of ignorance because of his blind rage towards the truth. He was eloquent. When you saw Ikramah, you saw his father. And subhanAllah, it's really interesting because Umar and Abu Jahl, right, are pretty much the same prototype before Islam filters them out. Umar had a son that was a copy of him, Abdullah ibn Umar. Abu Jahl had a son that was a copy of him, Ikramah. Right? And out of these four, the only one that's going to die in ignorance is going to be the father of ignorance, who was given chance after chance. And the Prophet ﷺ was so patient with him for over a decade, calling him to Islam, calling him to stop his transgressions against the Prophet ﷺ. So here is Ikramah growing up in this environment with his father, the Pharaoh. Now, I'm going to put up this chart really quick. And this is going to be one of those things that the students who want to actually go back and look at the family tree, inshallah ta'ala, can do so and appreciate the night time can be put up. Okay. I wanted to just put together a little chart that shows you the connection between Ikramah and Khalid. So there are other kids that are involved here, but at least by looking at this, you can visualize the relationship between Ikramah and Khalid, Ikramah's wife, and Al-Harith ibn Hisham. So if you look at the top there, you'll see Al-Walid ibn Mughira and Hisham ibn Mughira. Right? So the two elders that make up Banu Makhzum. Their children, on one side you see Khalid, and his sister, Fatima bint al-Walid. Okay? On the other side, from the children of Hisham ibn Mughira, there are other kids that we've spoken about, but you see Amr ibn Hisham, who is Abu Jahl, and Al-Harith ibn Hisham, Al-Harith ibn Hisham is going to show up in the story of Ikramah at the very end. So he's Ikramah's uncle, Abu Jahl's brother, and Harith was one of the main enemies of the Prophet ﷺ as well. He fought the Prophet ﷺ all the way until Fatah Mecca, and then he became a Muslim on the day of the opening of Mecca as well. So he fought the Prophet ﷺ for 20 years. Along with Abu Jahl. So Ikramah is the son of Abu Jahl, obviously, and he's married to a woman named Hakim bint al-Harith, who is both, as you can see, the daughter of Al-Harith ibn Hisham and the daughter of Fatima bint al-Walid. So Al-Harith ibn Hisham marries Fatima bint al-Walid. You know what you get out of this? It's funny because my brother once made this comment about the Arab families. A lot of them are not family trees, they're family spirals. You know, so Banu Makhzum was married inside the tribe, right? Maintaining the lineage of Banu Makhzum inside the tribe. So Khalid is Ikramah's cousin, or Khalid rather, yeah, he's Ikramah's cousin, and Ikramah is married to his cousin, Hakim. So there's a lot of relationship between Ikramah and Khalid, as well as his wife. Hakim, and there's a lot of enmity towards the Prophet ﷺ within this family, and so this is a whole family that's bent on defeating Islam. on fighting the Prophet ﷺ and making sure they eliminate Islam in every single way. So let's go on, inshallah ta'ala, now to where this all takes a turn. Ikrimah himself inherits the hatred of the Prophet ﷺ. He hates him because his father hates him. Right? And for all of those years, the transgression is all coming from his father towards the Prophet ﷺ and the weak Muslims. And Ikrimah is assisting in that. And even other non-Muslim leaders would tell Abu Jahl, calm down, you are way too much. You're hurting, you're violating all of our standards, you're giving us a bad name, your torture is going too far. This rage, however, in Ikrimah's life towards the Prophet ﷺ is going to take a turn in the Battle of Badr in particular. The Battle of Badr, obviously, Quraysh surrounds the Muslims. They think that they're going to wipe them out. They outnumber them in every way. They're already celebrating. Abu Jahl is leading the army of Quraysh against the Muslims. And I'll give you the story first and foremost from Abdurrahman ibn Auf radiallahu anhu's perspective. Abdurrahman ibn Auf said, I was standing on the side of the Muslims, obviously, on the day of Badr. And I looked to my right and to my left, and I had these two teenagers. And I looked at them and I was like, I wish I had like some serious men that were next to me. Like, why am I between these two teenagers? So he said, I was hoping that I'd be between like two serious warriors. Like, why am I between these two kids? So he says, so one of them tapped my shoulder. So I looked at him and I said, what is it? He said, he said, uncle, which one of those is Abu Jahl? Can you imagine it? Like a teenager like taps one, is like, which one of those is Abu Jahl? So I told him, what do you want with Abu Jahl? Like, what are you going to do to Abu Jahl? Realize Abu Jahl is the size of Umar. He's a mountain of a man. What are you going to do to Abu Jahl? He said, he's a Madani kid. He's never met Abu Jahl in Mecca. So I heard that he used to abuse the Prophet ﷺ. He said, I'm going to find him. And he said, when I meet him, one of us is going to survive that meeting, but not both of us. The other kid taps his shoulder and says, which one is he? Abdurrahman ibn Auf points him out. So these two kids are known as the two Mu'ads. Mu'ad ibn Amr ibn al-Jamuh and Mu'ad ibn Afla. Two young Mu'ads. May Allah be pleased with them both. Two young teenagers that were there in the battlefield to defend the Prophet ﷺ on that momentous occasion. And Abdurrahman ibn Auf says that in the Battle of Badr, they both struck Abu Jahl from both sides. Like, they came at him from both sides, but he was so big that he fell to the ground, and even though they both struck him clean hits, he was still alive. And Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, who was physically, right, the shortest of the companions, he climbs up onto Abu Jahl and looks him in the eye. Realized that Abu Jahl one day almost killed Ibn Mas'ud for just reading Quran around the Kaaba. He stepped on his collarbone and broke it. Beat him unconscious. And now Ibn Mas'ud stands up on him and looks down at Abu Jahl. And Abu Jahl looks at him and says, you have climbed a difficult climb, O shepherd of sheep. You little shepherd, what are you doing? Who do you think you are to climb on top of me? And he asks Ibn Mas'ud, by the way, who's winning the battle? You know, I'm not able to fight anymore, but I want to know who's winning the battle. And he said, victory is to Allah and to the Messenger sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, enemy of Allah. And Ibn Mas'ud finishes him, right? And the Prophet ﷺ comes to the Pharaoh of this ummah, who died like the Pharaoh of Moses, right, in a humiliated way. And one of the Sahaba even saw him being dragged into the earth as if it was something angelic, like Musa drowned the Pharaoh of his day. And the Prophet ﷺ called out to him. And he said, هل وجدتم ما وعد ربكم حقا فإني قد وجدت ما وعدني ربي حقا. Have you found the promise of your Lord to be true? For I have found the promise of my Lord to be true. He said, Ya Rasulullah, هل يسمعون? They said, O Messenger of Allah, did they hear you? And the Prophet says, ما أنتم بأسمع لما أقول منهم ولكنهم اليوم لا يجيبون. Prophet ﷺ said, they can hear just as well as you can hear. But today they're unable to say anything. All those days of taunting and cursing and beating and torturing. And now the Pharaoh dies a miserable fate. Pharaoh of this ummah dies a miserable fate. Now Ikramah, he inherited hatred. When he sees his father on the battlefield, he shouts and he starts shouting rage at the Prophet ﷺ. Now he wants to kill the Prophet ﷺ for personal reasons. Before, it was the hatred of Islam that he had because his father was the Pharaoh. Now the Prophet ﷺ is Aju Abi. He's the one who killed my father. And his rage takes a different turn. And Ikramah talks about like this is something that consumes him at this point. He sees the Prophet ﷺ in a different light. And so comes the Battle of Uhud. Now comes the Battle of Uhud. Here's how it looks. Abu Sufyan is commanding the middle. Khalid was on the left. He has 700 troops. Ikramah is on the right. He has 700 troops. And so this is the command of Quraysh this day. And Khalid, of course, orchestrated the victory on Uhud for the other side and killed all the archers of the Muslims as well. Ikramah was one of those who fought fiercely in the Battle of Uhud against the Prophet ﷺ. His wife, Hakim, was beating the war drums. So she was one of those that was singing lyrics of death against the Muslims, beating the war drums. I mean, this is a family that hates the Prophet ﷺ severely. So Uhud finishes. Khandaq was meant to be a genocide of the Muslims, right? They tried to surround Medina from every direction and wipe them out once and for all. And Ikramah was not satisfied after Uhud because the Prophet ﷺ was still alive. And he said, I will not live if the Prophet ﷺ is living. Muhammad needs to die because he killed my father. That's his mindset. Now he, while this is happening, is the chief of Banu Makhzum. So he actually assumes Abu Jahl's position in society. So in Meccan society, he's really at the top of the ladder. Right? He's really at the top of the ladder alongside Abu Sufyan and Amr ibn As, sort of the next generation of leaders now. And then Khalid comes to Ikramah in Mecca and tells him that he's thinking about converting to Islam. Ikramah blows up at him. Now remember the family chart? He's Khalid's best friend. He's Khalid's cousin. And he's married to Khalid's niece. So Ikramah and Khalid are like this. So when Khalid tells him, I'm thinking about embracing Islam, Ikramah says, you want me to embrace the religion of the man who killed my father? He can only see the Prophet ﷺ in that light. You want me to embrace the religion of the man who killed my father? And Ikramah was the one who called the leaders of Quraysh against Khalid initially, but then stopped the scuffle because it was about to become a bloodbath in Mecca. But he's the one who initially alerted the leaders of Quraysh against Khalid when Khalid went out to become Muslim. Then comes the day of Fatah Mecca. And when the Prophet ﷺ returns to Mecca, we know that the Prophet ﷺ did not want bloodshed on that day. Right? The Prophet ﷺ did not want bloodshed on that day. This was going to be a legacy of forgiveness. Forgiveness for the same people who killed the family of the Prophet ﷺ, who killed many of the Muslims, who drove them out of his land. The Prophet ﷺ comes in to Mecca with the same spirit of Yusuf alayhi salam, of the Prophet Joseph. And he even repeats his message. There is no blame upon you today. The Prophet ﷺ forgives all of those who killed his family members, all of those who attempted to kill him, and gives a general amnesty to Mecca. But as they're coming in, if you remember from the lecture of Khalid bin Walid, Ikramah and Safwan ibn Umayyah are still fighting. So they attack the flank of Khalid. And Khalid is able to ward off their attack now on the side of the Muslims. And he kills 12 men, warding off the attack. And Ikramah and Safwan ibn Umayyah flee the scene. So I want you to think about how bad Ikramah is. The Prophet ﷺ has forgiven Mecca, right? The Prophet ﷺ named Ikramah. He said that even if you find him clinging to the Kaaba under the cloth of the Kaaba, take him out. That's how bad he is. This man is plotting against the Prophet ﷺ to the very last moment. So he's forgiving Mecca. He's even forgiving Abu Sufyan. But Ikramah is still attacking, still abrasive towards the Prophet ﷺ. He's blinded by his rage. But after Khalid, now on the side of the Muslims, worried about the attack, Ikramah and Safwan fled to Yemen. And this is where the story of Ikramah in Islam truly begins. The Prophet ﷺ enters Mecca, and he forgives everyone. He offers a general amnesty to Mecca. And this shocks the enemies of the Prophet ﷺ. Because by every single standard, he had the right to take revenge on those who harmed him. Any law of war, he had the right, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to kill the people who killed multiple people, who crucified Muslims, who carried out all sorts of massacres. But the Prophet ﷺ was bringing hearts together. He announces the general amnesty, and this softens the hearts of many of the former enemies of the Prophet ﷺ. Like, wow, he really is different. He really is different. Like, we did all this to him. If we were in his shoes, we know what we would do to ourselves. And so some of the most vile enemies of the Prophet ﷺ enter in upon him to personally seek his forgiveness. And the Prophet ﷺ forgives them. Amongst them, Hakim, who was beating the war drums and chanting lyrics of death, inciting Quraysh to attack the Muslims. And Ikramah has now fled to Yemen, and they don't have a cell phone, right? So you can't call up Ikramah. She knows her husband fled to Yemen, but she's not in touch with him anymore. But she enters upon the Prophet ﷺ, and she introduces herself, and she says, Ya Rasulullah, I'm coming to you as a believer, as a Muslim, and someone who wholeheartedly affirms your message at this point. And she doesn't just ask forgiveness for what she did. She says, O Messenger of Allah, I've heard that you basically have commanded that my husband is Ikramah bin Abi Jahl, and I've heard that you commanded that he be taken out even if he's holding on to the cloth of the Kaaba. O Messenger of Allah, I'm asking you to forgive him and to grant him safety. And I'll bring him back to you. And I'll make sure that he doesn't harm you. What do you think the Prophet says? Without any hesitation, the Prophet says he's safe. He has amnesty. Right? So the Prophet immediately grants him amnesty and forgives him. So now, Hakim, she has to go find him wherever he's fled and tell him that the Prophet has forgiven you. You're okay now. Come back to Mecca and let's start over. So Hakim has to go on this journey. And Ikramah tells the story from his side, what's happening along the way of the journey. Hakim tells the story from her side. And Ikramah gets to Yemen, and he realizes we're still too close to, it wasn't called Saudi Arabia back then, of course, but we're still too close to Mecca. I need to get out of here. So the irony of it all is he's going to board a boat to where? Abyssinia, Habasha, where they persecuted the Muslims and caused them to flee 2 decades ago. Ali tried to run away there, and now Ikramah wants to flee to Abyssinia and beg the Najashi for refuge. The successor to the Najashi, the successor to Asama for refuge. So Ikramah says, I get on a boat in Yemen to cross the sea to Abyssinia, to modern-day Ethiopia. And he says that while I was on the boat, right, on this boat with all these people, they're strangers, this huge storm comes and the boat starts to turn right and left, and we all thought we were going to die. And he said, then the people that were with me in the boat, the captain calls out and he says, Ya qawm, akhlisu li rabbikum ad-du'a, fa innahu la yunji ha'ula illa hu. Says, oh my people, sincerely pray to your Lord, because no one will save anyone here except for him. And he's like, God, I'm surrounded by Muslims here too. Right? They're everywhere. These believers are everywhere. And so he said, I'm looking around, these people start praying to Allah, they start supplicating to Allah. And what does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Ibn Kathir rahimahullah actually uses this in the tafsir of the ayat, that if they are riding in the boat and the ship starts to shake, that's, a certain thing overcomes you where you connect to your one God. Right? Everyone calls out to Allah when the turbulence strikes. Right? You see the most sincere dua on the plane when the plane starts shaking. Everyone makes dua to Allah at that moment. Everyone calls on the God. So Ikramah says, everyone around me is praying to Allah. And he said, and I realized at that moment, if Allah is the only one who saves us on the sea, then surely He's the only one who saves us on the land. So he actually traces faith entering his heart to that moment. He says that's where there was a turn for me, like Allah was sending me a message. Like if only Allah protects us when we're on the water, then it's only Allah who protects us when we're on the land. In any case, the boat shook so violently that Ikramah said he came back to Yemen. So he never actually made it to Abyssinia, to Habasha. And his heart has changed a bit, right? That experience, a near-death experience changes you, right? His heart has changed a bit towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, towards God. Hakim, on the other hand, is coming to Yemen as a Muslim. The story has plenty of twists and turns, by the way. Hakim had a Greek slave from the days of Jahiliyyah, from the days of ignorance. And she said that as we were making our way to Yemen, along the way of the journey, basically the Greek slave tried to seduce her and tried to harass her, right? And so he actually made an attempt on her. And so now this whole journey has changed for her too. She's going out to save her husband, but now the man that she brought to accompany her to lead the way of the journey, right, harassed her, tried to seduce her. So now this journey means something different. So now she's thinking survival. And she said that while I was fleeing away from him, I found my husband Ikramah in Yemen. I asked about him, I found my husband Ikramah in Yemen. The first thing I told him was that I came with this man, to find you. And he actually made an attempt on me. So Ikramah, this is before they have any conversation. Ikramah went and found the man and killed him. Right away. Right? Like, that part of the journey is done. Right? They haven't even talked about Islam yet. They haven't talked about the Prophet ﷺ. The whole conversation is about protecting his wife at this moment and her getting away from a man that tried to hurt her, right? Tried to harm her. And then after that's done, now the conversation has to happen. So Ikramah is happy to see his wife, Hakim. He tries to approach her as a husband approaches a wife. And she says, no, you can't touch me. He says, why not? She says, I'm a Muslim and you're a Muslim. He says, what? What are you talking about? She said, no, I'm a Muslim now. And you need to save yourself from destruction. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a man of forgiveness and generosity, and he's showing you mercy. He's telling you you're forgiven. So go back to him. And she basically says to him, look, don't just save yourself from destruction in this life. Because the Prophet ﷺ, did he condition people becoming Muslim to give them amnesty in Mecca, the general amnesty? No, you didn't have to become Muslim. But it was the amnesty, and a lot of people became Muslim through that amnesty, right? So she's saying, don't just save yourself from destruction here, but save yourself from destruction in the Akhirah as well. This man is a prophet of Allah. It's enough of fighting him. Enough of this transgression. Come back with me to Mecca as a believer. So Ikramah basically resolves that between what happened on the ship and he's blown away by the forgiveness of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the fact that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was willing to give him a chance. And now his wife, Hakim, is a Muslim too. And he's like, I can't live without you. I don't know what's happening here. So he says, finally, I told her, let's go back to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So now the journey continues. Ikramah is coming back towards Mecca with his wife, Hakim. What a journey for the both of them. And Ikramah wants to come to embrace Islam with the Prophet ﷺ after harassing him, tormenting him, fighting him for 2 decades. And the Prophet ﷺ, as he's sitting in Mecca, he says to the people that are sitting around him, he says, Ikramah ibn Abi Jahl is coming to you as a muhajir and as a Muslim. He's coming to you as a migrant, and he's coming to you as a Muslim. So clearly it was divinely communicated to him that Ikramah had a change of heart. So he's telling the companions, look, Ikramah's coming back. And he's coming to you as a migrant, and he's coming to you as a Muslim. And the Prophet ﷺ said, do not insult his father. Allah, don't hurt his feelings. Don't talk bad about his father. Do not insult his father. The Pharaoh of the Ummah, don't insult him. Because he says, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, that insulting the dead neither reaches the dead or benefits the living. You're not going to get anything out of insulting a mujahid.
He had a very stressful job. What did he do? It's pretty. Once I tell you what he did, he was on fucking Forrest Gump. 3 Mile Island was the World Trade Center.
Hello and welcome to this latest edition of Reality Check. Now, my guest today is someone.
He's pretty popular. And he was describing how his job was very stressful because he worked in like Wall Street. And he thought he was like blaming all his stress on Wall Street. And it was like clearly he got hit with a fucking RPG and almost died. Yikes. And you mowed people down. Yeah. And then he went back to Vietnam and saw it. It's like, look, this is all of my problem. Right? Exactly. Back. What? Went to exactly where he was. No way. Yeah.
How'd you get out and back?
I think he said he felt bad because he got pretty severe. His calf got blown off. He got drilled. He was petting. But he was like, I was too reckless, and now I'm not with my man. He held that against himself.
Was he a drug addict and whatnot?
I don't know about drugs. I know that for sure. Wow. He was like, I was too reckless. I fucked that up. Now I'm not with my man. So he was like holding that against himself. And then he saw what happened and where he was. And he was like, oh, of course I got him. Yeah, they were coming at me. Yeah. They knew I was the guy calling in the airstrikes. Blew his calf off. Yeah, his legs. Literally missing his fucking calf. It was off, yeah. Jesus Christ. You can't help it. Oh, halfway house. Halfway house. Super Bowl calf time. Calf time trail.
We saw it.
Yeah.
We were there on True.
Rihanna. Ironically, that's the name of the guy who got it. I can do a little bit.
Take it on.
Yeah, I can try.
Go nuts.
Apparently, Vietnam's like one of those amazing places to visit. I love it. Yeah?
Where'd you go?
It's a started saga.
In the Northeast, the bitter cold continues with temperatures struggling to reach 20 degrees from Boston to New York City today. Lake effect snowbands hammer areas east of Lake Erie and Ontario. Some locations expecting another foot of snow. The southeast enjoys moderate warmth today as high pressure builds. Atlanta reaches the low 60s under city skies. Florida stays pleasant highs in the mid-70s. Few coastal clouds. Across the plains, activity is racing toward the Ohio Valley, spreading light snow from Chicago. Most areas will 3 inches of heavier bands and probably 5 inches locally. A powerful Pacific storm system is mounting the northwest coast, bringing torrential rain and snow to northern Rain will be up each hour and cascade to these areas. It's a rainy day throughout California.
Hey, this is Rabbi, coming to you live from Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Hill County, give it up for Tony.
Hello friends, I'm Matt. Today we're diving into the weird, wacky tale of the abduction of Barney and Betty Hill, America's first famous alien abduction and a fascinating case that resulted in countless medical inquiries, hypnotherapy sessions, and is credited with creating the UFO culture we know today. To decide once and for all,
this is Kale Tony, brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, Deep Eddy Vodka, Gel Blaster, all local Austin companies. You guys ready to have the best goddamn night, huh? Feels good in here. How about a hand for that goddamn band right there, huh? That's the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Hill Tony band. That's the great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. John Dees on the keys. Matt Fueling on the electric guitar.
Are you really the last person to find out about the skip ads forever button? This is Pi, and if it sounds familiar to you, it's probably because you've seen their ads everywhere, especially this one.
Have a lot of fun tonight. Pretty epic episode ahead of us. I'm very
New
excited.
Hampshire, September 19th, 1961,
approximately
approximately 10:30 p.m. A middle-aged couple are driving in a lonely rural area when they notice a striking irregularity in the sky. It looks like a bright star, but it moves in an unusual way. The husband suggests that it is most likely a satellite or a plane, but the more they watch it, the less certain they become. Curious, they eventually decide to stop the car and get out to get a better look at the object using binoculars. The fears in the back of their minds are soon confirmed. In their words, it was not a plane, nor a satellite, nor any other object familiar to the night sky. More concerningly, it soon became clear, whatever it was heading in their direction. The events that were about to unfold received attention from millions around the world when the victim's account was, contrary to their wishes, leaked to the public. The Betty and Barney Hill incident would go down as one of the first and one of the most important claims in history of encounters with not merely a craft allegedly from another world, but the beings said to pilot it. It was fundamental towards drawing attention to and shaping public conceptions about alien abductions. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Fire Burning. This is the Campfire Series. Join us as we tell and examine the story of the abduction of Betty and Barney Hill.
Oh, yeah. And I actually did some research recently just to see how easy it is.
Barney Hill Jr., aged 39, his wife Eunice Elizabeth Hill, who went by Betty, aged 41, and their dog, a dachshund named Nelson, were traveling along State Route 3, making their way to their home in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. They were on their way home from a brief, spontaneous vacation they had taken to Canada. Concerned by reports of an incoming hurricane, they planned to travel late into the night and reach home by 3 a.m. at the latest. Though a storm was on the way, they said their sky was clear on this night. The area in which they were traveling was a rural, forested, and mountainous area. Though it wasn't completely in the middle of nowhere, the area certainly wasn't populous. No other cars had passed them on the highway at all that night. As night fell, they made a brief stop at a restaurant in Colebrook, which they left at 10:05 p.m. The hills were just south of Lancaster when, at about 10:30 p.m., Mrs. Hill noticed a bright light appear in the southwest sky near the moon and what she believed to be the planet Jupiter. She wondered if it were a shooting star. However, she had doubts from the beginning, namely because the so-called shooting star was shooting upward. Mr. Hill assumed it was a satellite that had gone off its course. As they continued along their journey, the objects seemed to become larger and brighter. Eventually, Betty suggested they stop and try to get a better look at the object. They would stop multiple times to do so, trying to view it through a pair of 7x50 binoculars. As they confirmed that it was not only moving, but observed it change its course erratically, Barney began to think, and in fact insist, that it was a plane or a helicopter. But uncertainty began to grow in the back of his mind as well. When they stopped near Cannon Mountain, the object was now to their right. They were moving in opposite directions. Then they observed it turn around and begin moving in their direction. Betty believed it was following them. At another stop, the object passed in front of the moon, and Betty observed what she claimed was a wingless, cigar-shaped craft, flashing a series of red, amber, blue, and green lights along its body. She immediately suspected that the object was a flying saucer. Not only had she, like most Americans at the time, heard of the topic before, but her sister had actually claimed to have seen UFOs a few years earlier on 2 separate occasions. Barney, however, remained determined that it was an aircraft of some sort, becoming frustrated with his wife at the implication of alien spaceships. However, details such as the strange movement of the craft and the total lack of sound puzzled Betty, and privately, Barney as well. Barney began to get the feeling he was being watched. The dog began to whine as if it were afraid. At some point, Barney grabbed a .32 caliber pistol from his trunk. They resumed driving. They observed a light on the top of Cannon Mountain go off as the object flew behind the mountain. The object then reappeared by a rock feature called the Old Man of the Mountain and began flying in the same direction as the car. As they continued traveling, the hills passed the motel, but made the decision to continue driving back into the empty, lonely darkness.
An immediate crowd favorite, ladies and gentlemen. She's
Starting a new job or leaving an old one? When life changes, your taxes do too. With 70 years of experience, H&R Block can help make filing your taxes after a job change easy. H&R Block, tax expertise for life's big moments.
She's got some blue juice. This is very exciting. We got her rider earlier. It is blue juice. She also had some red juice earlier. She did naturally mix it together to make.
Not long after, the object, now only a few hundred feet in the air, moved in front of them. Betty, who could see it better as Barney was driving, said the object now appeared to have a steady white glow and appeared to be spinning and moving in an unusual step-like pattern. She looked through the binoculars and was startled to see what looked like a huge craft of some kind with 2 rows of windows on it. She watched as red lights that appeared on the sides of the object. Betty told Barney to stop the car and look. He stopped in the middle of the road near an area called Indian Head, got out, and looked. The object had, as they described it, swung towards them not more than a short city block away and not more than 2 treetops high, then began hovering silently in the air. Barney equated the shape of the object to a large glowing pancake. The object, which he estimated to be larger than a jet airliner, then swung in what was described as a perfect silent arc across the road a few hundred feet in front of him. The details of the object, including the row of windows that wrapped around the craft, were now plain to see. The craft stopped over a field to his left. He began walking towards it, while Betty remained in the car. He now noticed that the red lights on the sides of the object belonged to 2 fin-like projections that were extending outwards. The object remained silent. Strangely, though the light of the craft was brilliant, no light fell on the ground. The craft slowly descended in his direction as he walked towards it. Betty started calling out to him, but he did not hear her. He looked through the binoculars again. It was then that Barney claimed he saw somewhere around 10 figures staring at him from out of the object's windows. He said the figures were humanoid in appearance, but that they seemed somehow not human. They appeared to be wearing glossy black uniforms and black caps with bells on them. Then, all at once, all but one of the figures moved away from the windows towards the back wall. They started operating what looked like levers on what appeared to be some kind of control board. The craft moved in closer. The fins extended further out, and some sort of structure, compared to something like a ladder, began to descend from the craft. Barney claimed his memory of this part was blurry, but he recalled the slanted eyes of the figure remaining at the window, whom he assumed to be the leader, staring at him, practically feeling the figure's intense concentration. Terrified, Barney took off running back towards the car, hopped in, and took off as fast as he could, repeatedly yelling to Betty, quote, "They're going to capture us." Barney was practically hysterical. Betty looked out the window as they drove off, trying to watch the object, but she couldn't see it. Although, strangely, she couldn't see any stars in the sky either. Then they heard a series of irregular beeping noises, which they said sounded like they were bouncing off the trunk of their car. They compared the noises to the sound of someone dropping a tuning fork. The car vibrated with each beat, and they felt an unusual tingling sensation throughout their bodies as it did so. A kind of drowsiness came over them. Their awareness of things began to dull.
Welcome to the show.
Moments later, they weren't quite sure how long, they then heard a second series of beeping noises. Their awareness started returning, though such a fog still lay over their minds that they were not exactly processing what was happening. Barney was still driving. They remained silent for a few moments as they tried to figure out where they were. Soon they realized they were near Ashland, about 35 miles from where they had encountered the craft. However, they had very little memory of having driven those 35 miles. Their consciousness fully returned to them sometime after that, once they reached State Route 93, though they were still fairly groggy and disturbed. They didn't speak much for the rest of the ride, apart from agreeing not to discuss what had just happened with others. The craft was nowhere to be seen. The Hills returned home around 5 a.m., a few hours after they had expected. Immediately, the couple noticed and felt a great many abnormal things. Neither of them felt right. They both felt disturbed, strange, and uncomfortable in a very vague way. Both of their watches had stopped and would never run again. The strap of their binoculars was inexplicably broken. Betty felt a strange compulsion to leave her luggage out of the house and throw the food they had taken on the journey away. Betty changed her clothes and noticed her new dress, which was in good condition before, had been torn in a few different locations and had a stain on it. She put it away and would not retrieve it for 3 years. The tops of Barney's shoes were scuffed, and he had a strange compulsion to examine his groin. The couple sat down and tried to discuss their experiences, but found that they still had difficulty recounting much of it, especially the period between the two series of beeps in which they had traveled 35 miles, which was almost completely blank. Betty recalled Barney making a sharp turn somewhere, but she wasn't sure where. Barney recalled a roadblock of some kind somewhere along their journey. They both remembered a, quote, large, luminous moon shape, which seemed to be sitting on end underneath some pines, end quote. However, little more could be recalled. Thus, they went to bed. The incident still haunted them when they woke that afternoon. Betty was intensely curious about what had happened. Once awake, she would not exactly hold to the commitment of keeping it private for more than a few hours. She called her sister to talk about the incident that day. Barney, however, was not interested in speaking about it. In fact, he had entered into a kind of state of denial about it, in which he would persist for some time. He wasn't sure what had happened, but felt it best to shove it out of his mind and convince himself it was nothing. Naturally, they were frustrated by each other's opposite approach. Upon hearing the story, Betty's sister called a physicist they knew, asking for advice on how to identify any potential evidence. The physicist said that if there were any radiation contamination present on the car from the craft, a compass might react to it. Betty took a compass and went out to the car. Upon examining it, she found over a dozen shiny circular spots on the trunk. The spots were about half-dollar sized and looked like the trunk had been polished in those spots. It occurred to her that this was where the beeping noises had come from the night before. The compass had not reacted unusually anywhere else on the car, but when she placed it there, the needle began to move abnormally. Soon, after discussing the incident with others, it was suggested that they inform a nearby Air Force base, which was taking UFO sighting reports at the time. They did so, however, they left out some of the more bizarre details in their Air Force report to avoid appearing like lunatics. Regardless, the individual they spoke to took a great interest in their story and passed the report on to officials involved in Project Blue Book, the Air Force's study of UFOs. After hanging up, they decided to go to separate rooms to draw sketches of what they believed had happened in a way to determine what was true and to avoid influencing each other's memories. The sketches they produced were very similar. 10 days after the incident, Betty had, for 5 or 6 nights in a row, a series of very intense, realistic dreams. She discussed them with some friends from work, one of whom suggested that the dreams could be more than just dreams, but in fact repressed memories, and convinced Betty to write them down. Thankfully, she did, as the dreams would become crucial pieces of the story later on. Barney remained very uncomfortable by the topic and continued to try to ignore it, but Betty became obsessed. She set off to research as much as she could about UFOs and contacted individuals who were involved with the information she found, namely officials involved in the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, or NICAP. NICAP found her story fascinating. They sent it to Walter N. Webb, a lecturer at the Hayden Planetarium in Boston, who served as one of NICAP's science advisors. Webb drove to interview the Hills in person in October. Webb was open but skeptical. His interview was extremely thorough, and he even made an effort to try to make the Hills slip up to make a flawed or inconsistent claim. However, the Hills' account of things remained, as he said, ironclad throughout a more than 6-hour interview. A month after that, scientist Robert Homan and C.D. Jackson, along with a Major James McDonald of the Air Force, sat down at their home for an extraordinarily thorough interview, which would end up lasting 11 hours. Like Webb, they found the story to be consistent and fascinating, though there were some details that did not make sense. The most major of the inconsistencies identified was the length of time it took them to get home. From where they left the diner in Colebrook at 10:05 p.m. to their home in Portsmouth was, according to Mr. Hill himself, less than a 4-hour drive. Accounting for their stops to look at the object, they should have been home around 2 or 3 a.m. at the latest, but instead got home around 5 a.m. Where were the missing 2 or 3 hours? The Hills didn't have an answer. They had realized that their memory was very easy for part of their experience, especially during the period in between the 2 series of beeps, and that there was something about it that didn't quite add up. But it was now, as they focused on it in this interview, that they began to realize the seriousness and potential great length of what they had lost. This period of time soon became a focus of the investigation. Major McDonald suggested that their memories could possibly be retrieved using medical hypnosis. The Hills were open to this idea. Even Barney, who was becoming more open to the conversation after being taken seriously by intelligent officials. However, the psychiatrist whom they later consulted advised them to hold off on hypnosis, as forcing memory retrieval could be harmful. In the meantime, the Hills revisited the areas in which their encounter had taken place numerous times, trying to recall whatever they could. Doing this, however, would unfortunately be of very little help to their memories. The couple would also share the story with more friends and even their church group as time passed. However, the Hills still avoided going public with their story. Still desperate for answers, with Barney especially suffering from what was believed to be post-traumatic stress disorder, in December of 1963, over 2 years after the incident, the Hills finally sat down with the prominent psychiatrist Dr. Benjamin Simon, an expert in hypnosis. Dr. Simon was not interested in UFOs, but he found their case fascinating all the same. His main goal, though, was to relieve the anxiety associated with the incident, so he maintained neutrality on the existence of extraterrestrials. On February 22nd, 1964, he began to explore their story under hypnosis, with a particular focus on the period which they said they could not remember. They would meet with Dr. Simon every Saturday until June 27th of that year. The Hills would be separately hypnotized each time, recounting their stories with the other out of the room. Dr. Simon directed them not to remember anything they brought up during hypnosis after they were brought out of it, unless he informed them otherwise, which, due to the nature of hypnosis, worked. Simon wanted to keep the memories repressed until it was over to prevent communication between the couple that would disrupt their memories and assess the full emotional effect of the story before risking bringing it up to surface. These sessions were recorded on 11 hours of tape. What they were about to tell Dr. Simon is what made this case famous.
You have the face. Not really.
It was while standing in the field at Indian Head, seeing the craft up close, that Barney's conscious memory began to become vague. Under hypnosis, he was able to elaborate more on what he saw. The beings visible through the windows, referred to as men throughout the discussion, wore black uniforms with what seemed like scarves over their shoulders. He said that as he observed the figures running to the back wall, one of them turned his head around and, looking over his shoulder, smiled at him. However, this was very vague, and he later said that he could not remember their mouths very well, and that the eyes only moved in a way that he interpreted as a smile. The figure who remained at the window, whom he assumed to be the leader, also wore what he described as a shiny black jacket. The eyes of the leader had a profound impact on Barney. He felt them looking at him even when the figure was not present. Barney said that he believed this figure was somehow communicating with him, encouraging him to stay there, stay where you are, and keep looking. over and over. Barney had difficulty explaining how exactly this communication was happening. The way he described it suggested it was some form of telepathic communication, where he did not hear a voice, but meaning was somehow conveyed to him. Terrified, Barney ripped the binoculars away from him, tearing a strap in the process, and took off running. This was when Barney ran back to the car and drove off. They then began to reach the part of the story that was nearly completely blank in both of their memories, the period following the first series of beeping noises. Barney and Betty became much more vague and profoundly emotional when retelling this part of the story. Under hypnosis, they were not only remembering, but reliving the experience. As they recounted these events to Dr. Simon, both of them began to cry, yell, and panic. After hearing the beeping noises, Barney braked suddenly, then turned off the highway, down a few roads that led into a lonely forested area. Barney recalled he couldn't understand why he had turned off Route 3, and later attributed it to the voice in his head. This was the sharp turn Betty had vaguely consciously recalled. They drove to a point where there was a great orange glow in the road coming from the woods. In the road stood between 6 and 12 figures in dark uniforms. Then the car stalled, and the man in the road began approaching the car. Betty became terrified and had a powerful urge to get out of the car and run. However, because of their dazed, drowsy state, neither of them were able to react. Barney felt weak, but not necessarily afraid at this moment. They would later equate how they felt then to how they felt during hypnosis. They opened their doors, and the beings began escorting them down a path to their ship. Betty and Barney both walked. Barney's eyes were closed for much of this portion of the story, feeling that the leader encouraged him to keep them closed. Barney was carried by the men. His feet dragged as they walked, which he later believed to be the origin of his scuffed shoes. Barney had no recollection of what happened to Betty. Betty, however, was much more lucid throughout this portion of the story. She became angry and turned behind her and called out to Barney, who she said appeared to be dazed, almost sleepwalking. After she did so, one of the beings near her said, "Barney? Is that his name?" She did not respond to him. The being then told her not to be afraid, and said that they were only going to perform some tests, and assured her that they would not be harmed and would be safely returned. Betty said the man who spoke was very businesslike and spoke with an accent, though she could never recognize the accent. Like Barney, the way the beings communicated would later be a subject of confusion for her. They both described the men as short, 5 feet or 152 centimeters at most. Their skin was described as an almost metallic-looking gray. Betty thought the leader may have been taller and of a slightly different skin color, but Barney believed they were all the same. Their bodies seemed disproportionate, with large chests and slender hips. They had odd-shaped heads with a large cranium that diminished in size as it got to the chins. Their eyes were slanted and larger than a human's. Their eyes had pupils. Betty had a vague memory of their eyes reminding her of cat's eyes. The clothing they wore seems to have been recounted in contradictory ways. Neither of them recalled any hair or headgear on the creatures, apart from the black cap, which Barney, now under hypnosis, claimed only the leader wore. Likewise, he said only the leader wore a black, leathery-looking jacket, while the others wore light-colored shirts when seeing them in the ship window, and dark uniforms off the ship. Their mouths, which again were one of the more difficult details to remember, were described as thin and lipless. The two were escorted up a kind of ramp to the crowd, but Betty tried to resist and may have even kicked them. She later believed this may have been part of the origin of her torn dress. The man who had spoken to her told her to stop wasting time. The interior of the craft was lit up with a kind of blue fluorescent light that cast no shadows. They turned left into what appeared to be a long hallway that encircled the craft, with various rooms along the interior of the hallway. Barney and Betty were taken to separate rooms. Barney recalled being taken into a room and placed on a low metallic table resembling an operating table. He vaguely recalled the look of the room, saying it was pie-shaped, except with the tips of the pies cut off. The walls were a kind of sky blue in color, smooth and spotlessly clean. He said the room was brightly lit and mostly empty, with nothing in it or on the walls, apart from the examining table on which it was laid and a cabinet. Betty agreed with most of this, but said that the room in which she was led was less barren, noticing other pieces of furniture, such as a metallic white stool, some equipment in the corner, and what she called gadgets on the walls. She added that everything seemed made of metal or plastic, but with a white tone to it. Barney's recollection of this portion was still vague, though, with his eyes closed for most of it. He said he believed there were about 3 others in the room, but only one was interacting with him at a time. He recalled them examining his body, running their hands along his back, opening his mouth, and scratching his left arm with something like a stick. He also recalled a cup being placed around his groin. Betty's description, again, was much more detailed. She was led into a room and seated on a metallic white stool. There were multiple beings in the room with her, including the one who had spoken to her before, and a figure whom she referred to as the Examiner. Like Barney, the beings, specifically the Examiner, examined her body. They took samples of her skin, earwax, hair, and fingernail, wrapped these samples in what was described as a plastic or cellophane-appearing bag, and then put them in a drawer of some kind. They seemed to speak to each other as they worked. Though their communication with the beings was a subject of confusion, they both agreed that the way the beings communicated with each other was totally unintelligible. Barney described it as opening their mouths slightly and making a kind of mum sound. Next, they informed Betty that they wanted to examine her nervous system. They undressed her, struggling with the zipper, thereby tearing the dress further, then laid her onto the table in the middle of the room. Then they brought over a device described as something that looked like a cluster of needles, with each needle having a wire coming from it. They placed them on her very gently. She could not remember everywhere it was placed, but said she felt it moving around her whole body, even inside her head. Finally, the examiner approached her with a needle about 5 inches in length, which was attached to a tube. She asked him what he was going to do with it. He said it wouldn't hurt, and that it was a simple pregnancy test. He then inserted it into her navel. She protested dramatically, as the needle was quite painful at first, but then the one they believed to be the leader came over and placed his hand over her eyes. The pain then went away. The leader apologized, saying they would not have performed the naval test if they knew it would hurt. After this, she said her physical examination was over. They helped her sit up and get dressed. All of the figures then left the room, except for the leader, to whom Betty began talking. She was much more comfortable at this point, feeling fairly sure that she was not going to be harmed. She told the leader that it had been quite the experience, but that it was unbelievable, and requested some sort of proof of this to take back with her. The leader suggested she look around the room for something to take back. On top of one of the cabinets, she found a large book. She opened it and found that it was written with writing with which she was completely unfamiliar. The writing consisted of sharp lines of varying thickness, curved lines, and dots, which appeared to go up and down. She asked if she could take the book with her, and he agreed. She then asked where he was from. The leader retrieved an oblong map with dots all over. Betty would later try to redraw the map from memory. Some of the dots were like pinpoints. Others were as large as a nickel. One large circle that had many lines coming from it, which went to another circle which was quite close but not quite as big. She asked what the lines meant. He informed her that the heavy lines were trade routes, the lighter lines were places they occasionally went, and the broken lines were expeditions. She asked where his home port was. He replied by asking her where Earth was. She laughed and said she did not know, to which he responded, "If you don't know where you are, then there isn't any point in my telling where I am from." He then put the map away. Soon thereafter, the examiner and some other figures entered a room holding Barney's dentures. They did not seem to understand why Barney's teeth could come out, but hers would not. She replied that Barney had dentures, which were fake teeth, because he had lost his originals through injury, and explained that many people wear them as they get older. Then the examiner asked what older meant. She explained that as people age, they begin to break down. The examiner asked what age was. She answered that it was the length of time people lived. He asked how long this was. She said about 100 years at most, but most people die before that. He continued asking a series of questions, which each time resulted only in a new question. What are years? What do you eat? What are vegetables? What is squash? What is yellow? Finally, she told him that she did not know how to answer all these questions, but that there were other people in her country who could explain these things to them if they would come back, to whom she could introduce them. Then, she noted that if they did come back, she wouldn't know where to meet them. To this, the examiner laughed and replied, "We always find those we want to." Meanwhile, Barney was being released from his portion of the examination. He was reunited with Betty, who said that he still had his eyes closed. The beings informed Betty that they could leave and escorted them halfway to their car. The Hills believed they were in the craft for around 30 to 40 minutes. They felt a rush of air and a temperature change as they exited the craft. However, before parting ways, the leader took the book from Betty. She said this infuriated her and tried to argue about it. He explained that the others did not want her to have proof or to remember the incident. She told him she would not forget. The leader conceded that this was possible, but explained that it would be better if they did forget. As they parted ways, the leader suggested to Betty that they watch them leave. Barney entered the car ahead of her and found their dog Delcy under the seat, curled up in a tight ball, trembling with fear. Betty went over to Barney, picked up Delcy, and invited him to come watch them leave with her. Barney had no idea what she was talking about, as by this point he had completely forgotten what had just happened. However, he came to watch the craft leave with her all the same. They said the object became a glowing orange ball, which started getting brighter and brighter. Then it took off. Later, they would realize that the image of the craft leaving was the vague memory they had in their minds of a moon at the time of night in which the moon had set. It flew away, disappearing within seconds, leaving them alone in darkness. At this point, the couple both described feeling great happiness, elation, in fact. Barney started the car and began driving back towards Route 3. Then, the couple heard the second series of beeps, and they reached the point of the story where they had a better conscious memory. As mentioned, Barney had an urge to go home and examine his groin, thinking at the time that it was proof that something had happened to him. He would remember to do so when he got home, but by the time he had forgotten why, and noticed nothing out of the ordinary. About 4 months later, though, an almost geometrically perfect circle of warts were developed around Barney's groin. It became inflamed again a few years later during the interviews with Simon, which was verified by a dermatologist he saw who removed them with electrolysis. By April, Dr. Simon had heard their stories fully and soon allowed them to begin remembering things from their hypnosis and to even hear their own recordings. The experience was quite profound to them. Though they ran through what he called a gamut of emotions while listening to the tapes, and though the tapes remained difficult for them to listen to for years, the predominant feeling upon hearing them for the first time was one of chains being lifted from their shoulders. Dr. Simon was not sure what to make of their story. He was struck by the fact that the stories seemed to be quite consistent with each other. He did not believe it to be a hoax, nor a product of some kind of mental illness. However, he was not convinced that the incident had really happened as they had claimed either. He focused on the fact that their stories were almost identical to Betty's dreams, with only some differences here and there. His main hypothesis soon became that the portion of the story recovered under hypnosis may have developed in their minds in the days after seeing an unexplained object in the sky. Rather than Betty's dreams being a recollection of an experience, he believed they may have been only dreams that they became convinced were reality. When Betty's dreams were recalled around Barney multiple times, Barney may have picked up on the details, convincing himself of it as well, and even subconsciously inventing his own story. However, as will be explored later in this video, there were quite a few problems with this explanation, which Dr. Simon himself was the first to admit. Confusing a dream for reality was something Betty and Barney both admitted they could not rule out, but they never favored this explanation. Betty was fairly adamant that this was a reality, and that she could tell that her dreams were, as she put it, somehow different from the reality. Barney vacillated more between different explanations, but leaned towards feeling that this was something that had truly happened. Furthermore, he had said that he had made a lot of effort to try to prevent Betty from influencing him. By early June, the doctor was beginning to feel that they were reaching an end to their treatment. There was still no clear explanation as to what had happened, but Simon's goal as a doctor was to alleviate the anxiety associated with the event, which he had now accomplished. Furthermore, Simon's ultimate conclusion was that he and hypnosis could not solve the case alone. Thus, the hypnosis sessions ended. The Hills began to ease back into a more normal life, but it would never return to how it had been before. They would never forget the experience, nor would they try. For the rest of their lives, they would pursue their case and the study of UFOs in general. They asked Dr. Simon to preserve the recordings of their sessions and provide them with copies. However, they were not prepared to publicize them. Indeed, they continued actively avoiding publicity. Clearly, given that we are here, they were not successful. They had forgotten that in 1963, they had told their church group about their experience. Unbeknownst to them, their talk with their church group was recorded. In 1965, a reporter working for the newspaper The Boston Traveler, named John H. Luttrell, had somehow been given access to these recordings. He reached out to the Hills and even Dr. Simon for information. None of them were willing to discuss anything, and the Hills even requested that their story remain private. However, Luttrell was able to obtain information intended to be confidential from UFO investigators to whom the Hills had spoken. On October 25th of that year, the Boston Traveler began publishing articles about their experience. To the Hills' frustration, these articles became very popular, receiving attention from around the world. More frustrating, though, was that their story was being reported in a sensationalist and erroneous way. Emerging to the public eye, whether they liked it or not, they decided to publicly tell their story themselves and try to correct the inaccuracies. Betty and Barney gave public talks on their incident, and even appeared on radio and television shows. Eventually, they felt their full story should be recorded, perhaps in the form of a book. In 1966, they and Dr. Simon sat down with John G. Fuller to be interviewed for the book that would become The Interrupted Journey. The Hills were not the first people in the world to claim to have been abducted by aliens, nor even the first Americans. However, their case was the first abduction case to receive widespread attention, and indeed was the one which made the concept of alien abductions famous. Similarly, their case was not the first to describe extraterrestrials as they did, but it was the one which brought fame to the group referred to as the Greys, also known as the Zeta Reticulans, named after the star which some people have suggested as their home on Betty's map. More on that later. Barney Hill died from a stroke in 1969, aged 46. Betty outlived him for decades, never remarried. She unwaveringly stuck to their story and pursued it for the rest of her life. She became active in, and a celebrity in, the UFO community. In 1995, she published her own book, A Common Sense Approach to UFOs. Betty Hill died of lung cancer in 2004 at the age of 85. Her niece, Kathleen Martin, published another book on the subject in 2007, capturing the Betty and Barney Hill UFO experience. So, what happened? Being one of the most important UFO cases in history, practically every detail of this complex case has been extensively discussed, analyzed, and contested at some point over the course of 6 decades. Naturally, I will try to provide a good summary of these things, but of course, there are links to further reading in the description if you are interested. Typically, potential explanations for these types of incidents fall into 4 broad categories, which are not mutually exclusive: hoaxes, misidentifications of normal phenomena, delusions, and reality. A good place to start in determining the likelihood of each is to look at the backgrounds and reputations of the witnesses involved. Who were the Hills before this happened? Barney Hill was a veteran of the Second World War who worked as an assistant dispatcher for the Boston Post Office. He seems to have been a sincere and straightforward person, not given to running off with fantasies. However, he was an anxious person, described by his wife as a bit of a worrier. He was also noted by Fuller to have scored remarkably high on an intelligence assessment. Betty Hill worked as a child welfare worker for the state. She was also considered to be intelligent and pragmatic, and seems to have been much more carefree and a bit more outgoing than Barney. As we have seen throughout the interviews, she was much more descriptive. Walter Webb described her as, quote-unquote, dominating and possessive, which he contrasted with Barney's, quote-unquote, passive and highly suggestible personality. Both of them were social activists who held prominent positions in numerous community and civil rights organizations. Betty was also the United Nations envoy for the Unitarian Universalist Church, of which the couple were both actively a part. They were each divorced from prior marriages and had met each other in 1956, marrying 4 years later. They had an interracial marriage in a period in which such marriages were not generally considered acceptable, Barney being black and Betty being white. Dr. Simon believed this may have been relevant and stated that ostracization may have triggered an episode. However, the Hills denied this, saying that their marriage did not cause them many problems. The couple never had children together, though Barney had 2 sons from a prior marriage. Betty was unable to have children. Their work lives were moderately stressful at the time, but neither were suffering from any kind of intense, abnormal stress that one would expect to be associated with some kind of delusional experience. Neither of them had much interest in UFOs before the incident, though Betty, again, had family who had seen UFOs before, and so she was superficially familiar with the subject. Barney, of course, knew about this, but said he had never given the subject much serious thought, leaning towards believing that UFOs were probably all nonsense. This was part of why he was reluctant to pursue the story. He, in his own words, did not want to look foolish. Was this all a hoax, a story they invented? This seems unlikely, and was not the favorite explanation of the government officials or scientists involved in this area, nor the multiple psychiatrists whom they consulted. For something this complex to have been a hoax, it would have required a great amount of planning, discussion, rehearsal, and persistence. Furthermore, there is a lack of a clear motive. They did not get rich off this scheme, and in fact spent $1,200 plus transportation and a half a year's worth of Saturdays on these hypnosis sessions. Did they do it for fame? Well, you can't say they didn't achieve that, but their, especially Barney's desire to remain out of the limelight, and their, especially Betty's obsession with the topic, seems to have been genuine. The hoax explanation cannot be ruled out, but it does not seem to be the most likely explanation. I think the Hills genuinely believed that this happened. But did it? No one involved in the investigation, including various psychiatrists, believed the Hills suffered from any form of mental illness that would cause them to lose touch with reality. They had no other indications of mental illness and had no other known incidents like this in their past. It was considered that something in their environment may have triggered hallucinations. Multiple influences, like a nitrate fertilizer stored in their car, were considered, but the lack of any other reported symptoms is a problem for any explanation relying on the presence of any mind-altering substance in the environment. They were sober, and there was no evidence of the use of anything else apart from caffeine and tobacco. Dr. Simon believed that their sighting of the unidentified object was probably real, and that it probably did have a profound emotional impact on them, though he didn't venture to try to explain exactly what they had seen. Again, he believed the more adventurous parts of their story were the products of what were likely disturbing dreams inspired by the sighting that were called as false memories. 10 days after the incident, Betty had intense dreams that were strikingly similar to what she recalled under hypnosis. She informed a co-worker about the dreams, who convinced her that they might be real, repressed memories, and that she should record them. This suggestion from her co-worker, he believed, encouraged her along this line of thinking. As Betty recalled her dreams to the investigators, with Barney overhearing her do so time after time, Simon argued they may have convinced their subconscious minds that these events were real. She was a very headstrong person and could have potentially convinced the much more suggestible Barney of these things. Then, hypnosis may have brought these dreams more to surface in a very lifelike way, thereby solidifying these false memories and convincing them that they were true. Simon was encouraged in this conclusion by the fact that Betty's experience was much more thorough than Barney's. He also argued that the incident had many dreamlike qualities, such as its bizarre nature, which included certain contradictions. For example, one big question he had is how the beings knew English, or at least how to communicate meaning to humans telepathically, but not very basic things about our world, like what ears or colors or vegetables were. Another contradiction was how it seemed that they did not understand human units of time, but, as Barney himself pointed out, they used phrases like, "Wait a minute." It is entirely possible that they came from a world that is extraordinarily different from ours, and even that they conceptualize the universe very differently, and so these things were not immediately obvious. But they clearly did know enough about our world to abduct Betty and Barney without witnesses in an almost perfect way, and yet the concept of false teeth seemed to be on them. Another important point made by Martin Kottmeyer was that while Betty didn't know much about UFOs before the incident, she did start reading about them before she had her dreams. A question many probably are wondering is, how legitimate is hypnosis? There definitely is something to it, but it's a complex topic which is not well understood, and most of it, especially how it pertains to memory recall, is a subject of debate. As Simon himself conceded, it is not a truth serum nor any kind of mental glasses that help a patient distinguish reality from fiction. Though altered, the mind is still aware of what it's being asked, and will lie or maintain a fiction of which the person has convinced themselves if it really wants to. It is not proven that hypnosis actually helps people recall things more accurately, and while it may be able to recover memories which were blocked under hypnosis, it also has a concerningly strong ability to strengthen or even create false memories. Hypnosis has sent innocent people to jail by reinforcing false memories in crime victims. Long story short, the hypnosis sessions cannot be considered the end of the story, and as professional and cautious as Dr. Simon was, it is possible that they created an even bigger fiction. Simon was fairly convinced of this explanation, even saying on national television, quote, "It was a fantasy. The abduction did not happen," end quote. However, there are very obvious problems with this explanation, which Dr. Simon himself admitted. Firstly, the Hills had conscious memories of profoundly unusual things the morning after the incident, before they had gone to sleep, including close-up memories of the craft and the beings in the window. They also had very vague memories of some kind of glowing orange roadblock and a moon leaving in the sky. Furthermore, even if we accept that the dreams were fictional, false memories that filled in the missing 2 hours and 35 miles, then how did they lose those 2 hours and 35 miles? Secondly, while hearing about Betty's dreams may have influenced Barney's memory, he also had a number of experiences that Betty did not. At no point under hypnosis did Barney recall a detail that Betty shared of which he should not have been aware because he was not present, or vice versa. They each recalled their own story from their own perspectives in a way that would be consistent with it being something that had actually happened. Walter Webb pointed out that their experience connected like puzzle pieces to the periods they remembered before and after the blackout. Furthermore, while their personality differences could have led to Betty transferring her dreams onto Barney, it is also worth considering that, if it were real, because of these same personality differences, you would expect Betty to remember more because she wanted to, while Barney tried to block it all out. Thirdly, there was some physical evidence, like the torn dress, the stopwatches, the warts, and the spots on their car. Although, not all, but most of this evidence was not very well documented or clearly presented, to be fair, and none of it was anything along the lines of a smoking gun. Indeed, the story I have just told is a tough nut to crack. Question is, however, how accurate is this story? Among the prominent critics of the case was the writer and skeptic Robert Schaefer. In 1980, he published the book the UFO verdict, examining the evidence, providing many details within which very much shook things up. Firstly, the timeline of events is not as substantial as it is presented. In the main story, they claim they saw the UFO a little after 10 p.m. In one of their initial reports to a member of NICAP, however, they claimed it happened after midnight. During a radio interview noted in the book The Edge of Reality, they said the UFO started moving towards them at 3 in the morning. Regardless of whether this happened shortly after 10 p.m. or not, as James D. McDonald, a researcher from the area who meticulously retraced their journey, pointed out, they were probably overestimating their speed in certain parts and underestimating the time it took to travel to different points along the journey and to their home. After Colebrook, he said, there are no good time ticks. Because of how important the lost 2 hours are to this case, it is a very big problem that they don't appear to have been sure about when exactly these things took place, especially given that they said they only fully realized they had lost time after they were grilled on the question by researchers. Just to note, this James D. McDonald who retraced their journey is separate from the Major James McDonald who interviewed them. Regarding the light in the sky, McDonald pointed out that there is an aircraft warning beacon on top of Cannon Mountain, which actually resembles what the hills described very closely. Looking through binoculars, the beacon light may have illuminated part of the roof of the lookout tower, which could resemble a craft. This may be one of, or the main object, which they mistook for a UFO. Furthermore, he pointed out that it says in their book that the hills could not tell at first if it or they were the ones moving. Confusingly, the couple did mention a beacon on top of Cannon Mountain in Interrupted Journey, but they were referring to the light of a restaurant. The restaurant was closed, but the lights to the soda machines were still on. Thus, we can account for 2 man-made lights in a scene in which the hills described seeing only 2 lights. There was also a billboard advertisement for the Jack-O-Lantern Resort and a giant jack-o'-lantern built on top of the hotel, which the hills would have passed present at the time. McDonald proposed one of these may have been the large orange moon shape they saw. But could people really mistake such simple things for UFOs? Yes, frequently. Okay, but this was not a mere sighting of a light in the sky. Consciously, before sleeping, they recalled the craft moving. They saw lights flashing along it. They saw it up close. They saw men in the windows. Could these things really have been the trigger of the fantastic experiences which followed the initial sighting? I have stated multiple times that there was nothing in the hill's background prior to the incident that would have suggested that they were excitable or imaginative people whom one would expect to run off with fantasies. However, it must be said that there were many things after the incident that drew their, specifically Betty's, reliability as a witness into question. Marty passed away in 1969. Betty continued to share her experience and investigate the case for decades after this on her own. However, according to Martin, she turned away from skeptical and cautious analysis of the UFO subject after Barney's death. She claimed to have had numerous, possibly hundreds, of UFO sightings and encounters throughout the rest of her life, some of which rivaled her own initial incident. In the late 70s, Betty claimed to have found a UFO hotspot in East Kingston, to which she often ventured to spot UFOs, seeing so many that she categorized them into different types. She claimed that the extraterrestrials had become much less friendly by the 70s. In one incident, she claimed they chased her and even blistered the paint of her car after shooting a laser beam at her. In another incident, she asserted that she had witnessed extraterrestrials land, get out of their craft, do calisthenics, then re-enter and leave. These are only some of the very bizarre claims she made over the years. UFO researchers, many of whom believed her story, accompanied her on her UFO hunting trips. However, when they, as was often reported, found her labeling everything she saw, including streetlights, as alien ships, the belief they had in her stories started to fade. In one incident, in 1980, Betty gave a presentation to a conference in New York City in which she presented pictures of UFOs she had taken over the years. There were scores, possibly Schaefer, who attended the events, hundreds of pictures, most of them being blurry and difficult to make out. Her claims and photographs were reportedly so unbelievable that she was, as he put it, jeered off the stage by other UFO enthusiasts. These incidents are obviously not recalled to mock or insult Mrs. Hill. They are undoubtedly relevant. In the eyes of many, they destroyed her credibility. She certainly isn't the only person to make such bold claims, but the problem is she was actually witnessed making severe errors in judgment, and not just by skeptics, but by people you could call believers. This is a major issue, because so much of the story depends on the position that the Hills were reliable, pragmatic, cautious witnesses. Betty's health had begun declining not long after the abduction. Her declining health may very well have influenced her escalation of unusual claims, but it is worth considering that this had begun by 1961. At the same time, however, Martin noted that towards the end of her life, Betty expressed frustration with the UFO community for its lack of cautiousness and skepticism, and turned away from the more improbable areas of the subject. Point being, it's not as if she had no regard for any caution whatsoever. Whatever the case, it is true that these points apply mostly only to Betty, not clearly Barney. Yes, but this provides much more weight to the point that Betty was the source of the false interpretations and memories, and that she transferred them onto Barney. While Barney may have been much more cautious, he did suffer from anxiety, according to his psychiatrists, and it is a simple fact that things like anxiety and depression can alter perception and even increase the likelihood of hallucinating a kind of supernatural experience. That alone doesn't discount his experience, but it is an important detail. Consider that a panic attack was triggered in Barney by Betty's excitement, that his reluctance to pursue the subject was a subconscious way of avoiding that anxiety, and that his vacillation between not being sure of whether or not it happened was not only a product of him trying to block it out, but of some subconscious awareness that it did not. But it was argued that Barney had no history of reacting to stress like this. This may be true, but ultimately, there is no such thing as a perfectly reliable witness. All of us are vulnerable to the tricks our minds play on us, especially when encouraged by the perspective of another. Adding to this, it is worth noting, McDonald pointed out that the Hills had been driving for around 21 hours at the time of the sighting, throwing in the possibility of sleep deprivation and exhaustion influencing their perception. Regarding lost memories, McDonald also pointed out, the Hills remembered every major town and landmark they would have passed. The rest of it, he said, was dark, monotonous countryside, easily forgettable to a drowsy driver. However, the Hills were both very adamant that they did not fall asleep or even come near falling asleep. But what about the physical evidence? There was not much physical evidence left, and most of it does not seem to have been examined professionally. There were a few exceptions, however. One was Betty's dress. As I mentioned, the morning after the incident, Betty took her stained and torn dress off, put it away, then forgot about it. 3 years later, after hypnosis, she recalled it and brought it out again. There was an odd pink powder on her dress and her dress alone. The dress was most deeply saturated with the substance in the areas in which she claimed they had touched her. The powder blew away when she hung it on a clothesline, but the stain remained. 5 different laboratories conducted chemical and forensic analysis on the dress. They detected a substance that was considered to be biological in origin, but which did not originate from her or Barney. It was declared anomalous and never identified. Another element of the case that was the subject of quite a bit of debate was Betty's star map, a recreation of the one which the leader had shown her. In 1968, an elementary school teacher named Marjorie Fish began working to identify the stars on the map using a 3D model of nearby sun-like stars she constructed. She argued that if this star here represents our sun, then this, the busiest and biggest circle on the map, must be the Zeta Reticuli system. Her proposed solution was published, but it was not convincing to everyone. Carl Sagan demonstrated in his documentary series Cosmos that if you remove the lines from Betty's star map and Fish's star map, the resemblance between the two is largely lost. Later, it was demonstrated by people like Charles W. Atterberg that other star patterns could be considered as well. In fact, Adlerberg found a star pattern that fit more closely with Betty's than Fish's. Betty's star map included 26 stars. Fish identified 15 and ignored the other 11. Adlerberg identified 25. In the 1990s, it was revealed that some of the stars that Fish considered were much further away than scientists knew at the time. With this new information, the map no longer worked, and Fish retracted her hypothesis. The Betty and Barney Hill case endures, 60 years later, as one of the most mysterious and captivating reported encounters with extraterrestrials ever publicized. Its allure, of course, rests in the fact that there remains a possibility that these things truly happened. Did they? It must be said that the counter-arguments made against it are quite substantial. However, it must also be said that there are certain mysterious elements of the story for which there is not a satisfactory counter-explanation. It must be admitted, if it were only something like a dream, then their dream-inspired false memories were impressively consistent and well put together. However, the fact that two stories are consistent does not make them true, and the fact that something cannot be disproven does not make it true either. The Hills were only two people, and the evidence they produced was very limited and vague. Almost everything is based on the claims made in their story. As witnesses, they, specifically Betty, had a habit of seeing spectacular fantasies in what other witnesses said were ordinary things, and the story they present, while consistent in many ways, does also have a number of holes in it. Regardless, real or not, memory of the incident, I think, is worth preserving. The story paved the way for thousands and thousands of such stories to emerge, making it either a central piece of what could be regarded as an American UFO mythology, or one of the first steps towards discovering that we are being visited by people from elsewhere. I hope you enjoyed this video. If so, I invite you to come check out the rest of Fire Learning, especially my other campfire videos, such as my video on Kelly Hopkinsville, which I personally think was an even more mysterious story, and to subscribe to see more videos like this in the future. To support the channel, you can make a donation on Patreon, link to which is in the description. A special thanks to my current patrons listed here. I also run a science channel much like this called Lucinox, so be sure to check that out too. Thank you for watching, and be sure to join us next time around the campfire.
I'd love to have you open the secret script Thursday. You have one of these already? He's got one already. Let's see. Kelly. All right. We're doing good. We're having fun. We're moving along. Should we get back to this bucket, huh?
Stuck with nasal congestion? We've all been there. Afrin No Drip is here to help. Wow! Get ridiculously powerful nasal congestion relief in seconds. Stays right where it's sprayed. Whether it's allergies or a cold, Afrin is your go-to solution. Afrin, the wow, it's real.
Use as directed. For the Kill Tony band. Oh, D-Madness. D-Madness. This is an epic moment. This has never happened before. We were warned that he was signing up for this.
Many people have claimed over the years to have been abducted by aliens, and realistically, there's no tangible evidence that any human being has ever actually set foot in an extraterrestrial spacecraft or another dimension or anything like that. It's just these crazy stories from people that claim this happened to them. And while many of these stories are very quickly cast aside as absolute hoax, not true, not accurate, there's one abduction story that is universally regarded as the most believable and most famous alien abduction story, and that is of Travis Walton. What made this case so famous is that unlike all of the other alien abduction cases where there was never any proof, it was usually one person's first-hand account. In this case, you have a full-scale police investigation. You have up to 16 lie detector tests that were taken by Travis Walton himself, along with the other witnesses and people that were there. And you have a group of 6 level-headed guys that actually witnessed the abduction take place and have stuck to their story and have passed all lie detector tests and have never changed their story in 40 years.
And you would think that at some point you might change your story because they came under incredible scrutiny. I mean, it basically derailed most of their careers and their lives because they were labeled as crazy people for believing that a UFO had abducted Travis Walton. I mean, in a way, they became famous, but in all the worst ways. So you have all these elements that make this story seem fairly credible. And even if this wasn't an alien abduction, let's say, how do you account for the past lie detector tests that are talking about UFOs? How do you account for the fact that Travis Walton was really missing for 5 days and has no idea where he was? And there was a full search effort to find him in the area where he would have been. So lots of unanswered questions, but the story itself of when he was actually abducted, and then his own story about what happened once he had been abducted, it makes for just an incredible story. It's been converted into books and movies, and to this day it remains one of, if not the single most fascinating purported alien abduction stories ever. But before we get into today's story, if you are a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, well then you come to the right channel, because that's all I do, and I upload 3 to 4 of these stories every week. So if that's something that interests you, I would encourage you to gently extirpate the like button and then subscribe to my channel and turn on all post notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. All right, let's dive into the story. By 1975, Travis Walton, who was 22 years old at the time, had developed a bad boy reputation in his hometown of Snowflake, Arizona. You know, he rode a noisy Harley-Davidson motorcycle through town. He was a wild bull rider, and he was a boxer, and there was a story about Travis when he was with his friends in a car, and they were driving down this road, and a bear jumped out of the woods and landed in the middle of the road. It was just standing there, and Travis, without any hesitation, leaps out of his car and chases after this huge bear and scares it into the woods, and in fact chased it up into the woods. So Travis was just known as this kind of rebel, you know, problem child a little bit, but he was beloved by his friends. He was just like one of those cool guys. He did it his own way. So Travis and these 6 other men that he worked with were loggers. They were given contracts, and they would go out and they would clear trees in a certain area. They were not big time with huge equipment to do this. We're talking chainsaws, you know, saws, and regular saws and axes. And they would just go out, you know, these blue collar, like hardworking type guys, and they would clear areas of trees. That's what they did. Now these 7 men, they did a dangerous job. I mean, you're cutting down these huge trees, and you're usually working pretty quickly, and you're operating, you know, chainsaws that are pretty dangerous. And Mike Rogers, who was the crew boss, who was there the day of this event, he described in a number of his interviews that, you know, the men that he hired to do these jobs, they needed to be incredibly level-headed. It did not strike you as people that would have this fantastical, you know, alien encounter story. On November 5th, 1975, Mike Rogers was given a contract to clear out this huge 1,200-acre plot of land inside of the Sitgreaves National Forest. And he grabbed his crew, piled into the one pickup truck that Mike owned, and Mike knew that this was going to be a really, really difficult job. It was a huge area to cover, and he told his men up front, we're going to work really, really hard, so expect long, full days. And so over the first 3 days of the job, even though they were working, you know, long hours, barely taking any breaks, schedule. At the end of this 3rd day, it's late at night, they worked all day, and everybody's just totally exhausted. And so finally they wrap up, and they all pile back into Mike's truck, all 7 of them, and they start driving the access road back down to the main road to get back to the town. And as they're driving, they're not really talking about work at all. They're kind of joking about what they're going to do that night. And as they're driving down the road, it gets heavily forested. They look off to the right, and there is some lights in the forest. They would say in interviews that they all noticed it, but it did not stand out as anything particularly bad. It just could be anything they weren't thinking about. But as they were driving down this road, and this light, I guess, got brighter, or maybe they couldn't help but notice it, they all started commenting. Like, we're looking at it, and somebody suggested that, oh, it's probably just the moon. That's a full moon. And then one of the guys on the other side of the truck happened to look out his side, away from where that light was. And he goes, no, the moon's over here. It's on this side of the road. It's like, okay, it's not the moon.
And then someone suggested, oh, maybe it's a forest fire. Maybe we should go check it out. That could be a forest fire. But then Mike Rogers, the driver, the crew boss, was like, no, there's smoke. There's no smoke or anything. And Travis, who, he's the guy that's jumping out of cars to go chase down bears, and he's like a total kind of adrenaline junkie type. He's like, hey, let's just drive over there and see what it is. Like, I don't know, it could be anything. Let's go check it out. The guys in the truck were a little on edge about it, but ultimately said, what's the harm? We'll drive over. We know there's a road that brings us over to that section of the forest. We'll get a look at whatever this is, and then we'll leave. So they drive down this other little access road, and they come to a clearing where these lights were, and they are astounded at what they see. They were all polygraphed separately about what they saw when they reached this clearing. Each of them described the same thing with slightly different details because it's from their own perspective. And the polygraph tests all showed that they were telling the truth. They saw this disc-shaped craft with what looked like panels of lights on the underside, hovering in a clearing maybe 50 or 100 feet off the ground, not spinning or anything, just floating in midair, as if it was suspended. And the men, in their interviews later on TV shows and books, they would say what struck them was not just the fact that there's this craft here, but how bizarre it was to see this thing defying gravity. It's not moving, but it's hovering over the air. It's right in front of us. And one of the men even commented at length, because he would build houses, and he was a handy guy. And he started talking about the structural framework of this craft. You could see that there was really impressive engineering on the underside of this craft. It was just a beautiful, beautiful machine. They're looking at it, and Travis is so excited when they get to this clearing. He doesn't even know what he's looking at, but much like the bear, where he jumps out and chases the bear, as soon as they were almost at a stop in this clearing right next to the ship, he's jumping out of the car. Nobody else, just Travis. And he starts walking just a little ways away from the car towards this craft. The craft doesn't move. The craft is maybe from where they parked, maybe 50 or 100 feet away from them, and then 50 or 100 feet in the air. And the crew doesn't say anything. They're just dumbfounded by what they're looking at. Travis is also dumbfounded, but he's walking towards the ship. And he would say in an interview that he was frightened, but he was mostly curious. He knew he was looking at something, but no one knew what it was. Some sort of craft, they didn't know what it was. It was fascinating. They kept walking closer and closer and closer to it. And as the crew kind of came out of their initial shock of seeing this unidentified flying object in the sky, they started yelling for Travis to come back. They had this bad sense that something was going to happen, and they thought you shouldn't go near it. Like, come back. Not to mention it's hovering in the air. What if it falls and it lands on you? Like, hey, Travis, come back over here. And then it was like once one person started yelling for Travis to come back, they all did. And so Travis remembered hearing them screaming for him to come back to the car, but he's not really paying any attention. He's still walking. And finally, he stops. He's just looking at it. And Travis would say he was just struck at just the beauty of the underside of this craft with all these different panels of lights built into it. It was this incredible piece of machinery. And he's looking at it, and then all of a sudden it starts spinning just a little bit. It starts emitting this noise that all of them reported hearing, this loud mechanical sound. And now the yells from the crew are getting louder and louder. And Travis would say that he knew he needed to turn around and go back. He just wanted to look for a few more seconds. And he was about to turn and go back to the truck when all of a sudden a beam of light comes out and strikes Travis like a lightning strike. And all of the crew saw this happen. He gets blown 20 feet away. Like he gets lifted off the ground and thrown 20 feet. And they watched it happen. Again, all of their polygraph tests, they all said the same thing. All passed. He was hit by a ray of light from this UFO, knocked him 20 feet back. Mike Rogers, in a panic, along with everybody else in the crew, they just decided to leave. And they're convincing themselves as Mike is driving away like a maniac, leaving Travis behind, they're convincing themselves that he's dead already. We just watched him get shot by something. We don't know what that is. And they're freaked out. They don't even know what they saw. They're crying. They're hysterical. These are grown men, just absolutely terrified. And they're driving a little ways until finally Mike just hits the brakes and he stops. And Mike is like, we have to go back for him. He was like, you guys want to stay here and wait for me, that's fine. But this truck is going back to get Travis. And so the idea of waiting out in the open after seeing what they just saw was even worse than going back. They wanted to stay together, so a little bit begrudgingly, although they knew they needed to, they all got back in the truck, turned around, and started driving back up to the UFO site. As they make it back up, they notice that there is no lights up there, and the craft is gone. And there's no Travis. They get out, and now Mike is uncontrollably crying because he feels like they just abandoned him and where did he go? Everybody else is in shock. They can't believe it. They start screaming for Travis. They're running around the woods, yelling for Travis, looking for signs of Travis. They really don't know what happened, but they know Travis is not here. And after a little bit of time of looking, they're like, we have to tell the police. And they knew it was going to be bad for them when they told police. The story is a UFO came and zapped Travis and now he's gone. That doesn't really sit well with police. But they knew because they wanted to find Travis and they were very concerned about their friend. They knew they had to tell police. Mike and a few of the crew were just unable to even think. They were crying, they were upset. And so finally they get to a payphone. The first payphone they saw was 1975. And Ken Peterson, who was this very kind of simple, matter-of-fact guy, recently married, just very simple guy, very level-headed guy. He decides to call the police because he's the only one who is, I guess, composed enough to do it. And so he calls the sheriff's department and he says, you gotta come out here. We can't find our friend Travis Wall. We'll have to describe it to you when you get here because trying to do it over the phone is not going to do it justice. But he's gone and we don't know where he went. So shortly thereafter, Sheriff Marlon Gillespie and Ken Coughlin, their partners, they show up at this rest stop where this payphone was, and they get to the scene. They see Ken Peterson, who made the call to them, and they're like, all right, tell us what's going on. The crew has now gotten out of the truck. They look distraught for sure. And Ken begins to try to describe what happened, but he hasn't said UFO, he hasn't said aliens. He just said, we were up at the logging site, made a contract up there, and then, just it's hard to describe. And Mike Rogers jumps in. He's like, we saw a UFO, and a ray of light hit Travis, and then he disappeared. And the sheriffs were looking at them like, really? And so they stopped them and were like, all right, I need to search your truck to make sure you guys aren't under the influence of something. And they're like, we haven't done anything. We've been working all day. Search your truck, nothing. They check each of them to see if they're sober. Their field test showed they're all sober. And the Sheriff Gillespie, who is the overall in charge sheriff, even though he was a total skeptic, so was Sheriff Copper as well, he would say about that first engagement with the 6 crew members that they were obviously shaken up by something. Something had happened. They don't know what it was, but they were shaken up. And what Sheriff Gillespie believed was that they were creating a hoax to cover up a real crime. He believed that they had harmed Travis Walton and they were using a UFO to cover it up. But he also was thinking to himself, like, this is a bad hoax. It's not very well planned. They don't really have their stories really lined up particularly well. They're not doing a good job explaining it. The only thing they're doing well is acting scared. A couple hours later, the sun's starting to come up. It was super late when all this happened. And Sheriff Gillespie and Sheriff Coughlin have organized this huge search effort up in the forest where Travis had gone missing. And the crew members, they're all there as well. A bunch of volunteers showed up. They are scouring the area. I mean, they got dogs out. They got these huge teams looking everywhere. And they can't come up with anything. They're looking everywhere. There's no sign. There's nothing. There's nothing from Travis. And so while this is all going on, Sheriff Coughlin and Sheriff Gillespie have started coming over to Mike Rogers and the rest of the crew and being like, hey, if you just tell us where Travis Walton's body is, like, we'll go easy on you guys. Like, we know you didn't. And they can feel that the pressure is really mounting them. They don't find Travis. Even though they didn't do anything according to their story, they're going to face serious repercussions because that's the way the world works. You don't get to say aliens did this and not have any blame placed on you because there's no proof. They just have their own eyewitness testimony. That's it. And so the crew has started to become very worried about what's going to happen. They're worried about Travis, of course, but they're starting to see that like they are going to be prosecuted for this unless they find Travis. So they're all very stressed out, and they noticed during the search, this first day of searching, that these 3 guys with red jackets had these tools that were scanning the ground, almost like a metal detector. And Mike Rogers, he was hoping that during this investigation that they would have people come out that were like paranormal investigators. I guess maybe he was naive to think that the police would actually do that. But he thought, given the fact that we've all said this is a UFO that zapped Travis to then disappear, that they would have at least one person representing the kind of paranormal side of the investigation coming out. And so he sees these guys in red with their special tools that seem like a metal detector. His gut says they're paranormal investigators. And so Mike goes over to them and he's like, hey, what are these tools you guys are doing? Like, what is this? And they look at him and they're like, oh, well, this test for radiation. We're scanning for radiation in the area. And he asked them, like, oh, what group are you guys with? Are you with the sheriff's department? They just didn't really answer him. They said, oh, we're just checking for radiation in the area. It's just what we do. And Mike sees an opportunity. Because when that ship emitted that ray of light that ultimately blew Travis Walton 20 feet and then evaporated him or something, they were within range of that big ball of lightning, and they were very much in the kind of cone where had there been radiation coming off of that ship, he believed that perhaps they would have been hit with it. And so he asked the guys with the red jackets on and their little radiation tools to scan the crew's jackets and bodies to see if they were radioactive. So the crew comes over and scan them, and there's nothing. No trace elements of radioactivity. Now there's nothing. And then Mike realizes that from the time they called the sheriff until the search, they had all the crew gone home and changed and then come out to do the search. And so he thought, well, then any of the radioactive materials would have been on our clothes, which aren't here, but we have our hard hats in the back of the truck that were out here the whole time. They were potentially exposed to whatever was out there from the ship. Can you test those? And so he brought over one of their helmets, and the guy in red scans his helmet, and the ticker goes all the way over, fully radioactive. And the guy in red looked up at Mike and looked down at the helmet, and he's scanning it, and he's looking at him kind of trying to size him up. And then he turns and he kind of gestures at the other two in red and tells them to stop doing what they're doing. And they come over and they're scanning the helmets as well. And then without any indication of what the results were, what this meant, because Mike is kind of waiting for them to tell them what's going to happen. The guys in red just turn around and say, okay. And they just start walking away. And Mike says, well, wait, what does this mean? And they don't turn around and they just walk away from the search site. And so the other crew are watching this happen too. And Mike and the crew are trying to get them to come back, but they're not turning around, they're just leaving and they're gone. And so Mike goes over to the sheriffs. They know the sheriffs think they did something to Travis. These are not their friends. So they figured, we need to ask them who those guys in red were. So they go over to Sheriff Gillespie and they're like, hey, who are those guys in red jackets with the radiation detectors? And Sheriff Gillespie's like, there's no one here looking for radiation, right? Everyone here is here because I ordered them to be here. Who are they? Where are they? And he's like, well, they just walked over there. They went around the corner there. And Sheriff Gillespie's like, well, I didn't order them there. And it would turn out that they couldn't locate these 3 people. No one knew who they were. Mike went around and asked anybody who seemed like an authority figure if they knew who these people were. They asked people if they interacted with them, and no one knew. So after this search goes on for a couple of days, turns up nothing. There's no sign of Travis. The town of Snowflake, Arizona really turned on the 6 crew members. Everybody believed that they had done something to Travis. That this UFO thing was a hoax, and that they harmed Travis, and they were using this as a cover-up. And the sheriff department, they really perpetuated that. They were pretty open about, this is not a UFO situation, this is not an alien abduction, this is a missing person case, and frankly, we believe the UFO thing is a hoax. National and international media had picked this story up, and it became this massively viral story all over the world. And, news media outlets are converging on Snowflake, Arizona, and they're inundating the sheriff's department with requests for more information about this alien abduction. And it's really frustrating the 2 sheriffs who were leading this investigation, Sheriff Gillespie and Sheriff Coughlin. And they were already skeptical and really upset about feeling like they were being taken advantage of by these crew members, this hoax, right, as what they believed it was. And so Sheriff Gillespie and Coughlin decided, you know what, we're going to just
cut through all the BS here, and we're going to make these boys take a lie detector test. So they go out and get one of the country's best polygraph examiners to come in and administer a lie detector test on each of the 6 crew members. And so one by one over the course of the day, each crew member was tested for 2 hours, same questions, all centering on the criminal side, the kind of foul play angle for Travis Walton. They all go through. It turned out that 5 of the 6 had all shown that they were telling the truth. And the 6th person, it was just inconclusive. It didn't mean that he was lying. It just meant that the test wasn't done very well. And this polygraph examiner had anywhere from a 92 to 98% accuracy rate, one of the best in the country. And he even would say, like, it would be so difficult to figure out. To have 5 people, let's say this is all a big hoax and they harmed Travis Walton, it would be almost impossible to have 5 people be able to pass a lying examination and have nobody slip up. They were telling the truth. And so the examiner tells the sheriff, and the Sheriff Gillespie is dumbfounded because he believed that they were going to find out they're all lying and this would just be a pure criminal investigation and it would be, let's go find Travis Walton's body. But now the examiner is saying they're telling the truth. And so Detective Gillespie and his partner are like, now what? And then 5 days after Travis's disappearance, Travis shows back up. During numerous interviews, Travis would say that he remembers waking up on a road and he didn't recognize where he was. It was nighttime, it was raining, and he sensed a very bright light above him. And so as he's laying, he kind of turns his head to look up into the sky and he sees what looks like the underside of that ship. He remembered how struck he was by the beauty of the kind of engineering underneath that disc UFO they saw in the forest. It looked the same. His vision was not great. He's looking up, he's pretty confident that's what he's looking at. And then it flies into the sky and it's gone. And he's left in total darkness on a road in some place he doesn't know. And he remembers standing up and feeling very weak, depleted, and dehydrated. And he just knew that he had to get to civilization. He had to just go in a direction and find someone who could help him because he's so weak and he would die out here if he didn't find someone who could help. And so he musters the strength to stand up and starts kind of staggering down the road. And eventually, through just adrenaline, he just starts running. And luckily, he sees up ahead there is a rest stop. And at rest stops, there's payphones. He makes his way down and he goes to the payphone and has change in his pocket still. Puts it in the payphone and he ends up calling his brother. His brother he can't believe he's talking to Travis. Travis is probably supposed to be dead at this point. He didn't believe it was Travis, but Travis just said to him over and over, it's me. They brought me back. And he tells him where he is because now he recognizes that this rest stop is actually in Snowflake, Arizona. When his brother picks him up, Travis would say that he believed that this was just minutes after, the initial abduction. He didn't even know he had been abducted. It's just like he's coming to and he's like, man, what happened? Like I was just over at that clearing where I saw this ship, and now I'm over here. Like, what am I doing here? And so Travis's brother is looking at him like, where have you been? We've been so worried about you for the past several days. And Travis was kind of almost catatonic. He's in shock. He doesn't know what's going on. He looks at his brother and he's like, what do you mean days? His brother's like, you've been missing for 5 days. And so Travis would say that when he heard this news, this revelation that he had been missing for 5 days, it absolutely put him into shock. He was in a catatonic state where he just couldn't make sense of it. And so he just sat there quietly. And his brother's like looking at him, not really sure what to even ask. He asked a couple times what happened, and Travis just didn't answer because he didn't know. He couldn't explain it. And so Travis's brother decides, instead of just immediately calling the police, I want to bring you to a hospital because clearly that needs to happen. And frankly, with the media circus, as soon as they find out you're back, it's just going to be mayhem. I want to make sure you're taken care of first. So he drives to Phoenix, Arizona, and he brings him to a hospital. And he asks the doctors to be discreet, and he has a doctor do an examination. The doctor knew who Travis Walton was because he'd been following the news, and he's doing an examination of Travis, and he was malnourished, he was tired, and looked very sick, but there was no physical wounds with the exception of one puncture site in his arm, like from his arm. Travis was not a drug user, so it wasn't like that was, mark from using drugs. It was a puncture site, and they assumed someone had recently put a needle in his arm. And also the doctor drug tested him, tested his blood. There was no drugs in his system. It wasn't like he'd been using any sort of substance. So he kind of had a clear bill of health, minus the injection site, and looking pretty ragged. And so after the examination, Travis's brother brings Travis back to his home in Phoenix, Arizona. As soon as they get back, his home phone is getting constant phone calls. And it made its way to the sheriff's department back in Snowflake, Arizona, and they're nonstop calling Travis's brother. Like, hey, we hear he's back. We have to talk to him. We have to talk to him. Sheriff Gillespie, he drives all the way to Phoenix, goes in, he sits down to talk to Travis, and Sheriff Gillespie would say that Travis looked like he was in shock. He looked like he had been through something traumatic. It did not seem like he was acting. He starts asking Travis what happened, and Travis, he does mention the UFO. He mentions seeing this thing in a clearing. You know, he gets struck by some light, he doesn't know what it was, and then he's on the road 5 days later, and he can't really make sense of what happened. He just didn't really know what happened over the 5 days. And finally, Sheriff Gillespie just kind of doesn't really give up. He's like, well, we have no way to arrest him, we have no proof of anything, and so he just says, we're going to be in touch, and he drives back. And then the media starts showing up. Huge news trucks started showing up outside. Everybody found out, because this was a huge story, where he was, and everybody wanted answers. Finally, the National Enquirer, they reached out and they said, hey, if you give us an exclusive story, if Travis speaks to us about what happened to him, we will get you out of your private location, and we'll even pay to have Travis undergo a whole other battery of tests that are not typically done to see if they can figure out what had happened to him. So they agreed to go with the National Enquirer. So by the time he's actually sitting there looking at the National Enquirer, he's had a little bit of time to maybe let his memory kind of kick back in about what had happened. And he's having these flashes of memory of what happened over those 5 days, because initially all he could remember was seeing the craft and then being on the road 5 days later. So when he's sitting down with the National Enquirer people, he begins to recall what actually happened over those 5 days. And so this is what he said happened. He said that he remembers getting out of the truck and walking up to this craft. He remembers his crew members yelling at him to come back. He knew they were yelling at him to come back. He just wanted to look at the craft a little bit longer. And then right as he was about to turn around and head back, the craft started moving. This loud, kind of mechanical, eerie sound is being made, and before he had a chance to run back, he gets hit with this lightning bolt of some kind. Then he remembers being in the presence of some doctors. He saw white lab coats, masks, and facial coverings, and he's kind of in and out of consciousness, and he's this orange light around him, but he definitely sees what looks like medical professionals, and he's thinking to himself, whatever happened with that ship, it must have hurt me. And my crew must have scooped me out and brought me to the hospital. And so in his kind of in and out state, he's aware that he's around medical professionals, at least what he believes are medical professionals. And at some point, his vision clears. He goes from foggy and he's in and out to being pretty much lucid. And he looks down at his chest. There's a rectangular box sitting on his chest that he didn't recognize. It didn't really look like modern medical equipment. It just looked like this almost like rock sitting on his chest. And he looks at that, and then he looks up at one of the people who's wearing a mask, who's working on him, one of the medical professionals. And this person is working on this box, and the person looks at Travis Walton and then leans in to look even closer at Travis Walton. And Travis is horrified. It was this grayish, thin, narrow-headed figure that was very short, like 4 feet high, who was looking in at him, and his eyes were like slits. And he's looking at Travis, and Travis, who's unbelievably scared at this point, pushes everything off of him, rips out all the cords that are attached to him, kind of topples off of this table that he was on, and he realizes he's in a fairly small room, and there's 3 of these humanoid creatures in the room with him.
And he picks up the biggest instrument he can see next to the table, and he was just laying there. He didn't know what it was. And he starts kind of wildly waving it at them and screaming to leave him alone, like, get away from me. And he's trying to make sense of what he's looking at, and the three figures in lab coat start walking closer and closer to him. And they're just kind of looking up at him, trying to study him a little bit. They get all the way up to him, and he's waving, and he's almost about to hit one of them when they just kind of abruptly turn around and leave the room, leaving him alone in his kind of examination room. And as soon as they leave, he watches them go down the little outside the door, down the little hallway, and they turn left. And so he's practically paralyzed with fear, but he knows if he can't get out of this room, he's done for. And so finally, he kind of gets himself together and he walks past the examination table. He goes down the hallway outside the door, and instead of going left where they went, he kind of sneaks off to the right and starts walking. And he comes to another room, and it's a room that has a single chair in it. It's this tiny little room. The chair is turned away from him. He begins to peer around the chair, and he sees that no one is sitting there. So he goes in front of the chair, and he's like touching the wall, looking for a doorknob or any sort of mechanism that can get him out of this room. And he said, like, the room, it was like this perfectly flat. Everything was flat and smooth. There was no door handles. Couldn't find a way out. And he ultimately sees him on the chair, that it looks like there's some buttons on the chair itself. And he pushes all these buttons on the chair, and nothing happens. And then in the doorway where he came in, suddenly a man appears in the doorway who's wearing what looks like a spacesuit, like an astronaut suit. And Travis is so immediately believed, even though the weirdness of him being in an astronaut suit is pretty high. But he's like, it's a human. And he doesn't know what to think about the fact that he's now excited to see a human, right? Like, it's terrifying that you're just around these non-humans. But he's like in panic mode now. He sees another human being. Runs over to him. He says, please, you gotta help me. I don't know where I am. You know, where are we? What is this? What's going on? And he notices that the eyes of this person inside the spacesuit, it's a man, who at least looks like a man, but his eyes are distant. He's not making eye contact with Travis. It's like he's in a trance. He said his eyes just seemed off. Like they weren't focused on him. It would be like you're talking to someone, but they were like permanently looking away from you. There was just something off about him, and he never spoke. And so he's trying to ask this guy, like, where are we? And the guy takes him by the arm, and he just starts leading him back into the hall where he came from, and continued down the hall, not back towards the room where he was originally, but down the hall in the other direction. And they get to another door, he opens it up, and Travis the whole time is like pleading with this guy to help him, and he thinks that this guy is helping him. He thinks that this is his savior, and he feels relieved that a human being, albeit a strange human being, is helping him. And eventually he stops asking him any questions because the guy in the spacesuit's just not reacting to him. They open this door and they go down into this huge hangar where there's all these spacecraft that look just like the one that he saw in the clearing, that Travis saw in the clearing. And they start walking down between all these spacecraft that are just hovering, much like they were hovering in the forest, seemingly able to just defy gravity. And the whole time, this guy in the space is saying nothing, and Travis is like, what is this? What is this crap? Is this military? He's saying nothing. They walk to the far side of the hangar, and they open up another door, and they go into another bright white room. And there's three more human-like people with strange eye thing going on in spacesuits that are standing there next to another medical table. And they're looking not at Travis, but their bodies are aimed in the direction of the door that came in through. Travis goes in, and he sees these three, and he thinks, these people are here to save me. Like, again, I feel relieved to see humans, albeit strange humans, but nonetheless humans. And the guy who had brought him in there continues to lead him over to the three other people, and they pick him up and they put him on the table. He starts kind of resisting because he doesn't know what they're doing. They're not speaking. What are you doing? And they force him onto this table, and he's feeling pretty weak at this point. And they take a gas mask and they put it over his face. And then he blacks out. His next memory after that is when he pulled up on the road and had the light above him and flew away, and he had to run down to the payphone to call his brother. Travis did not immediately go and speak to the crew members that were there that night. It took quite a bit of time. You know, he was talking to the press, he was doing interviews, the police wanted to talk to him. There's a lot going on. But he eventually got together with the other 6 crew members. And they all met up at Mike Rogers, the crew boss's house.
And they just said, you got to tell us what happened. And so he sits down and he tells the story. All of them believed him. They didn't want to believe him. They believed him because they saw the first half of the story. They saw it for themselves. And once he was done telling it, they didn't really have that many questions. They just felt bad. They felt like if they had just stayed there and taken Travis, he wouldn't have been taken, but they didn't know that. So all of them would leave Mike's house that day, and they would all go their separate ways. They did not stay in touch. They went their separate ways. It was like this hugely traumatic event that even to this day, 40 plus years later, when they talk about it, they're often brought to tears. Ken Peterson, his interviews are particularly striking because when he talks about it, he's an old man now. He says, to this day, I'm scared to look out my window because I'm afraid I'm going to see a spaceship. He starts crying when he talks about it. This had a profound impact on these 7 men. And some of them didn't do so well. This whole story, it ruined their credibility. Even though this is the most believable alien abduction story, the truth is most people think it's a hoax. One of them, like his own family, basically disowned him because they felt so embarrassed about this whole story. They don't believe it. So if this was a hoax, like to what end? What did they get out of it? Nothing. It damaged their lives. Following this case over the span of 40 years, there would be 16 lie detector tests taken, 5 by Travis Walton and 11 by the remaining crew. And they would all pass. The one member that initial polygraph said 5 had passed and 1 was inconclusive. He was retested, the same exact test, and he did pass. It's just one of those things where we're left with this incredible story where modern technology says they're telling the truth, but we can't fit that truth into what we think of as normal life. And so we just decided that there's going to be a group of people that believe, there's going to be a group of people that don't. And you're left to pick which side you're on. So I'd love to hear what side you sit on. Was this a hoax? Was this an abduction? Or was this something else? Let me know in the comments what you think, and I'll do my best to get back in touch with you. And if you haven't already, please gently extirpate the like button and also subscribe to my channel, turn on all post notifications so you don't miss any of my 3 to 4 weekly uploads every week. If you want to get in touch with me, you can message me on Instagram. My handle is JohnMullen416. I'm also very active on TikTok, where my handle is Mr. Mullen. That's going to do it, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Talk soon.
That's all I'm going to see in February.
Did he give it a hit? Any hit? Maybe it's during this very, very large sporting event?
In February. We get my drill.
Yeah. Keep an eye on it. That's huge. David's here. These guys, these Austin guys are booking LA's big-ass ships, flying there and coming back home to Austin. So literally, we're fucking living the dream, getting to do all the coolest stuff we got to do in LA while living here. David moved here as a full-time resident, and we're having a lot of fun.
We are finally at the most asked about companion since we have started the series, which is Khalid ibn Walid, as I mentioned to you. The reason why it took 120-something episodes to get to Khalid is because we were trying to cover the companions that embraced Islam in terms of their order. And obviously Khalid ibn Walid embraces Islam much later. So I wanted to, inshallah, begin with the significance of Khalid just in the title that Imam al-Dhahabi, rahimahullah ta'ala, gives him. He is Khalid ibn Walid ibn Mughira ibn Abdullah ibn Umar al-Makhzumi, Sayfullah ta'ala, wa Faris al-Islam. Imam al-Dhahabi, rahimahullah ta'ala, calls him the sword of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the hero of Islam, al-Imam al-Amir al-Kabir, Qa'id al-Mujahideen, Abu Sulaiman, the great Imam, the great general of the Mujahideen, the great leader, Abu Sulaiman al-Qurashi al-Makhzumi al-Makki. He is, his nickname or his kunya is Abu Sulaiman radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, from Quraysh, from Banu Makhzum, from Mecca. وابن أختي أم المؤمنين ميمونة بنت الحارث, and he is the son of or he is the nephew, the maternal nephew of the mother of the believers, Maymuna bint al-Harith, radiyallahu ta'ala anha, the wife of the Prophet, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So we have here a man who is extremely special, who is extremely beloved to the Muslims, who many of you have been named after, who you have named your children after, and for good reason, and who is without any dispute the greatest general in the history of Islam after the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who remarkably only lived a few years after the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But the man who we know as being responsible for bringing the two greatest empires in the world to their knees within 1 year, and dying only a few years after the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, Khalid radiallahu ta'ala was going to take at least 2 classes, so we're not going to be able to cover them all in one class. What I wanted to do tonight, inshallah ta'ala, is focus on the background up until the point of his becoming the sword of Allah, Saifullah, and then we'll take another lesson, inshallah ta'ala, to talk about his contributions and his legacy in that capacity. And we basically have to go back to his tribe, we have to go back to his parents, and there is lengthy discourse about his tribe and his parents before we get into who he is, radiallahu ta'ala anhu. And we start with the tribes. Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu is from the tribe of Banu Makhzum. Banu Makhzum is the greatest competitor of Banu Hashim. So we talk about Banu Hashim and their generosity and what they were known for with the pilgrims, with those that were within Mecca and those that would come to Mecca for whatever reason, for the pilgrimage. It is Banu Hashim and Banu Makhzum that are competing in generosity. It is Banu Hashim and Banu Makhzum that are looked at as rival tribes, as well as Banu Abd al-Dawd, which is the parent tribe of Banu Umayyah. So you've really got 3 major tribes that are competing for the leadership of Quraysh and the leadership of Mecca. And of course, the most famous man from Banu Makhzum is none other than Abu Jahl, the cousin, the first cousin of Khalid, radiallahu ta'ala. And we know that Abu Jahl, his entire holdup with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was simply that he is Hashimi. He's not one of us. We cannot concede a prophet to this tribe, or else Banu Makhzum will forever be less than Banu Hashim if we acknowledge that they have a prophet of Allah amongst them. So basically, he's coming out of this tribe of Makhzum, which was very hostile to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and hostile to Banu Hashim, competitors in generosity, competitors in status, competitors in power, and his father happens to be the chief of that tribe. So Al-Walid ibn al-Mughira is the chief of Banu Makhzum. He is the wealthiest man in Mecca. He is one of the most eloquent men in Mecca. He is a person who Quraysh will default to in terms of his opinion. He's the oldest of the chiefs of Quraysh. Okay, so he's also the oldest one amongst them. The oldest one, the richest one, the one that people will defer to in terms of opinion, and someone that the Prophet ﷺ really wanted to become Muslim. Really wanted to become Muslim. Rasulullah would direct many of his efforts towards this man becoming Muslim, because if this man becomes Muslim, much of the heartache, much of the trouble of Mecca would not happen. And of course, Allah's qadr was that the Prophet ﷺ had a much longer route of his mission that involves the story of Medina, the story of the Ansar, and the story of coming back to Mecca victorious. So let's talk about his father for a moment. And his father, I'm just going to give you one family connection to his father. Alright? Al-Walid ibn al-Mughira is the brother of Hisham ibn al-Mughira. Hisham ibn al-Mughira is the father of Abu Jahl. So if you got Abu Jahl, Amr ibn Hisham is his real name, Abu Jahl and Khalid, their fathers are first cousins. Right? And so this affair of Banu Makhzum is a serious one when the Prophet ﷺ announces his prophethood. So let's talk about the father for a moment, and Walid for a moment. And Walid, as we said, is the wealthiest man in Mecca, extremely generous, but for all the wrong reasons. And this is something, subhanAllah, that's important to speak about when we talk about ulterior motives of people. If you met Al-Walid ibn al-Mughira, you'd say, MashaAllah, this man operates practically every hotel in Mecca for the travelers. He literally had homes that were service for the guests and the visitors that would come through Mecca, fully lit, and people would be fully fed. He owned half of the real estate from Mecca, they said, all the way to Ta'if. Every other house was owned by Al-Walid ibn Mughira. His generosity to the pilgrims was exemplary. On top of that, he had the nickname of Wahid, alone in what? Allah is going to make a play on this nickname in the Quran. He was alone in what? Quraysh used to replace the cover, the kiswa of the Kaaba once a year, the same way that they do today. But of course, for them it was idolatry, right? For them this was a part of their idolatry. They got, this was the tourism business, right? So you got to replace the kiswa once a year. Every tribe would pitch in for the cost of the cover of the Kaaba 1 year, and then Al-Walid would take every other year all for himself. They understand the concept. I'll pay for the whole thing 1 year, and then everybody else can get together collectively, and they can pay for it the next year. So it was almost showing off his wealth, and his wealth is the equivalent of everybody else in Mecca. That I'll take care of it 1 year, Wahida, alone, and you all take care of it the other year. And basically what ends up happening is that when Islam comes to the Prophet ﷺ, there is a strong deference immediately to what Walid is going to do. What is this man going to do? And the amount of Quran that is going to be revealed about him disparagingly because of his rejection of the Prophet ﷺ is significant. And so we start to go through this. When Islam comes to the Prophet ﷺ, he goes to Al-Walid and he asks him to sit with him and to listen to him recite the Quran. Al-Walid is a smart man. He sits with the Prophet ﷺ and he hears the Quran and he says, I am a poet and I know poetry. This is not poetry. I've never known you to lie, so you're not lying to me. He said, you don't have the looks of a kahin, a sorcerer. I don't see any hooks or claws around you or any type of sorcery going on with you. I know what sorcerers look like. He said, let me think about what you are saying to me. But along the way, he's putting some obstacles as well to the Prophet ﷺ. One of them is, I don't like the types of people that are starting to follow you, the poor and the disabled and the people of low class, the slaves, and I don't like this initial batch of early Muslims. And so he is, according to many of the ulama, Surah Abasa, the one who was too proud. فأنت له تصدق. Stop paying attention to that man. Pay attention instead to Abdullah ibn Maktoum radiallahu ta'ala anhu. This man has a kibr problem. He has an arrogance problem. And so that's the first thing. He starts to kind of put a little bit of that. I don't like the type of people that are around you. And the Prophet ﷺ is trying to accommodate as much as he can without forsaking the mission to try to talk to him one-on-one. And Walid hears the Prophet ﷺ recite the Hameen's of the Quran, which Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu said are the guardians of the Quran. It was his favorite section of the Quran because it was early Mecca, beautiful, powerful, all about Iman, all about faith, all about the hereafter. And Walid is clearly moved by the Quran. He goes to his people and in private, what does Walid say? He's saying, I am hearing something so beautiful from this man. And he said, it is not the words of ins or jinn. It is not the words of a human being or the words of a devil. So he's clearly moved. Now, as he's going to the Prophet ﷺ a few times, and he's listening to the Prophet ﷺ, Abu Jahl, who is how is he related to Walid? I want to see if you guys caught at least that connection. He's his nephew, right? Amr ibn Hisham. Abu Jahl's real name is Amr ibn Hisham al-Mughira. So this is his uncle. Abu Jahl is a professional at obstructing people from embracing Islam. How do I think about why he has so much sin on his shoulders? He obstructs Abu Talib.
he obstructs Al-Walid. He obstructs Uqba bin Abi Mu'ayt. He obstructs every single powerful person that could help the Prophet ﷺ. Abu Jahl basically customizes a way to stop that person from embracing Islam, while also being the first person to insult the Prophet ﷺ in public in a very particular way, while also being the person to first kill people, the mustad'afin, the weak ones like Sumayya radiallahu ta'ala anha, for embracing Islam. This is the pharaoh of this ummah for a reason. So Abu Jahl, he has to come up with a way to approach his uncle. So he goes to him, and he's really sad. So Walid says, Ma bika? What is it, Ibn Akhi? What is it, oh my nephew? Why are you so sad? He said, well, don't you hear the rumors about you? He said, what rumors? Well, they said that you keep going to the house of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And you know why they say you're going to the house of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? And Walid said, why? He said, they say, it's always they say, right? They say, Anta bakhil, you're a stingy person, and you're going to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam for his food and his money. See, he's a rich, proud man, right? So the way to really break him and get to his mind, play with his mind a bit, is to say, you're financially corrupted. You're going to him because you need his money. You think that there's some financial gains to gain out of this new religion. So Al-Walid, he stands up, he says, are they really saying that about me? He said, that's what they're saying about you. And then he insults the Prophet. He says, this man can't even feed himself. Why would I go to him for food? When he starts talking about his money and starts talking about his power. So Abu Jahl, he said, oh, so you're not going to him for money. Are you going to him because you follow him now? You follow his religion now? And Walid says, no way, I don't follow his religion. I was just listening to him. I was hearing what he has to say. So Abu Jahl wanted to get Al-Walid to this point where Al-Walid will say, so what should I do? Like, how do I dispel the rumors? Oh, shit. And Abu Jahl says that your people will not be satisfied until you say about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam what we say about him. You have to say about him what we say. He said, well, what are you all saying? He said, Kadhab, Sahib, Majnoon, started to throw out all the insults about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's a liar, he's a poet, he's a magician, he's a sorcerer. And what he says, I know a liar and he's not a liar. What's your secret? I know a poet and he's not a poet. I know the sorcerers and he's not a sorcerer. And so Abu Jahl says to him, Ya Walid, oh Walid, Anta Kabiru Qawmuk. Hasn't it occurred to you? He's going back to play on his pride. You are the leader of your people. You're the great one of your people. How come prophethood came to him and not you? Another verse in Surah Zukhruf where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, they said, how come the Quran did not come to one of the two great men of the two great towns? The two great men are Al-Walid ibn Mughira and Urwa bin Mas'ud al-Thaqafi in Ta'if. So basically, why is it that it's not coming to one of these two people? Why is it coming to a lowlier person in wealth and status than Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Why is it coming to him? Why not you? So he basically says, you know, listen, let's sort of talk about this, right? Let's go and let's gather everyone together and let's talk about a plan to foil the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's da'wah. He said, I've heard it. It's a powerful message that he has. So Abu Jahl goes and he calls this assembly. Al-Walid is there. And Walid starts to play through the different scenarios of what will work to delegitimize the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he goes through and says, listen, no one's ever going to believe the man's a liar. The Prophet sallallahu never told a lie in his life. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. By the way, shows you the importance of having a moral high ground with what you preach. He doesn't lie. We know poetry. What he has is not poetry. This is too powerful to be poetry. We are the poets of the world. He's not a sorcerer. No one's going to believe because the Kahan looks a little weird, and sorcerers kind of have a vibe to them. So as he's walking around and pacing, and I want you to imagine, visualize the father of Khalid comes back and he says, you know what it is? It's a magician
or he's got some sort of magic that deludes people, it overcomes people. But at the end of the day, it's the word of a man.
I believe we're at a civil war.
Look at Abu Jahl.
Yeah.
Abu Jahl says, is that what we're saying? He says, because I want to go tell everyone that Al-Walid says, Sihrun yuksab. All this is magic that overcomes people. You see, sihr is different from sorcery in a way, right? Sihr can come through different practices in different ways. It's less obvious than a sorcerer or a soothsayer that people go to. So Walid says that's what we're going with. At that point, Abu Jahl goes out and he says that all it is sihrun yuksab. All this is magic that overcomes people. And what ends up happening is that basically becomes the way by which they delegitimize the Prophet ﷺ. Now listen to what Allah reveals, because it basically comes down as a play-by-play of what Al-Walid was doing. In Surah Al-Mudaththir, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Dharni wa man khalaqtu wahida." Now you know where the play is on the word. Allah says, leave me to the one I created all by myself. Wahida. He and I will have our time. The Prophet ﷺ is being told by Allah that this person who Allah privileged in a singular way will be punished in a singular way. وَجَعَلْتُ لَهُ مَالًا مَمْدُودًا. And I granted him abundance, مَمْدُودًا, wealth that just extends and extends and extends and extends. وَبَنِينَ شُهُودًا. And he had children always around him. Khalid radiallahu anhu has a lot of siblings. We're going to talk about them. We don't even know all of their names. The man had all sorts of siblings. وَبَحَدْتُ لَهُ تَمْهِيدًا. I made his life so easy for him. ثُمَّ يَطْمَعُ أَنْ أَزِيدَ. And then he wants me to increase him. Like he's not satisfied. Al-Walid is a rich man. He's the richest man in Mecca. And he's not satisfied with his wealth. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, كَلَّا إِنَّهُ كَانَ بِآيَاتِنَا عَنِيدًا. Verily, he was stubborn with our revelation. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, I am going to make his fate unbearable. Now this is where it gets really interesting. Allah basically gives us a preview of the room that Al-Walid was in when he was talking to everyone. He was walking around and he was thinking, and may he be perished. How evil was his estimation as he's walking around the room with the leaders of Quraysh and he is going through these things. And then he looked out and he thought to himself, and he frowned, and then he looked again. So he's basically talking about his pacing. And he turned his back on the truth and he filled up his chest with all sorts of arrogance. He said all this is some magic from the old times. The Prophet ﷺ is polluting us with all this is the word of man. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, soon I will scorch him in the fire. And the verses continue about his punishment in hellfire. SubhanAllah, this was a play-by-play of what Al-Walid had done. And you have to think about the father of Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu, Al-Walid. If he was someone who knew that this was coming from the heavens and now this is about him, this should shake him to the core. But his arrogance keeps overtaking him until he becomes even more insolent with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, more committed to delegitimizing the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah reveals another set of ayats about him. Surah Al-Qalaq, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تُطِعْ كُلَّ حَلَّافٍ مَهِينٍ. Do not obey every vile, foul-mouthed person. حَمَّازٍ مَشَّاءٍ بِنَمِيمٍ. Someone who always creates scandal and passes on tales and falsehoods. مَنَّاعٍ لِلْخَيْرِ مُعْتَدٍ أَثِيمٍ. This is the person that hinders all sorts of good, a sinful transgressor. عُتُلٍّ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ زَنِيمٍ. And this is where I mentioned this in the khutbah some time ago, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned how arrogant he was. And that's right. And by the way, he's a child of sin. He's a child of adultery. And when he goes to his mother, he says to his mother, he said, Allah just described me with 9 traits. He said the first 8 I think are true. Like he has a little bit of self-awareness. You know what? I am arrogant. I am vile. I do talk down to people. I curse people. I have this pride in me. But he said the only one that I can't accept is Zanin. I'm a child of adultery. How am I a child of adultery? So imagine Allah just revealed the play-by-play of what he was doing with the chiefs of Quraysh, and now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala just said, and by the way, you're a child of adultery. And his mother tells him that your father is not actually your father. His mother tells him that basically your father was unable to, we were unable to conceive, and she says that she committed zina, that she committed adultery. Ibn Abbas narrates that it was an Akhnas ibn Shurayh, one of the other core enemies of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So imagine the fadiha, the humiliation that Allah just exposed these people with. That you're so proud about your tribe, and you're so proud about how you boast over the people with your money and with your children, and this is who you really are. Al-Walid, Al-Walid. After that, he continues and he becomes more aggressive with the Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And one of the things that he does, because he has a lot of children, one of his children was a man by the name of Ammar al-Walid. Ammar or Umara al-Walid was basically one of his prized children, super handsome, also very wealthy, very skilled. He had him trained in the arts. One of the things that he decides to offer, what they go to Abu Talib with to offer. He says to Abu Talib, you know what, how about this, let's make a deal. I'll give you Ammara, you give me Muhammad. Let's trade kids. You can have Ammara, mashallah, prized child of Quraysh, everybody loves him, super good looking, very good at trade, let's make a trade. Abu Talib, he says to him, so you want to give me your son, who I will feed and care for, and I give you my son so you can kill him? Absolutely not. Right? Because they're still trying to operate at this point of the da'wah to try to crush the Prophet within their existing mechanisms, to not violate the system that gives them the power that they have. So let's make a trade. I'll give you my son, give me your son, and let me handle him, let me take care of him. So, Al-Walid basically fails at all of these different things, and he is someone who's going to die a very interesting death. So, what ends up happening with him after some time, he was one day walking, and this is immediately after the Hijrah, so this is before Badr, immediately after the Hijrah. He doesn't die in Badr. You actually look at his sources, you find that he dies a very interesting death. He was walking one day, and he was an older person at this point. And there was a man from Banu Khuza'ah who used to make spears and arrows. He basically had this area where he would make his spears, he'd make his arrows, and he'd plant them in the ground, put them in piles and stuff like that. And then when he accidentally stepped on one of them, when he stepped on one of them, it caused a major split in his foot, major wounds. The wound gets infected, and basically that's what's going to cause his death. So this proud man, look how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala showed him his word in such a way. So when he is on his deathbed, you can see the mentality that Khalid is going to grow up with his parents here, with his father here in particular. And when he is on his deathbed, and he calls his children to him, and he says, I have three things to give you as wasiyah, as my will. So number one, go and take my diya, take my blood money compensation from Banu Khuza'ah. Now the reasoning is that if he actually likes Banu Khuza'ah, he doesn't want an all-out war. If he dies as a result of this, some of his tribe might go wage war on Banu Khuza'ah. These two tribes are going to fight each other. But he says, just go take my blood money from them, compensation from them. The man didn't mean to kill me. It was accidental. Then number two, he says, Banu Thaqif owes me a lot of money from riba, a lot of money from loans, a lot of interest and usury. Is he going to say forgive it? He said no. He said go and take every single dirham that they owe me and bring it back to us. I don't want Banu Thaqif to have any of my money. Allah is still thinking about his money even as he's dying. Look how Allah describes the person so perfectly, like a mindset and attitude so perfect. Number three,
so let's talk about
one of his daughters was divorced by a man by the name of Ibn Abi Uzayhid. And Ibn Abi Uzayhid divorced her, and basically it was a nasty dispute. And then when he did not like the way he divorced his daughter, so he basically said, I want revenge. I want revenge on Ibn Abi Uzayhid for what he did to my daughter. Go take revenge. These are his last three commandments, or his last three wasaya on his deathbed. And subhanAllah, as a result of that, they took the blood money from Hosanna. They also went to Thaqif and they tried to take all the money back, and it ended up leading to all sorts of problems between Banu Thaqif and Banu Makhzum, and Abu Sufyan had to basically avert like a war because it led to all sorts of skirmishes and bad blood. And Hisham ibn Walid, so Walid had a son named Hisham. He has a brother named Hisham, was the father of Abu Jahl. One of his sons is named Hisham ibn Walid. He went and he killed Ibn Abi Huzayfah, started basically a mini war between Banu Makhzum and his people, and Abu Sufyan had to go and clean that one up too. So it just shows you how vindictive, foul, man who was deluded by his wealth, deluded by his tribe, and who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala humiliated in so many different ways. And this is the man who Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu has as a father. Now, with all that being said, Khalid radiallahu anhu was his youngest son, and at the end of the day, Khalid loved his father radiallahu ta'ala anhu. Right? Very generous with his family. I mean, his children did not have to lift the finger to work. He took care of everything, right? So he's very generous with his family, and Khalid radiallahu anhu loves his father. But this is who his father actually is, and we'll come back to how that actually affects Khalid radiallahu ta'ala later on. As for the mother of Khalid, I'm going to put up this chart on the screen. All right, I want you all to memorize that in 5 seconds. All right, if you go back and you watch the lecture on Lubaba bint al-Harith, we actually did a whole lecture on this chart. The mother of Abdullah bin Abbas, can you actually put it back up, Shalatam? The mother of Abdullah bin Abbas is Lubaba bint al-Harith al-Kubra, the older Lubaba. And you'll see all the way at the end of that chart, Lubaba al-Sughra. She's also Lubaba bint al-Harith. So there are two Lubaba bint al-Harith, the big one and the small one. The mother of Khalid is the sister of the wife of the Prophet later on. But what's significant about this chart, when you go back and you watch the lecture about Lubaba, is that all these people on here become Khalid's cousin through his mom. Alright, so Abdullah bin Abbas is his cousin, and it goes on and on and on and on as to the types of relationships that are made through his mother. So Khalid is related to a lot of people. He's literally like everybody's cousin. Alright? Just to give you a little bit of the mindset. He's also Umar al-Khattab Anhu's cousin through his father's side. Umar's mother, Hantama, is the first cousin of Khalid. So he's Khalid's second cousin through his father's side. Umar's mother is Khalid's first cousin, so he's related to Umar radiallahu anhu. The point is that Khalid radiallahu anhu is someone who has a lot of blood ties in Quraysh. He's someone that has a lot of power. There really aren't many ways to disadvantage this man in a Qurayshi society. And just for the sake of time, I won't go through all the implications of the mother, since we've spoken about that already in the previous lecture. He has everything that you could possibly want in terms of tribal superiority, in terms of power, in terms of money. As for his siblings, they are too many to name. We're only going to talk about one or two of them in the process of this story. So let's get to Khalid radiallahu ta'ala himself. Khalid radiallahu ta'ala is the last child, or one of the last children of Al-Walid. The dynamic of that is that, he has a lot of siblings that have already enjoyed the privilege of their father. He has a lot of first, second, and third cousins that are within that realm of power. And he is someone who is going to receive all of the riches and all of the luxury that comes with being the last child of the most powerful man, the richest man in Mecca. But when he was born very distinguished. He was huge physically. Alright? So the description of Khalid ibn Walid is that he looked like the twin of Umar ibn Khattab. That's everything you need to know. Physically, in stature, extremely tall and extremely muscular. They said that there was not, a pinch on Khalid ibn Walid's body. It was all muscle. Literally made of muscle. Extremely handsome, extremely poetic, and someone who is going to grow up loving the arts of war, loving the arts of battle. So him and Umar are cousins. They're basically known as the two strongest youth of Mecca. Khalid is, by the way, 20 years younger than the Prophet ﷺ. There's a significant age gap between him and the Prophet ﷺ. He's a young man. You know, he's not someone who's at that level of Abu Sufyan and Al-As and some of these older people when they're disputing with the Prophet. He's a young person. And him and Umar radiallahu anhu are the two wrestlers, the two strongest men in Mecca, and they have a deep and profound relationship with one another, and they're always in competition. So he's known for his skill in wrestling, and he's known for his deep intelligence, and particularly how he manages to master every single one of the arts of war. So his family sent him out to basically learn some of the harshness of the desert. SubhanAllah, one of the narrations about him in his biography is that he actually almost died as a child from smallpox. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala spared him from that. You can imagine that in that desert climate, a lot of children would have died under those conditions. And he grows up only caring about war, only caring about the skills of war. Could not care less about buying and selling, could not care less about trading. And his father had all the money he needed anyway, so he really did not even have to exert himself in learning anything about being a merchant or anything about trade. He went to different parts of the world with his father, with his siblings, where they would take their caravans. But while he's traveling to different parts of the world, all he's doing is he's learning the stories, the heroic tales of the Persian Empire and the Roman Empire, and all of these epic stories about some of the commanders and the great military minds of the world at the time. And they say about Khalid, subhanAllah, this is very significant, that most people can master one skill and they might be sufficient in the others. Khalid was the best in archery. Khalid was the best in spear throwing. Khalid was the best in horseback riding. Khalid was the best in camelback riding. Khalid was the best sword fighter. Khalid was the best strategist. He was absolutely unmatched in terms of his military genius, even as a kid. No one could come close to him. And he trains other young people in that. So his physical strength, his mind, everything surrounds the idea of battle, and that's all that he wants to do as he grows up. He is, though, as we said, uniquely intelligent, deeply intelligent, and he knew poetry. By the way, this was a description of Umar radiallahu anhu as well. Umar radiallahu anhu was literate. He could read and write, and he knew poetry. Khalid radiallahu anhu knew poetry, was learning about history, was learning about the world around him, and all of that is significant to his development. Now, when does his interaction with the Prophet ﷺ first take place? And this is where you start to see the family influence on a man. When the Battle of Badr happened, Khalid radiallahu father was already dead. So he's not like his cousins Ikramah and Abu Jahl, who's of course also his cousin. He's not like Safwan ibn Umayyah. He's not like the others that are his age, whose fathers went out in Badr and were killed. Khalid radiallahu dad was already dead. And Badr tended to be the seniors of Quraysh going out to fight the Muslims who had fled to Medina. Khalid radiallahu comes back to Mecca and he missed Badr because he was on a trade route.
That's incredible. It really is.
So when he comes back, he finds out that one of the people that has been taken as a captive by the Prophet ﷺ was his brother Al-Walid ibn Al-Walid. Al-Walid ibn Al-Walid, radiallahu ta'ala, we'll talk about later, inshallah. Al-Walid ibn Al-Walid. So Khalid says, well, I've got to go free my brother from captivity. And the Prophet ﷺ, of course, took 17 captives from Badr. And the Prophet ﷺ showed them mercy. He ransomed them in accordance with what they were able to do. They went out to kill them. The Prophet ﷺ found a way out for the captives. And the Prophet ﷺ assigned different ways. And he said, that show them ihsan, show them excellence. Do not chain them too hard. Feed them what you eat. Clothe them what you clothe yourselves. Don't be rough with your prisoners. The Prophet ﷺ understands that this is the first battle between the Muslims and those that persecuted them and caused them to flee. This can soften their hearts as well. So the Prophet ﷺ says, show them ihsan, show them excellence. And the Prophet ﷺ sets ransoms in accordance with the capacity of the families of the prisoners. Alright? So if this person comes from a tribe that the Prophet ﷺ knows can only afford a few dirhams, the Prophet ﷺ sets the ransom as that. And if they come from richer families, the Prophet ﷺ sets the ransom a little bit higher. And if they have nothing to pay at all, what does the Prophet ﷺ do? He says, let them teach people how to read. SubhanAllah, he gives them that option to teach people how to read to go free. So he's putting things in accordance with who they are. Who do you think had the highest ransom? And why? Because his dad is the guy in Canada now in Lebanon. His dad's the richest man in Mecca. So his ransom is 4,000 dinars. That's a huge amount of money at the time. So he's by far the most expensive prisoner to free. Khalid, really, when the Prophet was starting his da'wah in Mecca, he's one of the youth, he's kind of aloof to the Sultan. And that is the best way to describe it, and that's a mindset, a psychology. When you go back and you read history, that some people were not necessarily like charged, maybe it's their status, maybe it's just their interest. He was kind of aloof. He wasn't someone that was really fighting the Prophet like his father was. So he doesn't have too much beef with the Prophet, but he's focused on his military years. He comes to Medina alongside Ikramah ibn Abi Jahl, and he basically brings the 4,000 dinars to free his brother. So his meeting with the Prophet in Medina is to give him the money. He's treated with respect. So just to let you know, he did enter into Medina, paid for his brother's ransom, took Al-Walid ibn al-Walid from him, right? Al-Walid ibn al-Walid, who of course fought against the Prophet, and then they left Medina. Now they camped out at Dhul Hulayfa. How many of you have been to Umrah or Hajj? Most of you, inshallah. Some of you just don't want to raise your hand. But Dhul Hulayfa is where the miqat is, right? It's where the station is where you make your intention for Umrah. So he takes his brother to Dhul Hulayfa. That night they go to sleep. He wakes up in the morning and his brother leaves him a letter. The letter is, by the way, I've become Muslim and I went back to Muhammad in Medina. So it's like, wait a minute, you made me come all the way from Mecca, put myself in danger to free you from the captivity of the Prophet. The huge amount of money to bring you out, also that I could just take a few miles out of Medina. And then you go back to the Prophet and he leaves in that letter. Khalid was very close to Al-Walid. Al-Walid and Khalid were close brothers. And in fact, they're going to maintain communication throughout the years, even as Walid is a Muslim, and Khalid is trying to kill the Muslims. There's letters that go between them throughout the communication that remains. And Walid, radiallahu ta'ala anhu, says to Khalid, إِنِّي رَأَيْتُ مِنْ أَخْلَاقِ الْمُسْلِمِينَ وَأَخْلَاقِ رَسُولِهِ صلى الله عليه وسلم ما لم أجده عند قريش. I saw from the character of the Muslims and the character of their Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم what I have never seen from Quraysh. And I wanted to embrace Islam as I saw their character. You see, subhanAllah, the way the Muslims treated their prisoners was enough to win the heart of Al-Walid ibn Walid. And he said, this is a proud people. He said, I didn't want to embrace Islam in my chains so that they would say he only embraced Islam to get himself out of captivity. I wanted to come back and embrace Islam as a free man. So he didn't wait to go back to Mecca. And Walid ibn al-Walid, and subhanAllah, just shows you the ajr of these people, because he's going to be doing da'wah to Khalid for the next decade until Khalid embraces Islam. And Walid ibn al-Walid wanted to come to the Prophet as a free man. And so imagine the joy of the Prophet when Walid comes back to Medina right after being freed and says, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah. The Prophet was so happy with his Islam. And by the way, the Prophet loved Al-Walid ibn Walid. There's one narration, subhanAllah, that when Al-Walid ibn Walid passed away, because he died in the time of the Prophet that was from that tribe. She asked the Prophet, Ya Rasulullah, abki alayhi. Can I cry over him? Like she's holding back her tears and they're trying to understand the rulings of Islam. Am I allowed to shed tears over that? And the Prophet says, go ahead, abki alayhi. Go ahead and cry over him. So she said, Ya Ayn tabki lil Walid ibn al-Walid ibn al-Mughira mithlu al-Walid ibn al-Walid Abi al-Walid kaf al-ashira. Oh, I cry over al-Walid ibn al-Walid, and suffice it from a people to have amongst them a man like al-Walid ibn al-Walid, Abu al-Walid, because he had a son named al-Walid ibn al-Walid. But the Prophet, by the way, changed his name to Abdullah because there's too many Walids in the chain. So the Prophet changed his son's name to Abdullah ibn Walid ibn Walid. But this was the nobility of this man in the life of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and this is the man who's going to start doing da'wah to his brother, calling his brother to Islam. Then comes Uhud. Uhud is going to be the first time that Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu brings his military genius as a strategist against the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and where unfortunately Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu will make his name amongst the Meccans. carrying out the most devastating tragedy against the Muslims in war shots. Right? Is this battle of Uhud. So Abu Sufyan is the one who's commanding the army, and he divides the two sides of the army between Ikramah and Abi Jahl and Khalid ibn Walid. Ikramah and Khalid are cousins. Remember, they're both from Banu Bakr, right? And they're both very skilled in battle. Ikramah has a bone to pick with the Muslims because his father is Abu Jahl. Right? So Ikramah in particular really hates the Prophet ﷺ, really hates the Muslims. Khalid has a bone to pick with the Muslims, but he's really interested in carrying out his and showing it on the battlefield. So in Uhud, Abu Sufyan commands the center. He puts Ikramah in charge of the right flank, and he puts Khalid in charge of the left flank. The left flank naturally aligns with Jabal al-Rumah. Okay, Jabal al-Rumah, which is the famous mountain of the archers. So Khalid radiallahu anhu is from this side, and he's got his eyes on the mountain of the archers, where there are 50 archers that the Prophet commands to be on their mountain to watch the backs of the Muslims in Uhud. So Khalid radiallahu ta'ala, he takes the left side, and obviously the battle of Uhud ensues. And in the battle of Uhud, we know the famous story. The Prophet commanded the archers not to come down from the mountain even if they think the battle is over. The Muslims won the initial battle. The Prophet said, do not come down until I tell you to come down. 40 of them saw that it seemed like it's over. Now they're just collecting the spoils. I mean, there are a lot of shields, a lot of horses, a lot to be collected from the spoils before. 40 of the 50 run down. Khalid radiallahu ta'ala is watching from the other side this all happened. And so Khalid radiallahu ta'ala comes up with a strategy, which was to make it seem like we are retreating, but to circle around and to attack from the back, because now the main protection of the Muslims was gone, which was the archers. Khalid radiallahu ta'ala himself goes and he takes out the 10 archers that are remaining. And he says, he glorifies Hubal, and he says, take it from me, and I am Abu Sulaiman. His name was Abu Sulaiman, his older son was Sulaiman, with Khalid radiallahu ta'ala. So Khalid radiallahu takes out the remaining 10 archers and basically ambushes the Muslims from behind. And this, of course, was the first time that the Muslims had experienced tragedy at that level. And Khalid comes home to Mecca to a hero's welcome because ultimately it was his strategy that won the Battle of Uhud for the Meccans. And keep in mind that the Prophet was saying what in the Battle of Uhud? Allah forgive my people, they don't know anybody. So if it wasn't for Khalid taking that position, I just want you to once again understand that the journey of redemption of a human being. Abu Sufyan and Ikramah were shaken by the initial skirmish. They're ready to retreat. Khalid was the one who planned this counterattack and that won the battle for the Meccans. So this is the first battle of Khalid against the Muslims, and he's a hero. Next comes the Battle of Khandaq, the Battle of the Trench. Now, what the Muslims had done in the Battle of the Trench, building that trench around Medina, it really is a bulletproof strategy so long as they don't give up any part of the trench. Khalid was given the, subhanAllah, when you think about like history, he was given the assignment of assassinating the Prophet. He's actually the most skilled assassin, the most skilled general. His job is to go and to kill the Prophet. Khalid is an expert in diversion tactics, and we're going to see this throughout the life of Khalid with military genius, especially next week. That Khalid was able to create images and to create alertness in different parts of the battlefield, even in the way that he uses the animals, even in training horses to act in a certain way at certain times, so that he can divert your attention as the opposing army, so that you don't know which point to attack. Khalid is an expert at that, and that is the way that he's going to win many of the battles for the Muslims in the future, right? His diversion tactics. So Khalid is the one who actually creates enough diversions at some point on the Khandaq to penetrate and to cause somewhat of a lapse in Khandaq. But at the end of the day, we know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent the powerful wind and turned the Meccans back. from Khandaq.
So you get back to
Then comes Hudaybiyah.
You're with your homies. You guys go out drinking.
Hudaybiyah, the Prophet ﷺ, of course, is coming to make Umrah from Medina peacefully with the Muslims.
Oh my goodness! And you're like, I love
Khalid was given the instruction of blocking the way of the Prophet ﷺ from Mecca. And the Prophet ﷺ basically uses Khalid's tactic on him, which is that the Prophet ﷺ sends a smaller group on the traditional route while he takes the Muslims on another route, on a side route all the way to Hudaybiyah, which is only, by the way, about 10 miles away from Mecca. So Khalid was outsmarted by the Prophet ﷺ with his own type of tactic. And this was actually to Khalid a sign not just of the Prophet ﷺ's genius, a sign of the Prophet ﷺ being a messenger of Allah. So Khalid was watching Hudaybiyah. Obviously, the Treaty of Hudaybiyah is settled. The Muslims will return back, and they will come for Umrah to Qadha. They will come for the makeup Umrah the next year, on the condition that they're not going to be harmed in exchange for other things, and we're not going to go through the Treaty of Hudaybiyah again. Khalid throughout this time, he basically says that I was considering Islam multiple times, so his brother stays in communication with him. And Khalid's an intelligent man. He knows something is special about the Prophet ﷺ, but he speaks through a series of incidents that ends up happening that really convinces him. For one, he talks about watching the Prophet ﷺ at Dhuhr and Asr during that trip. And he witnesses them in Salat al-Khawf, the prayer of fear. The prayer of fear allows for the Muslims to pray in a very unique way, right? One group does qiyam, another group comes in and stands up, one group does ruku' and then they leave and they guard the ranks, another group comes in and does ruku'. Facing the Qibla is not necessary. The Imam prays in the middle of the ranks, not in the front of them. I mean, there's all sorts of things that happen in Salat al-Khawf. May Allah protect us from ever being in a situation where we need to do that. But it is a prayer that basically allows for the Muslims to be smart during battle while still fulfilling their obligations. The beauty of it is that it shows that you can't give up your prayer even in that situation, even in battle. Even when you're afraid that there's an enemy that's going to attack you. So Khalid was watching, and he said, I just thought to myself, what if I just take him out there and so on? So I said, I watched them. Pretty good one. And then I waited for them for us. And he described the Prophet ﷺ praying in the middle, and then all of these different things that are happening.
Oh my God.
And he says, فَوَقَعَ فِي قَلْبِي أَنَّ هَذَا النَّبِيُّ جَاءَ بِالْحَقِّ. So it really occurred to me at that point, for whatever reason, it's like this man has some truth that came to him. Why? Because the religion takes into consideration things that I've never seen before. So it's further convincing him of the intelligence of the being of Islam. Then he now takes the story himself. He says, لَمَّا أَرَادَ اللَّهُ بِي مَا أَرَادَ مِنَ الْخَيْرِ. When Allah wanted from me what He wanted from me of good. He said, قَدَفَ فِي قَلْبِي حُبَّ الْإِسْلَامِ. Allah put in my heart suddenly a love of Islam. This is a new feeling that I have. Suddenly I had a love of Islam. Couldn't explain it. That landed in my heart.
Okay.
وحضرني رشد, and I found guidance
he says, do I have permission?
coming to me. And he said, I said to myself, قد شهدت هذه المواطن كلها على محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. Every single one of these situations you witnessed of the Prophet ﷺ, every single time Allah made a way out for him, the man is divinely protected. I know that he's divinely protected, otherwise I would have gone to him. So he said, in my heart, I knew something was there. He said, and while I was thinking that, كتب إلي أخي. My brother wrote me a letter, Al-Walid. Al-Walid says to him, لم أرى أعجب بهذه رؤية عن الإسلام. وعقله عقل. Al-Walid says, there is nothing in the world that perplexes me more than your not embracing Islam, and you have the brain that you have. You're too smart to not recognize this as the truth. And he says, وَقَدْ سَأَلَنِي رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمْ عَنْكَ. By the way, Khalid, the Prophet ﷺ asked me about you. The Prophet ﷺ came to me and said, أين Khalid? Where is Khalid? And I said to the Prophet ﷺ, "Yaqtillahu bihi, Allah will bring him to us." And the Prophet ﷺ responded and he said, "A man like Khalid is too smart to not become Muslim." So Al-Walid is telling Khalid about this conversation he had with the Prophet ﷺ. The Prophet ﷺ said, "You're too smart not to be Muslim." And Khalid is saying that this is corresponding to Islam suddenly being in my heart and the sudden newfound love that I have for the deen.
Did you use the condom?
So he said that my brother said to me, "Fastadrik ya akhi ma fatak min al-khayr." Think, oh my brother, ma fatak min al-khayr, about all the good you've missed out on.
I fucking love it.
And I expect to see you here in the ranks of Muslims.
Yeah. There you go.
That's one more thing. Khalid radiallahu anhu says, "Zadani raghbatan fi Islam." This increased me in my desire to be Muslim. By the way, we're going to go a little bit later tonight, inshallah. So I apologize to all those that are coming for Salat al-Isha. He says, "Zadani raghbatan fi Islam." He said that made me want Islam even more. وَصَرَّتْنِي مَقَالَةُ النَّبِيِّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ. And I was pleased that the Prophet ﷺ asked about me. Like, wait a minute, like the Prophet ﷺ is not vengeful towards me. He's not vindictive towards me. The Prophet ﷺ actually wants me to become Muslim. He cares about me. Right? I have a chance. This is coming from a man who's the son of his dad, who's basically giving hit jobs on his deathbed. Like, I have a chance. Then remember the story of Maymuna bint al-Harith? The Prophet ﷺ married her in accordance with his coming into Mecca. And Rasulullah ﷺ used this as a way by which he could soften the hearts of the tribe and bring them to the wedding. The Prophet ﷺ invited the non-Muslim relatives to the wedding, to the feast. He's trying to show a connection, alayhi salatu wasalam. Khalid radiallahu anhu is the nephew of Maymuna, and this further softens his heart. Then he said, "I had a dream." So he sees the wedding of Maymuna. Khalid's heart is completely now overwhelmed by Islam. Khalid radiallahu anhu says, "I had a dream. أرى في المنام كأني في بلاد طيبة." He said, "I saw in a dream as if I am in this tight land, this constricted land. It was dry and barren, and it looked miserable." He says, فَخَرَجْتُ إِلَى بَلَدٍ أَخْضَرٍ وَاسِعٍ. He said, so I went to this expansive green meadow. So in my dream, I exit out of a dry, desolate, barren place, tight place, and I go to this wide, beautiful garden. And he said later on, he said, I woke up and I said, "Inna hadihi la ru'ya." This is a ru'ya. This is not just a dream. I know what dreams are. This is not just a dream. This is a vision. And he said, I asked Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu later on, and Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu said, "هو مخرجك الذي هداك الله فيه إلى الإسلام والضيق هو الشرك." And Abu Bakr said to me that this was Allah taking you from disbelief to Islam. The constricted place, that was your shirk, that was your polytheism. So like that was the last dream I had. So Khalid radiallahu anhu said, so now I kind of wanted to float the idea with some of my friends about possibly becoming Muslim. So I went to Sufyan ibn Umayyah. I'm sorry, Safwan ibn Umayyah. Safwan ibn Umayyah. And Safwan ibn Umayyah, as I said, Khalid's related to everybody, and he has a lot of brothers and sisters. Safwan ibn Umayyah is not just the son of the famous Umayyah, who was killed by Bilal after he tortured him. Safwan is also his brother-in-law. He's married to a sister of Khalid named Najib. So he said, I told Safwan, I'm thinking about becoming Muslim. We know that he's on the truth. We know that Muhammad has the truth. Why don't we go and embrace Islam? Safwan stood up and he swore by Allah to Uzza. He swore by the idols. He said, if all of Quraysh embraced Islam except for one man, I'd be the one man who doesn't embrace Islam. By the way, Safwan embraced Islam. But he said, if everybody in Quraysh embraced Islam, I'll be that one guy that doesn't embrace Islam. He said, he killed my father, he killed my brother. These are people, by the way, who are responsible for Rajir as well, the master of Rajir. So he said, okay, I left Safwan ibn Umayyah alone. And he said, I kind of made an excuse for him. I said, look, he lost his father, he lost his brother. It was a little too personal for him. He wasn't ready yet. So then I went to Ikrama ibn Abi Jahl. Ikrama was his best friend. And Ikrama is his cousin, and Ikrama also is the son-in-law of his sister, Fatima bint al-Walid. They're all related, right? So his sister is Ikrama's mother-in-law, he's his cousin, he's his best friend. Says, Ikrama, we know that Muhammad has some truth. We all know it. What are we waiting for? Ikrama says, you want me to follow a man who killed my father, Abu Jahl? You want me to follow a man who killed my father? Absolutely not. No way. And he says, I told myself, I can't really blame him too much because at the end of the day, he lost his dad. It's still personal to him. I left him alone. Now, Ikrama goes and he talks to Abu Sufyan. Abu Sufyan's now the last of sort of the elders in this entire space. And the rumors start to spread that our prized military general is asking, what do you think if we become Muslim? So Abu Sufyan, basically, at the request of Ikrama, or at the rumor comes from Ikrama, he goes to Khalid with a group of the elders of Quraysh. And Abu Sufyan says, oh Khalid, I'm hearing that you're considering Islam. Is that true? Khalid says, yeah, it's true. Abu Sufyan was expecting him to lie and hide. Khalid is not afraid of anybody. I mean, everybody around him, these people kill Muslims for a living. He said, yeah, it's true. What are you going to do about it, right? So it gets rough. Abu Sufyan draws his sword. They start to basically get a little bit testy. Ikrama, who started the whole problem in the first place, he stands next to Khalid and he says, Khalid has a right to become Muslim if he wants to. If he wants to become Muslim, I'll become Muslim with him. And he ends the entire skirmish. Why? Because Abu Sufyan is not from Banu Makhzum. At the end of the day, Ikrama and Khalid are Makhzumi. You're from Banu Umayyah. Know your lane. Get out of here. So Ikrama, who started the skirmish, kind of ends it because he doesn't want Khalid to be killed. He said, I didn't bring you here to kill the man. I brought you here to talk him out of it. And you people escalated this too quickly. Khalid was that night, he says, you know what? That's everything I needed to see to basically make my last determination. I'm done with this. Allah put it in my heart. He felt alienated from his own people. Ikrama was like, come on, please stop this. Don't you see what's happening? Khalid is like, move on. So Khalid says that I gathered my stuff and I went out at night to go meet the Prophet. And he said, and I thought to myself, I'd really love to not be alone in this. He said, SubhanAllah, I found Uthman ibn Talha. Remember the woman that wanted to drink out of the skull of Aswad ibn Thabit? That's her son. And I bumped into Uthman ibn Talha. And I'm not afraid of anybody. I told him exactly what I was going to do. And he responded and he said, you know what, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm actually on my way to Medina to embrace Islam. So Khalid says, so I said, alhamdulillah, I've got a companion now. So Khalid ibn Talha said, we made our way to Medina, and he said, once we got to the outskirts of Mecca, he said, we bumped into Amr ibn al-As. And Amr ibn al-As said, marhaban bil qawm. Welcome to my brothers, welcome to these people. They said, well, look, and you as well. He said, Aina masirukum, where are you all going? And they said, we're going, Nuridu Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. We're going because we want to meet the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Amr says, you know what, I'm going to do the same thing. Amr has a story which we're going to talk about, by the way. He went back to Abyssinia. It's another journey for him altogether, but now, subhanAllah, remember the dua of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, the blood running down his face in Uhud? Now, these three men, Khalid, Amr ibn al-As, and Uthman ibn Talha, are making their way to Medina, not under any pressure to embrace Islam. And so, Khalid says that we entered into Medina. Can you imagine being in Medina and just look up and you see Khalid, Amr al-As, and Uthman ibn Talha just walking in casually into Medina? Like, what are you doing here? Right? SubhanAllah, they clearly came with different intentions. And he said, we walked to the Prophet ﷺ, and he says it was the first day of Safar, on the 8th year after Hijrah. He says, فَلَمَّا طَلَعْتُ عَلَى رَسُولِ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وَسَلَّمَ, when I looked at the Prophet ﷺ, سَلَّمْتُ عَلَيْهِ بِالنُّبُوَّةِ, I gave salam to him, recognizing his prophethood. Assalamu alayka ya Rasulullah. Think about the Prophet ﷺ here, Khalid Walid now saying, Assalamu alayka ya Rasulullah. So he says, فَرَدَّ عَلَيَّ السَّلَامِ بِوَجْهِ. So the Prophet ﷺ responded to me with a big smile on his face. And the Prophet ﷺ said, Quraysh has given us its insides. I mean, at this point now, what's left? Like, who's here? Khalid, Amr al-As, and Uthman ibn Talha. And he said, I said to the Prophet ﷺ, Astaghfir li ya Rasulullah. Seek forgiveness for me, O Messenger of Allah. Everything I did, min saddin an sabilillah. Everything I did to prevent people from the path of Allah. Ya Rasulullah, ask Allah to forgive me. The Prophet ﷺ embraces Khalid radiallahu anhu. He says, Inna al-Islam yatubu ma qabla. Or Khalid, Islam does away with everything before it. ثم استغفر له عليه الصلاة والسلام. And then the Prophet ﷺ said, Oh Allah, forgive Khalid. ثم تقدم عمرو بن العاص وعثمان بن طلحة فأسلم. And then Amr ibn al-As and Uthman ibn Talha all became Muslims. And he said, Wallahi, from that day, the Prophet ﷺ never gave anyone preference to me. It was like bygones were bygones. Like the Prophet ﷺ loved me as if I was his companion forever. SubhanAllah, like as if Uhud never happened, as if no enmity ever happened between us and the Messenger. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. I want to mention something here that's very important. These three men, Khalid ibn Walid, Amr ibn al-As, and Uthman ibn Talha, are considered by many scholars to be the last three people who have the status of the Muhajirin. Why? Because the Prophet ﷺ said, La hijrata ba'da fatah. There is no more migration. I mean, you don't get the status of being from the Muhajirin. You don't have to Fatah Mecca. There's a degree status there at that point. But these three men came to the Prophet ﷺ before Fatah Mecca, before the Prophet ﷺ marched back from Mecca, on their own volition. So there was that ikhlas, that raghba, that desire to be with the Prophet ﷺ, and they earned the last three spots of the status of being Muhajirin. Now, subhanAllah, how does it become the sword of Allah? And I'll end with this, inshallah ta'ala, with just a few more things, and then we'll, inshallah, call it a night, and we'll continue next week. Khalid radiallahu anhu knows one thing and one thing only. War. Battle. So he's like, Ya Rasulullah, put me to work. I'm ready to go. Like, I don't need training. Khalid is not the person who's going to sit in the masjid now and memorize the Quran. He's not the person who's going to go learn a hadith from Abu Darda and Abu Musa and Abu Sa'id. No. He's ready to go to war. The Battle of Mu'tah happened less than 2 weeks after that. The Prophet ﷺ sends out 3,000 companions to go and to fight on the outskirts now of where Jordan is. And we actually have a documentary which you can watch about the Battle of Mu'tah. You can search it on our channel, the Martyrs of Mu'tah, because I actually filmed there on site, thousands of miles away, where they've killed an ambassador of the Muslims, and they are now going to engage the Roman Empire with 3,000 people. Khalid goes out as a foot soldier, not as a general. So, Ya Rasulullah, put me to work. I'm ready to go. I don't need any training. I don't need anything to delay this. Khalid radiallahu anhu was sent out to the Battle of Mu'tah, and the commander of that army was Zayd ibn Haritha radiallahu ta'ala anhu. And the Prophet ﷺ gave the order that Zayd radiallahu anhu was the first commander. If Zayd is killed, then Ja'far radiallahu ta'ala anhu takes the banner. If Ja'far is killed, Abdullah ibn Rawaha takes the banner. And if those three are killed, then give the banner, give the leadership to someone that you choose amongst. The Prophet ﷺ is standing on the minbar of Medina and he's watching the Battle of Mu'tah happen through divine revelation, thousands of miles away. And this battle turned out to be 3,000 against up to 150,000 Roman soldiers or allies. You talk about being outnumbered. And the Prophet ﷺ sees Zayd radiallahu anhu fall in the battlefield. His son, alayhi salatu wasalam, right? And the Prophet ﷺ says, Qutila Zayd, his voice is quivering. He said, Ja'far just took the banner. And he said, Ja'far has been killed. And Abdullah ibn Rawaha just took the banner. Abdullah ibn Rawaha has been killed. And the Prophet ﷺ is weeping as he's seen 3 of his most beloved companions pass away. His family pass away, 3 of his most beloved companions. What ends up happening next is that the Muslims are looking around. And Thabit ibn Arqam, one of the seniors of the Ansar, he picked up the banner. And he starts to call the people towards him. And then he goes up to Khalid ibn al-Walid. Think about, you're Khalid, you just became Muslim like a few weeks ago. Your whole life is being an enemy to the Muslims. You've killed some of these people's parents and siblings, right? There's obviously going to be a level of warming up that has to be here, right? And Khalid understands that, and he's mukhlis, he's sincere for the sake of Allah. He's just there to support. And Thabit goes up to him and he tells him, Aba Sulaiman, take the banner. Khalid radiallahu anhu says, no, لا أخذه, أنت أحق به. You have greater right to it. I'm not going to take it. He says, you have so many more years in front of me in Islam. You're one of the people of Badr. Like, there is no reason why I, Khalid, the new convert, should take the banner. So Thabit says, take it, and you have one to it. Take it. Take the banner. And Khalid is hesitant, not because he's afraid of the battle, but because he knows the feelings and the sentiments of Muslims. I'm the new guy here. And Thabit says to the rest of the Ansar, to the rest of the people there, are you all gathered upon Khalid? And they say yes, unanimously. So subhanAllah, he takes the banner of the Muslims in this consequential battle, and then Khalid goes to work. What does he do? Khalid creates a strategy because he has a brain that far surpasses the strategies of using his sword. Khalid attaches something to the animals. He creates a diversion tactic to where the Romans anticipate from different directions that the Muslim army is 10 or 15 times greater than its size, and so they go and they start to attack basically ghost armies. So Khalid devises in real time an entire strategy to spread his 3,000 men out into different places and attack at different times of the day. So the Romans are perplexed. We're fighting desert Arabs here. We don't expect this. They're perplexed. And Khalid plunges through the Byzantines. Khalid broke 9 swords. He broke 9 swords and pulled out his 10th. And basically cut through the heart of that army and then gathered the Muslims out and then took them back to Medina and safety. And the Prophet ﷺ, as he is speaking from the minbar and seeing what is happening, he says, أخذ خالد الراية وهو سيف من سيوف الله. So Khalid just took the banner. And Khalid is a sword of the swords of Allah. So it's the first time the Prophet ﷺ called him Sayyidullah, the unsheathed sword of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the Muslims come back, and Khalid radiallahu anhu is now the hero of Medina. He's the hero of the Muslims. Imagine his mindset, subhanAllah, in this regard. And I want to add, subhanAllah, this note with 2 different things. The man does not go into the recitation of the Quran. The man does not go into the memorization. He immediately is thinking about how he can now use what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him to benefit the Muslims. In fact, Umar radiallahu ta'ala narrates, or it's narrated that Umar radiallahu anhu mentioned that 3 people were withholding some of what they possessed. Ibn Jamil, Khalid al-Walid, and Abbas and Abdul Muttalib. And the Prophet ﷺ responded to Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu, and he says that as for Khalid ibn al-Walid, he said, you're actually wronging him. He said, everything that Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu, everything that he's holding back, he's basically making weapons with it. He's preparing himself for battle. Khalid is in total, battle mindset. So Khalid does not withhold anything for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The man is not his father. He's not thinking that way. He's thinking how he can continue to support the mission that was now given to him from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And you only have like a handful of hadith that are narrated from Khalid radiallahu ta'ala. One of them, Ibn Abbas says that he was eating in the house of my aunt Maymuna bint al-Harith, his aunt now. So he was eating in the house of Maymuna with the Prophet ﷺ, and they brought what was known as a bub. A bub is a desert lizard. Now lizards, you think of the little tiny ones in Texas. It's actually, think about like a crocodile style. Big old desert lizard. It's different. It's like a full animal. Khalid sees it, and Khalid doesn't know anything. So you notice the Prophet ﷺ does not eat from it. So the Prophet ﷺ is asked by Khalid, haram or no? Ya Rasulullah, can I not eat from this? And the Prophet ﷺ said, no, it's not haram. I just don't like it. So Khalid says, so I ate it. That's his hadith. That's what you get from Khalid in terms of a hadith. You're not getting other than that. Other than that, you have the greatest general in the history of Islam after the Prophet ﷺ, and you have to stick with that. But I want to end with this from Saifullah, and then we'll continue next week, inshallah. Can you imagine how difficult it was for him to read all of the verses in the Quran about his father? You talk about hard on the heart, how difficult it is. How many verses in the Quran are about his father? This was tough. Now, Khalid, by the way, only memorized like a few surahs of the Quran until his death. He actually mentions that on his deathbed. He didn't have time. He was focused 100% on battle and strategy. Would lead over 50 campaigns for the Muslims in 4 years. He knows what he's doing. But Khalid goes to Saad Mawla Abi Hudayfa. It's one of the most painful conversations you'll see here in this regard. And he says to Saad, and Saad is of course a famous reciter of the Quran. The Prophet ﷺ mentioned from Quran and Arba, take the Quran from 4 people. He mentioned Saad as one of them. And he goes to Saad and he says, Ya Saad, afil Qur'ani matruk. Is anything of the Quran left off? Like, how does this work? Saad knows what he's about to ask him. Like, do I have to recite the verses about my dad? Do I have to know these? I don't know much of the Quran. Saad knows where he's going with this. And Khalid insists, he says, recite to me the verses about my father so I can repeat them. Why does he want to repeat them? SubhanAllah, look how dedicated he is to Islam. He's saying, I will not have Iman. Like, my faith is not going to be complete unless I can do this. So repeat them to me or say them to me, I will repeat them. And he repeats those verses from Surah Al-Mudaththir until some sneeze.
Oh, David.
I will punish you.
The holidays are over. Why
Khalid
do you have a Christmas tree skirt as a shirt right now?
But it's tough on him. He dedicates his life to helping and supporting the Prophet ﷺ, and his father was dedicated to fighting the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But his ikhlas, his sincerity, radiallahu is going to show for the next few years in a way that is as beautiful as the strategies and the campaigns that he would devise to bring the 2 empires of the day to their knees. And this is how he becomes Sayfullah, the sword of Allah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be pleased with Khalid radiallahu ta'ala for all of his sacrifices for Islam. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward all of the companions of the Messenger alayhi salatu wasalam. Send his peace and blessings upon our Messenger alayhi salatu wasalam and his family. Allahumma ameen. أقول قولي هذا واستغفر الله لي ولكم ولسائر المسلمين فاستغفروه إنه هو الغفور الرحيم. Inshallah ta'ala, next week we will continue with the story of Khalid wa sallallahu wa sallam barak ala nabiyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum.
Look at Tony, boy, he got a rainbow tat on his little back on a gay ass nigga.
Did you just say rigatoni? Are you having fucking low blood sugar flashbacks right now or something? Did you just call me rigatoni?
Hey Tony, I subscribe to your OnlyFans for Christmas. That motherfucker OnlyFans $15, man. This nigga sit on a Coke bottle.
What do you think a better price point would be for that? I mean, that seems fucking pretty giving. It was a holiday special, all right?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والعدوان إلا على الظالمين والعاقبة للمتقين اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على عبدك ورسولك محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. SubhanAllah, 3 months later, we're back to the first for part 2 of Khalid bin Walid and to continue with this series. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to alleviate the suffering of our brothers and sisters in Gaza. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give them victory, and we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that as we speak about the righteous of the past who had the blessing and support from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not because of their superior military strength, but because of their superior trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He grants this ummah victory. Allahumma ameen. So inshallah ta'ala, as I said, we are in part 2 of Khalid bin Walid ta'ala, and when I gave the first part back in early October, I definitely did not anticipate that we would have this long of a wait. But in the first part of the life of Khalid bin Walid ta'ala, We spoke about the way that Khalid ibn Walid was shaped by his prior experiences to embracing Islam, and how when he eventually embraces Islam, there is a process here. There's a process of gaining the trust of the Muslims. There's a process of his own purification. And subhanAllah, everything about his Islam is miraculous and beautiful. The dreams that he sees before he embraces Islam. The way that he embraces Islam before Fatih Makkah. So he has the status with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As does Amr ibn al-As we'll speak about next week with Allah Ta'ala. And the way that he sort of rises in the ranks of the Battle of Mu'tah. So remember, the Battle of Mu'tah, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is watching from afar as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shows him by divine means. Zayd radiallahu ta'ala anhu falling in battle, Ja'far radiallahu anhu falling in battle, Abdullah ibn Rawaha radiallahu anhu falling in battle, and Khalid ibn Walid radiallahu ta'ala anhu being chosen amongst the Muslims to take the leadership of the army and then guiding them to victory and out of a very difficult situation. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, وهو سيف مسلول. And Khalid radiallahu anhu has taken the banner and is a sword from the swords of Allah. The very first time the Prophet calls him by that treasured name, the sword of Allah. And how subhanAllah his life immediately becomes about preparing himself for battle. Just as he was a sword against the Muslims, now he seeks to be the greatest general that the Muslims have ever had, and he rises to that occasion. So I want to pick up really in this halaqah, inshallah ta'ala, with the legacy of Khalid in battle all the way until the time of his death, and how he becomes this legend that he becomes one of the greatest military commanders of all time. And I want to go to the point of Fatih Makkah, the conquest of Mecca. Here you have Khalid coming back to Mecca on the side of the Muslims. That in and of itself is an incredible conquest, the conquest of the hearts. That Khalid, how many times had he left from Mecca to go to Medina to cause harm to the Muslims? How many times did he plot to kill the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? And now he's marching back towards Mecca in the ranks of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam as a commander with a banner in his hands, and starts to make his approach. Now, when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam comes into Mecca, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has Mecca surrounded from 4 different directions. So he doesn't actually proceed alayhi salatu wasalam with one army. The Prophet ﷺ utilizes a multi-pronged approach where he breaks it up into 4 alayhi salatu wasalam, and they come into Mecca from different directions to ensure that they're going to be able to carry out what the Prophet ﷺ intends fully without anything going wrong. So the Prophet ﷺ appoints 1 battalion under Ali radiallahu ta'ala anhu, 1 under Az-Zubayr radiallahu ta'ala anhu, 1 under Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu, and 1 under Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah radiallahu anhu, and that is the one that the Prophet ﷺ was in himself, that flank of Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah radiallahu ta'ala anhu. So Khalid ibn Walid radiallahu anhu is moving forward, and one of the things that was feared about Khalid, and this is actually an essential part of the story, was how quick he was to his sword. Right? When you talk about the growth of his character over the next, few years, there has to be a learning process with how quickly he resorts to battle, how quickly he resorts to his sword. Khalid speaks 1 language, that's the language of battle, right? The whole negotiation part of the diplomacy, that's not in Khalid radiallahu anhu's vocabulary. And so there's a learning curve. And subhanAllah, the fear was that if anything was going to turn into a battle, it was going to be from the side of Khalid. But the Prophet ﷺ was growing Khalid in this position, radiallahu ta'ala anhu. However, subhanAllah, as they were entering into Mecca, Khalid radiallahu anhu's battalion happened to be the one that was ambushed by Safwan ibn Umayyah, who is actually his brother-in-law, who was married to his sister. Okay, so this is, deeply surprising. Safwan ibn Umayyah and Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl, who was Khalid's best friend before Islam. Right? So these two men, Safwan and Ikramah, may Allah be pleased with them because they will become Muslim later on, ambushed Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu, but Khalid radiallahu anhu defeated that army handedly. He killed 12 and he caused Safwan and Ikramah to go flee. So they're actually running away from the entire area of Mecca at that point. And when the Prophet ﷺ found out, initially the Messenger of Allah ﷺ was upset. Because the Prophet ﷺ did not want any of that to happen. The Prophet ﷺ had a particular vision for Mecca, for the conquest of Mecca and coming back to Mecca. But then once the Prophet ﷺ was informed that Khalid, his battalion was in fact attacked, the Prophet ﷺ said, Allah that the judgment of Allah is better. At that point, the Prophet ﷺ had no effect. Right? So if this was not initiated by Khalid, then there's no blame on Khalid ibn Walid. So you have the entrance into Mecca, right? And Fatah Mecca sort of represents one of the greatest turning points in Islam, because so many of those who marched against the Prophet are now marching with him, but those who used to mutilate the Muslims are now refusing, as they are alongside the Muslims who were oppressed, and in their ranks and amongst the Muslims are refusing to do anything that would violate the sanctity of the Haram. And they are following the example of the Prophet ﷺ, who is changing the entire culture, changing the entire ethics, by refusing to carry out revenge on the same people that did to him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and to his family, what we all know that they did. Now we know that the Prophet ﷺ walks into the Kaaba with who? Just kind of refresh our history. Who goes into the Kaaba with the Prophet ﷺ?
She's just setting up the service.
Remember the book, right? Beyond the God. Walks in with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Prophet ﷺ destroys the idols inside the Kaaba and around the Kaaba. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. جاء الحق زاد الباطل, right? The truth has come and falsehood has perished. And Mecca returns, the Kaaba returns to a place in which only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will be worshipped. Now were all of the primary idols of Jahiliyyah situated in the Kaaba or around the Kaaba? You guys remember questions being answers? Were they all in the Kaaba, around the Kaaba, the famous idols? No, some of them were in valleys close to Medina. They had these different sanctuaries, right, where they used to worship some of these big idols, right? Some of the idols that people would go to with their very particular sacrifices. And literally, a bigger idol meant a bigger place in Mecca, right? Like that's how they actually used to judge them in many different ways. It shows you the level, the degree by which they were taken by their mullah, right? By their going astray. So the Prophet ﷺ also wants to destroy the idols in the surrounding towns of Mecca. Right? This is not just about, this is about removing the idols around Mecca as well. Now tell me some of the most famous idols that you remember from the Sirah. Their names? Al-Lat wal-Uzza, very good. Right? So the Prophet ﷺ entrusts his commanders to then go and to take out some of the idols. Alright, to remove some of the main items. Now, it just so happens that the Prophet ﷺ tells Khalid to go and to destroy Al-Uzza. Alright, and you know what I couldn't help but think about subhanAllah, it hit me in perfect. Because I actually went to Umrah between Khalid part 1 and part 2. I was thinking about this, subhanAllah, it hit me in perfect. When I was remembering the story of Abu Sufyan. When Abu Sufyan called out to the Prophet ﷺ and Abu Bakr and Umar started to praise his own idols, one of the things that he said, as Khalid is standing next to him, right? Khalid was the one who routed the Muslims and sent them into that position. As Khalid is standing, is next to him on his horse, victorious in a worldly sense, that we have an Uzza, وَلَا عُزَّى لَكُمْ. We have an Izzah and you have no Izzah. And what did the Prophet ﷺ tell Umar to respond with? Allahu mawlana wa la mawla lakum. Allah is our protector, you have no protector. So Khalid was standing next to Abu Sufyan on that day. We had an Izzah, lana al-Izzah wa la Izzah lakum. And now the Prophet ﷺ tells Khalid go and do away with an Uzza. Right? SubhanAllah, look at the way that history is coming back in such a polemic way. Now, the Prophet sends Khalid to destroy the Uzza, so he gets there, and it seems too easy. So he destroys the Uzza, and then he comes back, and the Prophet asks him what he did. He said, I destroyed the Uzza. The Prophet said, did anything happen to you? He said, no. The Prophet said, you didn't destroy the Uzza. That was a fake one. So the worshippers of Uzza, the tribe actually had a prop. They had a fake Uzza, and then they had a real Uzza, which they guarded in a particular type of temple. So Khalid goes back, and SubhanAllah, it's actually a very interesting narration because when he enters upon it, he's actually approached by a shaitan and by a devil. Right? Very strange things start to happen. He's attacked in very strange ways. And then he slices that devil. He goes towards an Uzza. And he says to an Uzza, Ya Uzzu kufranaki, la subhanaki, inni ra'aytu Allah qad ahanaki. O Uzza, we have disbelieved you, we do not glorify you. I see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has humiliated you. And Khalid brings the real Uzza. He comes back to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, having carried out that command, and then the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam takes Khalid with him to the next phase of Tabuk, and the rest of that is history. So Khalid now is the rank of the Muslims. Now it's important to mention here as well, because the scholars will mention that Khalid did in fact make a few mistakes in the very beginning. They were mistakes because he was quick to the sword. And the most consequential one, which has a very famous dua behind it, is that the Prophet sent Khalid to Banu Janima. And when he went there, Khalid was quick. He invited them to Islam. They didn't say Islamna, they said Sabatna, which means we changed our religion, which can mean that they apostated or that they became Muslim. They had their weapons. He said, why do you have your weapons? They said, this is for the other Arab tribes. He ordered them to put them down. They refused to put them down. Why? Because one of the things that plays into this in very unique ways that Khalid had a previous rivalry with that tribe in particular. Remember, he used to duel with everybody, right? Also, what complicates is that Jahiliyyah, this was the tribe that killed an uncle of Khalid and they killed Al-Ud, the father of Abdurrahman ibn Auf, right? Which becomes relevant in the story. So in any case, Khalid was quick to attack that tribe, not realizing that indeed some of them had become Muslim, right? That all of them, part of them, or some of them had become Muslim. And when this came back to the Prophet Abdullah bin Umar came to the Prophet and complained to the Prophet about what Khalid had done, because this is a huge mistake in the early days of Islam. In the early days of being Muslim, the Prophet looked towards the Kaaba and he said, Oh Allah, I disavow myself of what Khalid has done. This is not what I thought. Oh Allah, I disavow myself of what Khalid has done. So it's a significant mistake. And the Prophet said to Ali to Banu Janima to make up for, to compensate in whatever ways that he possibly can for the mistake that Khalid made. Some of the ulama say this is not a part of history you should brush over. In fact, it's something to say that this was complicated. You had to unlearn some of the practices of Jahiliyyah. You know, we talk about the very famous story of Abu Dhawr saying, "Give this to death, a child of a black woman." The Prophet said, "You have a new part of Jahiliyyah. You still have a new some Jahiliyyah. You had to unlearn some of that ignorance." In the case of Khalid, you have to rein in that sword as well. It's not just, take advantage of it and just go. You have to rein in that sword. And it's important as well, subhanAllah, to show that the Prophet reined him in, he rectified the situation, he disavowed himself from what Khalid did, but the Prophet moved Khalid to a place of growth. It became a learning experience, not an experience in which the Prophet took Khalid as a result of his mistake and basically broke him. It's a powerful example from the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And by the way, the reason why I mentioned subhanAllah, his father having been killed by this tribe, that, Abdurrahman ibn Auf actually came to Khalid because he suspected that one of the reasons, you're still Peter, one of the reasons why you were quick to attack them was because you were younger than King Right? So he suspected that maybe there's some jahiliyyah that's still within you, that you need to purify this. We don't do this anymore. Keep in mind, what did the Arabs used to do? If you killed my camel 40 years later, my son will come and attack your entire tribe. That actually happens. So Abdurrahman ibn Auf is saying you still have some jahiliyyah inside of you. And Khalid radiallahu anhu marches back and Khalid says, and they killed your father too. Right? And this is actually where the Prophet ﷺ has the very famous hadith. It's interesting. لا تسبوا أحدا من أصحابي فإن أحدكم لو أنفق مثل أحد ذهب ما أدرك مد أحدهم ولا نصيبه. Prophet ﷺ said, do not curse my companions, because if one of you were to spend a mountain of Uhud gold, you would not be able to reach the rank not even a hand. So Prophet ﷺ actually helped Khalid and said, look, you're not to the rank of Ibn Auf لا يستوي منكم من أنفق من قبل الفتح وقاتل أولئك أعظم درجة من الذين أنفقوا من بعد وقاتلوا وكلا وعد الله الحسنى. The scholars actually mentioned this verse applies to many of the Sahaba that embraced Islam in the later years. That those of you that came early on are not equal to those who came later on. Right? That's the paraphrasing of the meaning of this verse. So the Prophet was even telling Khalid, not yet, O Khalid, you're not to that rank yet, so respect Abdurrahman ibn Auf. You need to show your respect. And this was the way that the Prophet ﷺ maintained, right, the fadl, the blessings of the Muhajirin and the Ansar, while also making space for some of these great companions that are embracing Islam. They're embracing Islam very late. So there's a learning curve. But subhanAllah, one of the things that you'll notice about Khalid is that his mistakes came only in the early days. Only in the early days. This is important because you see that he grew out of these mistakes and he instead lifted the bar, raised the bar in terms of noble ethics, and the Prophet ﷺ kept finding ways to integrate these new companions while not diminishing the rank of the older companions. One of the famous narrations narrates that the Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam إلى الحارث بن كعب. The Prophet sent Khalid radiallahu anhu to Al-Harith bin Ka'b. And the Prophet went out with the farewell Hajj. And Khalid radiallahu anhu was there. The farewell Hajj. So the Prophet had a qara'sa, when had his head shaved, he took some of his hair and he sent it to Khalid radiallahu anhu, which is very interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen,
you'll see exactly this comes back later on. He sent some of his hair, alayhi salatu wassalam, to Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu. Now, I mean, think about what the Prophet saved what was shaved from his hair for, right? Like, you have Hussein radiallahu anha, the mother of Anas ibn Malik radiallahu anhu. This woman would dedicate herself to Islam very, very much. Why? There's something that the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam is doing here to honor Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu, to give his, not just his blessing to Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu, but to also validate Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu, to increase Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu, to build that bond with Khalid ibn Walid radiallahu ta'ala anhu. And Khalid has to grow in his spirituality. And subhanAllah, just as the human beings plot against Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu as he's a Muslim, one of the narrations that came to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam and said, Ya Rasulullah, in the character of the jinn, yakiduni, then verily one of the jinn is plotting against me. And the Prophet sallallahu told him to say, A'udhu bi kalimati Allahi tammati allati la yujawizuhunna dhanbun wala fajr min sharri ma dhara'a fil ardi wa ma yakhruju minha wa min sharri ma yakhruju fis samai wa ma yanzilu minha wa min sharri kulli tariqin illa tariqan yatruku bi khairin ya Rahman. It's a long narration. قال ففعلت فأذهبه الله عني. that he said, I seek refuge in the perfect words of Allah, which neither the upright nor the corrupt may overcome, from the evil of what he created, of what he made, and of what he scattered, from the evil of what descends from the heavens and what rises up from them, or to them, from the evil of what he scattered in the earth and what emerges from it, from the evil of night and day, and from the evil of every visitor that night, except for the visitor who comes with good. Ya Rahman, O most merciful. So there's the learning of dua, there's the growth in spirituality, and there's the also winning the respect of the Muslims with some of the ethics that he demonstrates. So one of the people that complained about him was Ibn Umar radiallahu anhu. There's a chapter in the books of the Hadith. The chapter of the spoils of war that are taken away, or something that's taken away from the Muslims and then found by the commander of the Muslims amongst the enemy. What does that mean? Someone steals something from you, or you lose something in battle, and then years later, that Muslim army comes back and finds the property that was stolen away from that person. So what should be done with it? And Nafi' radiallahu anhu narrates that Abdullah ibn Umar radiallahu anhu once lost the horse in war, was seized in war, and when Khalid ibn Walid radiallahu anhu years later basically defeated that enemy, and he found the horse that belonged to Umar radiallahu anhu, he saved it, and then he gave it back to Abdullah ibn Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu. So there's a learning process. There's the new ethics, there's the new value system to remind them. So when does he get to shine in the military system? This is where we'll take it from here. Talk about the growth of Khalid ibn Walid radiallahu anhu, the Amir of the Muslims, the commander of the Muslim army. Who was the first person to appoint him? Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu ta'ala. That in and of itself is a sign of your praiseworthiness, right? That Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu finds you fit to command the Muslim army. And Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala particularly appointed him to fight the Ridda wars, the apostasy wars, where you have all of these false prophets that were now rising, Muslims that were apostating on the basis of tribe. Of course, we've learned about the brutality of Musaylama and Kadhab, the worst of the false prophets after the death of Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And when some of the people said, well, what if he's quick to his sword? You know how Khalid radiallahu anhu was quick to his sword. Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu said, if my Lord asked me, if my Lord asked me on the day of judgment, why did you appoint Khalid ibn Walid radiallahu anhu on top of the Muslim army, or in charge of the Muslim army? He said, I will say to my Lord, Sami'tu abdaka wa khalilaka sallallahu alayhi wa sallam yaqul, I heard your servant and your friend Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam say, Khalidun sayfun min suyufillah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Khalid is a sword from the swords of Allah that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has unsheathed against the disbelievers. So Abu Bakr is saying, I do not really agree, and I have my excuse before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I believe that he's the right man for the job. Even if he's been Muslim for just a few years, even if he's made some mistakes in his early days of being a Muslim, Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu is the right commander of the Muslims. So Abu Bakr sends him forward, and Khalid radiallahu anhu, of course, attains victory over Musaylama and Kadhab. Battle of Yamama, huge victory. There are many of the Sahaba that fought under Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu there. And then Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu was able to basically quell many of the apostates. There were many different false prophets and apostates that were arising. So he was able to defeat many of these pockets that were rebelling against the new Khilafah, against Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala. Now, what ordered the Muslims were the Persians, the Persian Empire. This is really important because Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala actually had envisioned, in accordance with what the Prophet had mentioned, engaging the Roman Empire first. The Muslims are literally situated between the Persians and the Romans. They're on both sides. And so initially, that was the plan, was to engage the Roman Empire first, not the Persian Empire is situated between them. But the Persian Empire were directly inciting
Well, Tony, we're pretty much doing that now. Redman honestly got an Oculus VR thing. I think we're about to double breathing.
Generally speaking, had a more hostile posture towards the Muslims, both of them. Of course, the whole story of Hujjah was because the allies of the Roman Empire killed the Muslim embassy. Right? So they both had their hostility, and it was both sort of like, we're going to push this new tribe around, these little guys around, right? And let them know that we're going to fight each other while they're not. But Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu saw that it was important strategic to now engage the Persian Empire instead. So initially, while Hurub and Ridda are taking place, while the apostasy wars are taking place, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu says, and Muthanna ibn Haritha radiallahu ta'ala anhu, to keep them at bay. And Muthanna radiallahu anhu was able to keep them at bay in many different ways. And then he sends a letter to Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu to proceed towards Al-Iraq after Hurub al-Ridda, after the apostasy wars, and to engage them as well, right? That it's time to fight them as well, right? Of course, the aggressions are coming from that side, and so now is your turn to move towards them. So he receives that order, and in the letter of Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu says that whoever wants to come home can, meaning this is not a mandatory battle, right? This is for whoever wants to stay with you. So initially his army dwindles from 13,000 to 2,000. And then he asks Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala anhu for reinforcements. Abu Bakr sends him the man who's equal to 1,000 men, Al-Qa'qa' radiallahu ta'ala anhu, as his main reinforcement. And then there are other Muslims that come from Medina to join the effort with Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu to move now on the Persian Empire. The most aggressive and the most brutal and the most violent empire, even more violent and more brutal than the Roman Empire. Right? This was a hostile empire that used to always have state victories. Right? And of course they were at war with the Romans forever before the Muslims came along. And this is where you see now the battle of that just said us, the battle of the Tanks. We'll talk about. So if you were to break down all of Khalid's battles, right, it's about 100 campaigns. It's a lot. We're not going to be able to cover all of them, so I just want to sort of focus on the main ones that represent a turning point for Khalid and the Muslims. That just said us, the battle of the Tanks. So Khalid basically they're going into the southern area of Iraq. The Persian Empire, of course, has Iraq as well. And the center of the Persian Empire at the time is actually in Iraq. It's not in what's modern day Iraq. It's actually in Iraq, which would be close to Baghdad and the center of the empire. So he initially sees Khalid radiallahu anhu targets what's known as Al-Ghulla. Al-Ghulla is the main port for the Persian Empire. And Khalid radiallahu ta'ala anhu makes his move, and he sends a letter to Hormuz. Hormuz is the commander of the Persian Empire under Kisra, who's the main head, so Hormuz. So he sends a letter to Hormuz, telling him, giving him basically his offer, right? Submit to Islam, be safe, Aslam Taslim, or agreeing to the payment of the jizya, and you and your people will be under our protection, or else you have only yourself to blame for the consequences. And he says to him a very famous sentence. He says, لَقَدْ جِئْتُكُمْ بِقَوْمٍ يُحِبُّونَ الْمَوْتَ كَمَا أَنْتُمْ تُحِبُّونَ الْحَيَاةَ. That I'm bringing you a people who love death as much as you love life. We're not afraid of you. Hormuz gets this letter and he's like, really? These little Bedouins, right? We've been pushing them around and beating up on them all these years. In fact, Quraysh was basically a client of the Persian Empire. Right? Like, these guys think they can fight us back now. They think they have a chance against us. So Hormuz sends 20,000 fighters in chains and in heavy armor. Now, what does it mean to send them in chains? The Persians had a very interesting battle tactic. They had a lot of numbers. And what they would do is they would put chains across their own legs. All right? So where they were like a wave, a fort that could not be moved. And they would overwhelm you with their numbers. Okay, they moved towards you, and they would chain to each other, not fully like chain, but they would have a cup on one leg to the next person, they would chain to each other, and they would come forth with their swords and with their advanced artillery. They were known to have better weapons, more advanced weaponry than anyone else in the world at the time, so the idea was, we're just overwhelm you with force. These little Bedouin Arabs, we're just gonna hold them, right? Just go over them without any type of issue. And one of the things about Khalid one of the things that makes him the most brilliant commander of all time is that every single battle of Khalid, he has some tricks that he doesn't use in the battle of force. He's completely unpredictable. Completely unpredictable. But there's never a battle with Khalid where it's just face to face. He's always got something up his sleeve. So Khalid, largely, his main tactic is optical illusions. That's what he did in Muqtatu. Right? He makes you think his army is somewhere, and they're not really there. So Khalid makes it seem like he's in a place called Kaldima, which is south. Okay? What is here? Kaldima is here. So they march towards Kaldima, and they realize that Khalid just put up a bunch of props there, and his army's not actually there. So then it's like peekaboo, we're actually up here. He was actually in a place that was north, which was known as Al-Hafid. And so Hormuz's army gets the word that Khalid's army is actually in Hafid, so they move towards Al-Hafid. When they do that, Khalid takes his army around, and then they come back to Kaldima. Then his army gets the message that they're back here. So they come back south and he moves again. Why is he doing that? Because he's exhausting them. They're in chains and they're walking through the desert with the chains on their legs and they're getting exhausted. So he's exhausting their army. And then he scares them from one side and so they move towards one direction. So basically he gets them paranoid and they wouldn't sleep at night because they'd be worried where Khalid al-Anwar's army is going to pop up from. And by the time they actually, make it to fight him, to come into combat, they're so exhausted and worn out from just the amount of movement that they've had to do. So this was something completely unanticipated, right? They'd never faced this type of an opponent before. Hormuz actually sends a message to Kisra, like, this is weird. Different things are happening here. We need help. So Kisra blocks off, sends some reinforcements to block off. The Euphrates block off any type of access to water. So basically, Khalid al-Anwar's army will suffer from dehydration. SubhanAllah, Khalid al-Anwar says to the army to put your trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It just so happens that it rains upon them, and they were able to fill all of their water skins, and so that tactic failed. So then they finally meet in battle after days of just exhaustion, right? Moving them from one place to the other, and the Muslims are fresh, outnumbered, but fresh. So Khalid al-Anwar's tactic was attack, retreat, attack, retreat, attack, retreat, attack, retreat. So it's all of these false attacks where they're just tired, okay? And Hormuz wants to make a statement. So Hormuz calls out for Khalid. Right, the Arabs used to duel before battle. Every empire of the day had a different way of starting off a battle. So Hormuz calls out for Khalid, says come out to a duel, which seems really bold because no one duels with Khalid. But Hormuz has planned that he actually tells 3 of his most skilled fighters to stand in the front row, and once the battle starts, he basically is going to trick them and come out and just kill them. They come out and kill them before the battle begins, right before the duel ends. So Khalid al-Anwar, of course, does not back down from the challenge, but he's not down. Right? Khalid al-Anwar comes out, and, just after a few swings, Hormuz, who's also a skilled fighter, a skilled general, he tells him, you know what, let's drop the weapons, let's do hand-to-hand combat. Alright, fine. Khalid al-Anwar drops the weapons, Hormuz drops the weapons, and as soon as they basically fight hand-to-hand combat, the three-man rush. Was on to their plane.
very fun episode ahead of us.
So the Kaka would rush as soon as they rushed. The power of the three-man got there before a Kaka in the door. Khalid was so strong that he basically picked up the horse and used him to protect himself until a Kaka the alarm and he finished the fight. And then Khalid killed Burgos, which was a huge sign of defeat for the Persian Empire. Like, to lose your general in the duel at the very start is extremely demoralizing. They're already exhausted. Their legs are in chains. And so when Khalid told the alarm, which kills Burgos, it basically, already signifies defeat. And after Hormuz was dead, it took them very little time to basically decimate that particular army. And that was the first defeat, right, which was not just the Battle of Jinx, a major defeat. They come back with the Ghanima, by the way, the spoils. And they say that was the first time Medina saw an elephant because they took one of the elephants as well. And brought an elephant with them back to Medina from the spoils and battle. You also had some of the Persians that converted to Islam after this. Some of the soldiers converted to Islam, some of the people converted to Islam. But Khalid al-Diallah continues his advance into southern Iraq at the time. You have what's known as Datu al-Haq, the battle of the river. But once again, Khalid al-Diallah was able to take from the area of the Euphrates a position that was able to kill up to 30,000 Persian soldiers according to some of the narrations. And one of the tactics that he utilized was Khalid al-Diallah took out the generals first. Because he kind of realizes that the generals are the morale of the Persian Empire. They had a great emphasis that was placed on the generals. So Khalid plots on the generals before he plots on the others. He thinks about their morale before he thinks about how to move forward. Then he moves to central Iraq. Which is at the fort of Ankara. The fort of Ankara is only about 8 miles away from Babylon. Khalid al-Diallah sees this huge farm right at the fort. And he's like, I know exactly what to do. He brings 1,000 archers and he says, take out the archers. Skilled archers, he goes, he basically takes out Taj, and it actually became known as the Battle of the Eyes. Khalid al-Diallah basically lines that army and then attacks them, and Khalid al-Diallah takes that position as well. So he's moving through, and Islam was the head of the Persian Empire. He was obviously fighting the Romans this entire time. It's like, what is happening here? All of a sudden, we're incurring this type of loss here. And Khalid is employing a different tactic every time. We're trying to figure him out in this regard. And there's also some other narration, it's in a lot of Sahaba, like the recent area of Hira, and the Majus had a lot of traditions. So they told Khalid on one of the battles, they said, look, if you drink our poison,
mental health is a really deal. And if you're listening to this, I want to let you know that putting yourself first in your does not have to be a challenge.
Right through to the side. Don't try this at home. Someone gives you poison.
It's a little like having a mental health.
First of all, the narration has some kalam, has some words on it. Secondly, if someone gives you poison, don't say just do not drink and say nothing happens. You're not having a legal on the Allah Ta'ala. Right? And the Sahaba had kalamat, so if anything, this was a miracle of one of the companions, but the point is that they're completely humiliated. The Persians and the Muslims had even more confidence, right? After Khalid al-Diallah basically said, that's the best thing got, tossed it aside like it was nothing. Right? It did not affect his body at all. So the Persians are shocked. The Persian Empire is shocked. The Roman Empire is starting to catch wind about what's happening. Right? And basically what happens is these two empires that have been fighting each other for over 700 years basically kind of have like a de facto agreement, let's take a break from fighting each other and let's deal with these guys. Because they're a nuisance to us. Right? We gotta wipe out these people in the middle that we thought were just our little quiet kingdoms that we could just pitch around to each other. So they basically agree to take a break in an informal way, despite their heated battles amongst themselves, and say, listen, we're going to do away with them. And so now you shift towards a Sham, which is greater Syria, Palestine, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon. Abu Bakr al-Diallah was status in four Americans. towards the shop.
bank grade
So
encryption technology to store client
towards
information
the area of
the
Palestine,
latest
which we're going to talk about.
regulations and
Obviously,
insurances
the
accepted.
areas are not
And
delineated
as a
in the
listener of
exact
this
same way
podcast, you
right?
get
But
$100
the area generally of Palestine was Amr al-As. So the area of Damascus was Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan.
Licensed therapist today. Go to
Then Isan
Talkspace.com and use the code Tony to get $100
so what's the area of
your
Jordan?
first
The
month
area of
and show
Jordan.
your support for the
And then
show.
Isan Abu Ubaidah bin Jarrah, the area of Hims. The
As
area
the
of
show
Hims.
is about to
Also
begin, you must be
in Syria.
wondering. I wonder
So
who's
you've got,
going to be there.
I wonder who was engaging
I wonder
the
what
Roman Empire
band
at the
members
time,
are
the
going to be there.
Byzantines at the
Perhaps it's
time.
the great Paul Deemer on the horns, or
But
Matt Mueling
Abu
on the
Ubaidah bin
electric.
Jarrah asked Abu Bakr for reinforcements against
You
the
know,
Romans
finding the
because
type of
things
team
are getting
that
very
I
difficult.
work
The
with
Roman
every
Empire
week
is
is
starting to
not
turn up
easy.
heat, so he basically
And
asks for help
I have to ask,
engaging the
are
Roman
you
Empire.
hiring? What
Abu
type of
Bakr
role are you hiring for?
sends
Maybe you need
a
to
letter
hire
to
someone
Khalid
to
bin
wear
Walid
many hats,
was
which
in
can be
Iraq.
challenging.
Basically
Or
says,
you
I
might
need you
have
to
a
turn
simple
towards
position
the
to
Sham.
fill, but it's
I need
taking
you to hurry up
forever
to
to
a
find
Sham.
someone who's a great fit
Because
for
things
your
are becoming
company.
difficult
Whether
for
you need to hire a civil
the
engineer in New
Sahaba
York, a
in Sham
pediatric
at the
nurse
time.
in Nebraska, an attorney in
And
Colorado,
this also
or even a
becomes one of
test
the
doctor in
miracles of
Missouri,
Khalid.
ZipRecruiter
So
can help you
Khalid
find qualified
basically
candidates faster. You
gathers
can
his
try it
advisors,
for free at
and his main
ZipRecruiter.com/Tony.
which was basically his guy, the guy that would
Geologists
map
and
out the terrain
everything
for
in
him, map out the route for him,
ZipRecruiter's matching
was a man by the name of
technology
Rothschild
finds people with the
in
right
Romania.
experience for your job.
So he
and
asked
presents
Rothschild in
them
Romania,
to
he says,
you.
give me the routes. How do we get to a Sham? What's the quickest way there? He says, you got,
It's so effective that 4
northern
out of
route,
5 employers
which is
use
along the
most
Euphrates,
ZipRecruiter
to
get a
the
quality candidate
modern
within the
day
first
Syria.
day.
Within the
It's a well-traveled
first day,
route.
that's
And how would you use to measure
unbelievable.
route
So
time?
it's a
What do you think?
no-brainer.
Travel
If you're
your army, what do
hiring,
you measure
try
route
it
time?
now for free at
Someone
this
tell me
exclusive
something
web
that I can
address,
make out.
ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Once again,
Dates?
that's
Okay, time. What else?
ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY.
7-Eleven.
ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
Water.
ZipRecruiter,
Exactly.
the smartest
Water.
way to
Water.
hire.
Right, so
You guys ready to
basically
start
back then, if
tonight's
you're mapping
episode or
out a
what?
large army moving from one direction to another, to really
Yeah,
analyze where the well is,
usually we only have one or two guests on the show. You guys came on an extremely
villages
special
along the way, you're
night.
looking at, again, the Romans and the Persians basically owned everything, right? So you either worked for the Romans, you worked for the Persians. You're analyzing all these different things, but water is a huge part of
The
this.
guy with
How
the
do you plan
brand
your route?
newest Netflix
So off that
special,
Almeida, he gives
and
him two
one of
routes.
those
So you got
badass
along the
fucking
Euphrates,
speed regulars
or
in the
you have
world.
along the
Ladies
route
and
known
gentlemen,
as,
make some noise for
known as
Andrew
Edgar Tunnel,
Santino,
right?
Ian Edwards,
March
Tim Crockett, and
March around the south. And then Hannibal Yolanda says, give me a route that no one's ever taken. I need to march terrain. I need to move in a way that's completely unpredictable. It's fast. That's never been taken before. So Rothschild says, listen, there's one route, but there's no water on this route. The terrain is difficult. No armies ever marched it. You're not going to see water for over 100 miles. Actually, not the point of Khan's departure. There isn't a single well for 120 miles. Now you've got to basically keep yourself
here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. The first two regulars in the history of the show, 9.5 years ago, Ken Tong and Sarah Weinshank had the unheard of job of having the right to perform a brand new minute every single week. How about him for staring?
This is not easy. You might lose your army along the way.
January 27, check out
We're
their podcast, This
going to
Bitch.
trust in Allah
Now
subhanahu wa
there at the
ta'ala.
end, the great Ian
We
Edwards
will
is
find
here,
our way
everybody.
through that
He's
terrain,
birthday
and we will make our way over
fucking
it.
monster.
So Khalid says, where's the first well? Rothschild can remember,
Goddamn 10 years.
there's one narration, he remembered a little spring under a tree, because he's well traveled around the area. A little spring, again, over 100 miles out. So Khalid's like, all right, that's the point that we're going to make our way to, so we can assess our days by that point. And when they got there, it's kind of launching, days later. Rothschild couldn't find this spring. So the Muslims made their act, they looked for this torn tree, and eventually they were able to dig under the roots of that tree, and the spring came out. The capital of Syria, the Muslims were saying Allah Akbar, it was a matter of visiting. So that's one thing that happened along the route. There's another, historical narration that shows up in some of the books that Khalid had a strategy which was to fill the camels with water, and then to prevent them from eating. And then once you run out of water, there's a particular part of the camel that stores the water. You sacrifice the camels, and you're able to access that water. So it's a very, very tedious type of tactic, but kind of the law employs that. So he fills the camels with water when they have access to water. 3 days into it, after the heat gets to them and they run out of water, they sacrifice the camels and they access basically where the water is stored within the body of the camel. I think you're all getting the point that Khalid always has a solution, right? I just want you to imagine if you're a Muslim and you're in that day and age, like the guy is unfazed by absolutely anything and he's always got a solution. Which is why, by the way, in most people in the Muslims got time defeated them. Most people are like, let's go back to Mecca. We've done this before. Khalid said, no, you gotta lay around. Because Khalid is that type who always like, I've got a solution. I can figure this out, I can figure this out, I can figure this out. So in any case, they reach into the shadow. Khalid will be a long time. I will reach into the Quran of the Quran will be a long time. I will read the Quran to reassure Khalid will be alone when it comes to him. The nickname of Khalid was Abu Sulaiman, and he said, Abu Sulaiman will be alone. He says that I received the letter from Abu Sulaiman will be alone. Nothing. He said there is no regret in my heart. Alhamdulillah, we're basically pleased to serve under you. Khalid will be alone. The leadership of all of the Italians and the Asian and the Sham. And Khalid will be alone. Starts to praise Abu Sulaiman will be alone. And he says, that's because the trustworthy one. That's why you don't have these like spiritual. You always think in the interest of the Ummah. Like Abu Sulaiman will be alone. He did not send a letter to Abu Sulaiman will be alone saying, I've got it covered. He's thinking in the interest of the Ummah, and you're not thinking about yourself or trying to be the hero, trying to be a brave person. You're always putting the interest of the Ummah first. So they lay siege to a town called Muslim, and then you have the battle of Najnatin, which is a very famous battle, where you have, subhanAllah, all of the battalions of the Muslims basically merge in the Sham to fight this battle of Najnatin. These are some of the most consequential battles against the Romans at the time. It's about 30,000 Muslims against 90,000 Romans. So this ratio of being outnumbered is a constant factor. And the battle actually takes place in a valley called Wadi Surt, which is where it's believed that Dawood alayhi salam defeated Goliath. Wadi Surt. So this is actually the area of modern-day Palestine. There's a symbolism to this. Muslims are facing this gigantic army, the Roman Empire, commanded by Caesar, in this area.
Is this how you dress now? How many things
and there's something that happens as a narration that I just love about this. Khalid will be so fearless that sometimes you might interpret his fearlessness as recklessness. Khalid will go out at night and basically walk around and check out the other army with no bodyguards. Right? And so they wake up and they say, where's Khalid? They go and they find him, he's kind of scouting by himself. He's always scouting. It's like he never sleeps. So, you're about to fight Najnatin. You got 90,000 people on the other side. Right? And Khalid will be alone, just going over casually, checking them out, seeing what they have planned, completely unfazed. So they basically, told them, like, stop doing it, worried about you. And Khalid will be alone, I said, didn't you hear the Prophet say, not that الذي يذكر ربه والذي لا يذكره مثل الحي والميت. Didn't you hear that the Prophet said that the one who remembers Allah, for example, the one who remembers Allah, the one who doesn't remember Allah is like living in the dead? And they said, yes. He said, so what can tens of thousands of dead people do to one living man? I'm alive, they're dead. Because he's walking around doing wicked. SubhanAllah, the man has military genius, but this shows you the growth of spirituality as well. My wicked is my shield. These people are all dead. I'm not worried about them. The next day, Khalid comes out to meet the commander.
How do you feel tonight? What's
And
happening?
you gotta understand that the Persians and the Romans insulted Muslims initially. And the insult was, you just a bunch of raggedy, dirty Arabs that don't have anything. Like, who do you think you are? Stop taking yourself so seriously, right? So they throw these insults towards them. Remember, when Saddle Bilal first met Rothschild in Persia, he told him to carry a bag of dirt on his head. Right? Like, go back to where you came from, basically. Go back to the desert. And Saddle Bilal said, this is the earth being submitted to us. I'm not worried about unfazed. So Khalid comes out to meet the commander. The commander says to him, listen, he says to him, the Persians, every time they come to this area, they've left defeat. And you too will leave defeat. He said, my assumption is, poor people probably came out here because you need some food and some water, you need some money. Right? You're not fighting for anything meaningful. You probably just, Arabs trying to launch these little raids because you want some money. We're the Roman Empire, we got you. So, we know what you really want. So he said to him, for my generosity, I'll let you go home. I'll give each one of you a dirham, a robe, and a turban. And he said, for you, I'll give you 100 dirhams, 100 robes, 100 turbans. He said, come back to the next year. I'll give you all a dirham. I'll give you all a robe. I'll give you all a turban. Just go. Get out of our faces. Try to know the law please some mind. And he's also a man who's so fearless that when you see him, you're terrified by his faith. When someone just shows that they're completely unfazed, not shaken, and you can tell somehow when you're terrified by him. So he says to him, he responds to him, he says, Wallahi, ma kharajna min al-fitr. He said, I swear by Allah, we did not come out to you because of hunger. وَلَكِنَّنَا قَوْمٌ نَشْرَبُ الدِّمَاءَ. We're people who like to drink blood. Like we're gonna play on your Arab savagery here. And he said, وَقَدْ عَلِمْنَا أَنَّ لَا دَمَ أَشْهَى وَلَا أَطْيَبَ مِنْ دَمِ الرُّومِ. We have come to learn that there's no blood sweeter than the blood of the Romans. Like, we're not worried about you. We're not hungry. We're just, Arab savages waking up today. And he said, by the way, all these robes and turbans, what's in the future? We'll just take them anyway. So Khalid plays his mind games back with him. And the guy is like, okay, this guy's something wrong. So they go back. Khalid is not quick to attack. So you can imagine sort of the standoff before the battle. The idea was to scout, find out what they were doing. So Khalid spends a lot of time sending spies, right, to basically understand the terrain. And he's already planning. You're going to understand the military genius part. He's already planning for 100 days afterward. He's planning all his contingencies before the battle even starts. So he takes his time. He realizes they're not going to attack first. Anything else? Takes his time. Before I let you go? Sort of studies the terrain. A lot of them as well. What? If you watch the documentary that we did on the Clip on Hamas, talking about the lot of as well. It's great. It's enjoyable. The lot of the Allah Ta'ala is Khalid's right hand man. The lot of the Allah Ta'ala, leads a few skirmishes. There are a few fights that take place here. The body takes out time. He actually wears, the Roman outfit of one of the soldiers, just walks his way right back into town amongst the Muslims, takes off his armor, and he's back to being himself. So these little skirmishes are happening, the scouting is happening, and Khalid basically he's trying to take the smaller towns around Damascus before fighting, before actually the attack takes place, before Damascus itself would fall. So he's getting this full idea of the landscape. And Khalid is analyzing their animals, comparing them to different animals. He's matching up. You can think about the level of genius, what flanks of the army have certain horses, when you want to go up, right? And where he can anticipate certain horses coming from. Now, generally speaking, Khalid al-Anwar's strategy was width, not depth. Military books will actually cite him for using the strategy, right? Width, not depth. So he doesn't have deep armies. He creates a thin layer, and then he hides one deep layer. So you don't know where the reinforcements are going to come. It's a thin layer all around. But then, the deepest layer is going to attack you from one single direction. So Khalid plots all of this out. And then the battle takes place. And SubhanAllah, they are able to overcome Ajnadin. In this sense, a resounding message to not just the Roman Empire, but to the world. Now Khalid, the single man, is taking his battalions, dealing defeat after defeat to the Persian Empire, to the Roman Empire. Both the Persians and the Romans are like, what are we doing here? what are we doing about this small group of people? And then they reach the gates of Damascus. And I'm going to move a little quicker now. While they are fighting for Damascus, Abu Bakr will passes at the time that Damascus is actually under battle. And Umar becomes the Khalifa, and Umar sends a letter to Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah appointing him as the new commander of the Muslims, effectively replacing Khalid ibn Walid as the commander.
Alright, there we go.
Abu Ubaidah receives the message in the middle of the battle.
This is your first time on the show, right?
So he decides
Alright,
not to tell Khalid about the battle because he doesn't want to jeopardize the battle.
2 months. What made you want to start now?
Amin will have the comments, right? He's a trustworthy one. He's always thinking for the He says, you know what? This is not the right time. So he holds on to the letter himself. He lets the battle take place after Khalid wins the battle. He goes to Khalid with great embarrassment almost, with the letter from Amir appointing him as the commander of the army.
What made you come
Why did Umar appoint Abu Ubaidah ibn Jarrah to be the commander of the army? What do you all think?
In the house. I love it. You don't have a thick Massachusetts accent.
So I'm going to tell you all something. It's very important. I know that we get fascinated when we see non-Muslims talking about our history. You got a professor, you got some sort of writer talking about our history. And as
we're going to be wearing Kim's pants by next week.
It's like narration from Lanka. They say, Umar did not like Khalid.
So you came with some friends.
That's why, they had some previous disputes, and that's why you're both as Muslims, sometimes in the name of being objective, we take these narrations that completely undermine the character of Muhammad. Do you think Umar ibn Khattab and Farouk, the one who is the distinguisher between truth and falsehood, would let his personal grudge drive him to put the Ummah at risk?
Good luck.
Come on. Right, so if people start circulating a video, there's a very particular lecturer in some military school talking about Khalid, most brilliant military strategists all time. Like, this was said, Umar didn't like Khalid very much, but they had a previous dispute that we have, narrations, writers, that make these claims. Umar ibn Khattab, who would put his face to the ground to a child for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I think he's going to jeopardize people's nothing and the safety because he doesn't like Khalid ibn Walid. I can't buy that. I can't swallow it. There's also a narration from Umar ibn Khattab, which is very specific and it makes a lot of sense. There was a celebrity that was starting to develop around Khalid with a sense of invincibility to where people started to say that Khalid is a monster, never lose. If Khalid is here, we will win.